Bum, 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 bum. All right.
We're on your channel, right?
Yes, we are on Twitch and YouTube. So hello, as everyone is coming in and finding out that we are officially live. A couple minutes late. We technical difficulties per usual, but we have a lot of guests here so far. We got the wonderful JDZ Quest. We got Gabe from the Illuminati, and of course Sisu or Jonathan from Freedom Gaming. They are 3 of the 4 commentators for today. Color will come in and hang out with us in a little bit. But yeah, we're getting ready, getting geared up. I kind of just wanted to get the stream going, let you guys chat, do whatever you guys want to do. So I'm going to get out of here and make sure everything is up and running over there, and so we can kind of get started on time. Cool. So you guys have fun. You guys do whatever you want. And you guys, if you can't, like in the top right corner, there's comments. So you can actually hit comments, and you guys can read all the comments from the different platforms and stuff like that. So you can continue to interact with chat and stuff. So
look at that.
Cool.
Oh my goodness.
Beautiful introduction coming in from Dan. And I gotta say, thank you for allowing me.
I'm just trying to move fast.
I like it. I mean, it was very clean. Usually, it was like, "Welcome to the bop, 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 bop." He's keep it super chill.
Yeah. There's a lot going on here. I got a lot to do, so that's why I'm grateful that you guys are here to help me today, so I don't have to do literally everything. So
of course,
that's the key.
Glad to help.
We're glad to be here.
All right, I'm going to go like this and hide myself and leave the floor to you guys. No profanity. I got yelled at. That's a fact. No profanity today.
Okay.
We're clear, guys.
So we're PG. We're not even PG-13. We don't get 1 or 2.
Don't get 1. Yeah, PG.
Let's just not do it. All right.
Okay.
Let's just not do it.
Okay.
Perfect. Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah. We'll keep it clean. Keep it clean for Daddy Dan over here.
All right.
All right. Good luck, guys. I'll be back.
Too easy. All right, now that Dan's gone, I don't give a. No, I'm joking. But seriously, guys, how you guys feeling? You guys ready to do this? Are you guys excited to have one of the first Lorcana tournaments? No Hiram, no Fortisphere. Are you guys ready? Gabe, what are you thinking it's going to be like?
I listen. When I was asked to do this, this was post the ban. I said I have to be there. I need to see what spice is out there. Okay, because I don't know what I don't know what to build. I don't know what my deck's gonna look like. It's completely wide open. It's
you should be stoked.
Insane.
You should be stoked. Your colors are back. Emerald, Amethyst are back in a major way. What about you, Sisu?
They are.
I'm excited, ready to go. Obviously, Emerald Steel enthusiast through and through. So I'm excited because my green bird is the big topic now. Everyone is like, that's the next on the chopping block. But absolutely. I mean, I guess as we've seen in the German tournament, I know you were watching a little bit, and I was following some of the results. I mean, seems like Ruby Sapphire is still pretty good.
Yeah, they still got some of the top tables. And I was like, I fully believed early when this thing first got announced that Diablo, the demon bird, would be a tier 0 type threat, and he is quite strong still. So I was interested to see that there's not that much Emerald Steel in that tournament. But I'm super excited to be here with you guys today. Gabe, it's been a dream of mine to get into the booth, to chop it up with you. I'm sure we'll get our chances to do this as this day goes along. And Sisu, obviously, you're goated as well, man. But let's just take some time. I'm sure they don't know any of us, but I guess we can do a little popcorn around the horn and introduce ourselves to the Forbidden Mountain crew out there who may not know who we are. I'm JDZ. I'm an Aquarius. I like long walks on the beach, and I enjoy playing Disney Lorcana. And I'm going to popcorn it over to Sisu.
Hey guys, I'm Sisu. For those of you that don't know me, I'm part of the Freedom Gaming team. You guys might have seen us on our YouTube channel or on the ICL competing, or even just showing up at events. Again, I don't know if I like long walks on the beach, but I do like the beach a little bit. But again, I like Lorcana as well. Like I've said, I'm a huge Emerald Steel enthusiast. So hopefully we get at least the first round. Hopefully we get Emerald Steel on stream, so I can talk to you guys about that. And then I'll throw it to my old pal Gabe.
Oh, so what's up, buddy? What's up, JDZ? I'm Gabe. How's everybody doing? You may recognize me. I'm the bald guy that talks next to the other bald guy on those SSG tournaments that you watch every month. I am a member of the Illuminati, a member down in South Florida, or a team down in South Florida, rather. And I am so excited to get to hang out with Sisu, with JDZ, and with Color, who we'll see later on. What I'm really interested to see, I think we all talked about it. I'm ready to see. Oh, I don't think we can see it.
Oh, your green screen. Oh, I know who it is. It's like, who?
You know who it is?
I can tell by the bird.
Yeah.
It's a Pokemon. Yeah, let's name that Pokemon. We all know who it is.
Yep.
And funny, you know why? Because he's green, and of course that's the reason why we look at. That's beautiful.
That's kind of cool, actually.
That is pretty cool. Not gonna lie.
Really nice.
Oh goodness! And I just wanted to throw some facts out here, because for those of you who don't know, this tournament is taking place in Allentown. Most people would just think of Philadelphia. They'll think of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. Those two things kind of go hand in hand. But I want to share with you some facts that I learned about Allentown. Some really cool facts. All right. First of all, thank you, Kylie, for noticing, by the way.
Shout out to Kylie.
First of all, Allentown is the city in which the Liberty Bell was hidden from the British during the Revolutionary War, proving that Philadelphia was never really safe, was it? So anyway, just down the street from Allentown, just down this about 20 minutes away from that store location, from the place where we're about to watch the meta unravel, is one of the greatest theme parks, Dorney Park in Wildwater Kingdom. It is just a 20-minute drive from there. From what I heard from Dan is that there's some great breakfast down the street from there too. Foods from Allentown. Who I'm curious who knows their food from regional areas. Okay, let's talk about shoe fly pie. Shoe fly pie, everybody. Shoe fly pie is a pie made of molasses and brown sugar. Are you kidding me? It couldn't be better. It couldn't be better. I mean, it's just the two greatest things in the world combined. All right, and then here's the thing: they offset that. There's a food item called Scrapple, what is Scrapple?
I know Scrapple. I've heard of Scrapple.
You've heard of Scrapple?
I've heard of Scrapple.
Well, here, let me describe to you how it's made. Okay, you take pork, you take the organ meat of pork, and then you combine it with wheat. And basically what you have is this amalgamation. It looks like meatloaf, but pork. So it's like a pork loaf. All right, so there you go. So if anything you need to know about Allentown, I got you. I got you on lock. I got the notes down. I know that place like the back of my hand. I could live there.
Dude, Gabe, I gotta say, thank you. I feel like I've been there now with that extreme,
right? Yeah.
With that depiction of Allentown. You described it to me. I feel like I know, like I'm a part of that culture now, and I want to have me some Scrapple and drink me some water and just be on my way, dude. I'm ready. A little bit of water, a little bit. Go to the Wawa, get me some water and get some Scrapple and be on my way. Now,
it's fun. It's funny when I moved up here, because I'm originally from Florida. I moved up here with my wife, my girlfriend at the time. But so I moved up here, and then water, and then like after moving up here, I was just like I started saying water, and then my mother is originally from Philadelphia, and she was like, "Did you just say water?" And I was like, yeah, sorry."
I love that, dude. It sounds like it's such a good accent. A little bit of water. Never hurt anybody. But seriously, I think this term is going to be great. Shout out to the Encounter Games and Comics and Games out there in beautiful Allentown for putting this event on. If you guys don't know, it's going to be a 2K tournament. Winner will go take home an Enchanted Elsa. I think that is really cool. We talked about that before. I personally enjoy the Enchanted, the having cards as the prize instead of cash or instead of things that can be split.
Yep.
Because that's going to encourage people to finish the tournament. Like you have to, there can only be one winner to get the ultimate grand prize. So absolutely. I really enjoy that. And I think it's going to be a fantastic match. I know there's some strong players in this region that are going to be showing up to participate in this tournament. And it's going to be a brand new meta. So a lot of these things still might be in flux of testing. And in my personal experience, I believe those make for the best tournaments when you just really don't know what's going to happen and your deck's not completely solidified yet. So I'm excited for it. It should be starting here very soon. Shout out to Dan. Shout out to the Forbidden Mountain team that's on the ground and everyone who's helping run that thing. They're just getting it all set up right now. The melees are in. They should be in the chat, so you guys can scroll up and find the melee and see your favorite player and follow them through this tournament. And we're going to bring it to you guys coast to coast all day long. I am ready.
I'm ready too. And I know we don't have like all the deck lists looks like, but we have some, and it looks like there's some of the usual suspects that you expected, but there's also some interesting choices as well too. So I'm looking forward to seeing some Lorcana.
Yeah, and not with giving too much away, I will. So taking a look at the list, there's going to be some of the color combinations that we would expect pre-Hiram, and I think that's a good thing. And I think why that's a good thing is because we can really see what impact does Hiram have on the deck itself into whatever this. I mean, we're calling it a meta, but metas usually imply that we know what the heck is going on. Into whatever this is, into this situation it's about to enter itself into. So it'll be cool to see.
A situation is funny. I think that's a very accurate representation of what it is. Because I think if you just give this a few more weeks of this, I think by the time set championship season rolls around, I think we'll have more of a solidified metagame because people have more time to put these things into practice, and then you can see what comes out on the other side. But like right now, you just make these assumptions, these wild assumptions, and then you actually put it to test, and you're like, oh, this actually didn't work out the way that I thought. Because everyone thought that Ruby Sapphire would be gone, but I have been tuning into the Ultimate Guard tournament out there in Germany. DKP, Moyen, they're both playing Ruby Sapphire, and they're still performing very well. And that Shark type build. We did see some Ruby Am is back in a major way, and they're having some success bringing those Pegasus back in. You've seen Gabe. I'm sure you're super excited. You're seeing all these warded characters, these Amber Amethyst decks, these discard decks. That deck is probably a tier 1 level threat coming out. Steel Song is back in a major way. So literally anything can happen, man. But what do you think, Sisu? What are some things that you're looking on the peripheral, not like these meta decks? What are some budding strategies that you think on the outside that can kind of creep in and take over?
Yeah, I think probably the biggest winner in my opinion is probably much to my teammate is probably gonna be Blurple. I think Amethyst Sapphire definitely makes a big comeback as well. Because it was actually had in set 6 it had a very fair matchup into the Ruby Sapphire decks. Just the way how like obviously you're playing the high like the top end of Amethyst, but then you're getting into it so much quicker with the Sapphire. And then but like you were saying, like the Ruby Amethyst is definitely back. That's another big one. And then Steel Song was again kind of. I think probably we go back to maybe the Diggy Hole variant, or maybe just the regular standard traditional. I know one of Gabe's teammates, Freddie. He's a very very big, and then a Wochuk as well, another friend mutual of ours. They're both huge with the Amber Steel Song package as well. But I think also is I like the tempo version more of the Amethyst Emeralds. So not necessarily playing with the discard package, but just kind of just playing with like the kits. Oh, we got DM back.
I don't want to interrupt. You were going at it, but round 1 just went out. So I'm going to do a quick player meeting, and then we'll come back and we'll get to the games. But you guys can keep going. I'm going to show off the playmat a little bit, because but yeah.
Do it.
I'll be back. I just want you to know, round 1 pairings did go out. Players are getting seated. We'll do a quick player meeting, and then we're going to get this going.
Nice.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys.
Yep. So going back to you more of like a tempo Amethyst Emerald build with just kind of tempo your opponent out and just get more value between maybe it's like the kits, Mother Knows Best with like the Ursula Deceiver of All, stuff like that. But then you're still being able to play like your Genies, your Elsas, and being able just to kind of control the board and then just like getting more value out of your opponent, similar to kind of what Mope was playing in at Continentals back in set 6.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, what I also think is interesting here is, again, we mentioned that we don't really know what's going on. So a lot of the cards, a lot of the decks that we've seen around. So like you mentioned Freddy, and we talked about Steel Song. Steel Song is around or has been around. It just whether it was performing or not is a different story, and it's been doing so at a very mild rate. So I'm actually really interested to see what tweaks do we make, because that's a really big part of it too. A lot of these decks are some of the Illumineers' favorite decks, and regardless of what the meta looks like for many people, they are likely not to change the color pairing. They just will tweak the deck to make the most sense for them, even if it's in a quote-unquote bad meta. And I think that's an interesting thing to take note of too, is what tweaks are being made. So we know that Red Purple, or rather Ruby Amethyst, its identity has kind of changed through set 7 to including things like Fairy Ship to be a little bit more location-based. Does it go back to the olden ways? Does it do the old things it used to do and play things like Teeth and Ambitions to deal with Diablo, for example? It does because we're expecting a lot of Diablos. Does Grab Your Sword return to the meta? Is it no longer a bad card? So like all these little micro decisions that we make, even within the color pairings that we have, I think is extremely fun and to think about, and is some of the biggest parts of deck building. So if the meta right now was a Facebook account, the status would be it's complicated. Absolutely.
I like
Very
that.
true.
I like that. That was a deep cut too, because you said meta, and meta is now Facebook or something like that. They have like this whole meta thing with Facebook. That was like a triple bar right there. That's
Triple
like
entendre right there. Yeah.
Triple entendre right there. I enjoyed that a lot. Gabe's going deep on you guys, and I do fully concur with that. I don't think we can ever go back to a Flynn Sisu type world right now, with everyone being so anti Diablo, anti. Steel's going to be still quite heavy, but I can see that a Ruby Am deck can go maybe back to libraries, perhaps. I don't know if that's going to be good, but they can for sure play Pegasus. I've seen a lot of Ruby Am's players putting Pegasus back into the deck to encounter Diablo. I can see Tremaine's potentially coming back. I'm excited for it. This is like my favorite part. This is what I think makes Lorcana such a special game. When they do stuff like this, you kick Hiram out, you kick Fortisphere out, it completely changes the entire format. And now you have to get back into the lab and actually practice, and whoever builds the best deck, if you have the best deck in the room and you have the skills to back it up, you can go on to win the game. That's a huge point. A lot of trading card games don't necessarily have that, because the deck building can kind of stagnate from time to time. But this game it's wide open, and skill expression is a viable part of this thing. So I enjoy it a lot.
Two cards to look out for in 2 different colors in In steel, you look out for that Helga. The zero, the
Let's
0/4,
Let's go.
0/4, 3 challenger, and has evasive on your turn. And then another big one that I've been seeing in Amethyst is Peter Pan Shadowfinder. Yep.
Stop telling people my secrets, bro. Stop it.
Oh no, you can't. No, you can't hide any text in here, Gabe. You're in the booth. You got to give the text to the people for free. Okay, you got to give it up freely.
All right. Here's the spice. You ready? It's Peter Pan and Iago. Peter Pan and Iago, and Iago is basically Maui but cooler.
Let's go. I like it. I like it. Why not? Why not? Cisu's shaking his head hard.
He dies to improvise. He gets banished by improvise.
I mean, but he's already going to get a plus before he gets taken.
Maybe.
He's
all right.
taking somebody. He's getting something. Somebody's going down.
Yeah, when he comes out, he takes something out. He's got 2 health left. Okay, improvise him. Great.
Yeah, he's
Good job.
He's clearing somebody.
Mosquito bite.
Going down. Somebody's taking him down. I like that. I think that's pretty good. He gives him a rush. He comes out.
It is actually not bad. I'm just giving Gabe a hard time.
Oh man, people always dunking on Iago, man. It's this time. Iago. It's gonna be a lot. Finders Keepers, I think, is back. Iago is back. A lot of Iago around.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm down. I was looking at that Ultimate Guard stream again, and I saw somebody playing the 4-cost Hades 3/6. I was like, I don't know if his time is back, but it might be. I don't know. Literally, sky's the limit. You can do whatever you want to do. You can do whatever you feel it works. If it works for you, it works. And I think that is just where we are right now. And I love that part.
Yep.
I think Dan said it best on one of his videos. Oh, go ahead. You first, please.
No, I was just saying, like, that's the crazy thing about these day one videos or these day one tournaments, if you will. Like, no one really knows. Like you could be testing against one thing and it could be great what you're testing against, or you can be testing against something and it's just completely off, like not even what you're expecting. Like you were talking about the Pegasus in Ruby in like the Ruby decks, like, and that's not to say that the like Sapphire Steel and Ruby Sapphire aren't, are still good, like are just completely dead. Like they're still very good, very viable decks. So we have to just see what you just don't know what you're gonna see, really.
I know it's gonna be exciting times. But it looks like we got a game coming in.
Ooh,
okay, we got some players
that look like David Nunes
milling about. People moving about the cabin. We don't have the information for you guys just yet of who is sitting down at the table, but we see that we got some of those. What do you think of those sleeves? The sleeve that look like Lorcana cards on the back. Thoughts?
Oh, I hope they have outers.
You can't have those? No, they're not clear.
Well, no, I don't think you can have clear sleeves. No, they're probably the Lorcana sleeves.
Yeah, you can't have clear, but you can have them. They just look. I think they're sleeves that just look like the sleeves on the back. They're not the best qualities. Like I said, I hope this player has. Okay.
I hope this player has outers.
Yeah, I was rocking these with outers as well. I love them. I think that they look great. They look fantastic. It's like a foil version of the back of the cards, which is really cool.
Nice. All right.
And as this game starts, I'm going to go ahead and drop out so you two can jump in. I'll be back in just a little bit. I've got some stuff to do in the background. But friends, the Illuminati is always watching.
Okay. All right. That is my bald associate. That is Gabe out there doing his thing. And it looks like these players are shuffling up and getting ready to go. I don't know if production can hear us, but if we can enhance the boom, there it is. Get a nice full screen, unless it's gone. I'm in space. Looks beautiful.
We're back. All right, yeah. So I think this is David Nunes on the left, and then I don't know this other tag. It's Mick M 101 on the right.
Okay.
So I was pretty sure I saw David sit down, but I'm not sure. Dan would know better, but I think that was him.
All right, and we got coming in from the chat. Round 1, David Nunes versus Michelle.
Okay.
Yo, shout out to Michelle. Shout out to David Nunes. From what I understand, David Nunes did go to the national tournament. He is a nationally ranked player. Yeah, played at.
Yeah, he was second place in Toronto DLC.
Nice. Okay. So strong players out there representing the Philly area. Got the Forbidden Mountain hoodie on there, so representing the Forbidden Mountain as well. See if you can come out and represent your organization well and start off with a round 1 victory. But Michelle doing her thing, not trying to be denied. Get some quality shuffles in before kicking it back on over. All right, we're going to keep tabs as well as the stream is going along. We have the Elsa mat versus the Belle mat. Who's coming out on top? Initial thoughts.
I like Belle.
Okay.
Belle's one of my favorite cards. I actually own that mat as well.
That mat is clean. I like that mat a lot.
Yep. Map battle. I give it to the Bell.
Okay, we're giving it. Cecil's picking Bell. I'm going to pick Elsa just for the counter pick. Okay, just for the counter pick. I really like the Bell mat, but since you picked it, I will go with the Elsa mat. I think the Elsa mat will get more victories today in this tournament. We're going to keep tabs throughout the entire tournament today.
Yep, definitely. So yeah, well, yeah, because are these? I don't think these are their mats. I think this is just. I think just Dan set these up for the stream table.
Right. These are just going to be on the stream mats. We got the Team Bell versus Team Elsa. You guys out there in the chat world, make sure you let us know which side do you think is going to take it. I mean,
Yep.
I think Elsa's clearing.
You know what? It is her tournament today. Let's be real. So
it is.
She's automatically favored. So
like
it looks like these players. I think they're shuffled up. I saw them just clapping. So I assume Dan is finishing up his players meeting right now.
Okay.
So I see Dick Burns in the chat. He's on Team Elsa.
Dick Burns is Team Elsa. Okay, and we're gonna write that down. Special note. So we're definitely winning now. We got the power of Big Durns, power of JDZ Quest. We can't lose. As dice roll already starting off, looks like we're getting clapped up early here. So it looks like Michelle is going to take the play going first. Another deck I'm interested to see if it can continue to survive is the Chernadog strategy. I thought that deck was in a good spot, but now I don't know anymore.
Yeah, it's hard to say exactly. So I see some amethyst on the right of Michelle, and I see some amethyst on the left with David. So it should be an amethyst mirror in some way. But anyway, with the Chernadog list though, I do. It's hard to say because that deck was mainly kept down by the Ruby Sapphire lists.
Yeah.
But Ruby Sapphire is still good. But now it's like, do you just like play like 4 Sisus, 3 B preps, and just say beat all and just hope to find them? So it's hard. It's hard to say.
I don't know how good that deck was versus discard either. I think now that discard is going to be back in a major way, maybe they're not Chernadogging too much. As it looks like we are setting up this altar. It looks like Michelle is going to be kicking 3, it seems. Yeah. And let's see how many Nunes is going to send back.
Yeah, we have to move the lore counter down a little bit. I don't know, or someone said in the chat.
Oh, let's get production team in there. Maybe they can slide that down about 4 inches as they could, just so we can get those numbers onto the actual stream itself.
Ooh, was that I think Nunes only sent back 1.
On correction, Michelle sent back 4. It seems so. Now she's hanging on to 3. Got a little reset in there. So essentially, maybe we got an amethyst ruby mirror to start this thing off. That'd be interesting. I haven't seen that mirror in a while. It's been a long time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of intricate pieces to that. I think Nunes has. I know in the past he's played a lot more amethyst steel.
Okay.
So that might be what he leans towards. But again, we'll find out very, very shortly.
Okay. All right, I got to go back to playing my event. Oh, Big Durns, are you in the building right now? Are you actually participating in this tournament? As it looks like we're going to Ink the Crab play the Diablo 1, kicking on over to Michelle, who is also playing Steel, I believe. So we got the Steel. We don't know the other color yet from Nunes.
Yeah, we don't. Okay, so we know both colors now from Michelle with that with the Cobra playing down a Churnabox Follower. So very, very strong start for her.
And we'll go ahead and get the Elsa in, and we'll send the Diablo on a quest. And we will reveal still no second color as you're playing pure amethyst. It looks like on 2, you're going to drop 2 1-drops. Maybe it's Blurple. It could be anything. As if it is Blurple, who do you give the favor? Who are you favoring there in this matchup? Amethyst Steel versus Blurple.
I think I would favor the Blurple player, honestly. Like, there's just so much interaction you have, so much between like playing like Bells and then Elsa's like on the top end, and then even Hades. Like, there's just so much like removal like at the higher end that I feel like the Amethyst Steel kind of just runs out of gas a little bit.
For sure. And we will go ahead and challenge and banish the Diablo with Chernabog followers. Not afraid of any type of clapback. A crab here would be nice on 3 to get on into, and it's a Steel. So I see a Cobra in there.
I see, as I say, I just see the Cobra.
All right. So Amethyst Steel mirror to start this thing off, which is another deck that I thought would be quite good in this meta even before the Hiram ban. But now I think it can be even better because it has great matchups across the board through all your meta strategies. And they have a lot of tools in these color combinations that can address a lot of issues that might pop up. So seeing this in the first matchup is very interesting as we have 2 1-cost characters on the board for Michelle.
Yep, definitely a good play there by Nunes to kind of set the crab onto the Diablo. and then suicided into, I believe it was a Chernobog.
It was a Chernobog. So you were able to clear that Chernobog before Michelle can get some draw in there, as you'll just ink the Pete. Now you got this 3-turn play. I don't know what would be a good play here, but maybe something with some stats, good body here. Your quest up the broom, probably going to get a pop in, and it will be the game's referee. Good stats.
Great stats. Yeah, it's unfortunate to kind of ink one, but it's hard to say like how many spells or actions you are playing outside of strength. So kind of just the 3/3 body is just good to have.
Yeah, and it probably, I noticed that they play quite a few actions, but not as many as other decks. So he's probably not going to get as much value out of his original ability. But just that stat line, being able to check down the broom, as we go ahead and bring out the genie, get a nice little draw 2 from broom and genie, and it looks like you're going to be in a pretty commanding position for Nunes now, as you'll get a clean quest in with the crab for probably kicking it back on over to Michelle. So now you have to figure out a way to engage with this genie, or he can kind of run away with this game. Genie wars are back in a major way. What are your thoughts on that? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, genie wars are definitely a problem, especially in how you have to deal with. Ooh, I think that crab, it might be a little. I don't know if I would ink that crab honestly, because like your best defense is like play your own genie, then crab in the next turn, or like something with Elsa. Unless you do, I can't see their hand, or maybe there's a second crab in there. So I feel like the inking the crab could be a mistake, but let's see. But they definitely know their list better than I know their list.
For sure, that crab is a vital piece in this genie war meta. In this purple meta, the crabs carry a lot of water. But Michelle probably is in tune with this strategy, understands what she wants to do. She's got a handful of cards. I see that there is a dock over there, so maybe she's trying to expel some of these cards to get maximum value out of this dock in a confident and capable manner. Both players holding on to a nice little grip there. Michelle got 5. Looks like Nunes also holding 5, maybe 6, I want to say, as we'll go ahead and get a nice little healthy quest in with this Pete. Maybe we're bouncing this bad boy back to the hand, perhaps.
Could be, yeah. I mean, if you're not going to bounce the Pete... Okay, yep, there it is, yep. I was going to say you kind of want to get that crab off the board. So, but that is it isn't a necessary evil to get the crab off the board. But again, it does feel kind of bad. So her hand must be a little clunky at this time, unfortunately, for Michelle.
Probably just had to keep it going. So you do have another Pete that you can go into next turn, as the White Rose is going to enter the play, gaining an additional lore, more impressive stats, followed by a Smee, more impressive stats. So the bulkiness of the stat line on Nunes' side might be a bit for Michelle to overcome here, as you do get to a little stats yourself, as the Giant Cobra is going to be added to the hand. We'll get that Pete down. Let's see how she's going to play this. You probably could start to unbrick your hand here with this Giant Cobra.
I was just thinking maybe, like, depending on how bricky her hand is, you can do like Cobra here, discard 1, then play dock, draw 2. You do have a lot of cards to dock away, but again, it just depends on how the hand is flowing. You kind of want to start to get your hand down though at this point. So there's the Cobra, and we are going to discard something.
Let's see what it is. Maybe something. We're going to kick the Fox again. That's another nice resource that I would love to have in this matchup. But this might tell a story about what the rest of the contents of Michelle's hand are. And I'm sure Nunes, talented player, he's picking up on these little cues based on what Michelle is inking and discarding about what her hand might be, as we're going to hit the Strength of a Raging Fire. Keep in mind, Giant Cobra is a vanished character, so clearing that thing relatively easily just based on his ability always going to be something that you have to keep in mind. As we're going to go ahead and get a nice little pile into the library, quest, and you go all the way up to number 10. And Michelle has to be feeling a bit stunned.
Yeah, this is a very, 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 very tough board to deal with, especially with a library in play as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just don't with no like major board wipes or anything like that. Like we're playing in this at this point. It's hard to come back from this, unfortunately.
So we're gonna go ahead and go for another Pete. Maybe you'll get there in time, and you can start a challenge as Diablo is coming down, and then you're going to finally get this dock to go off. You'll add 2. Can you continue to play? Do you have any more ink left? And I think you might not, as you're going to go and shift it back on over to Nunes, who has to be feeling very good, gaining a lore. And now you're also pressuring 5 more, getting all the way up to 16 at the end of this turn. And now you're talking goat bounce goat situation, and that just never feels like a good thing. With Cobra, so much reach is in this deck. When you get to 16, you might as well be at 20, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. It's close. Yeah, I think you just quest out here. And honestly, like, I think he has a second library in hand. I think you maybe just throw that down and just say, answer the board.
Yeah.
If you can't answer this genie, the game's over. Yep.
And we will. We're going to put a few more threats out on the board, add that damage onto the Smee, pass back on over to Michelle, and I just don't think there's a card in this color combination that can get through this monstrosity here that you have to deal with what you have right now. So this seems like we're going to be going to a nice little game 2, as Nunes got the play, hit the gas pedal, did not deaccelerate until the game came to an end. Exactly what you want to do. Michelle did kind of get into a little bit of a clunkage situation there and kind of lost the board early and wasn't really able to get back on top. But now that's why you play 3 games. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they're not going to work out, but now you will have the chance to start this thing off on the play as Nunes takes game number 1.
Yeah, Nunes saw a lot more draw too early on, like between like the 1 drops and then even like the genie, like even the 1 extra card is very important in that matter. And then I felt Michelle losing the Chernobog early from that crab play on turn 3. That was another, like it's a very small like my new play at the end of the day, but like to have that tempo loss so early because that's pretty much a Chernobog. Like you really want to you want to contest the board or you want to just turn it sideways and then pop it, and just not being able to do it like that 1 card does actually matter as a whole.
Absolutely. You got to gamble sometimes to get as much value out of those 1-cost characters as you can, but sometimes you're going to get punished. And I think Michelle did get punished there and was, they had the Diablo up. I'm so afraid of Diablo when my opponent's going to the 3rd inch just because of that crab outcome. I just don't. It's happened to me so many times, and I always, if somebody has 3 health, I'm always thinking about, okay, here's the crab, here's he coming. Can I deal with that? And in that situation, I think I pop that Chernobog right away, get my next card, and just get punked off if that's how it goes. But it happens. I've seen it happen the other way too, where they don't have it, and then you can get a couple additional lore out of that, or maybe even challenge another character or something like that. So it can go both ways. It just so happened to not go the right way that time for Michelle.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a bad play. I feel like contesting that Diablo, it was just Nunes just had the exact punish. That's kind of just the way it felt. And then also it was just a very tough play having answering the crab. I think it was the crab genie play where you just have to answer it immediately with it's with a fox. Like that's just a very tough play to make, unfortunately, because your opponent has a 2 lore evasive on their side and you have an empty board. Just a very just again, like you're kind of trying to stay in the game, and it's just unfortunate that was the best play that they had, unfortunately.
Absolutely. But you know what I'm saying? It's a first game. It's the first game. You probably haven't played too much Amethyst Steel Mirrors in a while. I mean, this is the first tournament of this new Hiram free meta. We talked about that in the pre-log of this tournament. It's just, or the pre-log of this stream. It's like, what is it even going to be like? How people can assume all they want, but until you're actually sitting down in the dojo, locked in and engaged with your adversary, you just don't know what you don't know. And a lot of times, the Purple Steel Mirror looked a lot different a few weeks ago than it does right now. The mid range is back, it seems.
Absolutely, yep. And like you said, it's literally the first game of the tournament. Like probably like one of the first couple games that both of these players have played today.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
yeah.
So yeah, waking up, shaking out the cobwebs. The deck's got to wake up too. Like people don't realize, like the deck's she has to do her thing too.
Yeah. It's not just a plug and play. These are not robots. Okay, this is not the algorithm. You're not playing in a vacuum. There are a lot of other human elements that you have to go. How did you sleep last night? What did you eat this morning? How much coffee have you had? Are you dehydrated? You got to use the bathroom? Are you nervous? Are you anxious? All that comes into play. The human element, man. Trying to minimize that. I don't think people discuss that enough.
Definitely.
We're going to send one again coming in from Nunes, as we got a huge altar for Michelle this time.
Yeah, I believe it was 4 from Michelle.
Okay.
So yeah, so Nunes likes his randomization. Oh, and the iPad I think has gone away.
Okay, we'll get it back.
Hey.
iPad,
Yep.
return to me, iPad.
Hey Siri, turn on please.
Dude, what if that worked?
That'd be hilarious. So, oh yeah, Dan over. I see Dan in the chat. Like, oh my gosh, poor Dan. Oh, did it die? Oh, it might have died. All right. Well, I'm gonna pull up my lore counter on my phone so I can at least track, and I will keep you guys updated with that. So I'll be laser focused, locked in for everyone until we figure this out. So Michelle will have the play here, I assume, unless they choose not to. I've played against some people that have elected not to. Believe it or not. Oh, so it looks like we lost JDZ. So you're inking a Pete, and then I'll solo commentate this for a little bit, and then we got a broom play. So pretty solid opening start here for Michelle. Nunes is going to ink a Smee and then play a Diablo. So pretty fair opening as well. We see a library get drawn on the side of Michelle. So that's a pretty safe quest here for the broom. And then it will be a safe, you can keep this one up too. Ooh, and that's the evasive broom, I believe, as well too. So we got a little spice here off from there. So quest for 1 on Michelle's side from the broom. All right. Now Nunes here looking on what he wants to do. So last turn he went double 1-drop in last game. We'll see which way they fall. I do see a broom in his plan and a Calhoun. So like Calhoun could test the board very, very nicely. So inking a Cobra, Calhoun. So that pretty much stops the questing. And then a pass, no quest from the Diablo. Ooh, so we have the official lore counter phone, but it's tough to see that. So I will do my best to keep track of it on my own. So we got another quest going to 2 here. White Rose going to 3, popping the broom to draw a card. And then we're going to just pass it up as we don't want to give Calhoun some perfect value there. So Nunes looks like he does have a couple 3-drops in his. He's actually just deciding which way he wants to go with these. He's got foxes. Oh, we're inking a fox. I know I saw a Cobra in there as well. He's got a crab, White Rose. So we're both off to the races here for both of them. As we go back to Michelle's hand. Matt, I have not seen any deck lists from the German event. I'm sure they'll be up on Inkdex shortly. I know they were DKP and Moyen just finished round 6. They're probably around round 7 right now. Yeah, Hollow, yeah, oh, perfect. There we go. A little bit better there. Should be 3-1 as we're going the old SSG route. So I don't need my anymore because we have it on screen, so I don't have to keep you guys updated. So we're inking a fox to play a genie. So, oh, that's the wrong thing. She just draws a card. Draw a card. Yep, there we go. Okay, wrong one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a very good evasive tech for sure. Yeah, so the genie wars are definitely in full effect here. You don't want to exert that genie first because then it leaves you kind of open. Second Calhoun and another room. So we're just going very wide, and we're going to take out the genie with a great sing of Strength of a Raging Fire by the White Rose, and then pretty solid quests there. So good answer there by Nunes. Staying on 3 ink also interesting to note. So let's see what Michelle does. We play the crab here, and what are we going to crab? Oh, we're back.
I'm back. Am I back? Oh, I'm
Yep,
sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I think my encoder might have exploded, but we're back. We're so back. I think I got kicked out of the stream yard, dude. Now I'm back in the yard, and I've been watching this game. It's intense. Okay.
Yep.
This is what I'm talking about. Okay. We're all caught up, and it looks like just getting some board fighting done.
Yep,
Clearing?
definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, so Nunes decided to stay on 3 ink last turn, but he filled up his board nicely, and then he's saying Strength of a Raging Fire to take out a genie. So
okay. Now, so it's going to be on to Michelle in order to come back in. Okay. So she is fighting back, going to flood the board with 2 more 1-cost characters, but kicking it back on over to the face of this Calhoun. That's another interesting card that I think is going to come back in a major way, because I think the board is going to have to be contested a little bit more. Calhoun kind of went down, but now Calhoun is going to be back in a major way too. So interesting, as we are continuing to flood these 1-cost characters over and over again. Look at these boards. They're virtually identical for the most part.
Yeah, that Calhoun is very, very menacing for sure. Calhoun just checks the board so nicely, especially in the mirror match. And it's very hard to deal with as well. You need a 3 health or 3 damage.
So you can do a little bit of crab shenanigans here, as Nunez kind of gave up a crab play here. You can send the crab into the Calhoun, bounce boost the Diablo, and take out maybe their Diablo as well if you felt so inclined. But maybe that's the play that he's setting up for Michelle to walk into, and let's see if Michelle takes the bait.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because the crab takes out, yeah, like you said, like the crab takes out the Calhoun very easily, and then you kind of just suicide bomb the
No,
I guess
you just trade
yeah,
it. You just
it's
take
a
it.
free
Yeah.
trade. Yeah, it's a free trade. Yeah, because right the Diablo. Yeah, that's true.
You just clear it. Yeah. So you won't get your draw. You'll give them an additional draw, but then you're also going to be setting a potential crab trap back on your end. And it looks like you're not going to take the play. You're just going to go ahead and clear the Diablo with Diablo. And then you're trying to set up a little bit of bouncage.
Ooh.
Bounce. Oh, look at that. Little maneuvers there. Michelle getting crafty.
Okay.
A little bit of fox bounce. Send the Diablo into. I like that play a lot better than whatever I was talking about. Very clean. As you'll go ahead and finish off by putting a Smee. So now your board is looking quite bulky. It's going to be on Nunes to make an exchange here. You do have 2 more rips in both of these Chernobog's, can quest and pop. You'll go one at a time.
Yep, definitely. And also, it's fun to note. I think it's either a Japanese or a Chinese fox. Also, it's like,
Let's go.
Yeah, so I was like, that's pretty cool. Haven't seen one of those yet.
Let's go. Rise of the Floorborns with the Japanese pack release. Yeah, that's pretty neat. And I'm glad they're letting them play them too. I know some LGSs in tournaments are banning the Japanese and the Chinese cards because their stock is a bit thicker than the American version. So I'm glad to see they let them go.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, again, cool to see.
Yeah.
So Nunes kind of just setting up, kind of just build that board back up. Looks like he has a plethora of 1-drops in his hand, and we go. Yep. So we had 4 characters that were down as none, and then now we're back up to 3.
Look at that. So that's how it is. You tear down and you build up, and now you have this troubling Diablo that's there again. So in these positions, I'm always super afraid to exert. Let's see if Michelle is going to be afraid as we put that crab back into the inkwell again, and then we'll bring out the games referee, and then we'll play the white rose. We'll gain 1, only getting up to 1. It looks like we got a little negative 1 there. We go. Oh yeah, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I must have missed something there as we were actually sitting at 5.
I think so the way how that app works, it's like top and bottom on your square. So I think they were just tapping on the bottom.
Gotcha.
Minusing by mistake.
Gotcha. So we are going to quest this Smee in the face of this crab Diablo. You know it's coming. They always have it. They never don't have it. I'm telling you right now, if you got somebody with 3 and they're exerted in the face and they're just like that, just like you drew it up, Diablo, go ahead and feast on the Smee almost immediately. And then let's see if you're going to quest here with your guys. I'm popping this Chernobog here. Thoughts? What are you doing there?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, definitely popping it here. So yeah, just to get your extra card draw. Again, this is like Amethyst Steel is a deck you don't have to continue inking. Like you're pretty comfortable at like 4 to 5 ink, just because everything you're playing. So yeah, so 2 more 1-drops. I know Nunes does have a dock in hand, so he is probably setting up for something around there. But he's definitely just threatening just to quest and just start winning at some point too.
Absolutely. Because right now you're in this weird little board fight situation. And if this keeps going, if you keep clearing, Nunes keeps drawing and keeps questing while you waste your turn clearing, eventually they're going to get to 20. Or if they're getting up to that 16, 17 mark like we talked about, and those goats start flowing and those cobras start flowing, then you'll just lose. So this is something that Michelle's going to have to figure out a way to take back some initiative. And she's doing a very good job clearing this board fighting. You are on the play. So you're going to have to figure out a way to to take back that initiative as you have another Pete up. So you already know what's about to happen. This Diablo is definitely about to go ahead and get another plus here. If some bounce comes in, you can count on it, you know.
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
they always have it. So Snake here.
Ooh, no, that's a library though.
That's pretty good.
Yep, that's real good, actually. That's very good because you're going to draw at least 1. You're going to draw 2 cards.
Oh no! You can just crash the crab into the Pete and then charge the Diablo and take out the fox.
Yep.
And that is misery incarnate. As you're getting 2 more additional cards with it as well. That is very strong. And Michelle has to not feel great about the way that just transpired. You get 2 more units to your hand, 3 more units. Look at that, man! And you got the Cobra in there. And we're going to pass back on over. So you can build a nice, healthy board again. Next time you have the threatening library gaining additional lore each turn. And her hand is starting to wither as you're running out of cards. So Michelle's got to figure something out. You're at 9. It's still not the end of the game, but it's starting to get to a point where you need to make something happen as this giant Cobra may not be it. We're already kicked the Diablo as well. Thoughts?
Yeah,
I'm probably. Yeah.
that's tough right there because you
Yeah.
have to. I think you're almost racing at this point. Like
Yeah.
I don't know if that kicking the Diablo may not have been the right play because you're not going to really outrace this. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, no cards in hand too. Like I feel like that Diablo that may not have wanted to go for the lore, kind of wanted to go wide there a little bit, and then just
Right.
kind of start racing.
I think that Diablo probably have been better served on the because I think it could have maybe gotten more lore than the 2 that you got off the Cobra. As we are going to Cobra kick the dock here. Is there another dock to be had?
Yeah, there is.
Okay. So we will go ahead and ink the White Rose, play that secondary dock, add 2. So this is looking roses for Nunes, who's sitting comfortably at 14, as Michelle has kind of fallen behind on board and lore. That library might be the difference maker. That play was almost it was just diabolical, man. It was just really hard to come back for something like that. If we get 2 more for the Genie, kicking the second dock onto the play, and this could be close to a GG, depending on what you can top deck next turn, as you get another Diablo in.
Yep, and then it's almost you almost have to run into the library here.
You got no choice.
You have to, yeah. And then it's gonna, but it's. I mean, the good thing is for Michelle on the right is that they're also safe for the most part right now.
Yeah.
So you could just you should be able to take it out, no problem.
I think you got to send all your energy into the library now, just because if you allow them to attach to the library and then start to trade into your characters, that's going to be even worse because as you get more resources, as you get the Genie and Elsa, we got Genie coming in, and that will reveal another dock. Holy smokes!
That's all 4 of them for David.
And we just bring out the giant Cobra here, and that'll gain 2, and then get Quest out. I wouldn't even worry. You don't even have to worry about going into the board. You're just all getting vertical, all getting horizontal, put it up to 19.
Yep.
And now Michelle is going to, again, be in this vice. There's really not much you can do in this spot, especially coming off the top. Is that Doc? No, that's only a little Smee. And we can get on the rip.
Though.
Yeah.
I can't tell what it is.
I mean, it's gotta be, I don't know. You need to
grab your swords.
It's got to be grab your along came Zeus whole new world swords, dude. You need all of that in one to get out of this spot, and it is an absolute mess. As Nunes is going to win the Amethyst Steel Mirror Battle of the day, taking Michelle down again. I don't think she played bad at all. It's just the way the matchup goes, and I think that Nunes's build might be a little bit more tuned for this mirror match type situation. It seemed a bit lower to the ground. Those docks were quite good. The libraries were quite good. Just having access to those types of cards just seemed a little bit better. And while she had some good cards of her own, maybe for other matchups, but it seemed cool. And I'm glad to see it. I like that matchup a lot. There's a lot of skills there. I enjoyed it. I had a good time. It's been a while to see that match.
Yeah, no, it was definitely good. Like Nunes kind of just stayed the course with like the standard, like that aggro Amethyst Steel that we've kind of got accustomed to seeing. And then Michelle on the other hand was kind of just teching more for like the expected meta. So you saw the like no libraries, no docks that we saw at least. Or was there a dock?
I think she had docks. She had docks. I don't think she had rabbits. She had docks, and she had. I thought we saw a couple Pinocchios in there.
Yeah, we saw Pinocchios. We saw the broom, the evasive broom.
Yeah.
So definitely teching a little bit more. But it was a good match. They didn't play poorly. Just Nunes just got to his strategy faster than she did and won from there.
And he was able to maximize that. I think there was several turns I remember in both of those games that we saw that was just very decisive, where you just lose, like you could just win or lose in a certain spot. Like when that library and you had the crab take out Fox, take out Pete. That was pretty much over. I don't think you can come back from that much tempo loss and just resource gain for it was too one-sided. So still, I mean, that's something you can take away. If you are trying to play Amethyst Steel, you can tune into that matchup in that mirror and you can probably learn something and add that to your game. That's why I like covering these tournaments, to build myself as a better player and see what these players are doing and what they're taking away and whatnot and henceforth. But most importantly, Sisu, that was a win for the Elsa team. So Team Elsa is on the map.
Yep.
Team Elsa.
Oh,
Team
yeah.
Elsa 1-0.
1-0.
We'll be tracking that all day. So, but yeah, no, it was great. So yeah, so again, shout outs to Encounter Comics and Games. I'm here as we are here for their 2K win in Elsa. Like you are winning an Enchanted Elsa. Whoever is walking away today. So like I said, can't split that. Can't cut an Elsa in half.
Yeah, you got to take it. No prize splits. Finish the tournament because usually you get up to top 4, and that's when people start getting a little fatigued. They want to go home.
Yep.
I got to go eat. I got to drive. Got a long drive. Nope, none of that. You got to finish the drill because it's only gonna be one, unless they do some kind of buyback situation. But coming in from production, it sounds like 23 minutes left in round. That's gonna be a hard little 2-0, but we can fill some time. You know what I'm saying, Gabe? Were you able to watch some of that game from the green room?
I did. I caught the last game particularly, and I mean, I was not expecting to catch a mirror match of what pre-ban of Hiram was generally considered off meta, and we got a mirror match of Amethyst Steel. That is kind of crazy. Like that should give us some indication as to what we can expect from this tournament. I love it.
I like it. I like it too. I like it. We did talk about that as well in our when we first found out the colors. Like, wait a minute, this is the first Amethyst Steel mirror I've seen in a long time. I miss it. I mean, it's to me, it's kind of nostalgic at this point. I enjoy the way that match plays out. It seems like there's a lot of opportunity to have skill expression and to demonstrate your ability to build decks and understand how that matchup needs to go. I think that's great because every game is not going to be the. No offense to our pre-Hiram Ruby Sapphire gang, but all those matches did seem like they took the same beats every single time. We're going to play pop, we're going to ramp, we're going to play Hiram, we're going to draw, we're going to sing, we're going to do that. Blah, 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 blah. It seemed very repetitive. But in an Amethyst Steel matchup, it seems like there's going to be some, hey, I'm going to put even the simple stuff like I'm going to put out 2 1-cost guys on 3, or I'm going to play a Pete, or I'm going to play this bounce, or you have to really think about a lot of different things. So I do enjoy that because it seems more it seems different and a lot more. Am I going to ink, like you said, Sisu? Do I need to go to 5 ink? Am I going to stay on 3 for 2 more turns and then put a 5th one out? I got these docks in my hand. Do I want to play them or do I want to discard my hand? A lot of decisions go into that, and I think that for me as a broadcaster and as a player and observer, it just seems more. It seems better to me. We have more decisions to be made, but still.
Yeah, a lot of stuff like these 2 in the chat, like talking about splitting. We got the wizard in the chat telling us how he split some dual lands back in the day. No, I definitely hear you. Then we got Freedom Gaming, my team, talking about Pete Bounce being back. Yeah, Pete and repeat is definitely a something to be back for sure.
Yep. Nice. You got to repeat that 3-peat, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. I like it. I like it. Send it. Keep sending it. Keep on peating. Keep Amethyst Stealing. Hopefully Amethyst Steel gets played a lot more. I like that deck a lot, and I think it's a nice, strong counter pick to a lot of the Emerald Steel. If I'm an Emerald Steel player and I see my opponents playing Amethyst Steel, I'm worried. Especially they can play Fire to Cannons. You know what I'm saying? They can play Strength. They can play Storm. They can play that Evasive Broom like we saw. They can play Helga like you were talking about.
Remember, I was talking about Helga. Look out for Helga today.
Steel has the tools, man. They got a lot of stuff, and Amethyst is just the best color. Well, it was until it is now again.
It is the best color now. Yeah, it was Sapphire. Now it's definitely Amethyst.
With Sapphire being nerfed, it is now again the best color. So there you go.
Yeah, and it's what I always love about Amethyst Steel as a color pairing is its place in the meta for a very long time, and I'm willing to even say since the beginning, is the anti-meta choice. So there's the meta, and then what Amethyst Steel kind of always did was they were like, oh, bet, let's do this. Let's squeeze on in here. Let's be faster than those control decks, but let's also be able to control a little bit with that steel stuff. So like it didn't have to worry about the meta. It just needed to make some tweaks, and I love seeing Amethyst Steel do so well. It's like it's like the animal kingdom. Okay, there's like the apex predators, and there's like the key species you got to look out for. Well, you can tell how healthy the meta is based on how healthy an Amethyst Steel deck is in the meta that exists. So if the Amethyst Steel disappears, that should probably be a pretty good sign that there's something wonky going on in the atmosphere.
Yep,
for sure.
And hey guys. I got some free content for you. All right, I got Mr. David Nunes here, second place finalist at DLC Toronto. We're gonna hand him the mic and let him chat with you guys.
Awesome.
Let's go. Well, Mr. David.
I just talk.
Nunes, can you hear us?
You might want to just move in.
I'm just live. It's just mics.
Yeah.
Yo, hello.
Can you hear us? Yo, greetings and salutations to you. Congratulations on your victory.
Nice win there.
Yeah, we were just talking your praises about Amethyst Steel and how it's back, and we just want to kind of pick your brain. What are your thoughts on Amethyst Steel in this new Hiram free world that we're living in?
Well, towards the end of set 6, like the meta report that Dan put out showed that Amethyst Steel had the most top 8s for set champs. So I think there's a strong argument to be made that it was one of the best decks before set 7 came out. I think with the release of Set 7 and the dominance of Sapphire cards, Amethyst Steel had difficulty competing because those decks were so powerful. But now that they've been knocked down a peg, it sort of, becomes a contender for best deck again.
Okay. And we saw that your deck was teched quite heavily, maybe for the meta that you were thinking that you would run into in this Hiram free meta. What can you just, without spoiling your entire deck list? We saw you had the libraries in there. We saw you had Docs in there. Are you Rabbit Gang? Are you Zeus Gang? What were some of the techs that you brought into this strategy, and what were you preparing for? What decks did you think you were going to be faced off against in this unknown meta that we're in?
So if you look at the previous tournaments, when the pre-ban tournaments, like number 1, number 2 were Ruby Sapphire, Sapphire Steel, and then the next 4 decks were like Amethyst Steel, Amber Steel, Emerald Steel, and then there's also like Sapphire Steel Kiwi, quote unquote. So if you expect that all of the decks that were maybe not tier 1 because the Sapphire decks are so powerful, but like relevant meta contenders are all still going to be good decks. Like if you look at Ink decks like matchup matrix, basically all of them had bad matchups into the Sapphire decks. So I generally would expect the Steel decks, those 4 different Steel combinations, to still be very good decks. So if you're going to enter a metagame with a bunch of other Steel decks and you're playing your own Steel deck, you want to be ready for their Let the Storm Rage Ons, their strengths. Particularly Diablo is a card that gained a lot. So you want to make sure that you can, banish a Diablo. And you can sort of, in previous tournaments, I had registered Benja, whereas now I don't expect a lot of items to be running around. So you have to focus less on that.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so again, congrats on the win. It was a great, like I said, I like watching your list and how you were interacting with their board and everything like that. Like the libraries especially were very crucial in my opinion. So how do you feel like this aggro, lower to the ground shell is the better way to go, or do you think it's kind of just like the new meta, like that's what kind of just you want to just be consistent and just kind of get to 20 lore before your opponent faster?
So I've always liked cheap cards. I don't like being stuck with an expensive uninkable in my hand, and the barrier to entry for an expensive card is much higher because you can only play them when you've reached a certain ink amount. Whereas a cheap card, you can play on turn 1, you can play multiple of them on a few later turns. You have more flexibility in what it is that you're going to do. So in general, I would prefer to play cards that cost less ink as opposed to cards that cost more ink. Notably, my opponent and I had a discussion with Library at the end of the match because she complimented how I had played with Library. I really like Library as a card because when it's not good, it's inkable. And when it is good, there's basically no other card in Lorcana that does what Library does. So it's like a uniquely powerful effect that can just kind of win the game on its own. So I'm not saying you should just slam 4 copies and it's the greatest card ever, but I think you gain a lot by registering at least the first copy, if not the second copy.
Yeah, for sure. And then just you just it's also another card that's not a turn 3 play most of the time. You're usually playing it in conjunction with your Diablos, with your Brooms to banish them, with your Chernobog followers to get as much value out of it as soon as you can. And you did a perfect job with that. How you played the library down, moved over your Crab, moved over your Diablo, and were +3 from it while taking out your opponent's board. So very, very strong play for sure.
Yeah, for that game on the going second, my draw was pretty close to the perfect curve where I had the 1 cost card, the 2 cost card, the 3 cost card that could sing strength. And then when you go second, it's really important to try to find a way to break parity or gain back the tempo that your opponent has got by being the first person to the board. So that game basically went according to plan where we are jockeying for board presence. I have characters with respectable stats that challenge and quest well. And then when because I have the strength and get to keep my opponent from having too much power in play, I can play a library that's going to be very difficult for them to remove. And then I can turn my card sideways and challenge them hey, you don't want me to just keep questing with my character over and over again. But if you challenge, I get to draw a card. Or if you try to challenge my library without banishing it, now I can challenge and draw cards. So it really I like saying check to my opponents. It's a powerful tool to try to dictate you're playing my game.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially with characters like Calhoun, you constantly want to be able to use it to its full effect. And anytime that you can force your opponent to turn a character sideways, locations are a great way to do that. So I thought that was a solid strategy. I actually have a question for you. So, we've been now post-Hiram. You've talked a little bit about why you picked the deck that you picked and why you chose Amethyst Steel. But I'm curious, what are you anticipating facing the most of today? Like, what do you feel is going to be the thing that you're going to have to see more than anything else today?
I mean, steel cards in general. As I talked about, like, I think it's a very reasonable choice to bring Amethyst Steel or Emerald Steel or Amber Steel or Sapphire Steel Kiwi. A limiting factor of Strength of a Raging Fire is it's like pretty difficult to get to 6 damage to remove a Hiram, but otherwise it like banishes everything else in the format. So, like your natural check to steal removal, not killing Hiram, doesn't exist anymore. So, like previously, Brawl was the only card in the format that killed both Diablo and Hiram, and so there was like more incentive to be Ruby. But now that you don't need to worry about killing Hiram, there's way less pressure to have like Brawl in your deck. So I think any steel deck is a pretty reasonable choice for the weekend. So I would expect to play a lot of steel mirrors this weekend, whether that's Amethyst Steel or Emerald Steel or Amber Steel or Sapphire Steel. I mean, you could tell me Sapphire Steel's the best deck, and I would like believe that that's a reasonable thought to have.
Don't forget Ruby Steel. All right, it's coming back.
Ruby.
We got. Hey, Ruby Steel. It's coming. Mushu, baby, Mulan. Pick it up today.
Can you come back if you were never there? I don't think it's coming back.
No. Nunes, it's coming back. Okay, it's like it never left.
From where? Back from the dead? Like, I don't think it was ever alive. Like, you can call me a hater, but like
Oh no! Don't worry. I'm team Ruby Steel hate. Like I think that deck is terrible. I think that deck is terrible.
What?
Game.
Why would you pick on the underdog like that? The poor underdog has done nothing. Listen, we've got Jets fans on this stream right now. They should understand the value of being the underdog. Okay, you would think they would respect that a little bit.
See, I grew up in New England.
There's a difference between being an underdog and just being dead, and like that's why me and Ruby Steel. That's why I understand Ruby Steel, because we're just dead.
Ruby Steel is going to be back. It's going to be up. Okay, you guys stay tuned. Don't touch that dial. Keep it locked. When Mushu stocks are going through the roof.
I hope I eat crow at the end of this stream in top 8, and I'm commentating. Me and JDZ are commentating a Ruby Steel match.
I'd love it. It probably won't happen, but you know what I'm saying. You can hope. There's always hope. Okay, we can't give up. All right.
Yep.
Oh man. But Nunes, very well played games. I mean, those were really, really solid. It was a lot of fun to watch. Thank you for letting us cast those games, and just I think well played all around to both you and your opponent. But certainly you played it just a little bit better, just enough to win it. So congratulations on that as well.
I was having a discussion with my teammate Scott before the tournament started about. So I play a lot of card games, probably an unhealthy amount of card games, and we were talking a little bit about Pokemon Pocket, where Pokemon Pocket games, especially towards the end game, like feel chess-like, where you sort of have like forced actions. And Lorcana being a game where you can make choices that will affect your opponent's turn and can be affected by what your opponent will do on their turn, still has some level of that like deterministic, like if I do this, then your response can be this. So I don't know if I played perfectly those games, and I do think I potentially drew a little bit better than my opponent. But it's also very difficult to tell, like, if you ask me like, oh, could I have done anything differently to improve that game? If I couldn't see your hand when you were mulliganing and I couldn't see your hand when you were inking, it's very difficult for me to say like, oh, you shouldn't have inked this card on this turn, or like you shouldn't have mulliganed this card, unless I'm like there next to you talking about the lines of play that we're going to take. It's hard to say like, oh yeah, this person played well or this person didn't play well. I like watching back my matches, and it's much better when I can see my own hand and like jog my memory of what I did on given turns. And I don't know if like you guys could see my hand while we were playing. Because I'm not always the best about like trying to make sure that my hand is visible to stream.
Yeah, we were able to see. I was able to see a little bit and pick up some things at times, but again, like it's without like dedicated hand cams, obviously it's hard to say. And like you said too, like even like I go back and rewatch my matches as well, and it's like what did even like I remember like what my plays, but I don't remember exactly like what my hand was as well at the time too. So I definitely understand.
It's also hard, like if you have knowledge of how things played out afterwards, sometimes you have to take off those glasses and be like, okay, but the play I made at the time was with this information, and it's like still a reasonable play to have made because I was playing around this. Like if I was playing locally on Wednesday night or Thursday night, and one of my friends was playing a Ruby Amethyst deck with 3 8-cost Sisu in it, and I just was like, man, if my opponent like played a second 8-cost Sisu on me out of Ruby Amethyst, I would be like pretty blown out.
Yeah.
But like now I know your deck list has 3 in them, so I would make different choices.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, there are some evergreen decisions that are to be made. We talk about chess. There's a lot of comparisons to Lorcana and chess. I think there's a lot of comparisons to I think any card game and even just poker in general. And there's this concept that just because you got lucky and you guessed right one time doesn't mean that it's the right decision that was made, right? Like it's like you have to show your math a little bit. And so I think there's value, even though you don't necessarily see your opponent's hand the whole time. I think there's still value in understanding like what is the right move and what are the things that are informing that decision. And there are times where you have to gamble because if not, you're going to lose anyway. And there's times where it's better to play conservatively to be safe. And I think that's like the skill set that a lot of players have a hard time with. So I think a lot of that, you're right. I think you need to be able to see your opponent's hand to know that. But there's still like a percentage of that you can gauge because you have to kind of assume, depending on the color pairing, what they have, and you just have to kind of sometimes play like, you know what, you've got the crap, so I'm going to operate as if you have the crap. You got 5 cards in your hand, you got the crap. Like that's it. That's just how we're going to operate. So
I see Wonderland.
that
That was one of my favorite Wonderland conversations. Was in his DLC winning run. He like looked at his opponent and just was like, you can't have the be prepared. Like, I can't win if you have it. And just like made a play that's awful as if his opponent has the be prepared. They just didn't have it. Like, that's one of my favorite things is when you're just like, I'm going to look like an idiot if I'm wrong, but it's the only way that I can win. So I'm going to play a bunch of characters on the board. Like,
yeah.
Yep.
I think I would have never made that play because I operate under the auspices of they always have it, and they do typically always have it in this game. I've noticed they always have it, so I will always lose because I'm always thinking that they're always going to have it, and that maybe I'm a little too reserved. But sometimes you got to know when to hold them, and you got to know when to fold them, and you demonstrated that very well to get your first dub of the day. But we know you got another round coming up here soon. We won't want to take all your time. Let you get a break, get some water, stay hydrated, get some food. But before we let you go,
I'll tag Dan in. But it was a pleasure chatting with you, gentlemen.
Give some shout outs, and pop off real quick before you go.
I mean, shout out to Team TFM. That's why I'm here. I wouldn't make the drive from Rhode Island if it weren't for these wonderful people. So
let's go.
Here's to a great tournament. Thanks to the Encounter for hosting.
Let's go. Shout out Encounter. Gang.
Thanks, man.
There you go.
Let's do it, man. And
Looks
that's
like,
how.
Looks like we're almost.
Look, he tagged me in.
Let's go.
Hey, Dan, talk to me about how you're feeling. You're doing everything, by the way, and I want to give a huge shout out to Dan. Dan is the ref. Dan is the stream manager. Dan is, I think he's doing laundry there too. I don't know. He's doing
laundry?
all kinds of stuff.
There's like everything here. It's possible.
So how you feeling?
Exactly, Baker, the hot tag. The media just brought it right back in.
There it is. What up, Villain? How you doing, buddy?
I want to, hey Dan, but seriously though, how many follows or likes do we have to get for you to pull the bun out and just go bun down and just see how that? We're doing it for free. Oh yeah,
we're just giving it away.
That's just free. You got to put like a goal on that or something. That
just
looks
letting
good.
It rip right there.
This looks good. I like that.
Yeah,
I like what I
wish I could do that. I wish I could
do that. Really?
Where's yours at, Gabe?
Oh, Gabe,
he's
pissing me off, dude. Flowing that around, dude. Flowing that, or I got my baldy out. I'm not going to show it because it's kind of embarrassing right now. I'm like mid cut, so I don't want to give you guys the top of my head. But that's I'm stunned right there.
I was running around too much this round, but during the second round, I will get the meta breakdown for everybody. I'll get that going.
Emo Dan.
Graham says Emo Dan is in the building.
It wasn't just a phase. We're still living.
I love it. Right. I love it.
We got about 5 minutes left in round.
Okay. Did you post a schedule of how we're going to be looking for the rest of the tournament, like in terms of what rounds we're going to be?
Is our new friend here? I don't see her yet.
So she's not here. She was coming in around 1.
Yeah. Well, it's 1, so that's what I said. Let's just
yeah, true. That's true. Yeah.
So we'll just go to Gabe and JDZ for next round.
Okay.
And then we just do all the time in the world to get ready, so his wife doesn't have to hate him.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, after I check out this house, I come back. I'll probably anytime after 5, I could tag back in at some point.
Okay. And we can do like a little circular rotation because I'll be here all day. I got nothing really going on for me. I just started singing an emo song. I got you. Before this, hey, we got to get to at least hour number 5 before the vocals come out.
Yeah,
Okay?
it's got to be a lot less people in this room for me to sing. All right.
Yeah, we got to get to hour number 5 before we start vocalizing. That's the rules. We got to give them 5 hours of professional broadcast work. After that, then we can start the harmonies and the karaoke can come in.
I tell you what, it's normally like super cold in this back room. Today it is hot.
Yeah, I saw you start. I saw you started in the hoodie, and then now you're back just rocking the jersey.
Threw it away.
Okay. Shout out to Encounter though. Tell us about Encounter before you go. Tell us about the art shop.
We have all day to do that. Encounter is awesome. Honestly, for us in the like Philadelphia area, I tell everyone this is the best. Yep, 3 minutes on that. Thank you. This is like the best store in a 90-minute range of my house. No other store in the area is doing anything other than set champs and league nights. So this is like the only store that ever tries to commit to do anything. We do the release event. We do kind of an event like this once a month. So basically every month there's a reason to come here and play games. And huge shout out to the owner, Keith. He is very committed to Disney Arcana. I started coming here a little over a year ago now. And since then we've just built an incredible relationship. And I was saying before in the tournament meeting today, the player meeting, every time we've run this event, it's gotten bigger. You know, like now, like months ago we were capped at 48. Before that, maybe we were like at 40, and then we went to 51. Now we're at 59. Like the Encounter is consistently trying to make more room in this building, which you guys can see behind me.
Yeah.
Just imagine that as the whole wall. Okay. Like the whole, everything around me is just collectibles and stuff like that. So to go and make the room, it's pretty great because they're just committed. Honestly, like I said, there's no other store that's committed to doing this in the area. So it's really nice to have this store be this active pretty much on a monthly basis. So yeah, huge shout out to them.
Yeah, like I said, awesome. Like if I wasn't so busy today, I would have definitely been there with you guys for sure. So I'm definitely looking forward to going there in the future. Definitely next month. I'm looking forward to it.
We got about a minute 30 left, so I'm gonna go back just in case I have to play judge at the end of time here. So I'm gonna kick it back to you guys, and I will return shortly.
Keep cooking, man. Thank you for the hard work. Dan's out there crushing it. Forbidden Mountain out there crushing
Boots on the ground over there.
Yeah, for real time. I love that, man. I love that. And I do really appreciate that what some of these stores are doing across the country. And I love how we're having this circuit that is starting to realize and establish itself. I'm sure, Gabe, you guys down there leading the charge, Southside Gaming. They're doing some incredible things down there in the southern region, South Florida. We got Charlie's Collectible up there in Atlanta. They're doing some phenomenal things out there. We got the Inc. crew over there in the Mid-Atlantic region, the DMV region. They're doing phenomenal things over there. You got the Encounter up there in the Northeast, man. They're doing incredible things over there. I got the Lucky Llama out there in Arkansas. I'll be there in 2 weeks. Me and Dan in the building in 2 weeks out there in the Lucky Llama in Arkansas at Sharp Gaming in the Central. You know what I'm saying? We got things happening down in Texas. You got stuff out there on the West Coast in Sacramento with the Streamborn stuff and the another good Lorcana tournament. We don't have anything up here in the Pacific Northwest just yet. Maybe I can work that. Maybe I was about to say, I was like, there you go, opportunity right here. The JDZ Invitational. Let's go. The Quest World Open. Let's make it happen, huh?
Oh, I love it.
Oh,
let's make it happen.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's clap it up. I mean, we got open in Milwaukee as well, man. So I think it's just a matter of time. This dedicated circuit. Hopefully in the interim when we don't have these DLCs, just having these third parties stand up, and maybe there's a world where we can get. I would love to see that an official, maybe Disney can actually participate with the Charlies or participate with a Southside Gaming and make these things like an official regional style tournament with like actual national invites that can go on. Maybe pass out a nice exclusive prize card to those tournaments and just make them an official thing. Why not? I think that'd be really cool, and that's something that we can do, man. So I think it's super important.
Yeah, I would agree, and I'll tell you that just from a perspective, at least from down here, I can speak to the experiences that we had down here. I'll tell you that the reason why these tournaments kind of popped off down here at Southside Gaming, the store obviously is a big catalyst of that. But if it wasn't for the player base, if it wasn't for we have like a core group of players that are very passionate. That includes members of Freedom Gaming, includes members of the Illuminati, and then there was also like the sponsored players of SSG. We kind of came together, and it's just strictly a passion project that said, hey, we want the best players to want to come down here, and we worked hard. We found a store that was willing to help us to do that. The store wanted to be the place for that. So it does take, if anybody out there is listening to the sound of my voice, a small group of people or one person can make a change. You are the change. If you're waiting for somebody else to do it, no one else will do it but you. So just go out there, Be the change that you want to see in the world. And so that JDZ, that's more for you. I want to fly out to the Pacific Northwest and I want to hang out with you. So make it happen.
I'll try.
Yep.
I'll do everything I can. I know we got a collection of people up here that are just kind of waiting. And I'm a busy guy, but I should dedicate the time to make this a reality because I would love to see that happen. And just having people come out and participate. There's an incredible well of ultra talented players that are here in this region. The Portland, NorCal, Portland, Seattle players are some of the strongest players in the country as well. A lot of talented Lorcana players here. So there will be a no-brainer that we should have something like that. And people will come here. There's a lot. This is a nice tourist destination. There are a lot of great things to do in Seattle and Portland. So I'm convinced that people would come out. If you could put like a 5K, 10K together, I think it can happen. So I would love to be a part of that for sure.
And start small. Like the store does put in a lot of effort, and they have to put up a lot of capital. And in some cases, the first tournament or the second tournament may be a loss for them. I'm just being very transparent with you. But so start small. Start with a 1K, and just whatever opportunities that the store sees it as like a way to get their name out there. So don't worry. Start small. It builds up little by little. You
Absolutely.
know, that's what I'll tell you.
Look at like some of the early.
I gotta come back. I gotta interrupt.
Interrupt. Oh my goodness! Oh,
that's a pretty mat.
What?
Oh. Is that Mattified? Yo, Mattified is in the building. Let me know if you need playmat price support. Let's go, Mattified custom. Oh my god, is that a Mattified?
It is a Mattified.
For hooking up the encounter and getting these sweet playmats.
Pop that up one more time, Dan, please. Let me get another.
Yeah, show it to us.
Hold please. We'll go.
You're making me real sad. I'm not over there now.
I need it. Whoa!
Ooh, look at that foil. Look at that foil work.
It's not like the foiling doesn't get done justice until you see this in person.
That is
I remember when I saw the
beautiful,
pictures of the Let It Go one from down in SSG. We got pending. Boom. We're here.
Oh, hey.
Oh.
Hello. Hey.
Now we're complete. We are complete. Yo, Color.
Avengers assembled.
It's good to see you again.
Hey,
it feel like just
doing?
yesterday we just did this.
Just yesterday we were
All right,
here.
round 2 is out. I'm gonna kick out real quick.
You got a new mic? Is that a new mic? Am I
Does it
hearing?
sound better?
It sounds 50 times better. 50x
You know
better.
what I did?
What's that?
I turned off my computer and I turned it back on again.
Oh,
And that fixed it.
Just a
the old
technical
IT.
mastermind. Yeah, the old IT trick. I know. Thank you.
Clap
Is
it
your
up.
computer on?
Yep.
Yes.
Clap it up. Little
Yes,
off and on situation, and we're
I
on our way.
know. So
Let's go.
That's
Let's
good.
go.
I really didn't know how it was going to go, so I'm glad that you confirmed that it doesn't sound terrible.
Yeah, it sounds much better. It sounds much better. We're glad to have you here, Color. I mean, it's always going to be fun. Hopefully, you got a chance to see that round number
amethyst mirror?
1. Amethyst
Yeah.
mirror. I know you're loving that.
Yep.
But also, I want to pick your brain. We kind of went around the horn earlier, and we're talking about this new Hiram free meta that we're in. What are your thoughts? What are you playing? Are you back on Ruby M? What's your situation?
No. Okay, so
No secrets in the booth. You got to if you come here, you got to share. You got to share openly. That's the rules.
It was really funny. I mean, obviously, we've all talked to plenty of people about this, but I was talking. I think it was like Fumbles that said, like, I don't know, I'm playing every other deck, and I just feel like it's not going as well. I was like, well, that's how you know that it was just overtuned, like like Hiram and everything. So it's like that was a really good sign that something did need to happen. But now that it's happened, it's the Wild West out here again. It's like beginning a set meta, and I think everybody's gone back to what they were doing before. We all went home, like I think we looked at Diablo and we went, I'm going to counter that, but I'm going to go home. So yes, I'm on Ruby Am again, and I am winging it, and it is going.
I like it.
It's going.
Mixed results. Just say mixed results.
Going.
Don't say bad. We're saying
going.
positive. It's mixed results. We're just saying I'm having mixed results.
I'm playing legal Lorcana cards in an order that would surprise you.
There you go. I like it. I like that analogy too. Just going home. Return to base.
Just it feels good, I
like that. I feel a little taste of home.
Yeah. You just found something and then it just feels good,
Diablo banned. Well, Pepperidge Farm remembers a time
where he had a squirrel friend, and we all had to deal with that.
I miss Bucky.
No, you don't. Get out of here with the Bucky.
I miss Bucky.
You don't. I feel like everybody that says that, they're like, that's like the new weird complainy way. Like, I would rather play against Bucky. No, you wouldn't.
No,
well,
wouldn't.
I play Emerald Steel though, so I loved Bucky mirrors. That was my home.
Ew.
See, you can't say that because that's me being like, Hiram was fine.
Yeah.
Eh,
Ugh.
eh.
See how it feels. See how it feels.
You can deal with Bucky though.
And that's what's going to
You can
happen.
deal with
though.
Hiram eventually.
If you
Eventually.
played Ruby, you could.
Yeah. Just play Ruby. See?
Gross.
Exactly. You're not wrong
Yeah.
there. You're not wrong there.
Repulsive. You guys are grossing me out.
You know what?
That's what I'm saying. At least I can admit that Hiram was overtuned and he needed to be retired.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
can't
I was-
defend Bucky. That squirrel needed to go.
So
The
we
swirl
were
definitely
doing.
needed to go, yep.
He didn't. Yeah, I was doing deck tech profiles for SSG of the winners, and all the Ruby Sapphire players said the exact same thing. I feel dirty playing this deck. It sounded just like when we were playing the Bucky meta. I was saying that. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I would apologize to my opponent about having played it. So yeah, it was the same vibes.
Okay.
So I'm actually going to tag out. So for the next couple rounds, I will see you guys later though. For those of you that don't know, I'm Sisu. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day and enjoy the rest of this stream and commentary until I get back later on in the evening, most likely.
Absolutely. It's
Yeah.
going. So it's. I think according to the schedule, I think it's the Baldies. I think Gabe and JDZ, the middle-aged weasel, are locked in and engaged on this one. And Color, you can hang and bang if you feel, but however you guys want to roll, find your boat and find your lost remote. We're going to hop in. We got another action-packed match that's coming your way, and I believe we got Nunes.
Oh, Nunez is back, but I think we may have lost you, JDZ. Unless I'm lost, let me know. Where are you at? Can you all still hear me? Am I the one that's gone?
I can hear you.
Oh, Color, you're there. What's up, buddy?
I see.
Okay, cool.
that.
Yeah, no, I think we lost. So JDZ has a flux capacitor operating on his, and so what happens is sometimes he blasts to 1984, and so we'll get him back in just a moment. But we do see again Nunes is back on the right side. Where let's see if we can find who the opponent is. The opponent is Orion.
Okay.
We're gonna find out. Yeah, so we know what Nunes is playing. We've seen it. We've seen the sauce, and it is time for Orion to show us what they've got. And yeah, I guess we'll find out
It's
as
a
we.
9
what
on
was
the
that?
die,
Was that a 9?
and
Uh-oh.
that's an 8. How did that?
That's heartbreaking.
That is the worst. I do that every
That is
single time.
heartbreaking.
Am I?
Oh, you too,
echoing?
huh? No, I hear you just fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
you
hear
sound
myself
clear.
echoing every once in a while, so I wanted to make sure I sounded okay on stream, or if I was driving everyone insane.
No, nothing, no craziness just yet. I do see an Elsa though in Orion's hand. Is this another mirror? Is
It's a
this another
That
mirror?
was me. Yep, I saw the Smee. I see the L5. Is that a
What
goat
is
over there?
happening, Color? What is going on here?
There's a strength. Yep. I mean, Amethyst is back. We were starved. I say we like I wasn't playing red blue for the past few weeks, but see, yes, it's all back. Pete,
Oh, there's
Genie, Broom.
Oh,
We
no.
got the one drop though.
Yes, we did. Oh, okay. So I love how Nunes is setting up the hand here. We get to see every card. This is great. Thank you, Nunes. I know you can't hear us. At least I hope you can, because that'd be cheating. But holy smokes, thanks for setting up your hand like that.
Oh, I love that insider information of being able to see the hand. It definitely makes the game more interesting, and it makes me feel smarter
Yes.
too, because I'm like, oh, of course he should have done that. 'Cause I can see everything, every card.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, so we're gonna find out how this mirror plays out. I mean, what I love about Amethyst is it can go there's bounce, there's burn, there's just so many ways that you can go. And that's the beauty of it. It's we kind of saw that with like the Sapphire Steel meta, that there was like 5 different versions of which you can build Sapphire Steel. Of course they all included Hiram, but hey, that's not here nor there. But
Oh,
we're seeing the same kind of things happening here with all these different color combinations. I've been playing a lot of Emerald Amethyst myself, and there's like 2 or 3 different versions of that.
mhm. Oh yeah, there's like a definite discard archetype, and then there's also just like the standard curve archetype where you just curve out and do the thing. So
Yeah.
and I'd like to see like a kind of a blend. I want both the best of both worlds, but we got
Yeah.
our turn 1 Bog on Broom action. All right.
There we go. Pretty standard. A card that draws when something happens from Amethyst, as we'd expect.
We love
All
it when
right.
a card replaces itself.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that one of the best feelings on turn 1 and 2?
It is. It was a
So
little
we
bit
see-
scary playing 1-drops there for a little bit, just because of the bell
Oh.
and everything.
Yep.
But
Yeah, so annoying.
a little less
So
risky now.
annoying. Yeah, that part does feel good. It feels good to be able to play Lorcana again. It feels good to like... It was like one-person Lorcana simulator for a little bit. Now we're actually getting 2-player action, which is great.
Who has the thing? Oh, do you have it? Oh, well. I don't have it. Go next.
All right, scoop it up and let's go to game 2. Let's see if you get it this time. All right, so we're seeing Smees. This is pretty. So far, we're seeing 2 decks that are doing similar things. We see the Cobra going into the Inkwell. Oh, goodness.
Oh,
so we're going to go wide.
Yep. We love that. 2 and 1 on 3. We love it.
Yep. Talk about value. We want value. That's how we win this game. That's how we get tempo, is we get the most value that we can from the cards that we're able to put down on the table.
Now, would you attack that Smee? Or would you challenge into the Smee with the Bog?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean,
do you take that line?
I think that I think especially in this early stage of this game, you want. Oh, hey, buddy, welcome back.
Hey, sorry about that. I was watching in the green room and I found out what happens. Okay, my mouse has a button on it that lets me go back, and I kick myself out whenever I hit the button. So it's not my flux capacitor this time; it's my own mouse. It has like a little.
But you're going back. Yeah, it's undoing. So you are going back in time. I wasn't completely wrong.
I am. You're not wrong. You're right.
Why would your mouse have that function?
I don't want that on there. I wish I could just take it off.
What a terrible hotkey.
I don't need that. It just sends me back, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just go expletive delete it myself. But it's all good as we're back with more Amethyst Steel mirrors again. Nunes playing 2 mirrors back to back. Thoughts on the mirror?
Yeah. I'm excited about it still. It's not the 15,000th one that I'll have seen, so that's good. I mean, maybe if this is the new meta for the next 3 weeks and we got to watch Amethyst Steel, maybe I'll feel differently, but right now this is still very refreshing.
And I think, honestly, to your point, Gabe, I think I'm fine with it. I can deal with it. I can rock this mirror all day because all the games will be different. You will have to play them all out, and they're not just plug and play. They're going to require a little bit of craftsmanship, as Nunes is going to be back on the approach. We're inking that Fox, and we're going to put the Genie out. The Genie War is being back. I love a good Genie War too. A lot of strategy, a lot of gamesmanship in the Genie War.
And you know what the biggest ally is in the Genie War? Crab. We love Crab.
Elsa, Crab, Genie. You know the vibes. You know what's a little strength, a little Zeus in there. I love it. I love how people arm themselves to prepare for this little Genie interaction as we're going to continue on the Genie Wars, continue on the War's Rage.
The kaijus have entered the battlefield. They're approaching.
I love it as both players are armed and engaged. Let's see who will bend first, as we'll put the strength onto the Pete, not putting the strength onto the Genie there. So not respecting the Genie on the other side of the board. Seeing how this thing shakes out as you get to your own strength. So you could.
I wonder if Orion feels as though there's an answer to be had, and I mean, because you're right. I mean, that's just the most extreme. Oh,
look at that!
And punished. Oh, there you go, Orion. That's what you get. You did not respect the Genie War. You get punished.
But you got to understand, people have not engaged in Genie on Genie combat in a long time there, Gabe. So maybe their Genie on Genie muscles have atrophied here in the interim while Genie has been in retrograde. But now it seems like we're going to go ahead and load up the library again and put the goat in there and get a little quest in for 1.
There you go. I mean, you got to deal with the goat. The goat, when it leaves play now, is extra value. It's going to get that additional lore if we decide that that goat is important enough, and it will draw a card for Orion. We have Elsa come down, so that Chernobog's followers that Orion thought was safe, JK, it's not safe.
I think even putting the Chernobog in the library there might have been a little more preferred than the goat itself, perhaps just to get some value out of this thing in case that play were to happen. And now it seems as if Nunes' board is very evasive versus 1 library, got a couple of damage tokens on it. And now you have this goat who can't really do anything but quest, and the giant Cobra comes down empty-handed.
No, that feels so bad. That's such a bad feeling. Yeah. # feels bad.
Well, we'll load him into the library as well. It probably won't be long for this game, as you have enough challenging power on the opposite side to clear that thing quite effectively. You can also clear the board. It looks like we're going to put down another Genie. So we're Genie on Genie on Genie. Very evasive, very mindful, very demure board you have there.
Very
Can't
demure.
Really touch it. Clean.
The way I show up to the LGS is the way that I show up to the interview. As we see... Oh, goodness gracious. That is a powerful Strength of a Raging Fire.
Oh, it is rage. I think you clear the Cobra, and if you want it, I don't think you engage with this goat. Maybe just keep questing and then continue to run this race. You are behind, though, as that goat has gone for quite a bit, gone for at least 3 or 4 at this point. Yeah. And it's going to get one when he finally perishes there. So you got a little catching up to do.
Absolutely. I mean, and it looks like Nunes has the firepower to keep it up. We see a giant cobra in hand, which of course gets used, but not for its effect because we have that dock. And boy, does the fuel keep fueling. And we see that Nunes is finally trying to line up. Orion's got 12 lore, but as I always say on a good SSG stream, the numbers on that phone do not tell the entire story of the game.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, for sure. If 20 is such a, people say 20 it should be high. Some people have said, hey, the game should go to 30 instead of 20. 20 is not enough. 20 is a eternity sometimes when you are in these types of situations. Getting to 20 seems almost impossible. And just like that, the turntables have turned, and Nunes' board is massive, and you have lethal damage in play. And it seems like you have now issued an insurmountable odd to your opposition. There's no card in Disney Lorcana that can get you out of this, and you're just going to go ahead and just save face, quest, and pass until we go ahead and issue a game number 2. So this is going to be it.
Yep, it is. It is. I mean, you have to wonder. I've been thinking about some of the cards that we don't generally. Oh, yeah, and the decision was made to scoop it up. I mean, you got to think about. We're still kind of in our minds. They're probably still thinking about the way the game is as it was a few weeks ago. So as the meta starts to shape itself, as we start to play our other opponents, as we start to see these things, I mentioned earlier in the stream, I talked about grab your sword or effects like it. We have to start wondering if those cards make its return, if they're right for the meta, because one of my biggest pet peeves is when players say, oh, this card is good or this card is bad. And I always challenge that. I always say, it is right for the meta and it is wrong for the meta, but a card is neither good nor bad. It is what the meta requires of it. So we'll see what comes of it.
Oh, for sure. I don't think I say that too. There's no such thing as a bad card. You're just a bad player. If you have a bad card in your deck, then are you a good player? You got to have the right cards. And there's not a bad card. It's just right card. You put it in at the right time when you need it. So
I got another one for you, JDZ. There's no stupid questions, just stupid people. So
there it is. Hey, Gabe is dropping bombs of knowledge on you guys. You're not picking this up. If you don't got your pockets full and your pails full of this knowledge that Gabe is dropping on y'all, you're misplaying. Okay, let's go ahead and lock in. Yeah. Let's fill our pockets up. Let's get our cargo pockets filled. Let's get our buckets out. Scoop up this knowledge, okay, with a spoon if you have to. Use your hand. Get on your hands and knees. Pick up this knowledge and put it in the bucket and carry it on over to your daily travels, man. Because he's absolutely dropping hits.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm married, so I'm used to being wrong. So for the first time, I feel pretty good about this. This is great.
I love it. Of course. We got to stick together. Okay, so now it's going to be. Did you guys get the names? I'm sorry. I keep saying I
yes.
know Nunes.
So Orion is on the left side.
Okay.
Orion. They're on table 4.
Okay, so Orion is rocking the Elsa mat today, and I need Orion to get it in gear. Okay, because I'm Team Elsa. All right, everyone playing on that Elsa mat, you got to lock in. You're in the dojo with Nunes, and you got to figure out these genie wars on the fly. If you're not cut from that cloth, you better prepare yourself for these genies because they're coming your way. As Team Bell is trying to even the score, it looks like Nunes is trying to go 1-1 on each, as Orion is going to have to do what he's got to do to stop this from happening.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw. So we're 1-0 right now. I mean, at this point, Orion's going to have to pull something amazing because Orion's going to have to pull these 2 games from Nunes. Orion's going to have to win this one. Now, the good news is Orion gets to go first in this particular matchup, and if he is able to win, that means he will have to go. He will have to be on the draw, and that could present its own set of problems for him. But we'll see if Orion can make up the difference.
Absolutely. And we are getting some information coming in from the chat, and it's saying that Orion and Nunes, they are both Forbidden Mountain entities, both agents for the Forbidden Mountain, and they both drove down here together. 4.5 hours they drove to play in this tournament together, and now they're playing each other in round number 2. If I'm driving, you're walking. Okay,
that's it. Thank you. I'm glad I didn't want to say it. I'm glad you said it.
That's a fact. That's a 100% fact. That is the sad. Honestly, that could be a really funny skit. That is a very sad reality that a lot of us have encountered. Like, you drove 6 hours to go to a tournament with your buddy. You guys sit down to play round number 1, or you play on the bubble or something, and you have to play against each other. That's the saddest, most lonely drive back. Like, you'll tear up a friendship like that. That's especially if I'm driving. If it's my car, my gas, you're riding with me. Oh, that's a free win. You better scoop if I sit down next to you. I don't care.
Yeah.
Or you're walking.
Yeah.
Easy.
100%. That's an easy. Yeah, that's an easy. How many miles is this, bud? You better.
Yeah.
I hope you like walking.
I hope you like
it.
walking. I hope you got a nice Uber Black coming your way, because you will not be sitting in this car on the way back home. It just ain't gonna happen. As we got triple, 3 of a kind turner bogs are down. I love this play.
We're playing poker here.
A nice little high tempo maneuver as we got 5 1-cost characters, 2 in the inkwell, 3 onto the field of play as we kick it back on over to this Calhoun who can eat well. So you might have to pop all these bad boys.
Yeah, and looking at the hand, we do see a crab, we see a library and a Pete in Nunes' hand, which is going to set up for some pretty good stuff. Now we do have Calhoun. Calhoun's a great check, but here's the thing: does Nunes want to pop these and start drawing and then give up this board presence, or do we hang tight and just use them as kind of deterrents?
Yeah, I think you gotta, and exerting that Calhoun, I think you gotta keep that Calhoun ready, because now you introduce crab plays. You can't do it, and there it comes. Oh no, you can't do it. Yeah, Calhoun needs to stay ready in that situation to prevent this free situation from going down. As crab does come in, clear the Calhoun 1 for 1. You'll take that trade, and now I'm sure Orion's gonna want that one back, that one lore, versus that body of Calhoun being up. But still, you got crab can come back in next turn and sing anyway. So it was a lose-lose type scenario there.
It really is. Yeah, it really is. And just so you know, JDZ, I know you and Luke are close. Luke has beaten a few drivers in his time, so I hope you're not the driver if you ever drive together.
Yeah, I love Luke. Looks like my family at this point. I enjoy Luke, but I'm telling you, if we ride together over 6 hours and we face up, if you beat me, you're walking back. It could be my own mother. It could be my own mom. It could be my wife. You're walking. You're not getting in my car. Are you kidding me? Are you joking? Goodness. No, you're not. You're walking. I'm sorry. It is what it is. You could be.
It is.
It's cold out here, man. You're walking, buddy.
No, and you're in the Pacific Northwest, so it gets cold a lot out there.
Yeah, rainy.
As we see, it is, and we see on the board. I mean, this is pretty similar to what we saw last game. Towards the end of the last game, Nunes just decided, you know what, I'm going to put out as many characters as I can. I've got, I'm going to spread this board as wide as I can, and this is creating a bit of a problem. As we take a look at Orion's hand, we see that second white rose come down. We do see that there's another Calhoun and a strength of a raging fire in hand. And so Orion is saying, hey, look, I'm going to match you in number of characters down. However, see, big problem here is that Orion did that. Orion stretched himself wide, but Nunes has 3 more cards in hand. Nunes says, okay, Nunes is able to say, bet, watch me now. It's my turn. And that's going to create what I believe to be the turnaround in this game if Nunes is to have one.
Okay, so that is just like I think that's a very impressive point. And both players are just trying to expand their board, because another key is those strength of a razor fires. Who can have the biggest ones? You need that thing at least hitting for a minimum of 3. You love it hitting for 4. You see that Nunez has been hanging on to the strength for a while. Let's see if he deploys it down to maybe clear this Calhoun, maybe force some trades if you want it. I guess you could, but you also might want to start trading these turner bogs in after you can deploy that strength of razor fire. So this is the turns that I love to see. You see that Nunez is absolutely in the think tank, in the gauntlet, and these are the decisions that I enjoy the most out of this deck, out of this mirror. You don't really get these types of turns in other color combinations, in my opinion.
That's true.
You got like literally 6 or 7 things that you can do right now, and one of them is right, 6 of them are wrong, and let's see which one you come up with.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly the case. And we're going to find out whether or not Nunes will be walking back home or not as he puts down the library. Which I have to take note here. I love that Nunes puts his library down in attack mode. I think that is awesome.
Are you pro vertical library?
Yes,
I am anti-vertical library. I like my libraries to be horizontal. I need them to just.
Oh.
I've seen people do that. I've seen players do that before. I am team vertical library, but it is what it is. As we will go ahead and get library access, be able to try to board fight a little bit, clear this board just enough, and you are going to get some draws in, which I think is pretty neat. I think that's a good way to use that board.
Yeah, I mean, those Chernobog followers were very learned as they turned from 1 card to 2 here. Very learned.
And now, if you want it, you can attach that Chernobog quest up now, get 2 more cards, and you can just completely replenish your entire hand. It looks like that's what Nunez is going to do. So you got maximum mileage out of those out of those Chernobog and out of your library. And now you have the ability to kind of make a nice bulky board. I think you have enough ink to do it as well. So let's see how you respond to this pretty strong board. I think that Orion is in top deck mode. So if you can crack this board, you can be in a very commanding position.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, and Nunes knows that. Nunes knows, like, granted, you know, Orion is at 7 lore. Orion has 3 characters on the board presenting threats. However, each of those characters, as long as you don't feed that Calhoun, are only offering up 3 lore each. So this was a good opportunity to kind of build up the hand to continue. Oh, and as we see,
look at that.
A matching library hits the table, but this library, of course, is in defense position.
Yeah, a nice classic horizontal library. The way the game intended, the way the game should be played, in my opinion. We're going to go ahead and kick over to the library. Another crab here would be devastating. You can clear this library, and you can probably clear another character if you felt so inclined. It looks like we are going to go ahead and go Cobra here. We are not going to pay the troll toll on this Cobra, it looks like. We're just going to put him out just for the statistics there. Absolutely.
I mean, now granted, the giant Cobra is pretty beefy. I mean, you don't want to mess with that. And we did just see Orion use the Strength of a Raging Fire. So Nunes probably feels pretty safe that there is not a song or an action that chooses a character. I mean, granted, Orion has no cards in hand, so why not just get some 4/4s out there? And these 4/4s will survive even if they were to attack into the characters. However, Orion's saying, your wish is my command, and the genie comes on out.
And you are going to continue to load up the library. Now, Genie is comfortably placed to the library. Now, you have enough stats to clear the library in one fatal swing. And you have this Diablo up. So a little Diablo with a little crab here. They always have it, except for right now, where it seems like you don't have it. As you're just going to go and deploy another White Rose down to the board. And then you can hard cast the Strength of a Raging Fire. Check that. Oh
yeah, I'm
sharking right there. Oh, you better believe it. I'm shark, but he didn't pay the ink. The ink's not paid. You don't have the card's not played.
Yes, I learned that from Phil. Phil from your video actually. Thank you for putting that video up.
Of course, thank you for watching it. Thank you guys for checking that video out, and shout out to Judge Phil, man, for coming by and doing that. I think a lot of people did engage that video, and a lot of people who are new to Lorcana did kind of learn some of those rules. This game is quite simple, but there are some complex, complicated situations that can occur, and that is something that does happen quite often. So shout out to Nunes for knowing that and playing correctly, because a lot of people exert their ink and then play their cards, you will get sharked. But if you play the card before you pay the ink, you can take it back before the ink is actually counted and exerted. So,
absolutely.
Cool.
Technically, if you put a card down and you didn't pay the ink, all you did was you were really nice to your opponent. You showed him a card. That's essentially what you did.
Exactly. As we are Elsa gang right here, we'll exert the Diablo, and we got to start trading, it looks like. We're going to kick the White Rose off, and then we'll probably clear this Diablo as well. Why not?
Ooh, okay.
No, we're going to clear one of those big boys.
Yeah. I mean, it is a threat, and it gives a little bit of control over to Orion. Was that the best play? I guess we'll find out. Orion is slowly garnering back control of the board. However, I think we see in the hand our little friend Doc. Yep, there he is. The fuel doesn't stop, JDZ. The fuel never ends. Okay.
Oh, man, Doc's too strong. Doc's too strong. No. Oh my goodness. That was a back-breaking Doc right there. Super tempo abusing Doc, able to expand the board in a massive variety, going large. The library is not looking too good, and Smee together just really aren't doing too much. So you can clear this board, or you can just start to race heavily and try to go for the win. But I think you got all the tempo you could ever want. I'm clearing this board here.
This is the beginning of the end. We usually try to find that opportunity where we can stabilize the board. I think at this point there is no question. Nunes has done that. This board is not just stable; it is in critical condition.
It is critical. It is absolutely on life support. I think it is beyond stable. It's sub. I think it's stable is a good thing. I think it's healthy. I think it's got a clean bill of health. It's leaving the hospital. Is that where the analogy goes? Because stable.
I think stable means that nothing else is happening right now. I think stable just means because you might be. Yeah, it just means that it's not getting worse or better. I think you're just
stable. You're just stable. So once you're beyond stable, you can just you can just leave the hospital, get your wristband cut off, and go to the pharmacy, get your medication, and just live the rest of your life. I think that's where we are right now. It's not in critical mass. Yeah, this looks like
The only thing that will be though in critical mass is probably going to be Nunes's calves as he's walking home. It looks like
for sure. I mean, a 4.5 hour drive. That's like a multi-day walk. So I'm thinking you better just drop the tournament now and just start walking immediately. Is what I would say.
Listen, the good news is, and I was just looking, there's a lot of historical landmarks that you can walk past and see as you're walking through Allentown. So that's cool.
Yeah, you can swing by, get you go to the Wawa, okay, get you a nice hoagie, okay, get you a nice hoagie and some water, and start walking home. That's my Philly accent, dude. That's how I'm trying. We're walking home, going to the Wawa, drinking some water, and walking home. Yeah. All right,
and Nunes clears this game. Oh goodness gracious! Yeah, that is the end of this sequence.
Nunes is cooking, man. He's clearing. He's 2-0 back to back.
Yeah, this is monster. These are monster round 2. These are 2-round monsters right now. This is crazy. This is insane.
He hasn't dropped the game yet, and I think that is just something about he did say that in the last interview. Like, he built a deck for steel. He figured steel would be a huge part of this meta. Clearly he understands how to play this matchup very well. He understands how to encounter steel. He understands how to engage with genies. He understands how to use these crabs and how to engage with libraries. His deck seems very tuned for this mirror, and the skills are clearly present there. So I'd be surprised if Nunes does not convert highly in this tournament. Maybe it makes it continue to make a deep run as you're sitting comfortably at 2-0.
Yeah, all right, absolutely. Yo, Color, did you get a chance to watch that match? I saw you were hanging out with us.
Yeah, I was here and I blinked and it was over. And so, that's sometimes how that goes. Yeah, definitely. I mean, just very proficient, just like curving out, doing everything you need, clearing the board, and just, forwarding that game plan.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
What are your thoughts about driving to the venue with someone and then having them beat you in the early rounds? Are they walking, or are you fine with that, or what?
Okay.
All right. Hypothetically.
Okay.
I'll set the scenario. Mm-hmm. All right. You are in Florida. Okay. The tournament is in Maryland. Okay. You drove 7 hours from Florida to Maryland to go to this tournament. It's a 10K. Okay. Mm-hmm. You are on the bubble. If you win, you go into day 2. Sure. If you lose, you're driving back to Florida empty-handed. You're sitting with the person who drove there with you. Mm-hmm. They say, "Hey, I don't really have a lot of money right now. Can I just ride with you up there?" You say, "Cool." They give you no gas money, okay? It's all you. You drove the whole time. Hey, I don't have my license. My license is suspended. I can't drive. You drove the whole time.
Yeah.
Your gas. You lock in. You're on the bubble. You're playing against this person.
So
and they sit down across from you that you wrote with.
Your real life. This is real life, and this is what we did. We made this agreement. Has nothing to do with my game. And if you let me win, I will come for you in real life. You had better beat me fair and square. Absolutely, no, don't.
No,
even I know. That's fine. And you can ride with me. I mean, and I might be nice to you on the way back.
Okay.
Or that might be your punishment. Is you have to sit in a car with me knowing what you did.
No. Gabe, do you agree? Do you agree?
Like,
do you agree with Color?
Like, if you feel comfortable getting in the car with me after you beat me, at least I know you beat me fair and square because you gave it your all.
They go top cut and they get cooked round 1. Thoughts? They knock you out on the bubble and then they lose the next round?
It'd just be like a 9-hour drive of me talking about. First of all, why am I driving from Florida to Maryland? That is bananas.
I don't know. Hey, you got it for the love of the game. For the love of the game,
it is cheaper to fly, huh? And then I can put my earplugs in and not look at you anymore because you beat me and then lost in top cut.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Dude, I'm getting blasted for my geographical representation. This is a thought experiment. Okay, these are not literal times. I don't know how. I just assumed it would be 7 hours from Florida to
7 hours to get out of Florida. That's right.
JC, they think you've got like a map or something. You're like measuring out the drive patterns.
Gabe, I didn't plan this. I was just okay. Hypothetically, a 7-hour drive. Okay, 4.5 hours. We'll say 4.5 hours.
Okay. 4.5 hours.
You're coming down to SSG. You're coming down to SSG from Orlando.
That's fine.
Okay. With Gabe, are you? Do you agree with Color here? Are you anti this? What are your thoughts?
So I was anti this, but Color brings up an interesting point. I could spite this person for 4.5 hours. So Color's right.
You had better bring your A game because now I know if I beat you, that's 4.5 hours that you have to remember that I beat you.
Okay.
Yeah, never forget. Hashtag never forget.
I'd be
You
I'd
better
be
play
absolutely
that. Spend that car ride figuring out why you lost.
I'd
And
be
I'm driving and you
absolutely
lost. And like,
devastated at sitting that drive home, especially if they beat me. Okay, they go into the top cut and lose their very first round, and now we're both driving home sad. I'm like, bro, let me win at least. No, I'm kidding. I'm
no,
kidding.
we got
you gotta be fair.
5.5 hours for you to be a better player. So let's work this out.
Yeah.
No chance. You're
Yeah.
walking. I'll be riding home solo anyway. They're already
Yeah.
walking. By the way, they're not getting in my car. I don't care who you are. You've been friends 25 years.
I'm
You're
about to
on the
give,
street.
I'm about to give you 4.5 hours of coaching. You don't have to pay me on Metafy. This is about to be for free.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
let's
There
do
you
this.
go. We're gonna figure out why you lost.
It's gonna be the saddest 4.5 hours. That's a long drive.
Just oh
dude.
my god, you know what you do if they do beat you? Just like play Sarah McLachlan, just like Arms of an Angel for 4.5
Yes.
hours.
Yes.
Just for 4.5 hours while you
And
both stare out the window like it's a music
And you're
video.
just nitpicking every little second. Don't touch my radio.
Yeah.
Hey, can you stop breathing so loud, please? I'm trying to drive and you're breathing like so loud. I mean, can you
Like-
not touch my seat back,
Yeah,
please? Can you
you
put
are-
it up? I like to have my
JDZ
seats up.
doesn't have friends by the end of this. That's what she said.
Yeah.
So she said,
Yeah.
"You
I don't-
beat
I don't-
me."
I don't like it when
Now
people
we're not friends.
when people adjust my seat. Can you put it how I had it, please? Please.
Yeah.
I
Can you-
mean,
I will say though, I think
I would
that
just buy a plane ticket at that point and be like, "Can you drop me off
Yeah.
at the airport? This is awful." Like,
Yeah. I do appreciate the violation of a Geneva Convention though. Like I do like playing music that they don't want to hear, playing that
Yep.
that bad music, and just
Oh, yeah.
it's a late night drive. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and enjoy some Metallica right now, really loud.
just
a
making
little-
everything mildly uncomfortable.
All right,
Okay, you know.
here's my favorite Polish death metal dubstep band. You heard of them before? Well, you have now. Crank it.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Oh, bring it up.
Oh,
Oh, we
look at
love
that.
a good graph.
Look at that.
Wow.
A little graph. Here it is. Wow, look
Amber.
at that.
What's up?
Amber
Steel.
or Amethyst Steel is up there. Thoughts on this, gang?
That
Wow.
is, I was expecting to see Amethyst. Here's the first thing I'm noting, right? Everyone, the gut instinct of everybody was that Diablo is going to be a monster.
Right.
But if we take a look, the first potential presence of Diablo does not appear until the fourth most prevalent deck, and it only appears 7 times here in that Emerald Steel right there. So I think that's really interesting that we're not, we expected to see a lot of Diablo.
I
got a
think
great-
everybody overcorrected.
I got a. Oh, sorry, Keller. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying like, I think everybody overcorrected. I think we all predicted that Diablo was going to be the problem, and then everybody went, okay, that Diablo's the problem. That's the most logical answer. How do we beat Diablo? So like everybody went a step past that and started kind of like crafting your decks to have Diablo answers and everything, and I think that's kind of how we ended up where we are, and in that like Amethyst Steel kind of mashup, because you're like, okay, it has answers. We can play it. Everybody missed their Amethyst cards to begin with, and then the Ruby Sapphire one, everybody's like, I'm going down with this ship.
You know what? I have another interesting theory, and I'm gonna present it to you guys. You can tell me if I'm right or wrong, if you agree or disagree. My theory is that when Sapphire was in charge of the meta, those cards were incredibly expensive. Scrooge, Tamatoa, Bells, and all the kind of stuff. People were going all in on those cards. They probably sold all of their Diablos in order to buy the new cards. Now that those cards, just give me a second. Let me cook before you
Conspiracy that there's less
listen.
Diablos
Let me
in the
cook.
world now?
Let me cook. Okay, so they sold all their other cards, and now these cards are banned. They didn't have enough because Diablo is now more expensive than it's ever been now. So in order to get the Diablos back, they didn't have enough time. It's too expensive. They're just going to revert to Amethyst Steel, which is notoriously the cheapest deck in the whole game. So
Except for
maybe
strength,
that's
right?
why, except for strength. But people still had their strengths. I think they probably
Or
didn't sell
Storm?
the
Is it Storm? Is it Storm?
strength. Strength is like $20. It's
Oh,
ridiculous.
okay.
Storm
It's
is
nuts.
relatively
Yeah.
cheap for the non-foil version.
I
It
get
is.
picked up all the time.
You know what? I got to say, I love your market manipulation theory. It falls
Mhm.
very much in line with the Illuminati and the kind of things that like a secret society would do. So the conspiracy, I'm all in on something like that because of the team name. And you know what? I'm going to accept it on just like the secret
The
society
lore
factor
and the
alone.
vibes
Yeah.
alone. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
just for the lore.
I really
Yeah.
like doing that with data. I really like going with vibes and
Yep,
and
yep,
when trying to analyze data. That's great, guys. I love
You
it.
gotta think about
Yeah.
the human element. Okay, we look at the stats, we look at the numbers. Numbers don't lie, but the humanity might have
Yes.
to.
Mhm.
These Diablo. What's market watch? How much is Diablo these days? It's got to be over 50, at least
When I
over
saw it-
40.
What?
When I was looking at it 2 days ago, it was at 45. I can tell you right now in just a second. If you
I'm
give
gonna
it
see this thing. Let me see.
Yeah, let's pull it up. Let's do a live Google search right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Let's do
live
live.
market
Red
watch.
Blue is, yeah.
I always got to
Sapphire-
mention we are non-fiduciaries. Okay, we do not have a financial. Do
No.
not take this financial advice.
Yeah.
But
We do not
Diablo-
care
Oh, yeah.
about your financial well-being. We do not
Yeah.
care. So good luck to you.
44.15.
44.15. Okay, and that's
40.
pretty expensive. So people probably sold their Diablos early to buy the Tamatoa's Happy as a Clam because people do that when the new sets come out. They sell their old cards to buy the new decks that they want to
Tamatoa
play.
is still a bananas card, but again, like I would like to see these Ruby Sapphire lists because that is still a large portion of the meta share, which I think is very interesting. Yep, it's $40.
Yeah,
Yeah,
So-
that's wild.
and I honestly, it could also be that DKP list. We did tune into that tournament. Shout out to the Ultra Guard tournament that was happening up in Germany. DKP was there. He was at the top tables. I think he made day 2. Playing Ruby Sapphire Steel, playing more of that Shark deck. So I'm assuming that's what people are on. If I had to call it, the Maui Have Shark, his stock is exploding.
Recently, it's a
It's a thing.
it's a haunting experience to just have
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Super Goof is
I
wild.
mean, that's another thing too. I really do believe like the Ruby Sapphire deck is very, very strong. It's like, and somebody in chat was like, "Well, you forgot what the other 56 cards did." Well, it's a very strong synergy. Hiram fed those synergies and made them broken. It made them very unfun to play against and hard to interact with. However, the deck still does very powerful things, and if you can kind of learn to live on lower resources and do that in an alternative way, the cards still do the broken thing. We got to do it a little differently, and some people are gonna figure it out and capitalize.
100%. And there is some card. Like I said, I saw some lists in that tournament. They were playing All Is Found. They were playing Maui Half Shark, which I think has also been buffed quite heavily. Just because he has Zeus is going to be down. I feel Zeus is going to be reduced in usability. I think he's going to be able to engage with evasive characters. I think he can stun the board still better than he's ever done now that the meta might become a bit more challenge-centric, exert-centric with all these Amethyst cards coming back. I think Maui Half Shark is in a fantastic place, and I think his stock is going to be on the rise, and you can put him into that shell. He's going to be a part of the game. I want to see what people are gonna do with this Maui Half Shark.
I mean, sell them for $20 a piece. I guess that's what you do with all your extra docs.
Yeah,
seriously. Absolutely.
Talk about market manipulation. As we got DeCandio, it's in the building. I like to blame DeCandio for doing all of this. I think that this is all. I think I'm blaming him, even though I know for a fact that he probably didn't have anything to do with any of this. I'm like, oh, DeCandio gets in there and it immediately shakes up the game. Instant changes.
He just walks in the door and fixes half of it, and then we're like, okay,
whole game.
Still got some stuff to do. Pulling up his sleeves.
You guys know I'm a huge DeCandio supporter. I'm like probably his number one fan, dude.
He's
like, DeCandio can.
Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense.
He can neither confirm nor deny it, but just again from vibes alone, as Color knows, I'm very much a vibes person here. DeCandio, thank you for doing what needed to be done. I don't know.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you for your service. We appreciate you. There was a joke spreading around, and I don't know if this is true or not, but people were saying that DeCandio went in there, got Hiram banned, so he can come back as an Amber Steel player and
I heard that too.
Again.
Yeah,
I heard that too. Yeah. I did hear that.
Relocated his entire life to just then go do the one thing and then be like, all right,
it's a deep cover. He's like, you know what, guys, I quit, dude, and now he's back.
Yeah.
You'll see him at SSG. You'll see him at SSG. You'll see him at Charlie's in Atlanta. I'm going back to back 3-peat now. Oh, you cooked me Ruby Sapphire? Well, guess what? Gone. He went and got a job. That'd be so cool.
Get a job. Like I said, just like uproot entire life just to be like, you know what? I think these 2 cards need to go so my deck can succeed.
We got Dan here.
Okay.
Thoughts, Dan?
What's up,
We got a new
buddy?
conspiracy coming your way that the Candy is actually.
I don't think the Candy is going to do that. I don't think so. I don't think he's going to do that.
Thoughts?
I hope not. That would be that'd be messed up.
Extremely intelligent, well-respected player.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't do that.
Tactically embeds the Ravensburger HQ in order to use his influence that he's gained to self-serve a ban in order to increase his own win percentage. I love that.
Yeah.
Yo,
so we got to give away some art in-house.
Ooh.
I figure I'm going to spin the wheel.
Can you show the art? Can you build some suspense, Dan?
Yeah,
crying out loud.
Let me get it for you.
Figure this out, dude. Come on, man. Like, you're going to come in here and just show the wheel and not even show we're giving away. Come on, man. There he is. He's locked in.
Hold on, guys. Let's see. Well, we're going to do that one probably last, but we have 3 different pieces of art that we're giving away today. I'm going to go show it off a little bit here.
Here we go.
So here's number 1.
Ooh.
Okay. That's
cool.
Nice little things going on here, right? It
That's
gets
cool.
better, I promise. And then we got number 2. We got one of these guys. Okay. This is
That's cool.
DLCs, if I remember correctly. But then the pretty one.
I was gonna say I didn't get one of those. Those were cool. Oh, I love that.
Oh,
that is nice.
Yeah. And the cool thing about this is that anyone that wins any of this stuff, I believe the store is buying some of it back, and it's just going to get donated to charity. So.
Oh, nice.
That is so cool.
But yeah,
so
really
cool.
We got some of that, and then we're going to give one of those playmats away if we have anyone in the building now that hasn't seen it. We'll bring it back out real quick.
Yeah, please do. I think
we're also giving one of these away.
Yeah. Let's go, dude. That is awesome, man.
Foiling is so good. Matified
Lots of stuff.
Job.
But we're going to spin a wheel now. We're going to head on, and then this way we kind of have it, and then I get to tell someone that they want it. Wow.
Right, let's do it. How do I get my name on the wheel though? I'm trying to
You got to be in house, bro. You got to be in house.
I got to be in the building. Hold it down.
Oh
okay.
Man, it's broken. Scott Landis.
Scott,
guys, you might have to roll again. I can't let Scott win. Let's be
Scott Landis.
Hey, rigged. Everybody, this is rigged.
This is absolutely rigged. Okay.
I can't let Scott win. That's not right.
Yeah, run it back, Scott. Get Breck. Take him out of there and run it back. Okay.
I'll ask him if he wants to rerun it.
Scott, if you don't like it, let Scott know that if he chooses not to, I'll give him one of the best hugs he's ever had, and that'll be his consolation prize.
Yeah, that's funny.
Scott's probably popping off too. Like, yes.
No, he's still playing.
Oh, okay.
He's still playing.
How's the venue looking though? How's everyone feeling? How are the spirits over there on the
Looking
ground?
good.
We saw the chart. There's a lot of amethyst steel there. Are there a lot of amethyst steel mirrors?
I'll put that back up for everyone that's coming in here. I added it somewhere else, so we had it to kind of easily get to. So yeah, amethyst steel in the house. Ruby Sapphire showed up as well, and then
That's
it kind of
insane.
falls off.
Yeah,
I promise next round, guys, will not be an amethyst steel mirror. All right, I promise.
Okay.
All right, I promise. I already told someone else to go on stream next round, so it's definitely not amethyst steel mirror. Okay.
I mean, just for memory, just for old time's sake, can we get a Ruby Sapphire mirror one time? I mean, just for
Ruby Sapphire is going on next round. All right.
Can we get a little piece of Ruby Sapphire in the building one time?
We're getting it.
And also, we get a.
Now you're begging for it. Now you
miss it. Nostalgia.
You watch 2 amethyst mirrors, and you're like, hold on, wait, where are those poor dearly departed Sapphire cards?
I want to see what I want to see what they're cooking. I want to laugh at them a little bit. I'm kidding.
No, you're not going to be laughing. I want
to have a gut bust. I want to have a. He's playing Maurice. Look at Maurice.
Nobody.
Look at this guy. He's playing Yokai. Look at this guy.
is that a Prince John Gold lover? Ah!
Y'all.
Oh my God.
This is how you guys get got by things. This is it. This is it. This is all how we all got our legs swept in Vegas by Diablo.
Oh no, he's playing Judy Hopps.
Okay, yeah.
What's that one cost character's name?
The one cost character, the bad guy
Monsieur.
from Bell.
Yeah, what's his name?
I'm not
Some
sure.
weird name.
I can't say it.
Monsieur. No.
Somebody
Monsieur
played
Dark.
that, and then they were like, "I'm going to play Fishhook," and I'm like, "Okay," and they were like, "Okay." Play the guy. I let him untap with it because why not? Why not? You know? And then he plays Fishhook, pays for the cost of Fishhook, and gives the guy evasive.
And you're cooked.
He gave that one drop evasive, and I was like,
And you're cooked. You're in shambles.
I was like, you know what? Well played. Well played. You are outside of the box on that one. You know, we have Hiram at home, and Hiram flies now. He flies now, and so we can't get him.
There you go. Now I do like a little bit of cooking. I like a little bit of innovation. Okay, I like that.
And again, because it was so I was just like, I'll let that thing win. Or like, you know, you have a popsicle, that's fine. You drew for the popsicle. You're going to draw for the
guy.
Quest. That's right. And then he, you know, gets banished to the breeze in the day. So, and not if I can't touch him. Monsieur, nope, can't do it.
Monsieur D'Arc. Is he from?
Yeah.
What franchise is he from? Thoughts? I think it's Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah, he's the guy that Gaston gets to like commit her father to an asylum.
And he did it. What a madman.
Just for fun. For fun.
He didn't even ask for any money.
There's no money exchange.
I think he has. He has anything. He has a coin. I know in the movie he has a coin, and he's like, "Oh, that's despicable." And you're like, "Okay, he's gonna say how terrible." He's like, "I love it." And you're like, "Oh my god!" Oh,
he was fine with it. Like, I don't know, but I honestly, I watched that movie from a different lens. Okay, as an adult now, I feel that we kind of mislabeled Gaston. I don't think he really did anything wrong. Okay, and I think I'll double down on that. I'll say that.
Having your father committed.
The fact that no, let me cook for 1 second, and I will hear your rebuttal. But the fact that he just goes to a guy and they came and committed Maurice so easily without any type of fight or anything.
Oh, so you're saying that the system works and that Maurice should have been committed?
Probably. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna put a probably on there because they took him so easily. Like if I say, "Hey guys, Colorislaw is insane. You got to take it to the site." We're like, "No,
there's a lot of people that are going to agree with you."
No, she's not. She's fine. If I say, "Hey, come take Gabe away," oh no, he's fine. What are you talking about? The fact that they just took him makes you think that maybe he was already doing all kind of wild stuff anyway.
He was an inventor. He was a visionary, and in a small-minded town, unfortunately,
a revolutionary.
And yeah. So
I mean, and he's coming around.
They couldn't see his genius, and he was punished for it.
That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm saying. If I find out that one of my homies has been taken by a beast hanging out in the castle somewhere, and someone comes in and be like, "Hey, go get this guy. Here's evidence." I would hope that someone would rally the troops.
Except for he wanted to get with his daughter, and that was the evidence.
No, the mirror. When they showed the mirror and they saw him, and he
Belle did make that situation a lot worse. She did make the situation a little, yeah.
I think we're putting way too much emphasis on how bad Gaston is and all the problematic things Belle did to set this situation up.
Well, Stockholm syndrome is a hell of a thing. So, you know, I think that, you know, maybe we can't really be mad at her either.
Yeah, there's a lot. And listen, let's also not forget that when the beast got turned into a beast for being mean to a woman, he was like 13.
He was just a kid.
He was just a child. He was an actual 11-year-old.
He was a kid. Kids are mean to people.
He answered the door and a stranger was like, "Come in," and he was like, "Nah."
He's like, "Nah, dog."
The rest 10 years of your life, if the next decade is shot, like, you know.
Yeah, just.
I think we got to look at that movie at a few different lenses now. And now that we're adults, I don't know when's the last time you guys seen Beauty and the Beast, but for me, it was just a couple of days ago. And I was watching. I was like, "Hold up, Gaston really didn't do too much wrong. I mean, he's not a good guy, but he's not like deserving of death. Like he's not he's not evil.
The Beast defended himself though, so
that's what I'm saying. It was like it was a conflict.
He got a little aggressive. He climbed up into the Beast's house and tried to stab him and shoot him with a bow and arrow.
Right.
And the Beast was like, "Can you not?" And he fell to his death. So,
I think it's. I don't think it was. I don't think either was justified. I'm not saying him dying was like a huge tragedy because it was self-defense. I'm not saying B should go to jail or anything like that. But all I'm saying is like, "Oh, Gaston, he's the worst. He's the worst. He's the worst." I think we got to change that up.
Yeah. Well, hold on. What state did this happen in? Because I think that also.
I think that's also Florida. Then you know, I think there was some ground that could be stood. So he'll be fine.
I think. All I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know what happens in France, but.
In France,
listen.
But also, this was in the 17th century, though, so things were different. Okay, we got to remember this was a different timeline. Okay, back in those days versus what we have now. So we can't judge by our current disposition. We got to think of it how it was in the 17th century. And I think by those standards, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think there was ever a time that kidnapping somebody was good, though. I don't know if that's time dependent.
We're not, and we give Beast a huge pass there, and I think that is something that we need to discuss.
I actually had to. I was watching that movie with my daughter, and there was a point where she was like, "Why is the Beast so mean to Belle?" And I was like, "Well, he needs to learn how to talk about." I've got like a 4-year-old, and I'm like, "Oh my god, like this." I'm like, he needs to talk about his feelings,
right?
And she's like, "Well, Beast is a bad guy," and I'm like,
"Your kid's cooking."
And I know, and I'm like, and I don't want to be like, "Oh, like if a guy yells at you and then he says he's sorry."
Right, and breaks things, by the way. Let's be
right,
fair.
And like rages out,
and
like
throws things at her and things like that. But if he says he's sorry and he gives you a library, then it's cool to continue to stay with him.
That's a problem.
But the flower is pretty cool. The flower in the thing is pretty cool.
I mean, but he goes like, "Hey, you will." He tries to be all nice, like, "Hey, you will come to dinner with me at this time." She's like, "No." He's like, "Well, then starve." I'm like, dude, relax. Right?
I know, like it's like if there was some drywall in that castle, he would have had his fist right on top.
Yeah, I think we gotta go back to let's go back to look at that again, because again, back to Gaston. That's how this whole rant got started. We got time.
No.
You guys aren't missing
this into this. You
guys aren't. They're not missing any action. Okay, there's a long break. We got another 2-0.
I think it's a 5-minute extension on.
We got to stop putting Nunes on the stream with these 2-0s because it's filling way too much time for us to vibe here. So no more 2-0s. We need a 3-gamer coming up going into time so we can keep this thing going.
Library would get it for you, Rachel. Oh, girl, no, not the library. I'll take Rachel, you to the library.
Seriously, you deserve better. Don't do that.
You deserve better. Love yourself.
That's what the name of the story. And the aquarium together. It's fine.
Because
have to get yelled at.
You don't have to get yelled at. Or just pick Gaston and just deal with that if that's what you're going to do anyway.
Hold on. Can we talk about why does she have to pick? Why can't she just why is her just being her?
That's fine. But you're going to settle with Beast. What did Beast do that Gaston didn't do?
He had a castle.
Okay, that's facts. But Gaston was him though. He was. I'm simply the best. Right from the moment that I met her, saw her, thought she was gorgeous, and I felt. What is wrong with that?
I mean that, but then the rest of
that's
it,
sweet.
He
says I'm the best, and I deserve the best. What is wrong with that?
But then he walks in and she wants a different life. Okay, she doesn't want to cook and clean
fine.
And make babies and stuff like that. And he's like, "You're gonna be. That's what you're gonna do. And then I'm also gonna get a dog that you're also gonna take care of. And then you're gonna cook me dinner. And then you're gonna make sure our kids aren't dead. And then you're also gonna look cute and be here when I get home."
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, you're also glazing over the fact that he doesn't want her to read. He's trying to keep her dumb. So I just want to be clear.
Okay. He's gonna get ideas and start thinking.
Yeah, that is pretty rude. That is quite rude.
And to be fair, the trio of blondes look like that they wanted that to be their life. And if there is someone out there that wants that life, absolutely.
Why didn't he go for them?
Right.
I think he's all about the hunt. He's all about the hunt. I think he wanted.
No.
I think
he didn't know who Belle was.
So Belle should have just been like, "Hey, Gaston," like she said, "This ain't for me," and then let that be it. But then when the whole Beast thing comes around, you're all intrigued by this psychopath that you are now kicking it with. And you're going to roll with this legitimate animal. Thoughts? No?
Thank you, Baker. We're bringing up good points.
Yeah, Baker's got some points.
He wanted her because she was the most beautiful in town. He didn't pay attention to her personality. He decided that she belonged to him to the point to where he did leave a spy, and then tried to have her father committed as leverage to get her to marry him.
That is true.
The marriage that was already planned after she said no twice.
Okay, I respect that. I can respect. Gaston's not a good guy. I'm not saying he is a good guy. Okay, he is a bad guy, but he's not an evil guy.
Why are you saying? You sound like Zangief right now in Wreck-It Ralph. I am not the bad guy, but I am bad guy.
He's a bad person, but he's not worthy of death, is what I'm saying.
Then he shouldn't have attacked somebody in their own home.
Okay. But people shouldn't be cheering for his downfall. It should be like a little bit of mourning in there. Aside from LeFou, they should be able to be like, "Yeah, man."
Well, narcissism is a really hard one to cure, so I don't even know if we could have reformed him at any point. So I think we had to throw him off a castle.
Okay.
That
okay,
is that
okay.
is
You're
the
right.
moral of the story.
I'll take that as a take. Okay, Gaston did do things for. Okay, do you think
Maurice though. Oh, and Chip. Chip, I think was the Chip and
Do you think Gaston is clearing a Cruella de Vil in terms of badness? No chance, right?
No, she kicks puppies and stuff. Now she's out.
She
Yeah.
she she
no.
she
I'm
she
sorry.
No.
unalives puppies. You're not clearing that.
That's not
So-
even
No.
like, at least Gaston was misguided in his narcissism to where it was like maybe there's some love involved. This lady wanted a coat and
That's
thought
it.
it would
Yeah,
be cute if
I
it
was
was made
gonna
out
say-
of dogs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cruella is my top tier. She's S
Yeah.
plus tier level threat for me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, absolutely not.
Yeah, and I think Gaston is probably like a D. He's a D to me.
Yeah.
Maybe even a C
He is a
at the
D.
most.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I'll take it. You're not wrong.
Color's on fire. Color's on fire.
Yeah. You're not wrong. Oh,
Scar
goodness,
is
yeah.
S tier. Yeah, Scar is S
Yes.
tier. Yeah.
Scar. I
I
don't
think
think
so.
Scar's
we
clearing.
need-
All right, let's do it in terms of pure evilness.
All right, let's go.
Oh, come on. Let's do it.
All right, well, I have Cruella as the highest because her evilness is just unmatched, in my opinion.
Okay.
Pure evil. Scar, I'm putting that at A. I don't think Scar clears because Scar was just ambitious. Okay,
That was his
Scar-
brother.
He
His
murdered his
actual
brother.
Brother.
We're gonna have some fun.
Brother.
his brother.
Oh,
really?
I get it.
Hi, friends.
All right, sorry.
Oh, hi.
You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna do this again.
Okay,
We're gonna
sorry.
spin our wheel. All right. You guys ready?
We're ready.
We need some
Yeah,
excitement in
I'm-
the chat.
yeah,
Are
let's
you
do it.
excited to give away free stuff?
Let's
It's
do
the
it.
best. All right, here we go. Ready to go full. All right.
Yeah, you're-
so our first one is...
If it's Scott again, if it's Scott Landis again, I'm calling a
he
freaking
earned
judge,
it.
dude.
He earned it for sure.
Yeah.
Who we got here?
Angel or is it Anthony?
Anthony.
Is it
Anthony. Hemmings.
Congratulations, Anthony.
He's our first winner. All right, so we're gonna note that one, and then we're
Okay.
gonna do a second spin here. Bye bye, Anthony. We'll spin again.
Oh, is it Sway? Will it be Sway? It
Sway.
looks like it is Sway. Congrats,
Boom.
Sway.
Let's go.
All right, so those are our first two winners today.
Let's
Thank you
go.
guys hanging out with me.
Of course.
Everyone in chat, you guys have been awesome and active. Huge shout out to you guys, of course. Huge shout out to our wonderful friends today, Mr. Gabe, Miss Ashley, Mr. JDZ.
Wow.
Welcome,
Wow,
welcome,
all
welcome.
right.
Oh, round's
I
over.
felt like I
Cool.
was in trouble. You
So-
called me
I know,
Mr.
right?
I'm gonna go give
I,
away some prizes, and then we'll be back for round 3. We are getting Stefan. He's a local, awesome player. Playing Ruby Sapphire on stream next round. We don't know his pony yet, but
Ooh. Wait, Ruby Sapphire?
I'll be back.
We're
Have
gonna
fun.
see it?
Go. Let's go.
I miss it. It's been like 3 whole days since I've had to see a Ruby
3
Sapphire match.
whole days.
I'm with it. I want to see him struggling. I want to see him on the struggle bus.
Yeah.
As we got Lorcana Villain coming in with a hot take. I love this take. The biggest Disney villains are the good fairies. I rock with that take a bit there.
Wait, the
I
good
like
fairies?
The good fairies. All 3 of them. All 3 of
Okay,
them.
Wow.
okay. All right, let me get
We'll need
let me get into
context.
this there a second. So no, I got to think about it, sir, a second.
Mm-hmm.
Is it because, I mean, shout out to Maleficent, like girl
Yeah.
got stiffed a party invitation and just went full petty. I love
don't-
it.
I don't
love
think
it.
that's bad at all.
I love.
don't.
No,
I think
she's not bad.
yeah.
She was
she's,
like, you
she's
know
F
what?
tier. She's good.
Yeah.
She's almost
She's like-
understandable tier.
Like I would hang out with her, honestly.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
she's everything's on point.
Yeah.
The good fairies. Let's see. Well, what were the gifts that she gave? They gave Aurora.
Uh,
It was like beauty and
Oh, let me make sure I get this right.
what were the gifts that the good fairies gave to Aurora when she was a literal infant? I know, like grace, yes. Maybe.
It was let's see. Beauty from Flora, a song from Fauna.
Oh, so she
and-
could sing well. Oh, good. Yeah.
I think it was Beauty. Was it the other one?
Well, and then not dying. She
Yeah.
just goes to sleep when she, instead of dying with the spinning wheel, she just goes into a sleep. Okay.
I
All
like
right,
to see
Baker,
a
you're going to have
retell.
to explain yourself.
Yeah, we'll need context.
Mhm.
I feel like that. What I love is that we need to like. I think we need to map out our tier list. We got to do like a S tier, A tier, B tier, like
And what qualifies.
in terms of evil. Yeah, what terms of evil?
Serene
terms of all these
temperament and
villains.
beauty. Grace, joy, musical voices, serene temperament, and beauty. So he made her boring. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, they made her boring, and that was the biggest crime in Disney history. So no. Huh.
Poor Aurora.
I think they could have protected her. Hey, like let's just because they
Oh
they
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
take her
Just
out of.
like, oh, they could have just counterspelled. Just
Yeah, they could have just
instead of
stopped
that,
it all
like,
from happening, or they could have just
counterspell.
like, hey, let's
Yeah.
bring Maleficent in, let's work her into this thing so she doesn't crash out on us all. Let's
Well,
just
and that's what it is. They were like, I think that was it. They gave her the beauty, the musical talent, and then Maleficent came in. Was just like, okay, I'm,
I got
spinning
this.
wheel thing, and they're like, wait, there's one more gift to be given, and it's like,
Let's
we'll
counter
make you
the-
go to sleep. And I
No.
think they were saying, oh,
Yeah.
we're not
Night-night.
powerful enough to counter it. But you should have just countered. Just
Yeah,
just
I
say
think so.
counterspell.
Counterspell.
A fairy. Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah.
done. Counterspell.
But honestly, I think Maleficent is so low on the list. I don't think she even registers. I think she's almost off the list because she just reacted. She had having emotions. Can't just make you a villain. I don't think.
I mean, and if you're that powerful, decimate an entire kingdom because you didn't get an invite. I feel like that's fine.
Invite her maybe next time.
I don't know, yeah.
It's toxic, but I vibe with that, so I'm okay with that.
It's so
Just
toxic.
let her come on in
So
there. I think maybe.
Yeah.
A lot of people putting Scar S+ tier because he succeeded and he actually, unalived Mufasa there, which I thought was kind of diabolical. We had a whole plan.
Absolutely.
What we have to take into consideration is that Mufasa was an animal, and so was Scar. They were animals. This is the animal kingdom we're talking about.
We anthropomorphize. Come on now. They're
No,
talking and we have
that has to count a little bit. That has to count a little bit.
So you're
Maybe
saying
not-
it was in his nature and so it was okay?
It's okay. I think it's
Wow.
more okay because the circle of life, they played that Jody right before the movie started. From the day we arrived on
this planet.
I'm talking
Yeah.
10 out of so on and so forth. So on and so forth. I think that song kind of described what we're getting into throughout the rest of the film there. So I think
there's more to see than can ever be seen, more to
Yep.
do than can ever be done. It's true.
That's my favorite Disney movie. It goes crazy every time I hear it. It goes insane. Dude.
So good.
Elton John wrote that.
Yeah.
Right
Elton
there.
John.
You didn't know.
Now we know.
Now you know.
And I'll tell-
Hey.
If you ever get to Animal Kingdom, you got to watch the Lion King musical that they do there. It is fantastic.
It's so good. I've seen it multiple times.
Every time I go, I have to see it. It's so good.
Hades is S tier. Hades is pretty.
Hades is a
another
literal.
petty, he's another
demon,
petty
right?
one. No,
Yeah.
he's the god of the underworld. He just got a little
I don't care.
uncut on his job description, and he's pretty mad about it.
I can't put Hades S tier. I'm sorry. I don't think he did enough. I think he's just ambitious. Being ambitious and being evil. I mean, maybe he didn't. Did he whack somebody? Did he unalive somebody?
No.
Okay. I think I'm fine.
Yeah,
with
like
Hades.
every
Let's
second
see.
born son kind of situation.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
I think he's a mean guy. He's a bad guy, but I don't think he's S.
I
I think Ursula, I think she's a strong C tier, maybe even D tier. I think she's off the list. I don't think she did anything wrong. There it is.
She just had a binding contract, didn't read the fine print.
She's a ironclad businesswoman, dude. She's
an
it all
entrepreneur.
down. She did nothing wrong. There it is.
Listen, all is fair in business and war and stuff.
Well,
like
she
that, and love,
did
too.
try to manipulate the end of it when she found that her contract was going to be. She did try to manipulate at the very end. So
shady business practice.
Yeah.
I think that gets you at least a C.
Yeah.
it's just a shame.
Yeah.
Just a shady business deal.
It's a civil issue. It's a civil conflict. I mean, we can go to court for it and we'll solve it. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Okay. So here we go.
you
Hades is S tier character, not S tier villain, though.
You
and I do agree with that.
you couldn't even take Ursula to a criminal court for what she did. That has to be a civil court.
Yeah.
You couldn't by any laws or no laws. She broke no laws. You probably take it had to go a long drawn out court run there too.
Yeah, you'd have to prove that Ariel was under duress and that the conditions of that contract were in fact unfair and unkeepable.
There was
and that would
little
take a while.
duress.
It wasn't.
Like
she sat there and sang an entire song with a bridge, a hook, a chorus about everything that could happen in that contract, clearly and concise. And Ariel signed it.
She even told her about the unfortunate souls and what is going to happen to her too.
She doesn't pay. It happened once or twice. Someone couldn't pay their price, and I had to rake them round the coals. That's what she said, and she showed little worm dudes over there.
Little wormies.
Pay the price, big dog. Okay, but we got a game. Am I in the dojo still, Dan? Am I cooked?
Who is the?
Is it? I'll gracefully bow out on this one and Color and Gabe. You guys will cook, and I'll step back and I'll come back in next round. We'll do a little rotation. We'll in and out next, and I think we can do that. I think that's fair.
And hopefully in the meantime.
All right. I can't control anything. I'm just gonna sit here. I'll mute myself.
There you go.
But
I was like, in the meantime, I really hope that we understand. Oh, there we go. I want to get the backstory of why the three good fairies are the villains in Baker's
I
mind.
know.
I need that.
Well, Baker
gonna
did say
bother
that
me.
there was a Twitter post, so I'm gonna be scouring that after this game. And
Okay,
as
okay.
we see, which by the way, we gotta figure out who these players are.
This is, I think it's I
Let's
did
see
see
if this is table 4 still.
Stefan versus Royce. Oh, Stefan!
Oh, okay.
I love Stefan.
Okay, very cool, Stefan. And do we know who's who?
Stefan should be at the table.
Stefan.
That's all I got right now. I think is left. Stefan is on the left and Royce is on the right.
All right, perfect. Okay, awesome. So we are going to see. We haven't gotten any indication yet as to what they're playing. Do we get another mirror color? What do you think? What do you think we're going to see here? We saw the chart.
I think that I'm not sure about Royce, but Stefan might be on Ruby Sapphire. That is my guess, and I'm probably wrong because I'm wrong a lot. I was right. And then what do we see over there?
You're right.
And then I see some amethyst cards. It is
these are
happening.
My colors.
Okay,
these are my colors. Okay, here we go.
This is not a great matchup for the Ruby Sapphire. So let's see if the new additions will help them get less cooked. Let's break tradition here. Ink a fox.
All right.
Play a Diablo. It's unfortunate. I never inking early
with 8 of those. Yeah, with 8 of those in the deck on Royce's side, I mean, it's very, very easy in this particular color pairing to get off the big Diablo shift. The question is whether or not we got that. And it's funny, we call it big Diablo, but it's only 3 costs. So
just a BB. Oh, the turn 2 coil. That is.
Ooh.
Let's see. It's a new meta. It might be fine. What if we're low to the ground and we're gonna?
Well, Stefan's not wrong. I mean, anything that can be produced over here on Royce's side, it can with one ink can very easily be shrunk down to 1. With the playing of a daring visitor Sisu, takes care of anything that is going to come down in turn 2, including if let's say a Smee or anything like that can be dealt with as well with a turn 3 ink and Smee. Oh, and we see the second Diablo. This one's a great addition from set 7.
Little Diablo. I mean, I guess like Big Brother Diablo here. Like I looked at this card and kind of like set it to the side, but the more I've played with it, I really enjoy this card.
I love it. One of my favorite things to do with this card is you play Peter Pan, and then you put this thing down. It's like a little missile. It just comes after whatever's waiting for you on the other side.
Dive Bomb Diablo.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, the Queen.
We are doing this list. So this would be Ruby Sapphire items.
Yes.
So
yeah, for those that don't know, go ahead, Color. You tell them what it does.
Oh,
okay, I can do it if you want. Okay. So this functions very similar to Ariel, except rather than being on play, it's whenever she exerts herself. So she can exert herself, and she can look at the top 4. I believe it's the 4 cards of the deck, and choose an item and put it into hand. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Chad, but it's pretty close to like an Ariel effect for items. All right.
And that was one of the things, is making sure that she could stay on board long enough to get her exert effect. And I think now we are not, if it's 3 or lower. Yeah, it goes into play if it's 3 or lower, right?
Oh, that is even better.
It's a very good ability, and since we're not trying to cheat out dimes as much right now.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about what would be in that 3 spot in this deck, we're talking about Maurice's Workshop, which if we're playing in a post-Hiram world, drawing is so important. So you're talking Fishbone Quills, you're talking Maurice's Workshop. I mean, it is wild what this thing can do in terms of making up the difference that Hiram kind of, that void or that empty vacuum that Hiram leaves behind.
Yeah, and I would say that the workshop is really what you want to be able to cheat in, because like just hard casting a workshop is no fun.
Yeah.
But usually when you get the workshop down, see, and that's what you want. Oh my god. Okay. It's working,
found it.
Which is good, because unfortunately now, by playing that tempo crab from the Amethyst player, the Queen's not long for this world, but at least she did her job.
I mean, look, that's a huge value. We immediately put down a card that can give Stefan some additional draw. There are cards in in the Amethyst Emerald color pairing that would allow you to remove items. We don't see too many of them though when it comes to this birds build, and so there could be answers, but I doubt it. And so this Maurice's Workshop is likely to bring a ton of value to Stefan.
And then the Sisu payoff for the coil. Yep.
Oof,
That was
yep.
a very, very good turn. And again, that might also be why the turn to ramp. Again, I'm not as familiar with the items list, but the way developing the coil on turn 2 for the Sisu after the queen, it kind of like he has one open ink left over, so it kind of makes awkward turns. But at the same time, we saw it definitely pay off.
Yeah, you're not kidding. And we see Royce over
Very
here
good
kind of
start.
thinking through, trying to decide whether or not to ink that Diablo, opting to do so. And we see it. We see the war is about to start. And here it comes. We rub the lamp, and out comes the genie. But that wish has been fulfilled.
Sure. Yes, that's definitely. It
Oof,
kind of seems like a slower start for the Emerald Amethyst player. It doesn't.
it is.
Genie into Ruby is always a. Yeah, we saw this shift Sisu in his hand, so we see that in there. But that won't come down this turn, and that's fine.
Yeah, absolutely, and certainly this is a result of not getting the the devoted herald Diablo, the one that lets you draw, the evasive one, the one that everybody loves. Because certainly, had we seen that, we do know that there is currently a. We don't talk about Bruno sitting in hand for Royce, and I'd slam that thing into the discard pile to shift on top of that Diablo, start getting some value myself. And
That would
drawing
be the
cards.
second one. He's already inked one of the Brunos,
Yep.
so I'm not sure
Correct.
how many he's on. So he might want to keep that too, just because of we are getting into big threat territory.
We are, yeah, it's getting scary, and we see Scrooge McDuck come down. And yeah, so we're kind of sitting in a world here where it's anybody's game right now.
And I love the Scrooge because if he does decide to throw a library down, now we can have the Scrooge shift Sisu next turn, take care of the board, and then attack into a library.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and so we see Royce making some decisions here, trying to chip into Stefan's hand. Is it too little, too late with the Maurice's Workshop? I guess time will tell. Okay, all right, we're counting out our resources. Thinking through, we see a few actions actually in hand. We also see that Hidden Cove, Genie opting to sing Sudden Chill. So it looks like the strategy here is let's get Stefan down to little resources. A Great Stone Dragon thrown away is a scary prospect that is a lot of potential ink that has just gone thrown away into the discard pile.
He's just trying to death grip that Sisu at this point because that's going
Yep.
to, yeah, unfortunately, and that kind of puts a little nope, not with the coil. Sorry, I was like Hidden Cove can never mind because of Sapphire Coil. I was like Sapphire Coil, Ink, Shift Sisu.
Yeah, it's we're still in a very we're definitely in a precarious situation. I mean, you're hoping here. Oh, and there it comes. The emboldened warrior is down, or rather, the sibling I believe is down, and yeah. So now, can we recover from this? Here's the thing.
No cards
just
in
like
hand.
any, no, that's exactly. Thank you, Color. Yes, you're right. The cards in hand is a big deal here. The winner is usually the one who, after a board wipe, is able to just kind of reset that board. And right now, we're seeing that, granted, they're higher cost characters and actions, but there are more options available for Royce, and we'll see if they can recover.
And so they do have a Bruno in hand. So Bruno is, if you want to hit the Scrooge, then the Scrooge gets discarded. If you did the Sisu, you have a 50-50 chance of being able to hit the big Sisu and leave the little one.
Yep. Yeah.
So we're going to ink it, so that doesn't matter. What I said doesn't matter. Cool. And then we're just going to go wide. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We're both starved for cards here. Yeah.
They are. And Stefan just immediately ripping cards off the top. And it is a fishbone quill. Not really valuable right now, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't be later.
And you draw off the workshop. So that's kind of what it is. Stefan's board is pretty set up. He's got the coil, he's got the workshop, he's got the giant dragon on board with a duck. So anything off the top of his deck can either trigger the coil, it can trigger the workshop. it could be another character at this point. So even though he is top decking, I think the low resources game is fine.
All right. Oh, we see Cricky.
Less fine.
Cricky is so good in this matchup. Yes.
Less fine. Because now we can trade the Diablo into the Sisu to draw a card. And we love cards.
Yes, we do. Cards are a great way to keep this game
That was
moving.
not what I said, but it also takes care of the Sisu.
It does. Yeah. Now, okay. So opting instead to keep the threat. Okay.
How many cards does he have in hand?
Stefan is sitting with
Oh, no, not
two.
Stefan.
Royce. It's Royce is what I have here.
Royce, yeah. That was an interesting play by Royce. I think I love card draw, so I would have kept the flyer and then the evasive character, and then tried to draw a card to see what else I can.
Yeah,
I just like drawing my whole deck. That's kind of my thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like if you can see your whole deck, there's a pretty good shot you're going to win, right? So like that's why I built the deck the way I did. So I don't blame you on that one. I can see the argument for the other side. You get rid of the big threat. You keep the Diablo. It quests. It gets one more.
Oh my gosh!
Oh wow!
He drew the ink and he drew a brawl just for that giant Cricky. And then you take the. I mean, I guess you turn the Diablo sideways to continue to get your lore to push that way. So it does require that the Scrooge challenge into the we're just going wide. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's a game of just trying to get to 20. A second Sapphire Coil on the table.
Sure. Yeah. Pay the one, draw. Pay the one. Is that a potion of might?
That is a potion of might. That is
Somebody
wild.
tell me what that card does.
Excuse me. I've got you. Let me pull this thing up. I got you. Let's see if we can. Potion of might. What it does is one. Okay, so you pay one, banish this item. The chosen character gets +3 strength this turn. If a villain character is chosen, they get +4 strength instead.
We have kindness of ravens happening on the other side, so that's good.
Is that what the group of ravens is called?
It is. I learned that last night. It's a murder of crows and a kindness of ravens. Shout out to Bobby for that one.
That is cool. Yeah, Bobby. Thank you.
So we are murder of crows. I know, right? Isn't he a crow? Is Diablo a crow or a raven? Everyone. Oh, he ripped another Tamatoa after the. He discarded one. Ripped another one, inked another one. So I think we're an unkindness. Yeah. That makes more sense.
Yeah, and Diablo is in fact a raven.
Yes. Okay, so it's an unkindness of raven. Okay.
That's actually kind of cooler. It's kind of like kind of like passive aggressive, you know?
Yeah. Murder unkindness of ravens. Got it.
I love it. So so this is a weird spot. We've got Prince John coming down. Okay, so any discard that happens. Yep. So
all right. And I think this is what we were missing as the Emerald Amethyst player. We weren't discarding and we weren't drawing cards. So both the being in a top deck war against Ruby Sapphire is going to be a little more underwhelming as the Amethyst Emerald player. But now that we can start drawing cards, we can start doing the thing.
Yes, and I think that's going to be kind of the tale of this game. We didn't see the herald, the devoted herald Diablo at all this game. We are only now just seeing the Prince John, and these are supposed to be kind of like the thing. This is like the identity. Right? Yeah, this is like the true identity of Emerald Amethyst, and we're only seeing it now. And considering that, keeping up as well as Royce has been doing is actually pretty commendable.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And the fact, honestly, we are watching a green, Emerald Amethyst and a Ruby Sapphire, and they are even on lore. They both have 10 lore right now. That is bananas.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like at this point, it'd be a runaway in pre-Hiram.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's kind of like, it was overtuned a little bit before, but now we're just kind of playing to the board and questing for lore.
Yeah, we are. It looks like Royce is making some decisions about whether it's more important to draw or whether we want to clear that Sisu potentially with the Elsa in hand. And we're deciding that, getting that Elsa down is of higher value here to get rid of it. But we see I didn't get to see what was in the hand. I'd be interested.
Yeah, I
to
was
know.
like, I was wondering if the crab just can't be.
Oh no! There's
Yeah.
no way he drew a lucky dime.
My man is ripping off the top.
That
and
is
then do workshop,
crazy.
draw 2. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's what this deck is. I mean, if it finds a way to play to the board and get to this point of the game, it's just going to continuously pop off with all those items. And as soon as he finds the Tamatoa 8, he just
Yes, it's GG at that point. Yeah, we need what needs to happen.
And then just another baby
is
Sisu.
10. Baby Sisu, we love her. She's cute.
Yeah. So this is the strength
The
of this deck.
The magic number here is going to be 10 ink. If we can get to 10 ink, that is an immediate dropping of the Tamatoa, and then 2 to turn that lucky dime. Maybe we don't need it though. We see.
Yeah, I was like, I was going to say we're gonna. Yeah. It's like the genie came down just to see what was in the top of our deck. And go back.
So congratulations there to Stefan who takes game 1 rather in round 1. We got potentially 2 more games to go. Yeah, hey friend, how's it going, Tamatoa?
Yeah, this deck is particularly strong. I will say Stefan's opening was absolutely keep those cards in the deck. All right. His opening was very advantageous. Like he saw everything he needed. I mean, yes,
it's back.
This
JDZ.
I think it depends on the consistency of the deck, and the way that he opened very much gave us a good example of how this deck can shine when it does exactly what it wants to do, and even on low resources, what it can do when it just rips off the top. So I am interested to see like how often this deck stumbles, because Hiram is what added our consistency in Sapphire. So
yeah.
So that might be the weakness. Is it might be a little bit. I mean, it seems exceedingly consistent when it draws well, but if it stumbles, are we able to get in there and take advantage of that? And that's kind of what I want to see in game 2.
I would agree. I think. I mean, listen. So first of all, I want to say Stefan played that game really well, but there's no question that those top decks were just next level. That was like Chef's Kiss, heart of the cards, luck of the draw. I mean, you're talking about ripping a lucky dime just in time to quest with that Tamatoa. We saw that Maurice's workshop in hand, which was super helpful. The Maurice's workshop show up as part of that queen, that turning of the queen earlier in the game. It was just
and we were like, oh, what could you get off of the queen except for the card? When you have to hard cast just full retail value a workshop, it doesn't feel great.
No,
but when you can just like chuck one on the board for free, I mean,
I mean that's the dream.
Yes, yeah. So
you talk about retail, we call that a 5-finger discount down here in South Florida.
That's what happens when you go too far south in Florida.
Yes.
Oh.
All right. Oh, do we? Okay, we're looking for the trifecta here. We're looking for a little Diablo. We're looking for the bigger Diablo, and then we're looking for an action to let all that happen. And I don't see the big one. I see the little one, but not the big one.
So, and I will say though, he did have the coil down on 2. He was ready for that Diablo.
All right, and we're gonna get a nice good look at the hand.
He's got a brawl. He's got the coil. He's got a Maui for the cove. He's got a sail if he needs to. And look, that dragon is ink. That's a turn 1 ink dragon if I've ever seen one.
That's right. Yep. The card says, on turn 1, turn this card upside down and put it in your inkwell.
Woo!
And done just like that.
Yep. And it's gone. All right,
my goodness.
We got options. He's got the cove too. He's got the action. He's got the cove. Look at that Iago.
Oh, I was going to say it's a foil Iago.
I know. Get your foil Iagos now, folks.
Yep, the stock is rising on those things. I'll tell you what, I bought a few myself last night for my.
No, he's going in the inkwell though. That's not a good look. Oh
no, Iago, no, come back! Don't vanish just yet.
We were singing your praises, and then there's the Diablo.
Oh, okay.
We drew him for turn. Okay, but we know that they have the brawl in hand. But so now you tell me, as the Emerald Amethyst player, do you shift this Diablo and get your value now, even though you know the brawl is there because you're on the play, so you get. Oh, he's gonna. Okay.
I mean, look at that.
He did the thing.
We had the stuff to avoid the thing, and that is what. Hey, Stefan, keep your cards in your hand, all right, buddy? I see you there.
Yeah.
We see.
Well, we know he has a coil in hand, but it does make it a little bit
more.
It does.
Like, so we
Correct.
ink the Tamatoa. Now, do we establish the coil or do we sail?
I think at this point, yeah, you
Yep,
have
it's
to like you
coil.
have to
Yep.
get rid of it.
Yep.
Every turn that you get a trigger off that Diablo, and look at what's in the hand. We just drew another big Diablo, but every time that yep,
Yep.
there you go.
All right.
Now
Well, that one, this turn you ink Brawl, I'm assuming, and then you hope that you draw a baby Sisu at some point. But then
yeah,
so ink
that's
Brawl
kind of the play here.
the cove.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
It's got to be. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
just no way around it. If these Diablos keep coming at like these birds, they are certainly unkind. You're not kidding to call them an unkindness because it is very unkind the amount of draw that is about to happen here for Royce.
Committed to memory, unkindness of ravens, because Diablo is unkind. It is an unkind
Yes.
thing to put that boy in a cove.
Oh no, and the genie. So the draw, we just keep on drawing and drawing and drawing, and we've got some threats. Answers to these are very easy to be found in Ruby Sapphire. The problem is being able to
another
afford
Diablo?
those answers.
Right. I was
It
gonna
looked
say,
like it.
it looked like
Yeah.
another Diablo, and that he didn't draw him last game because he drew him all this game. And,
Right.
and this is kind of what it is like the last time the Amethyst player was starved of cards. So we saw kind of like what I, as an Amethyst player, like to say is I'm dead inside. If I have no cards in hand as an Amethyst player, I'm dead inside. And that's
Yeah.
kind of the game we watched last time.
Oh goodness gracious! You're about to summon JDZ to sing emo songs. You better watch out. We see, yeah. I mean, this value that we've been getting off of this, and now we also see a Prince John. If we need additional value from discarding, Royce is getting all the pieces that they need in order to keep the fire moving, and this is not looking great for Stefan. Stefan does have the ability to board wipe, but again, needs to ramp to get there. Unfortunately right now for Stefan, he is playing too fair of a game. He is not ramping to any degree. If you're Ruby Sapphire and you've got the same number of ink as your opponent,
is that
that's the
two?
problem.
No. That was just one sudden chill. Sorry, I got.
Oh my goodness! Yep.
Yeah.
So we're
Okay.
gonna.
Just the
Yeah.
one.
So we're gonna.
But he
Ripping on Maurice's workshop. Ouch. If you're throwing away Maurice's workshop, what you're telling your opponent is, I can't let you draw, and I just need to like limit your.
He
your
has a
floor.
big Sisu in hand, huh? Interesting.
Yeah, he does.
He's very. Yeah, I mean, I know that war, right? You're against a discard deck. You have the big Sisu in hand, and you're just kind of death gripping it, hoping it'll be the last card you have to discard, which is not always. Oh my god, there's too many popsicles in that hand. No, they're on the bottom.
Oh yeah, look at that, and unfortunately, Stefan is just fueling Royce's hand. Stefan playing popsicles, just giving more fuel to Royce. It's unfortunate, but sometimes you have to do it. I mean, you can't starve yourself either. You have to do it. We know that Royce is looking to rip that Sisu out of hand before it becomes a factor, and so Stefan just can't let that happen.
Yeah, the cove. Yeah, we knew.
There's the cove.
And that's kind of what it is. We knew we had the Maui, so he's going to play Maui and then make sure that Big Sisu is the last card in hand after all the discard, and then hopefully we can stabilize.
Yeah, now we see the Hypnotize. That'll get rid of one card.
Yep.
That'll allow Royce to draw two. Yeah, and that'll do it. That'll get Sisu's gone. Okay. Oh, interesting. Are we signaling that we have a second Sisu, or are we saying I need to keep all this ink?
I think at this point we're too far away, and there's no shift target, so that's becoming a liability. And at this point, the Emerald Amethyst player has so many cards in hand that like Bruno becomes the Dragonfire. So you shift the Sisu, you might pop the board, and then.
Because he didn't have enough cards, we're singing Friends on the Other Side with Diablo.
Yep. He didn't draw the second card. Huh.
Interesting. All right, so we're watching potentially the end of this game coming up slowly. We see, let it go on the Diablo. Finally, with an answer, we get to send the Diablo to the Inkwell.
The top of his deck has been good to him.
Yes. Oh, there's Marissa's workshop.
Okay.
With a popsicle to use the workshop. So we could come back from this. We can come back from this.
We're gaming, and I mean the Maui on board is great because it's going to freeze any just kind of like random and a brawl for the genie.
Wow.
Stop it! What an amazing series of draws. And now we set up if you rip the Scrooge off the top, that's free value. That's just a free Scrooge. So I mean, again, like Emerald Amethyst has tons and tons of cards in hand, lots and lots of resources, but if you just play a low resource game with Prince John on the board, top decking is still pretty good for Ruby Sapphire.
Yes, yes, it is. I mean, that part was never in question, thankfully, and we see that Bruno netting another draw, and yeah, let's take a look and see what we can do, because Royce was in a much better position, and it looks like we're saying, hey, we just need to keep some more pressure on you. We need to keep playing that. You've got no cards in hand. I don't have to worry about Sisu anymore. You got rid of that. I dare you. I double dog dare you, Stefan, to draw some answers. And while the answer may not have been drawn, it is still a problem. Yep.
So now that's unfortunate. He's probably going to whiff because he does have so many items in play already. So he bottomed a dragon. He bottomed some cards he probably would have rather had in his hand.
Yep.
But we have a 6/5 and a 4/4 on board, and that's what matters.
Yep.
Unless
we got things.
Bruno. I see another Bruno. Oh dear. I see. Oh no. I'm sorry. I'm fine. Don't think it. Just use it. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what you were gonna do. Stop pretending, dude.
I know.
Stop pretending.
He's got another one in hand, and that Maui,
Oh yeah, and we do see a Diablo.
I mean, I guess
well.
establish the. Is that that's the third one? Yes, he's had that for like a minute.
Yes. I guess deciding whether we shift or whether we play. The question is,
do we play it because the card, and then you just like board presence go wide?
I mean, yeah, I see some of the cards. I don't see anything else I would rather play, honestly. Like, oh well.
Oh, but then he's gonna. I guess. Yeah. But then I don't know.
I mean, there is something to be said about maximizing your value and making sure that you get the most value for what you're doing. The question is, what do we do with this extra 4 ink? And it looks like not even Stefan's sure about it. In fact, we're throwing a crab down.
Tempo crab. Whatever. Yeah, go away. I mean, I guess you do. You replace the Hypnotize, and the Hypnotize isn't really doing a lot of work right now anyway because Stefan's not going to be keeping cards in hand. So.
Certainly. And we're seeing a reversal again. Royce had a bit of a board. Stefan was able to clear it a bit, and we're back to having a board again on Stefan's side. The Diablo is persistent. That Prince John does not stop, and we are seeing just the use of these resources in some pretty good ways here on Royce's side. All right.
Yeah, now Bruno, we just Emerald Dragonfire when you have no cards in hand.
Yeah, and, well, it's better because it's Dragonfire that says you may draw one card.
Cards. Just win the game.
Yeah.
just win.
Just win. Just turn things sideways. Dude.
Yeah, go wide. And
right.
I see, and at that point too, I feel like I get to the point where I'm like, I need to start questing just because.
Yeah.
I would have maybe hard cast the friends so I could get the extra lore. I mean, maybe one lore doesn't matter, but then when your opponent scoops, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. As Skinner likes to say, Stefan played the scoop card.
Yeah.
And so that's what we do here. We scoop. And that puts us 1-1. And so we are going to get to a game 3. I do love me a good game 3 color. I don't know about you. How do you feel about game 3? Oh, yeah.
Always love a game 3.
They're pretty sick.
It's never fun to watch one deck just be like beat into submission. I want to see a game. Yeah. Game 3, let's go.
Let's do it. Game 3. All right, we don't have to do rank tiers of villains now. We get to watch a game 3. This is great. Although I got to tell you, I really appreciated that conversation, and I hope we have more of them throughout this broadcast. If I'm being honest,
what is
fantastic conversation. The one about villains, about the one that we were having. After last round.
Again, I need to know why the 3 fairies are the worst villains in Lorcana Villain's mind. Baker has explaining to do.
Yeah, I think Baker needs to rehash the tweet that I think it was a long time ago that Baker did that.
Okay, we'll have to dig that up.
Yeah, we'll have to dig it up.
Let's go, game 3. Right.
So we know that Stefan will be on the play here. Stefan's got to be feeling pretty good about that. Royce would likely prefer to be on the play, obviously. And so we got to think about, from Royce's perspective, what do we need to do to slow down the tempo or the difference that Stefan has now because he'll be going first?
Draw 3 Diablos.
Okay, that's pretty sick.
continuously make you answer the Diablos. Yeah, there you go. So he shipped enough. He kept baby Diablos, and then he has yeah, exactly, shift Diablo. That's how you win.
All right, let's see if Royce is rewarded or punished for the decision to alter these 5 cards.
Oh, that was the meta, right? What was it when Diablo and Bucky were such a big thing? They're like, okay, I'll mull 7, and you're like, oh no, like you're like
in trouble.
Yeah,
I'm in danger.
But yeah, Prince John is a problem, and I will continuously say that because anytime that you put ward on a character that costs less than 3 with a static ability, I don't love that.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Potion of Might. Yeah, I don't think that character. I mean, I know he would have been very strong, but you gave him an ability that he does not have to exert for, and gave him ward. That's so mean.
Yeah, listen.
When all of the supers in this game cost 7 or more, 6 if you're lucky.
Yeah. No. I missed what was in Stefan's hand. It looked like a lot of high cost stuff though.
Yeah,
it looks like we're in a similar position. Yeah, we're in a similar position as last game where there's going to be a bit of time before that Stefan can do something. However, difference here is that Stefan is actually ramping now versus chasing down a bird.
But I want all these cards. I need them.
Yeah. Who doesn't, right? Interesting. Let's see. No, okay. So wait. So it looks like we drew, but we did not ramp. Is that that's okay.
I wish I would have seen his hand. I blinked.
It was so quick. Yeah, it was so quick. All right, we've got an Ursula going down into the Inkwell because we are going to be playing a yes. Oh, there you go. The Cove to protect us from a brawl. That is rough. We
can't root for the Cove Diablo player on turn 2. I'm sorry, everyone.
Know. And no coil. There's like no. Well, maybe we get the coil now, but there's
the queen.
But we need a coil. What's going to make this game fair is the coil for the Ruby Sapphire player. I cannot believe I'm saying that. Make this game fair for the Ruby Sapphire player. How dare I? But I said it, and I got to live with that now.
We got hit in the leg with a baseball bat. Okay.
Yep.
So we need something, and if it takes a minute to get there, we're playing fair Lorcana now. We are. So we're not the bad guys anymore. Hey, listen. No. It's the Peter Pan.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah, there he is.
Okay. Yeah, Peter Pan is awesome. Some fresh spice, just a few days old. Peter Pan turns every evasive character in your deck, if you're playing as the Emerald Amethyst player, turns every evasive character into a rush character. So Genie is rush. Elsa was already rush, but the new Dual Ink Diablo is rush. Iagos are finding their ways into this deck, so Iagos are rush as well.
Okay.
Diablo go away.
We just watched the Potion of Might do a thing.
Yeah, it did the thing. That was pretty sick.
Okay, and then that cleared the way for the Cove, and it was able to brawl the Diablo. I like it. That was actually very good.
Yes, that was actually pretty slick. That actually raised up the value of Potion of Might in my eyes by a lot.
I know. We just bumped it up just a little bit.
All right. Buy them out, everybody. You heard it here first.
What does Potion of Might do? You banish this item to give... Oh, and she's a villain! Wait a minute. Potion of Might just got so good.
Yes, it's awesome.
Challenger, is it? Challenger 3 because she's a villain?
No, it gives them just immediately a +3 strength or +4 strength. So it's not even Challenger. It is actually the strength of the character. Yeah.
And then we exerted ability. We got our workshop. We're doing it.
Okay, so there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah. Let's go. I see it.
Yeah.
The queen has done work. You gave her a Potion of Might. She took out an entire Cove.
She
just made an entire workshop for free.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Genie.
Stefan is dealing with this board effectively. Now, I would see if it was me, I've played with Peter Pan enough to know that Peter Pan is what's scary. I probably would have done that to the Peter Pan, not worried about what was coming up.
Brawl the Peter Pan?
I would have, yes, because I've seen some crazy things.
But I mean, it's Amethyst, so like he's like he'd have to
Oof.
he'd like
Oof.
have to fox it. He'd have to crab and then
Yeah.
take away his Peter Pan.
Well,
So
the reason why is because at 3 you play the Peter Pan. If the Peter Pan survives, when you get to 4 ink, you can play Iago,
Iago,
and then
yeah,
Iago
that's
would have cleared that queen. Is the reason why I'd be concerned about it. But holy moly!
Oh, is
All right.
there a fox in this deck?
I think I see a fox in hand.
Oh,
We'd
he
have
inked
to
one.
double
Yes,
check.
he did ink one. I'm pretty sure he inked one turn 1 of game 1. So yeah,
Yeah,
that would be. I would say like I think I would get the genie because of the evasive. I understand that Peter
that's
Pan is
fair.
very
Yeah,
powerful, but there are a ton of ways in that deck to challenge in and get rid of that queen that I would
certainly.
just be more. I'm I'm trying to stop lore at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong about that. That's certainly a concern. I think in terms of the Ruby Sapphire player, they're probably used to having to bleed a little bit too.
Mm-hmm.
So like you're kind of used to this world where it's like, well, you're gonna get to 16, and then I'll just figure out a way to just completely stop you and then reverse it all. So
I
there's
don't.
a little bit of that thought process too. So it's tough. It's like there's so many ways you can go.
Mm-hmm. An Amethyst deck at 16 is a nightmare. So,
Yeah, yeah,
you guys get to 13. I'm all like,
yeah.
hmm.
Yeah, that's. I always say that in Amethyst, 13 is the new 19. Once a goat shows up and you start bouncing it around, it gets all crazy.
And then there's the baby Sisu with the
Ooh, yeah.
coil.
All right, so coil is in effect. We have the coil.
Yep.
We have the Sisu. That Sisu makes the big Sisu live here, and so we've got to think about how do we approach this. If we're the Emerald Amethyst player, we can't go too wide if we're worried that there might be a big Sisu. That could be a problem for us.
So then you hopefully, well, how many ink are we at? We're like, one, two,
Looks like we're rocking 5 on the.
six.
Oh, there's the fox we were talking about.
Yeah, there's the fox.
All right.
That's what I say. The queen
Okay.
was probably not for long for this world for many, many reasons. So protecting her was less of it.
Yeah.
It's probably stemmed the bleeding. And then this is
No,
just
I really love this.
Sisu my board. I draw 3. That's
Exactly.
great. And now the
Exactly.
Peter Pan is protected. That makes it so much worse when you have to Sisu and let them draw a ton.
Yeah, you're 100% right. We do see that potion of might that actually was so vital to get rid of that hidden cove earlier is back and in effect.
Did he drop cards and then they went into the inkwell and then he pulled it out of the inkwell and put it? Okay, that's fine. All right.
Yeah, it looks like the things were handled mostly. That Scrooge is what triggered it. So all right, saying go. Let's see what happens here. What do we do? Oof. Okay. Questing out the 3. Royce is telling Stefan, "Let me have it. Let me draw cards. See what happens if you let me draw cards." And again, we're seeing another crab, like just kind of like to keep a character on board.
Not with the Sisu though. I mean, like with the coil, and he doesn't have the shift Sisu, and that's kind of what we're afraid of at this point. But
yeah, I mean, maybe we're baiting it. Maybe we're saying, "Hey, I bet you don't have it." Oof, Maurice's workshop. I mean, at this point, you have to say he doesn't have it. If we're running through this, and certainly we're digging for it, is what we're doing here. All right, we see popsicle, which means with Maurice's workshop we can draw 1, and if we want to, we can draw another one because we got 2 Maurice's workshops, and we do that.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a good turn to take off to develop because you're going to be taking both of those, or at least 2 of the Diablos out by challenging. So you don't really need a Sisu at that point. You're kind of just, we don't turn it sideways.
Oh, but we do see it. So it's in hand. In fact, he's got 2 of them now. By the way, I do see 2 in hand for Stefan of those big Sisus.
What would be the point of not challenging? I mean, I would have challenged. I think with the Sisu to get rid of that Diablo to stem some of the lore gain because he could run both of his Diablos in there to draw cards. So I would have at least like to stop that. And he's
potentially. Oh, okay.
Yeah, as I was about to say, like you
Yeah. All right. So I believe the Elsa is what was drawn for that.
And that's what I was about to say, because Elsa can come down and clear that baby Sisu. So you could have, you know what I mean? Like you could have used it to take out the Diablo and then saved yourself a lore
Yeah, certainly. I
Keeping
mean,
it up doesn't really.
sequencing was a little bit weird there. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
there's always the pressure of being under the cameras and the pressure of making the right play. So, you know, it's tough. Like trying to make those right choices in that moment. But we're seeing so we're seeing some choices now that Stefan's gonna have to make. Stefan is at 7. Stefan could ink and then play that Sisu out
Yeah, of
directly,
course. Yeah, I
and
was
that's
about to say.
exactly what we do. Yeah. Now in this case, this is one more draw for Royce because of the Diablo that went away. I didn't catch whether he actually drew for it or not, but should have been allowed to if he did, and chose not to if he didn't.
Hmm.
All right, we're seeing the thought process. Do we ink this fox? Do we ink it? Doing some counting. Where are we right now?
Yeah, that's not a lot of ink, I think. I mean, this deck does function on a lower curve, but I mean, being stuck at yeah.
Yeah. Now we see a couple of, and there it is, because we do see a couple of 3s in hand. That
Yeah.
getting to that 6th ink is important for this play.
Now, unfortunately, we know that there's a second Sisu in hand, which is kind of like,
Yeah.
I guess, the gamble that they were taking at this point. Do I want to save the fox to take out the Sisu, or do I continue to push the board and make them answer me?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's always a crazy gamble to take. I mean, you have to wonder how many you're packing. You'd assume maybe 3 in the deck. But interestingly enough, Stefan is saying, no, not yet. I'm not scared of you yet.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna present more of a board before I do anything too crazy.
Yeah, and I think that's really good. He's establishing, so he's just, and this is the point, right? And I think that's why Ruby Sapphire seems crazy, but it does seem like something that you can go under again. Before, it's like, oh, I can't go under this deck. There's just a billion cards, and you're triggering the coil, and everything's happening.
Yeah, and the fact is too, like, why burn that big option? You can save it for later. So yeah, and we see
There it
Iago
is!
come out.
Okay.
Iago's here,
He's doing a thing.
folks.
Oh my
look
god,
at that.
I forgot. He's got such a big
Look at
willpower.
that.
Yep.
Iago takes out the Sisu and lives.
It's a
It
big
lives.
bird. That giant
big
bird
bird.
fought a dragon and won. Look at
That's
that.
a big parrot. Oh my goodness.
This is Stefan.
All right, we see a lucky diamond hand. So turning that tomato sideways, which of course you bring out the highest value, highest cost item for free. Why wouldn't you? You'd be crazy not to.
Oh, and he had the dime. Yep, there it is.
Yep. Whoop, there it is indeed.
Seeing Iago do the thing in foil, I mean, that's great though.
Yeah.
Trying to set that up, that is definitely like a combo play a lot of times, especially against a Ruby player. You don't want to throw the Peter Pan out there, just watch him get brawled.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Scrooge did his job. All right. Go Scrooge.
We're proud of you, Scrooge. Thanks for
I
coming.
know. You got to go in for free and you didn't whiff. It's a day. Popsicle.
Oh.
Draw for pop.
And
Do we draw for workshop? Yeah, sure.
Why wouldn't we? Of course we do. Why not?
Draw for drawing. You know what I mean? Just make sure you have 2 left at the end to tap the dime, and we're gaming.
Guys, don't worry. We don't need Hiram. And the best part here is that the Maurice's Workshop is not Hiram at home. I would argue it is better than Hiram in some cases. It can draw you so many cards.
That's it. You know, and that's the thing, is like, that's why I think it's more fair, is because it does take that setup to get to this point. But once you are at this point, boy, you are zooming.
Yeah.
It is a terror, especially just a free dime into a free Scrooge into, like, pay your taxes.
Yeah, seriously. You know, come on. Oh.
Yep. We have now identified Peter Pan as a problem.
Yeah, well, I'm glad. I've been telling you, but it's a shame you can't hear me over there. I warned you.
It was the Peter Pan all along.
Absolutely.
Bouncing it back with Fox to protect it was a very heads up thing.
Very much so, yes. Very much so. Now, at this point, though, the number of cards that are sitting in Stefan's hand, I see a sudden chill over in Royce's hand, and it just feels bad, because it's like, I'm going to sudden chill you, and you've got plenty of options to do things with.
Oh, no, we're going to wait.
Okay, interesting.
Okay, he has to read it. Okay, we got to read it too. Is that Kronk?
We're playing Kronk. That is Kronk.
What does he do?
Kronk, I'll tell you right now, Kronk says, well, first of all, it has Ward on it. If an effect would cause you to discard one or more cards, you do not discard a card.
Wait.
It is a 4/4.
Okay.
It is yeah.
Okay.
It's a 4/4, and
So
it quests for 2.
Did Kronk get stuck in his hand, and it's more for a mirror at this point? And he just
Potentially.
played it out because it's a 4/4 with ward. I get it.
Yeah, essentially, and I think they're calling it on the chat as well. Like this is a good inclusion in the deck. If you anticipate seeing a lot of discard yourself, so you're like, haha, you're gonna make me you can't make me discard because I have this card that prevents me from discarding.
Which makes sense, and it being uninkable, I can see how he is just pushing for board presence. It having ward is like a really good thing into this, but other than that, it's basically a card with no text and ward in this matchup. Okay, correct, understandable.
Yeah.
They can never remove it until it goes sideways or gets be prepared. There is the Tamatoa. Ho ho.
Oh, we're in trouble.
Yeah,
we are in danger.
And he has so many items I can't even see him off the screen. So we tap for $1 billion.
Yeah. So we're currently sitting at 6. 6.
Oh, well.
Yeah, we're doing quick math here.
Oh no, he's one off. No.
Oh no. Yeah, so that's 8 items on the board.
Oh, heartbreaking.
I mean, we'll see, because at this point the game there's we see the Great Stone Dragon.
Oh wait, so he did. Oh, maybe it was a sequencing kind of thing.
Potentially, yeah. But yeah, I mean, at this point, this game is pretty close to over. I can't imagine Royce able. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing that could be done. And congratulations to Stefan. Wow,
congratulations to the underdog of Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, poor Ruby Sapphire. Leave them alone.
3 minutes left in round, and we got there. Okay. All right.
Yes. Fantastic games. I think this is a great showcase. I loved seeing this game because we got to see Ruby Sapphire kind of its new identity. You know, we talk about like the identity of colors and cards. That was one of the things that was discussed in the letter that was released about the banning of Hiram and Fortisphere. So seeing the identity of Ruby Sapphire here, I think, was really interesting. This Maurice Workshop item reliant drawing ability. That was super cool.
Yeah, definitely. We got to see the item synergy going on there, and it's kind of. That's always the thing. Like Ruby Sapphire items has like always been very, very strong. It is a bit of a slower deck, so you have to kind of figure out a way to stem the bleeding at the very beginning. And as a Ruby Sapphire player, I was on Sisu on Ice in Vegas, and I faced a Ruby Sapphire items list, and I just watched myself slowly lose the game. And I just remember being like, that is so strong. And if my deck was faster, boy, I'd be winning.
You are so lucky I wasn't faster. You're so lucky.
You're so lucky that I am just watching you win this.
I gotta say, I did watch that match from the green room, and I did kind of miss a little bit of Ruby Sapphire. I'm glad to see it came out. I'm glad to see it popped off. I did want him to kind of go down a little bit there. But I can't be out here rooting for discard in this world. I just don't want it to be
in this economy.
Okay. In this universe, I can't be out here cheering for discard. So actually, now that Ruby Sapphire is still around, and it's the second most prevalent deck in this tournament, it seems. I like to see that it's still being able to be played. The addition of Queen, I think, was a slam dunk. Maurice Workshop leaning on the items a bit more. I didn't think that would happen. Still pretty cool. Potion of Might.
That was the one that really got me. I was like, okay, Potion of Might. That's like it's a 1-cost item.
It's a
1-cost.
Yeah, it's 1-cost. Let him cook.
Fine. Yeah, just replace. Yeah, just go in there. And then when it did the thing, I was like, okay, hold up, that card did a thing. And with the Queen being a villain, the synergy behind that, we love flavor. We love a flavor win.
I got down with that. I thought it was really neat, and I want to see a little bit more of that. So maybe we can get a little bit more. Maybe not too much now. I don't want to see okay, let's just keep it in a nice modest range of Ruby Sapphire coming to this tournament. But I like to see a little splash in there, and I also do like that there are a lot of colors represented in this little pattern here. Some wild card is playing a little Emerald Ruby, and some Emerald Sapphires there. So maybe we can get those guys up in here. Maybe they're getting cooked.
Is it just like these 4 people decided they're gonna? So Amber, Amethyst, Amethyst Sapphire, Emerald Ruby, and then again with the Sapphire with the emerald. Brave Souls.
Wild cards. 4 loose cannons showed up to
Yeah.
the tournament and just said, you know what?
We love to see it.
We are about to send it. I am surprised though
Yeah.
that there is no Ruby Fossa. I thought that deck would be featured a bit more. It has a pretty good Amethyst Steel matchup. It
Humble's
has
working on it still. I
it
think
has a-
Humble
it
is
has a-
cooking.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
what's Humble doing? We Humble
He's
assemble the
cooking.
Humble Knights.
I know, right? Yeah. We need the bat signal, but it's for Humble, and it's
Yeah.
just Mufasa's face in the night sky. That's what we need.
he should be
he's-
back, but I
he's
think
cooking.
that Emerald Steel matchup against the Ruby Fossa, I think is really hard on him. So maybe not. Maybe this Emerald Amethyst deck is probably not the best matchup either. But against the rest of the stuff, the Amethyst Ruby, the Amethyst Steel, the Ruby Sapphire, it can kind of cook there, I think.
Yeah.
And the Amber, the Steel Song, I think it cooks there too. I don't know. Let's go. Find Humble. Get him out here.
I know. I
I
was like,
think
yeah,
this-
check
yeah.
on him, see how he's doing. He's probably just deep in the lab right now, trying to just cooking things up and trying to get everything back in
Right.
order. Hopefully,
Right
He's
in the
done
center
some-
of the storm.
there you
do
go.
it.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
he's
I'm
working.
down. I'm down.
I do
Yeah.
want to call out here, though, of note. I mean, we talk about Ruby Sapphire and the impact that it had because of Hiram, but remember that Fortisphere got banned as well, and
Mhm.
look at the fall of Sapphire Steel in
Yeah.
terms of its presence here. We went from being like solid number 2 or tied with first with Ruby Sapphire
Yeah.
to the 8th most represented deck in this event. That to me, I think, actually tells a much bigger story. I feel like we're burying the lead a little bit on that one.
Mhm.
The ban affected these 2 cards, and certainly it affected this color pairing the most. There are some people out there that are saying, look, Hiram's okay, but Doc is just fine. And, the Fortisphere is okay, but we don't need it to survive. So I do know that there's a bit of a sentiment out there that Sapphire still will be fine. I still think it's interesting to note like how underrepresented it is in this tournament.
Right. That is a historic, catastrophic fall off. It is an amazing fall off because, like you said, Gabe, at the beginning of this set, when Arcadia's Island released and they dropped Scrooge, they dropped Tamatoa, they dropped Bell, it was like Sapphire Steel finally became a tier 1, tier 0.5 level threat with just the amount of power that it had. And then they started figuring out the sheriff stuff towards the end of the pre-banning. This deck was extremely consistent, extremely powerful. And that's my conspiracy. My hat's going back on again. I truly feel that someone at RB headquarters just doesn't like Sapphire Steel. They just don't want it to see. They don't want to see it succeed.
They were like, oh, it's been oppressed and held down for sets and sets and sets, and we have our Sapphire Steel soldiers that are still out there fighting the good fight, and then all of a sudden it became mainstream, and they were like, no, get them,
get them, guys. I think there might be something there because the Sapphire Steel community is a ravenous bunch of people who are dedicated.
They can't give them too much power. Y'all nuts.
Out of all of the color groups, you will not find a more loyal bunch of people who are. It's
in
basically
a zombie
a cult.
apocalypse. If you find a Lorcana player, you ask them, "Do you play Sapphire Steel?" And if they say yes, you stick with that guy. Stick with that person because that's
somebody who's loyal.
Yes, they're gonna get through.
They're gonna roll with you, and they got kind of bolstered too heavily, and someone had to knock them down, which I think is super unfair a little bit because we haven't had any DLCs, no major tournaments, and this is the only color. Like, look at these other colors: Amber Steel, Ruby Sapphire, Emerald, Ruby. They've won these major tournaments already. Sapphire Steel has not. They got a lot of top placements. A lot of golden Mickeys have been awarded to that color strategy, but never a first place win. No DLCs. They've gotten close a few times, just haven't got it done.
It's really hard to win a DLC when most of them are won by Emerald Steel for such a long time. So the meta share has evened out a little bit better. So it'll have its day. People are fighting the fight. Good fight. They are. They're out there.
Yeah.
They have the cards. They have the cards available. I think they still have the cards. I think someone should need to get into the lab and tune it up and figure it out. And we were talking about that on another stream that I was doing, and it's about like, what do they want? I think it was Dan and I were actually talking about that. What do they want from Sapphire Steel? Do they want them to play Will? Do they want them to play Fishbone Quill? Do they want them to do this ally thing? Do they want them to do Curve? What is the identity that you want for your Sapphire Steel strategy? Is that something like from the playtest group
the
standpoint?
design, the development team.
What do they want to see from this color group? Because they've kind of told you we want Ruby
We
Steel
don't want
to be this. We want Amethyst Steel to be this. We want Ruby Sapphire to be this. We want Emerald Steel to be this. What do they want? Is it the ally stuff? I don't know. I think there's opportunities for people to get out there and try something. And
I was gonna say it's got to be the ally stuff. It's got like I think Miss Bianca was meant for Sapphire Steel. I think that like that's a card that fits right into when you think about the Duel Links, and we always talk about that. Like, what is it that Ravensburger wants us to see as the identity? Well, we have the answer. We've got 3 answers, in fact, for each of the color combinations in the way of those Duel Links, and it seems as though the answer is character centric, primarily of revolving around allies, or conversely, because of previous sets, it could be heroes, maybe an ally hero kind of unity. Yeah. And so that's kind of what we're seeing here. And I think that a question that we used to ask about Sapphire Steel, we need to start asking again, which is wheel or no wheel. Speaking of wheels.
Nice one.
Gabe, it's on fire, dude. Oh, that was a slam dunk.
Yes,
dude.
awesome.
That was not rehearsed at all. I
Good.
confirm that was straight up off the top of the dome. That's flexibility right there.
Never don't wheel, he says.
These are called bars, dude. Let's go. All right, but we got another wheel up. I think Dan's going to come back in here and spin this thing and see what's going to happen here. But in the meantime, in between time, I think Whole New World could be back. It's back on the menu. Whole New World Fishbone Quill is always going to be good. Get those water singles up there. You have a few to choose from now. Cogsworth stocks can increase again. That there isn't as much Sisu around. I think you might have something there. I don't know.
I will have Sisu in my deck too.
All right, friends. I'm sorry. We're back.
So
we're gonna spin a wheel and we're gonna give away that Rapunzel art.
Let's go.
Ooh, I love it. Let's do it. All right, let's see who is it.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, is it Jeffrey or is it John? Is it going to be John? I think it's John.
John
Bowie.
John Boy.
John Bowie. Is it Bowie or Boy? Bowie?
That's a
John Bowie.
Check out there.
Bowie. JB. Come on down. They left? So spin it again.
They don't get to win anything.
Spin it again.
Spin the wheel.
Got here.
Spin the wheel.
Dude. You leave, you lose.
John? Sweet.
Spin it.
Oh.
Damn, you got cooked and left that quick, huh? Hate to see it.
Spin it. You
I'm going to take a picture of this real quick. Okay. And then just so you know.
John Bowie, if you're watching this, it's too late. Don't come running back to the store and trying to clean your stuff.
If you would like to trade in the store is purchasing it for 300 credit. So you can actually $300 in credit. It's for charity.
Oh, that's cool.
So if you don't want to keep it, then you can trade it into the store for 300 in credit.
Wow.
That's cool.
But for now,
that's really nice.
Think about it. I will give you that just so you know.
I'm going to disappear for a second. I will be right back.
I know. Thank you.
That's pretty neat. 300 in store credit. You can get all kind of boosties with that. I think you might want to look into the boosties. What kind of boosties they got on the wall?
Yeah. Can we get some boosties?
I would love a boostie or two for a 300.
Katie told me that there was boosties to be had, and I want Katie to give me boosties. Where's the boosties?
Next round should be going out in a second here. We're going to have Sam on stream next round.
Whoop. I'm back.
And I will get over the details of that, but you guys are crushing. Chad is crushing.
Let's go.
We're going into round 4. We're not even the halfway point, almost halfway point.
Okay.
But thank you guys. I'm gonna get out of here and make sure everything gets going correctly.
It's Sam versus you got another person.
I will. I don't see pairings yet, so I'll let you know in a second.
Okay.
Very cool. You're doing a great job too. He didn't. Dan, I gotta talk to Dan. Dude. Listen.
Dan.
We gotta clean this up. Okay. Listen, this is coming to you, Dan. If you're watching this, Dan, we need some hellos and we need some goodbyes.
Yeah.
Right?
He's like just like over anything. You know what I mean? Like
nothing. He's just so efficient with it. I know he's working hard.
Hello?
I do appreciate the work.
Goodbye.
There it is. There it is. Was that too hard? Was that too hard? Was that too much to ask for?
You know what? You're doing great. Hello. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Hey, Dan. and there it is. Okay.
See,
he comes in.
You just miss him. I know. You just need a little bit more attention from him. I understand. It's fine.
I mean, how about this? Hey guys, I'm back. Hey, boom. It takes a second, and then all right, guys, I'll see you later, and leave. Okay. Yeah. You can't just come in. All right, guys, we got this wheel. We're gonna spin it. Wheel's done. I'm gone.
Yeah,
give me something.
You feel like Commissioner Gordon. Oh my gosh, Rachel in chat. Yeah, that's so, like Commissioner
Gordon.
That's exactly what it feels like. And Batman's just gone, and he's like, "I've been talking to myself."
How rude is that? And he did it so many times. How rude is that, Batman? Wake up, dude. Have some freaking decorum. All right, Commissioner Gordon. Thanks for everything, brother. Peace.
That's my symbol in the sky. I don't have to say goodbye. I am running this show.
That doesn't mean any. I mean, kindness. Okay, it doesn't. You don't have to be. You don't have to do it, but a little kindness. We appreciate it.
It's broody. It's Batman.
You know what I mean? Commissioner Gordon's over there having a whole conversation by himself. He's talking about some
And
important stuff.
Batman's like,
Yeah.
tell it to your therapist. In
And he's
shadows.
gone.
Like, you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Batman's like, the Joker's been putting these cards all over Gotham. Well, actually, Batman, I got some press. You bring up a great point, Batman. We got some guys who've been studying this thing, and he's gone. Like, I got information too. We're working, Batman.
I am the mountain. I am Dan. That's a good one, Dad.
I am the mountain. I am Dan.
That is
loving
epic.
this.
Justice.
Yeah.
But seriously,
He's a judge. Yeah, he's dealing out justice. He's working streams. Give the man some credit. He doesn't have to say bye. Come on.
I like. Okay,
Yeah.
you're right. Maybe I'm being too sensitive. I need to work on my sensitivity level. It's something
Oh,
I need to
no.
work on.
Was I that person?
I need to work on my sensitivity level. But I think a small goodbye would just be okay.
I just
Yeah. Did
I
you
need to
know,
work-
JDZ,
You're like,
a
I think it would be nice
single
to get
Dan, a single Dan is known as an unkindness of Dan. Just so you know.
Is that a fact?
Yeah.
apparently-
Well, we learned that about ravens. A group of ravens is
a
an
group of
unkindness of ravens.
unkindness. A
Yeah, it's an
murder
unkindness of
crows.
Dan.
A murder of crows.
Murder
It's a kindness of
crows.
raven.
Unkindness of ravens.
An unkindness.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
So we had all the
Okay.
Diablos just like on the board. So it was
Ah.
unkindness of ravens
An
because
unkindness.
Diablo is unkind and you shouldn't do it to people.
Ah,
That's
this is
not
good.
the reason, but
Why is it that though? Why is it
No.
really a legit? Because
I
I'm
don't know.
very gullible. I'll believe it that if
Oh,
it's called an
Diablos.
unkindness of ravens.
no,
Is
it
that
is.
a
It is.
fact?
It is. It is.
It's
It is.
legitimate?
Yeah,
Okay.
it
But
is.
I don't know why. I don't know why.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Like-
I mean,
like
shout
a
out to
Crash
whoever's
like
making
Rhino.
these names.
London thing.
Yeah.
They all.
Like who's doing that though? Why are they
Edgar
doing
Allan
that?
Poe was like, I don't know. This seems fine.
Yeah.
We got
It's like a tower of giraffes is a group of giraffes.
What?
A flamboyance of flamingos is flamingos
No.
groups.
Stop it.
Yeah.
No.
Gabe.
Yeah.
No.
Stop
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
A group of flamingos is known as a flamboyance of flamingos, which is extremely fitting, super cool.
I
think
can
one of the
support
coolest
that.
names.
It's not like a
Uh,
flock. It's annoying though. Like they're a bird. It should be a flock. It's a flock.
Just
of
let's just be a
flamingos.
come on,
Just a
color. I
flock.
agree with you.
It's a
Let's
bird.
just
It's
stop.
a flock. But now
Let's
we're just like,
stop. Okay, let's all just pump the freaking brakes here for a second, and let's just cut it out, everybody. English language, we got
Flock
enough
of birds.
words. Let's just flock
Yeah.
of birds, flock
Yeah.
of crave, flock of whoever.
an unkindness of ravens. Can you
What is it called?
imagine the emo person that was just like out and it's probably like some kind of like really like, you know, just like chilly day with a shawl and they're like, the unkindness of ravens. Like,
Yeah.
it's
yeah.
not that hard. It's just take it
They
down.
were like-
Flock of birds, man.
That's Eeyore vibes, 100% Eeyore
Yes,
vibes. Right
yes. Like Eeyore named the ravens. That's what happened.
there.
And something
100%.
bad happened when we said a murder of crows. Like that, the lore on that has to be exceedingly.
I'm actually kind of
interesting.
disappointed. I just googled what a group of pigeons is called. It's just a flock of pigeons. Like
Yeah,
who's coming
yeah.
up with this stuff?
Because
let's
pigeons
get
are rats with wings, and they didn't
I'm-
deserve anything.
I'm actually
cool.
quite upset about the whole pigeon situation now. Hopefully they came up with a.
What about a
cooler
bunch of
name than that.
owls? Do we
A bunch
have
of
like,
owls?
that
Let's
thing-
look that
yeah.
up. Let's
Do
see if
owls congregate? I don't know if they congregate.
A
I feel like
collection of
owls are
owls.
like
It better be called a hootery, or I'm losing it. I'm gonna lose. A hootery of owls. I'm gonna lose it if it's not. I'm gonna be so disappointed.
oh no,
I'm gonna be,
oh no.
if it's not a hootery, I'm gonna lose it. If it's nothing, I'm also gonna lose it.
Well, we don't have a name for it.
oh,
'cause
No,
owls-
it is.
There is a name. It's a parliament. It's a parliament of owls.
I
like that.
love that. I love that. Just
I like
a bunch
that.
of owls sitting around in wigs and just kind of like waiting, you know.
Yeah, I can support that. A
Parliament.
parliament of owls,
Well,
and you got
hey, I'm gonna
a
No,
red.
Hey,
penguin.
it's Dan.
Are you
Welcome
happy?
to our bird
buddy?
fact.
Thank you,
Oh,
thank you, Dan. You
Okay.
see, was that too hard, Dan? Okay.
No, it wasn't. Listen. All right.
Parliament of owls.
We're going right now. Okay, we're in
Okay.
it. We're in the zone. I'm just trying to get everything smooth cycle right. We're rolling. No, but so this round we're gonna have Sam from the Illumination podcast, another Philadelphian native,
Okay.
hanging out with us against Stefan again. They were table one. That was the pairing. I told Sam last round that if she won, she can go on stream. So we're getting
Okay.
Sam. She's on Emerald Amethyst. So we're gonna see another match, Emerald Amethyst with Ruby Sapphire again.
Okay. I'm down with
Let's
that.
turn
Honey.
Uh-oh.
All right,
Okay.
all right.
Okay.
We'll put her on the stage.
I like it.
Very cool.
I like it.
see
And hold on. Most importantly, what side of the mat? That was an Elsa win, right?
That was
I'm
also
definitely
the
Team
one
Elsa.
Yep.
I'm
Okay.
100% Team Elsa. I love
Oh,
the
way
Elsa playmat. It's one of my favorites.
All right. So that was an Elsa win, and that
Yep.
was so we got a 2-1 right now. We're going into round number 4, so it's 2 Elsa, 1 Bell so far. I'm keeping tabs on this.
Yeah. I like it. I like
What
it.
an
I like it.
important statistic to pay attention to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Probably the most important statistic I would say.
Yeah.
Very fair.
All right, friends.
Very fair.
And speaking of which, I'm going to do the thing that Dan doesn't do. I'm going to say I will see you all after this game. So thank
Thank
you all
you.
for hanging out with me. Dan, we're just kidding, by the way. We love you, buddy.
For sure.
I know.
No,
All right,
no,
thank you
no.
Oh,
guys.
that's a
I'm
high
gonna get out
roll.
of here too. You guys
No
can kick
shot.
it.
They have
Good
to
luck.
re-roll. Sorry, I'm sorry,
Let's
guys.
get
I
it.
got
Let's.
excited.
And
This
we got
is my favorite part of Lurkana is the re-roll of dice.
and a
All right.
3, and it looks like Stefan has also moved over to the bell mat. We gotta clean this up. We can't keep switching sides.
Okay,
You're
but I
throwing my
am
numbers
loving
off.
the bird facts in chat. We got a wake of vultures and a charm of hummingbirds. These
A
aren't real.
charm
These
of.
aren't real.
I saw that there was. It's called a raft of penguin. Raft. Thoughts?
I love penguins. Is that weird? I just love.
I also enjoy it. I also
They're
enjoy a good
so
penguin. I mean,
weird.
we went through
They're
this whole thing, and I found out that a penguin eats. We had the stats on it, like 500 pounds of fish a year. I would say, and if you were to own a penguin, it would cost $12,000.
Really?
Yeah, if you want to get one, but you have to have like the facilities to house it and maintain it, though, and that's going to be an additional cost. So
Right. I mean, yes, it's a very exotic pet that's probably quite illegal to own. So
probably not worth it. Probably not worth it.
Penguins on the homestead.
I would love a penguin meat sandwich, though. I would love to say that.
What?
I had a
What?
like a little bird, like a chicken sandwich. It's probably really good. I would only imagine.
You want to eat a penguin?
I mean, just to try it out. I mean, why not?
Wait, where in what part of the world do they regularly eat penguin?
I don't think anyone does. I'm trying to be a trendsetter here and get the penguins in first.
What? Why?
I mean, it's like a cool chicken sandwich you can get in there. Maybe thoughts? No.
No,
Okay.
I don't want to eat a penguin. I just told you I love penguins, and you're like, what if we turned it into a sandwich?
I mean, you eat chicken sandwiches all the
dude.
time, and it's fine.
Chickens don't look like penguins.
Chickens are very cool. I had pet chickens before, and they are awesome birds. Chickens are amazing, and we will consume a chicken.
Penguins are mainly fat, so that would be terrible. Okay,
It might be delicious.
Why are we eating these things that I just said I like?
I think it would be delicious just to give it a shot. Maybe not just just a one penguin sandwich is fine.
Highly illegal to own or harm penguins. That feels right.
Okay.
JDZ. So
I'm gonna try. Okay, when I open my penguin sandwich boutique, don't come, Cole. How about that?
Will not be there. I will not be there.
All right, Stefan's gonna win the dice roll and start off getting Scrooge down into the inkwell with no turn one play. But we have a magic broom as a follow up, as both of these players are playing with a little bit of speed. Sam is going to be on Amethyst Steel versus Ruby Sapphire. We thought Ruby Sapphire was done, but it is back in a major way, leaning on the queens and the item package still, looking like
Wait,
Raya.
Is that a Raya?
That's a Raya. Let's see that Raya and Queen pop off. I like to see that.
Nope, she's going in the inkwell.
Yikes. All right, Raya. See you later. See you later, Raya.
And goodbye.
Zia wouldn't want to be a. All right, as Magic Broom is going to be here, probably going to be threatening a little bit of lore. You will have to semi-respect the Super Goof if you're not familiar with this matchup, as a lot of people probably were not prepared to play Ruby Sapphire here in this tournament.
I'm not sure if we saw last round a Super Goof, so I would. I mean, he didn't draw a ton of cards, but double ones on 2. Let's go.
I'm not sure what the information Sam is working with, but if you see in this universe, if you see Ruby Sapphire, you might have to respect Super Goof if you're not 100% sure. But this tournament is going to round number 4, so information does spread pretty quickly around the floor of who's playing what, especially at these top tables. So maybe Sam does have a good bit of info of deciding to leave that broom up and active in exerted position. Let's see what Stefan can do to match, as we will go ahead and bring out another Sell the Odds Right Seeing Inkwell. Scrooge going to come on in. Scrooge is good here.
Yeah, I think definitely did. He's great body, especially into the Amethyst Steel matchup. I'm not sure if they're on library, but I mean, we did just get a coil, so that'll make your day.
Absolutely.
Not whiffing on Scrooge in an items list.
Feels
Imagine that.
Amazing. So now that Scrooge can actually check down this entire position, you could, in theory, I think you're going to your 4 ink turn as well. No, you're going to your 3rd ink turn, so you can't even strength this Scrooge. Stat lines are too robust. But what you could do is maybe get down another character and then maybe strength next turn, perhaps. As you're going to quest, you might implode this entire board here.
And then just get the cards from it. I mean...
And you didn't. Nope. You're just going to leave them up. Look at this. So Scrooge can face here.
I'm so greedy. I draw cards like it's my job. And then I'm like, wait, I'm supposed to lure and quest to win this game. Yeah. Okay.
I think
So,
I think you got to cash some of those in because Scrooge can plus here. I think you
know
can
that
clear
we
this
got
magic broom,
coil.
but you also are going to get yourself a strength set up with this Pete, perhaps as the Sapphire Coil is going to come in for free, and now you can clear the broom or the Churnblock followers for free if you felt so inclined. So
We did a
leaving
little
leaving those
fishbone
characters. What do you think
dance.
about that? Leaving those characters on the board here for the Scrooge to feast.
I mean, I think this was it worked out in their favor because they just developed the queen. Oh no, we have to read the queen. We're in danger. Yeah, they that left them with the coil. They couldn't coil and brawl in the same turn, so I think that was
Hmm.
fine because the Pete. I mean, that did leave room for human Sisu, which is fine. So you're probably going to lose 2 of those characters, which might have been okay.
Hmm.
Um,
But I think
and
you
again,
will. You should have to take some damage. I don't. No, he was Sapphire Coil for
nope.
2.
Yeah, I was
Okay,
gonna
never
say
mind.
yeah.
Never mind.
There was
Okay.
the coil. So yeah, he coil inked and then played the queen, but then that took the 2 damage off of the other one. I would definitely cash in the brooms now.
For sure. And we're going to go ahead and bring out the Madam Man, pop both brooms, gain your 2. And now you have a little bit of threat onto the board, but you did reduce yourself tempo-wise. You got new cards in your hand to refill. Let's see if you can add some more characters to the board. Maybe a Smee here. If you can ink and get down the Smee, I think you're still feeling okay as Pete finds its way into the inkwell, and Calhoun is going
That's
to
a
be the
lot
play.
better actually, because then
Able
that's
to
your queen answer for when they exert next turn.
Absolutely. Be able to check down this queen. Not really, but you are sitting at 7 as well. So maybe even having some ability to quest here before your adversary can get up to that 6-7 ink threshold, which still is going to be the turns you need to execute some of those power plays. I know this deck can still play Lady Tremaine, still play the Medusas. Once you get into that 7, you got Be Prepared. You got Sisu inbound. So there's a lot of really cool cards you can play, but this really awkward 5 ink turn is going to be deployed. Queen is up, and Queen is going to hit.
Oh wow. Okay, so we full retail valued a workshop into
Look
a
at
free
that.
workshop. So do you tap for workshop or
Oh,
do
you're
you
paying. I'm paying. Let's get it. I'm a
draw some
and you're-
cards? Draw cards. Draw cards.
Maybe you're thinking about getting I'm
Well,
drawing
they
here.
can because then you could ink and brawl the Calhoun and
Yeah.
save the queen another turn, but then you still have the snake, so you might as well just
Yeah, get it how you live, and you are going to
pay the
elect to
one.
go ahead and exert that ink just to draw. And now you have 2 of these Maurice's Workshop set up, and I think this might be the future of this deck. Maurice's Workshop still seems to be a
Ink and
pretty
brawl.
good card. As we'll go ahead and establish another coil, and then
This is basically saying like you can have my board, but everything that I need is now set up, so I'm just going to draw endless cards going forward.
Exactly. With 4 Popsicles still looming in the deck, you can continue to generate some card advantage with your board, but you're not going to be able to add cards to the play a little bit. So you'll be able to fuel your Sapphire Coils here in the next couple turns. You are sitting at 6 ink. Maybe you got Be Prepared in hand already, so it doesn't matter. And now Sam's going to be in a tight spot because you're going to have to figure out a way to negotiate this thing without incorporating too much momentum into the board.
Mm-hmm.
Getting
Yeah,
yeeted by
Queen
Be
has
Prepared
done
here.
her job. Thank you for your service, ma'am.
Absolutely. She did so good. I like Queen. I think Queen's good. Queen's back. Queen's up.
That is the 3rd time he has exerted the queen and gotten a workshop off of it. That's wild.
I think that might be good. As we're going to ditch the Helga for the Giant Cobra. As we stated in the preamble, Helga might be another good tech card. Probably have that in there for the Emerald Steel decks that you assume would be around. Now going into 7 ink, what do you do here? If you're going to be, if you are in fact Stefan,
You ink double coil and big Sisu.
can you do it? No, so that'll bring you up to 7. You're at 7 now, so you can't do. Maybe next turn you can pull that play off if you got it.
Well, I can't count. Simple math is hard. So you just quest and pass? Yeah.
That's
Okay.
it. That's all you need. No items to keep the party train rolling. So you're just going to take a turn off and just gain a lore and pass. Next turn, you can do that play, set up the Sisu Gambit, and now Sam is going to have to think even harder if this is what you want to do. Do you want to overcommit to this board position now, or do you want to just take it slow, or do you have to accelerate? A lot of things to consider as you're just going to go all the way up to 13. I'm jamming this Pete immediately.
Yeah, the Pete. Okay.
I think you get the Pete in just to play around to Be Prepared, and maybe you can get a few more lore in, as it looks like you will send in the GOAT instead, just trying to maximize your ink usage and still maybe get some value out of this situation. As Maui goes in,
Ink,
and
double
who are we
coil.
reducing?
Oh, it's the goat and
Uh-oh. Okay. So it looks like we're
the
going to
goat and the
reduce
snake.
probably goat and snake, and then Sisu is going to come on in, and Cobra and goat are going to
Yep.
go out to the
Yep. And then you get to keep your
everybody.
skirt.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look at that.
Yeah.
And this looks still like a very okay spot for Sam. I mean, your
Right.
hand is still, you still have a few cards left, and you're still
Mhm.
at 16. So it
And it was a
look
dock.
at this
Yep.
dock.
Yeah, no, this is good. And that's why this deck is really scary, because it becomes relentless at this point, especially the well-timed dock. And it's like, okay, do it again. Like, you just exerted all of your resources to make sure that you dealt with my board, and you are low on cards, so I want to see you do it a second time. And that's what Doc says.
And Popsicle goes for a draw 3. So you can ink shift Sisu here and kind of be okay if you felt so inclined. You will give up some more cards, but you got to do something because this board is expensive and you are questing for 3 on your next turn. So Stefan is still in the blender a little bit, checking the hand. It looks like I don't see that Sisu over there. You have the Maui. And if there's a goat in hand, you're going to be cooked here. So it's a lot of
the likelihood
Sisu or
that
bust.
they ripped a goat off of Doc, they deserve to win, because that is painful.
It
We
happens.
just dealt with a goat, and then more goat. It's too many goats.
And we are going to ink.
A
It looked like
murder of goats.
what was that Inca? I think that was Inca Maui.
Yes. Okay,
And we can go ahead and hit out the little Sisu to pop the white rose.
Stop the bounce. That's good. But then I would bounce the dock. Oh, never mind.
And we'll brawl the dock, and we'll go ahead and start questing here. So you have a long way to go. You have 1 lore being given up by the Diablo next turn. You have 1 in hand. If it's a giant cobra, is that math? No, I can't do math. You're still going to be kind of cooked here as you're going quest for 1, go to 17. Giant cobra can get you all the way up to 19.
But 19 is a horrifying place for this deck.
And bounce back to Diablo again. You could redeploy to Diablo if you felt so inclined.
I feel like that's
okay. So you're gonna pound. You're gonna put 2 more lore onto the field of play as you get to another popsicle, and you get another draw 3 here if you felt so inclined. But you need to think about your ink reserves if that's a play that you want to make. So you got be prepared up, which is not a great be prepared here. If you had it in the deck, another Sisu here, shift, still does do the trick to clear this board. However, you will give Sam another card in the process. So decisions are being made as...
I was going to say, do we know what's in his hand? I wasn't able to see.
No.
I didn't love that challenge either. I definitely would have kept the Mim up and made him have an answer for the 4 strength character and just left the Sisu on board. That's definitely...
But at the same time, though, if you do lose that Mim and you don't get clear that Sisu, that 3 can start piling up rather quickly as well. So if he does come back in with a coiling shift Sisu situation, and now you lose that, you're just missing out on, clearing that Sisu in the process. So we got another workshop is out. We got 3 workshops on the field right now. If you can manage to survive, you can really replenish your hand, but you at the cost of your turn.
Dale messed me up in chat. Sorry, guys.
At
Another Raya in the ink. Well, showing her stuff.
And we are going to sell just to gain a few more cards. Dale, I've seen Dale. You hand shuffle too, Dale. Stop it, okay? You're a Yu-Gi-Oh player. Don't be hating, okay? Dale Bolito out here. I see you coming out of retirement now that Green Steel is back on top. I saw you dip into the Shadow Realm when Green Steel was down. Nah, I see you out here hand shuffling, Dale. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I love Dale.
So he's okay. So we're gonna go. That was crazy. Oh my god! I've gone off the top. Stop it. My man said. He was like, "It's fine. They'll get to 19. What's the worst that could happen with no cards in hand?" Oh my god!
Top deck goat. You hate to see it. You love to see it if you are Sam there.
They did have a murder of goats. That's what I'm calling it from now on. I don't care what a flock of goats is called.
And they do. Is it a kid? Murder. No, that's a baby goat. And they do come in pairs.
There's too many kids.
They do come in.
Oh my god! A goated play. It was goated.
It's a bad
play. That was so wild.
What can you do though? I think Stefan did everything he could do, but that is the benefit of Amethyst Steel. They got the reach. That's how the deck wins. That's what it does.
I have no idea what answers that Stefan had in hand. But letting a Amethyst deck get to 19 is a horrifying place. So even if that wasn't the top of their deck, was the second goat in like 3 cards. Oh my god!
Yeah, especially in a world, where they've had 4 goats, 4 white rose, 4 freaking giant cobras. Like it's very unlikely that you're not going to see those cards at a certain point.
Yeah, 13 is the new 17 for an Amethyst deck. So they're
going to get to, and then you got the bounce cards. You got Snake and Fox, so you can put those cards back in hand and do it again. I think that's just how it is. It is the way. As Del Bolito is in the building right now, Golden Mickey winner, Sapphire Steel, or excuse me, Emerald Steel icon living. One of my favorites.
Sorry.
One of my favorite Lorcana players on the planet. He's the reason why I play this game. If you didn't know, if you guys didn't know, Del Bolito is 50%, almost 100% of the reason why I'm playing this game. Right, why I'm sitting right here right now is because of Del Bolito. If not for him, I wouldn't have started.
I met Dale in Vegas, and I was introduced to him by the Rat, and the Rat had been playing his Emerald Steel deck against me the night before, and I had kept beating him. And he was like, yeah, I'm trying out this Dale guy's list. And I didn't know who Dale was. So the Rat, I saw him the next day at the DLC. He walked up to who I now know is Dale and goes, tell this guy what you think of that deck that you were playing against last night. And it was Dale. It was Dale's Emerald Steel deck. I was like, oh my god. So I will never forgive the Rat for that introduction.
That's really cool. I love me some Dale. As we are going to be on our way again.
Nicest
you got
guy
these
in the world.
he's got so much. He's so handsome. Got the drip, got the pearls and the Rolex and all that kind of stuff. Whatever. I'm not about to sit here and fangirl for Dale.
This is the day, the watches and everything. Okay, we're good.
Okay, I love it. We could talk about that in the post game, but in the mid game, we do have RB still doing his thing, trying to set up. These curves are much more awkward now to start these games off and trying to hit the most optimal play lines as the queen is going to come down on 3 strength here, and you are absolutely on your way. If you got it, I'd take a turn off to strength this queen and just keep it pushing.
Yeah.
If you had access to that card.
Now that you know what that card does and how powerful of an engine it is for this deck, you absolutely take a turn off and just go boop, or you the Pete dance. Okay.
We'll Pete here, and we'll get a nice quest for 3. Trying to say you're not going to challenge because you have this queen that's probably going to exert to activate the ability, and it will hit again. Look at that. Look at that. Queen don't miss. This queen is very well trained. She has been doing the work all day. Find another workshop too.
Stop it. At this point, I'm getting upset because the queen doesn't work for me like that. The queen is like, oh, you got 20 items in this deck? Anyway.
Hey, you gotta train. You gotta train your queen. You gotta have your right Pokemon badges and put them through training. Got to give them the right TMs and whatnot. As we are going to play the Fishbone Quill as well, and you're going to be able to get another draw with Mari's workshop.
So good.
And you're going to play the Quill too. Look at that. Able to continue to ramp twice. Now you're going up to 5 in Inkwell. You got 6 next turn. You're going to need some more cards here, though, if you plan on continue to accelerate, because the board is quite bulky on Sam's side of the field, and you can continue to quest. You still have no threats. Maybe you can get to a Maui to help start board fighting a bit. Let's see if Sam elects to cash some cards in.
Yeah, I like being able to cash these in and get some cards this turn. And I also, it seems like, yep, there she goes. Yeah, I mean, she did her job. The work of the first.
Beautiful trade. I like that trade a lot. And you're still so far away from a Sisu. I think you're at a point in this game where you need to have a Maui land like right now, or you're going to be in trubs as you are going to Fishbone here. Little Sisu is a good card, able to clear something and set up that potential shift line for next turn. So you are back and better than ever if you are Stefan. So let's see if Sam can identify this, as my feed has gone cold.
Yeah.
Are you cold?
Yeah, it froze on my end too. So
all right. We'll get production over here to repair the game state here in just a moment. So while you guys are at home watching freeze frame here, it's crazy. You wonder how I got here. Something like that.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, and it seems like I was going to say, like, what I've noticed from like watching now a couple games with Stefan is that seems to be his game plan: is get out the items, get them there, and then slam a big Sisu, and now the rest of the game starts. And that kind of seems to be the game plan against this.
This. All right. You're wondering how I got it. It just froze.
Yeah.
So the video feed is
Yeah.
frozen.
Mhm.
We're getting through it, and the connection looks like it just finally buffed out. We're still
We're
sitting
getting
at
up.
about
Oh, was that a library? It's a
15 frames a second, it
it's fine.
seems.
We got
Uh,
a fuzzy library. All right.
okay. We're
And there's
clearing
a
up, and it's
Diablo
coming back in
combo.
real time. Look at
Yeah.
that.
Back to dial up. Yes, that's right.
Oh, we're about 480 frames per second. We're coming back. We're
Mhm.
coming back. Let's go ahead and see if we can get this thing back up to at least 720, and we'll be on our way. As we do have the Sisu up. So all those one cost guys, what happened to them all? Did they get cashed in?
I think let's just say, well, because they have so many cards in hand, I'm assuming it's cashing in. And the library is, we are cooking.
Plus
Yeah,
and
Gabe with
ultra.
the
Yeah,
library.
look at that
Yes,
hand. Whew.
smoked. Huh. As an Amethyst player, that is what you want. You want all of those cards in your hand. You want the Cobra for fast lore, the Rose for fast lore. There's other cards in there, and I'm sure there's a dock because there's always a dock. There's always a dock. I'm fine.
So
Everything's fine.
now it's going to see if we're going to go ahead and start
Right.
implementing the Rose. We'll
Move it.
attach the Rose on into the library. And I guess you could just
This is
play this
good.
game too. I don't know if this deck is even playing Maui, but you need to get to some Mauis like yesterday to start clearing this location, or you're going
And
to
this is
expire.
a great strategy too, because now, like, I played a character and got the lore from the character. You can now banish it with all of the things in your deck and coil that banish it. However, I'm
Mhm.
going to get a card for it.
Absolutely.
And
And if
so
you and
a
if
card
you
in the
don't
lore,
banish it, then I'll just quest with it again to get another
and
lore.
that's 2 lore. Yeah, I was going to say, you for that white rose, you are guaranteed, unless he can hide away or Cusco this manner, you're guaranteed a card and a lore, which
And
is
let's face it,
bananas.
in this world, you don't have room to play Hideaway anymore, just simply because of you have to play Potion of Might and you have to play Maurice's Workshop. You have to play all these other cards. You can't fit Hideaway in anymore. So those
Not
cards are gone.
Potion of Might.
You got a potion.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
and that's five damage into the library, and that's not nothing, but it's not 8.
Yeah, and we do have the goat. That trusty, dusty goat is in hand right now. You also have the Cobra. So if you can just, I think you have a 5 lore in your hand right now. No, you have 3, 4. If you got between goat and that's 4 right there. So if you can get one more,
yeah,
if your library can go for one more, you're going to be on your way. Ink and the Fox. I'm hanging on to that Fox because I would love to bounce that goat back to my hand at some point. Throughout the rest of this game, I think I'd definitely ink literally something else there. As
and literally anything else. But I mean, I think we're going to double Cobra at some point.
And
you're
and you're probably also feeling that this goat probably isn't going to survive this next turn.
No, the goat and the library are definitely on their way anywhere else.
Yeah.
Right. Banish the library, play the dragon. Still, we're at 17.
17,
this
and
is
that's
the promised land.
That's double.
Yep.
Sam's feeling it as we got double Cobra.
Yep.
Make sure you got the cards to discard. I've had somebody do that before, and they cook themselves.
Yep.
Slow it down and make sure you can do this the right way.
She's so excited. Look how excited.
Yeah, Sam is zooming and booming. GG's. Sam was stoked there. You could tell.
Yeah, like let me just tap these cards so it's still. I gotta exert everything. Okay, I win. I win.
But I have had that happen before. Somebody had 2 Cobras in hand, but they didn't have enough to discard both because they were cooking like that, and they were like, "Oh, I just screwed up. No take back, son.
Rip.
You're cooked. R.I.P."
That was a 2-0.
Yeah. Sam comes out clean, and that's one more for the Elsa. So Elsa goes up to 3-1.
So really, you're winning today, right?
Oh, I'm absolutely getting to the dub. Winning. Shout out to Sisu whenever he comes back. I'm gonna rub his face in this one. Like, you pick Bell.
Incorrect choice, sir.
And you,
Sam undefeated on stream. All right. Oh, Sam undefeated.
Oh, on stream at the encounter. Yo, shout out to the encounter. Okay, for putting on this tournament. It's been great so far. Shout out to Dan. Shout out to the Forbidden Mountain for all of the behind the scenes work that Dan is doing in and out, making this thing a reality. As Amethyst Steel comes on in and clears Ruby Sapphire. I like that. I mean, shout out to Ruby Sapphire for trying to hang on, but I think you're done.
The top deck goat and then the double Cobra at the end. I'm like, all right, hold on. Do I need to put steel cards? Do my Ruby cards need to go away and I need to just put some steel cards in there? Like,
steel seems good.
I mean.
Yeah, color. You've got half of a good deck. You just need to get rid of one entire color and replace it with steel, and I think you'll be good.
Listen.
There you go.
Listen. Yeah. Fine.
You know, 13 is the new 19 color. 13 is the new 19.
I can do that with the colors that I'm doing right now, except for the Cobra. That seems sick. That That
yeah, that is
seems
dirty.
pretty good. Hey!
Holy smokes!
Yo. Yes. We're no. We're just out here having a good time. That's why I love doing this broadcast stuff, because I really love this game a lot. I think it's an awesome game, and I love this community a lot. I love being here and just kicking it in the booth and watching these games happen in real time. I think it is just so much fun. So no one's caring. If you guys are caring, the chat is caring. Being here, watching, and supporting are the true heroes. Okay. And everyone else. 25 minutes in the round, so we got a long time.
Wow.
Dale is the hero.
That was less than half the time.
How much? 25 minutes? Oh no.
25.
All right. Oh, did we?
Okay, guys,
did we
don't
gather
panic.
the lore?
Don't panic.
Okay.
Did you find the lore for the fairies?
I did.
Yes.
I found out. I found out why.
Okay.
I shout out to Lurkana Villain. Shout out to Baker. Okay, because he actually felt so strongly about this, and I think you mentioned this, Gabe, that he actually made a video defending his point, an entire video, like a 15-minute long video, explaining in detail why the fairies are the bad guys, or why they're kind of evil. And he made some very killer points. I don't want to.
Hold on. Hi.
Thank you.
He made a 15-minute long video defending a point that no one actually cares about.
I care. I care now. I didn't even know his point, and I care.
You can't speak for everyone, okay? Because
nobody.
I deeply care. I care a lot.
Absolutely. Yes. First of all, anything Baker says, I care about.
I care a lot. It was a very well done video.
I believe that I have Baker's best video ever, for sure. I believe I have it. Him and Dick Burns, like 4-minute player intro. I don't think he's ever made a better piece of content.
It was so good. It was so good. It was so good.
I'm gonna try and get Sam to come hang out with you guys and chat for a bit.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. And that's
make sure they get a break though. Okay, never mind. Let them go to the bathroom. I don't want them urinating on themselves on stream.
All right, Batman.
Okay, but I don't want to go ahead and steal all of Baker's
Can you
points,
send the link in chat? Or
I would definitely recommend, if you have time, everyone go back through and just watch it at your own leisure if you can. I think it was an amazing work done by Baker. Obviously, he makes great videos, but I'll send you the link. It's a tweet that he said, and
nice. He hit the back button.
The flux capacitor. The flux capacitor got turned back on.
You gotta turn that button off. So he said it's a hotkey on his mouse that every time he hits
I've got one too. But I don't do that.
Is it literally just the back button? Oh my dude, why is it hotkeyed to your entire life? Don't do it.
No, I want to know why he's got a death grip on his mouse that he's clicking that button. This like
the back
choking his mouse out.
Can I get him back? Can I get back in, please? Can you take some tape and tape it over your?
Yeah.
Okay.
JDZ going to the gym a little too hard. JDZ, you got to stop working out so much. You're death gripping that mouse too hard.
Hi, you.
Hello.
Are you able to?
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear us?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. You're doing. I mean, you must be doing good. You 2-0'd Ruby Sapphire. How does that feel?
Feels pretty good. I've been on the stream quite a few times on being here.
I thought you were Emerald Amethyst for some reason. I got when I looked down, I saw I missed the steel color.
But yeah, I've played on stream a few times since I've been coming here. So
nice. So, how was the goat there at the game one? How did that?
I was relieved to see it.
Yes. Set us all up for. Did you expect to be able to pass with both of your characters on board, or did you assume that those were just?
I had a feeling they were probably gone. I thought there would be another, because I believe it was it was 2 1-drops, I think. So,
yes, yeah. It was a Turnabon and a Diablo. So the Diablo would have replaced itself, but
Right. So I figured another Sisu was coming, but I was happy to see that there wasn't.
No way I'm going to get to 19. That's crazy. And then, you got to 19 and the goat off. Oh, that was so good.
Yeah.
I always love. I mean, I always love a top deck goat, but.
I wasn't on stream at that point, but I jumped up and I screamed when I saw that goat. I was like, what?
Yeah. I was like, oh, so good. Yeah. And then,
then
there was a point at the very end in game 2 where you inked the fox, and I know that JDZ was like, "Oh, I think I would have kept that fox," and then you had the double cobra. So
yeah, I was debating if I wanted to take out that Sisu, but he was at such a low total that I was just like, I'm just gonna try to win. So I just wanted to ink and make sure I had enough cards to discard to both Cobras.
Yeah, no, it was beautiful. It worked out so well. Yeah, you're like, why would I need to fight the board? Just win. Just win the game. That's all. That was great.
That was awesome. So I have a question for you, actually, Sam. So we're looking at like the not the results, but like the number of players playing certain color combinations that are in the tournament right now, and you are playing a color combination that is pretty popular. So I'm curious, what we're talking post-Hiram ban. What was it about this color pairing that you're like, I got to do this? Were you already playing that color pairing, or so? Talk to me a little bit about your decision to choose this deck.
When the set first came out, I was playing this color combination. Really good friend of ours, he plays it like exclusively, and so I was able to get the reps in and practice with him a lot. I did switch to blue steel, and I was playing more of the like Kiwi Birds version. And I was gonna play that this weekend until it got banned. So Tuesday, I was like, oh no, I have to figure out what I'm gonna do. I was between this and red purple, and I just ended up going with this because I've been playing it a lot, so I felt most comfortable with it.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I always say, like, if there's not a clear-cut winner in the meta, then you play what you're comfortable with, because that's going to be the thing that matters the most, is your ability to maneuver the game with your knowledge and what you're comfortable with. So great job on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Now, I got another question for you. So we haven't had a chance to see the list, and I'm not asking you to spill the secrets, but I'm curious. Like all those characters that say gain 1 lore, how many total of those characters are currently sitting in that deck? If you can't reveal it, I understand. Like, I'm not asking you to spill the sauce, but like, what's the total number of those characters?
I think it's 10.
Oh, 10?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a lower number than some people are playing. Yeah.
I mean, it still got the job done, so it doesn't really matter,
Right.
right?
It
was
worked.
the perfect number, one would say, honestly.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this: are there any surprises that, since you've been on the floor, like, if it's pretty new for everybody, a ban, we've never had a ban in this game before. What surprises you about what's been on the floor, or maybe some of the decks that you've seen? Like, is there anything that kind of stands out to you as like weird or surprising to you that you didn't expect going into today?
I kind of think I thought it would be a mix, which I think it largely is a mix. I've played a different deck every round, except I have played against Ruby Sapphire twice, but they were different. And one was a DKP list, and then the last one we just saw was more of an item build. So I've played a lot of different decks. I think it's good. We're seeing a lot of different decks, and it's diversified the meta for sure.
Nature is healing. We're getting to see all of the color pairings. So So you said you saw the DKP list. Did you get super goofed today?
I did.
Victim of that? Yes. Yeah.
Yep. I didn't blow up a broom, and it got super goofed earlier.
Yeah. We were wondering whether it's super goofed in this last list, but you've seen it, but it was worth the risk. So
yeah. Fair
enough. Yeah.
Very cool. Carly, when you said it's healing, you know what I just thought of, like in Moana. What's her name? It's not Tafiti. What is she? Taka.
Taka. Okay.
Taka, like turning into Tafiti.
Yeah,
she goes back to be in the grass. Yeah, that's what
we're getting all of the representations of Amethyst back.
Yeah.
So. We're healing.
Oh my goodness, so good. So we're being asked. The winner was, yes, it was a PS, as people call it, purple steel, which is cute, but it's amethyst steel, folks. These are inks. Okay, they're not colors. These are gems. All right. There you go. Sorry about that, Sam.
That's okay.
Amethyst steel
16 minutes.
Yeah, a nice 2-0. Did you say 16 minutes?
Yeah.
16 minutes.
16 minutes. All right.
How many 2-0s do you have under your belt right now, Sam? Like, what's your, like, talk to me through your record so far. Like, how many are 2-0s, how many are 2-1s?
The rest might all be 2-1s. I can look.
Okay.
2-1.
Yeah, I'm just curious because
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Interesting. It'll be interesting to look back at the melee and see like who you paired up into, and I'm sure Dan is probably excited. He's probably frothing at the mouth for Monday to come so he can talk about the meta report.
2 4-0s. Amethyst Steel Doc. Just saying. All right. You got Sam and Nunes both undefeated. That's all I'm saying.
Really?
Oh,
so there's only 2 4-0s, and they're both Amethyst Steel, and they're both the Doc build.
Really?
Okay. All right. I mean, The time has passed to get your docs, but
If you're good, you want to break. You can
Yeah. If you didn't buy them before, you're too late, folks. Sorry, it is too late.
Everybody else
Have
enjoy
you-
your $20 docs.
Yes.
Oh,
Have
that's
you-
ridiculous.
Sam, have you played into Discard yet? Have you had a chance to play against the Discard deck?
My first round was discard, and I lost the first game on the play, so I was feeling
Okay.
pretty bad.
Ooh,
But I was able to
yeah.
win the next two. So
Nice.
yeah.
I always love that when you're on the play and you lose the first game. I know, okay, I don't love that part, but I do love when you're on the play, you lose the first game, and then you look them in the eye and say, "That will not happen again," and then you just sweep the leg and continue out the match.
That one's like the harder.
You're like, "Got it." On the draw, on the play, next. Like
Yeah,
I,
and I've only one die roll today, so and it was that one which I lost the first game.
yeah, you're like, it doesn't
Oh,
even matter.
okay.
I'm gonna win the die roll, and it doesn't even matter. So yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. So you played draw disparity. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Everybody. Like, oops.
How far did you drive to get to the encounter? Like, are you like a local? Do you drive very far to get there? Like, what? Like, talk to me a little bit about.
It's an hour and a half from us. We live in South
Okay.
Jersey, but we've come out here the past 2 times. They've done the tournament right after the set releases, and we really enjoy it here. So.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of great things about the location, and a lot of people are traveling from far. Another important question for you: is it a pork roll or is it Taylor ham?
Say that one more time.
Is it a pork roll? Do we call them pork rolls or do we call them Taylor hams? Okay.
It's pork roll.
Exactly.
Just a fist bump from like the okay. Okay,
All
so
right.
here's
Color,
a question for
have
you
you
guys.
ever had a pork roll?
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. Like, here's a question for you guys. What are you talking about?
Sam, you live there. I'm going to give you the honor of describing a pork roll to color.
Describing pork roll for what?
Yes.
Yeah, I love pork roll.
I don't know what it is.
But what is it?
I mean,
describe it. Yeah.
Is it like is it like what it is? Is
better
it a
than
hot dog?
Canadian
It's definitely better.
Is it a hot dog?
Okay.
Kind of
What
like
is it?
Canadian bacon, but tastes a lot better.
What does it look
So,
like?
okay,
I mean, I'm assuming it
color,
comes
I-
from
It looks
pig
like
at this point.
Canadian bacon.
It does, yeah. So here's the thing, color. Here, I'm sorry. I love pork rolls. I'm not even from there, and I love pork
ham?
rolls. Pork rolls can only be gotten in Jersey. In fact, if you want to buy a pork roll in Florida, you have to go to the Publix, and there's like a special area where they've got like a tiny little amount of them in these tiny little containers, these little boxes. So pork rolls taste like Spam, but they are put together like sausage or like ham, where you slice them up. But here's the thing: it's not just that, okay?
It is
You
gross.
take these
I
slices,
used to
and
eat it, I
it's not
couldn't
as
now.
salty and it's not slimy because it's treated like ham. It is really, really good. And so like it cuts up into circles. They fry them, and then you put them with an egg and cheese in a sandwich that is
I
just
didn't
next
plug the
level.
podcast.
I love pork rolls. Pork rolls are great. You gotta have one.
Is it like a wait? You said like the egg is in the pork. You guys, is it like an inception of?
It's like a sandwich. Think of a sandwich. It's like a
Breakfast
egg,
egg-
cheese, and pork roll sandwich. It's a meat.
So what bread do
Yeah.
you use? Just like
Uh,
what? I don't know. Somebody said a sandwich. I don't know.
It is a sandwich.
Okay.
So you primarily eat it as a sandwich.
But what
But
kind of bread? Like a croissant or like a?
I've seen like brioche breads. But yeah, go ahead, Sam. Like I said, you live there. Talk to me. What kind of bread do you put on your sandwich?
We're looking it up.
Y'all don't know. Y'all need to go. Y'all need to get to Jersey. And you need to have yourself a pork roll.
It's like bologna. It looks like
Yes,
it looks like bologna.
kind of. Yeah, but it's so good. It's so good. Don't worry, Sam. I got you. These people just don't understand. It's okay.
I
just
grew
don't
up
get it.
in the South, and you guys are saying things about pork that I haven't.
Yeah.
And I take a minute to
Just like-
plug me and my boyfriend. We have a podcast. It's the Illumination Podcast. We are on Facebook. We have a podcast. You can find us on anywhere you can find your podcast. And we also have a team. It's the Illumination team. So it's 5 of us. 2 of us are here today, so that's why we didn't wear our jerseys. But
No excuse. Wear the jersey.
Yeah, wear the jerseys.
I
man.
actually want to.
No excuse. That's terrible. Oh, there's only 2 of us, so we don't have to wear it today, guys. We're taking off.
All right.
That's his fault.
Get out of here.
Are
Especially
you
now
on-
that you're
so-
winning, you have to wear it now that you're winning.
Yes,
Just
you
like
do.
just,
right
just
now when
put
you
your
get the
logo on a
picture,
piece
no
of
one gets
paper
the
and tape it to the
jersey.
front.
It's true.
Rep the jersey.
So you mentioned the Illumination Podcast. What social are you on? Twitter? Like what social or X? I guess they're calling
Right
it now.
now,
What
we're
social
just
media
on
platforms are you on?
Facebook.
It's the only
Okay.
place that matters. Twitter doesn't count.
Twitter's. It's yeah. I guess it's fair. Twitter's hellscape. You don't
I
go
think-
there. If you're not on there, don't go there. I'm looking you up
JDZ
now,
is
but
begging for help, by the way. So
yeah, Dan, I'm sorry. I'm trying to buy you time.
Yeah,
JDZ is
yeah,
begging. It doesn't understand why you hate him so much.
All right, I'm gonna go relax for a little bit.
all right,
Yeah,
yeah.
go. Yeah,
Drink
thank
some
you.
water.
Thank you.
I wasn't gonna take it off.
Stand from the Illumination Podcast. All right, go follow if you haven't already. Go follow her on Facebook, Illumination Podcast. Dan, can you please? JDZ thinks now that you got something against him. JDZ thinks that you got like something personal against him now, because he's like, why? His first capacitor went out.
So we're clear, okay, JDZ. Now that you're
He's
back,
mad at you.
now that you're back,
Am I back?
I didn't even leave the chat yet. All right, now that you're back,
Am I back? I've been in the shadow realm this whole time. You know,
I just assumed, he's like, help. Help.
I've been in the shadow realm. All right, look, I'm gonna show you guys this. Okay, this is the mouse I'm using. Why am I using a freaking Star Trek Enterprise as a mouse?
Like, what is
that looks like the head of a driver for golf, bro.
This looks very stupid. Okay, I have this as my mouse. This is number one. It's supposed to be ergonomic. All right, so that way you can put your hand here, and this is how you do the mouse.
Okay.
There are these two buttons that are right here. Can you guys see that? I'm coming in for the close up.
He's about to click them again. He's
I know, right?
If I click this button, which just so happened to be like right on my thumb, it sends me back. Okay, and I'm blaming Dan for just not being in OBS. Okay, it's 2025.
Oh my
okay,
God.
and we're in the futuristic program here. If we're in OBS, this can't happen because I would be in like the fact that I can just back myself out of the browser. It's gonna cook me, and that is just like that. That's what keeps happening. It's this mouse.
I'm here. Oh my
here's
God!
Question,
help,
right?
help.
I wonder. So if you go into your hotkeys,
Okay, how do I do that, Dan? Let's wake up, dude. Let's come on.
Okay, all right.
Lock in, Dan. Lock in.
Okay.
This is my. You're
So
my.
you go to settings. Okay. Right.
Settings. Okay. On in the program or on my own computer.
No, in this program right here,
Settings.
right below you.
All right.
Settings. The cog
Boom.
symbol. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Go to hotkeys. Right.
I don't. Oh wait, hold. I see camera, audio, virtual background, camera resolution, touch up my appearance. That's all I got here in settings.
Wow, you don't get hotkeys?
I don't get hotkeys.
No.
Oh, man.
I don't get hotkeys.
For what it's worth, I can't find anything that needs kick me out of browser. So.
No, it's the mouse. I'm telling because this mouse it sends
button.
me back. It sends me out of the browser back to my previous browser.
It's literally, it's like a function of a computer, and he's just getting rolled by it right now.
I'm getting 2-0'd by my mouse over and over and over again cleanly.
You're just like absolutely.
I'm going 0 for a lifetime versus this mouse. And I'm not even trying. Like I just literally let me just click, and it just my thumb just gently grazes it, and it just sends me out of here.
Somebody said, "Yeah, stay out of the gym, JDZ." You're just like the too much.
I'm using. Look, I am literally. This is how I'm using my mouse now. I'm literally just using. I got thumb tucked using my mouse. Ridiculous timeline that we're in.
You're out here looking like Mickey Mouse with one less finger than.
Yeah, I'm over here doing this. I'm clicking like this. I'm clawing my mouse. This is the timeline that we're living in, and I hate that for me.
Just pick it up and there we go.
Yes.
I'm doing this. I'm doing one of these now. I'm just dragging it. I hate that for all of us. But anyway, Dan, I'm sure you got some news. What's happening on the floor?
4 undefeateds.
Okay.
And it's 3 amethyst steel docks and 1 emerald amethyst discard.
A lot of purple.
Sense.
Amethyst is back, huh?
Yeah. We're doing it.
We haven't seen this much amethyst in so long, and I kind of like it.
Kind of crazy, right? Because that's saying 4 of the 13 registered amethyst deals are undefeated.
And
or 3.
so
I'm sorry, 3 of them. Yeah. That's pretty
Take rate's on fire. Take rate is on fire right
and
now.
Emerald Steel are not doing the thing, huh?
Which is actually quite insane because again I was tuned into that. I keep talking about that German event that happened earlier this morning. I woke up watching that tournament for a couple hours, and
like 4 a.m.
And wow. Amethyst Steel did not show up to that tournament at all. Like none converted. It was insane. They would have none in the top 16, and it was like a multi 100-person tournament. I want to say, or 128, something like that. And there was not that much Amethyst Steel at all. Like in the tournament. I thought it'd be a very highly played deck, so maybe you think you know a guy.
I feel like in testing, that's what we were finding is like the Amber Steel mirror match was like, pretty grueling, and there was some things like if somebody did this X, then Y, and then that one won, But in testing, it was like, okay, let's test it against Emerald Amethyst. Okay, Emerald Amethyst just cooked Amber Steel. What is happening? And that's kind of like what I was like last night we were kind of testing, and that's what we kept finding out is things just it on paper it seemed like it should be really strong, like this should be your time, and it was things were cooking it that shouldn't be.
Very, very interesting. As Disney Dreamer, Rachel is in the building. She's been out there cooking all day as well in the chat in the German event. I think that's one of Spessie's mods out here kicking it with us on the Forbidden Mountain. Shout out to them. Shout out to that event. I'll be tuned in to day 2 of that tomorrow. But we're tuned into this event today as we're going on into round number 5. I want to say, man, this thing is zooming on through.
Was there 6 rounds?
It is.
I think we might be doing 7 rounds of Swiss into a top 8 cut. We got Dan here. I'm sure Dan has the answers here. Dan,
I'm sorry. I had to do a judge call because that's
no, you're good. Dude, you got to work, big dog. Punch the clock. What are the parameters of today's tournament? Is it going to be a top 8? And top how many rounds of Swiss are we playing?
6.
6 rounds of Swiss to a top 8, man. So we're already into that draw. I don't think people can draw at round number 5 yet, but we can go.
I think because there's only 4 O's, they can double draw in.
Oh, okay.
I imagine they will. I actually already asked a lower table to go on stream next week. I think we're getting Amber Steel on stream next round.
Let's go. Versus.
We just said amazing things about Amber Steel, and we weren't saying anything bad about it, so it's good. That's good. I'm glad.
We love Amber Steel.
Okay.
We were saying.
I don't know if I believe you, but okay.
I don't know. Like I think we were saying like this should in theory, to Cole's point, this should be Amber Steel's time to be a tier 0 deck.
I might be wrong. Don't hold me to this, but
I mean, you were around long like last time, right?
Specifically, I was wrong. Specifically, Dad Kana might be really excited about the particular Amber Steel that's coming on next round.
Okay.
That's spoilers for anyone that follows the channel.
I know, Dad Kana. I know where we're going.
All right. Okay. Maybe.
I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil it. I know. I'm not going to spoil it, but it might be a little bit of Mufasa coming our way.
Steel what? Put some respect on it.
Oh, I did see a really cool deck today as well. And I'll throw this around. What do you guys think? There was a Amber Steel Looter Chernobog deck that I saw on stream, and it was going crazy. Okay, they had
that makes sense. I understand.
They had the Looter Mulan, the Looter Simba, the Looter Cindy, and they just send stuff to the discard. And then boom, Chernobog's out, and then they could play the songs, send the songs, and then boom, Sven is out. Not Sven, but Kristoff. Kristoff comes out. Bodyguard 3 for free when you got enough songs or whatever. Chernobog comes out for free.
Wild.
It was kind of cooking.
Did they win?
I think
they did win. They did win. The round that I saw.
Did they win?
It seemed cool.
I wanted, the results matter, but like.
Yeah, I mean, the theory seems solid. You can loot, draw, set up your discard with all your characters, get a nice beefy Chernobog, and if you're bricked, you can just kick the Chernobog early and then send it back with another Chernobog.
All of our promo Kristoffs just spiked, right? Like that's what you're saying?
We're going this way.
Stonks, baby. Stonks. Best stonks.
We love it.
We're going upward.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's go. I like it.
All right. So Stefan is
table
today.
6 did not report. I think that was White Hat.
All right,
table 12 and table 15.
Table 6, right?
6, 12, and 15.
Yeah, you guys didn't report.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Oh, that was Tim versus Tim from RV versus Spessy in between round. It was still cool. I mean, that's beside the point. I thought it was popping off, and I like to see cool things.
Okay.
It was like an exhibition match, but Spessy was playing a real deck, and he got kind of lit up there. He got kind of lit up. Spessy's a good player too. He's not some geek off the street.
Just take it back.
What is winning? Harlan, it is Amethyst Steel.
Yeah.
Big win.
Harlan, you're going to be disappointed with the turnout of Sapphire Steel. There has not been a lot.
There's only 3 in the event, right?
Are they doing well? Can we get some Sapphire Steel into the program?
No, they are not. They're not doing
Did they already go home? Is that the people?
They're out.
Maybe I don't know that they went home, but
can we get a pulse check on what the Sapphire Steel players are doing? Like what are their decks built like? What are their scores right now? Anything? Can we get that?
They're not. There's 3 of them here because the rest of them.
They need to go watch Harlan Sweetie. Is what they got to do. All right, that's what they can do.
Okay.
Harlan Sweetie. It sounds like they went to go get libations. Is what it sounds like they went to go do. Okay.
Oh, are they drinking their sorrows? Or are they drinking to the? Are they drinking to the good times or what? What are we thinking here? Are Are they drowning their sorrows, or are they drinking to the good
No,
times?
not Harlan. No, Harlan's
I
good.
know.
Not
I was
Harlan.
gonna say, Harlan and we know Justin is like they're fighting the good
Yeah.
fight, figuring it out.
Hold on,
Yeah.
guys. Wait, we need to.
You
have a
always you said that
conversation.
about Emerald Steel, Harlan too. We love
We don't
everything over
love
here.
Amethyst Steel over here. Okay, we just understand how good it is. All right, that's
Yeah.
it.
Yes.
All right, that's all it is. That's all it is.
I don't know. It's
It's a
something about
necessary
Europe.
evil.
Like, can we talk about that though? What is with this like separation of decks between the two regions here? As over in
Baseball,
Europe,
right?
they love them some Emerald Amethyst, dude. They will Emerald Amethyst. They will Bonsai. They will.
I
I gotta
was-
go
Yeah.
do good
They would
stuff.
It's
I'll be
because
right back.
whatever.
our Emerald Amethyst King, Artifacts, and I think so. I mean,
I mean,
follow what
but
that
why
man
don't they
said.
play Green Steel over there? They don't play Green Steel in
Yeah.
Europe like that.
no.
They don't.
They just don't, and we don't play Emerald Amethyst like that here. And we play a lot of Steel here in the States. That's so strange that I don't
You
see
know
how
what though? That's
thing
true across games though. Like across multiple games, there is a disparity in them. I mean, you play Yu-Gi-Oh, so you know that
Yeah.
there's like a separate ban list for for what's happening
Mm-hmm.
elsewhere and like Asia. So it's like there's something about the meta. I guess it's something in the water. If we're going to conspiracy theories again, there's something in the water that's different in America
Okay.
than there is across over the seas there. So.
There's got to be something. There's
Well, here it is.
got to
We
be
figured
something.
it out. Harlan's being bullied by his missus at home with the Amber Steel, so that's
Ah.
We gotta,
yeah.
we gotta do a thing.
Okay.
We gotta give this thing
Allie's
away.
giving
Do the
it-
thing. Oh. Let it go. Let it
You're gonna do your
go.
thing.
Merlin
We gotta do it.
crab.
Give me some more of that, Gabe, if you can. If you can. No? Okay,
No,
we'll save that.
That's all I know.
Har-
That's all I know. We'll save
That's
it.
all you get? Okay, we'll save
That's
it.
all you get from me.
We'll save it.
You're
We'll
gonna
save
have
it.
to go to my Metafy and give me $15 for the rest of that song.
That's an easy 15 right there. Sign me up. Right there. It's easy 15. Easy 15. Clearing that. That check will clear. Hope you take PayPal.
Oh, yeah. Zelle, PayPal, Cash App, all the
Will,
above. Let's
it
do it.
might-
All right.
Here we go.
We ready? We
Hey,
ready?
can you get my name on this list though, please, before you spin this wheel?
No.
Yeah,
No?
stop
No,
spinning it. with
he
other
said
names.
no. Straight no.
Dang, dude.
What if I give you $1? Can we give you $1? Because I want that mat.
Can I get into this giveaway? As
Oh,
we have
Is it Bryce or is
Bryce.
it Bryce? It's
or
Bryce.
It's
Bryce. Say that last name.
Weezer?
It's always
Real quick,
Bryce.
Color. Give me that last name one time.
I-
One time. Here it is,
straight up
Color.
guess.
You're on the spot.
Bryce, that's Polish.
Color, give it to me right now. You got it. Here it is. What's that name?
Those are some
Nope, I don't want to hear that. What's that name?
consonants
Let's hear that name.
Listen.
Pronunciation. Here it is.
Bryce, let's go.
Anything.
Bryce
Gabe,
and let's
There you
go.
go.
Gabe,
Yeah,
give me that
can I
name
take a
one
picture of
time.
it?
Niemczyk.
Nailed it.
Niemczyk?
Niemczyk.
Niemczyk.
Let's go, little man. Congrats.
Niemczyk.
Niemczyk.
Bryce.
Oh, guys, hold
Niemczyk.
on. We got to talk about how exciting that is.
Niemczyk.
The only kid here today.
Let's
is
go.
the kid who
Did he
won
just
that.
win something? Oh,
Really? Oh, that was
Yeah.
cool. Okay.
Little guy. I'm
Okay,
gonna post the pictures on socials in a second. But
Let's go.
very good.
awesome.
It's
Niemczyk.
it's the singular reason why I'm okay that my name wasn't on the wheel is because a kid won it. You're lucky.
Okay.
You got lucky, Dan.
Dude,
That was
the
it.
only
That was
reason why
it.
I'm
We're
okay with
making children's dreams come
Listen,
true, but that's
I'm-
the only excuse.
I'm that guy at the baseball game that just snatching the ball from the kid, dude. This is me.
No,
I'm
that
kidding.
guy-
It's a joke.
Listen, there is so many points as to why JDZ is the villain.
He's the
He
villain,
wanted to
confirmed.
eat a
After
penguin
cool as
earlier.
That moment. That was
He's-
a clippable moment. He's a villain.
I know that was it. That was just more fuel to the fire because, like,
was a
this
joke.
man wanted to eat a
Confirmed.
penguin earlier.
No
I'm
wonder
never
why he
getting over
liked
that.
Baker so much. All
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
No wonder.
Well, first of all, Baker is incredible. But second of all, he
Dude, that's
wanted
a
to
joke.
eat a penguin. That was
All right, I'll be
why.
right
I
back,
said I
guys.
wanted to eat a penguin sandwich, not the whole penguin, just a little penguin sandwich.
I don't even know why that would matter.
No beak. No
No
beak.
beak.
Just
Like,
me.
it just like
We
takes the baseball away from a child.
hey,
And
here at
a
Chick-fil-A,
core memory.
here we're expanding our menu. All right, here it is. Here at Chick-fil-A, we're expanding our menu, and now we're introducing the new penguin sandwich. Come on down and get that nice, fresh, robust flavor of penguin that you come to know and love. Come on through.
I just.
You wouldn't go and get you a penguin sandwich?
I would probably at that point. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
God.
Deep fried penguin. Just gonna deep fry some penguin. That's wild. You're crazy. I love you. You're
You
crazy.
wouldn't go. Yeah, I'm a munch on
I'm
a penguin.
so
That's
there.
all I'm saying. I'm not gonna. I don't think we
Fine.
should go to the Arctic
No.
and collect penguins. South Pole, I think they hang out
You
South
just
Pole.
put that sucker, I guess, on the dollar menu and just have.
And you're going through the drive-through at your McDonald's, okay, to get you a little bit of lunch, and they got the new penguin sandwich up there. You're not gonna try it?
Oh,
I
100%.
hate it. I
You
hate
roll
it.
into your
I
Subway,
hate it.
you go into your Jimmy John's and like, hey guys, we got the new penguin meat over here. Give it a shot. You're gonna slap a couple pieces on your sandwich. Just give it a shot. I mean, it's
Yeah, let's
probably
do it.
delectable. Huh? Okay.
Expand
Okay.
your palate.
After that. But no, to the point, yes, no, you defended Gaston.
Okay.
You're trying to eat a penguin. You
Yes.
stole a baseball from a child. We have a list going, and I am.
Okay.
It's very.
All right.
I'm
Maybe
paying attention. I've
I
got
am
you.
displaying a little bit of villain
Villain
tendencies,
tendencies.
okay? But I
Yeah.
am not a villain. I am just being real, okay?
No one eats penguins like Gaston. Oh.
I think color is starting to turn to the dark side as well. I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
But you're with Gabe. You're at the Marlins game. Okay. There's a 3-2 pitch. Boom.
Oh,
They
and
chip
you
up.
wanted to leave somebody behind. It's 4.5 hour drive. I forgot about that hypothetical. Yes,
Okay.
that
I'm
hypothetical
just
as
being
well.
real, okay? Being real doesn't
Your
make
best
you a
friend
villain.
beats you, and you leave them at a store.
That is for
4.5
sure going
hours.
to happen, okay?
You're just gonna make them walk.
You're walking.
Actually, that has actually happened to me before. But
Yes.
anyway, all right, I got left. It's fine. So
There's a lot of trauma there. It seems.
I'm dying. I am dying, dude. Oh,
We're unpacking
wait.
some trauma here. This is great. I love it.
Okay.
We've all got some
Okay.
psychoses that we've got to work through.
So we're gonna do. Okay, take us through the baseball hypothetical.
Okay.
You're painting a picture.
It's top of the seventh. Okay, you're at the Marlins game. You and Gabe are sitting side by side. You guys got free tickets to your corporate job. Okay, you're sitting there. You don't even like baseball like that, but you're at the game.
Not
It's
even
a
a
nice.
little bit.
It's a nice sunny day. You're just having a good time, eating some
Yeah.
dogs,
Uh-huh.
drinking a couple brewskis. Okay, 3-2 pitch. Boom! They hit a nice little line drive down the first base line. It bounces up, goes into the stand, and it's like
Sure.
2 feet from you. Okay,
Sure.
you just kind of slip over and grab it and pick it up. You got a souvenir. This little kid comes over, and he's like, "Can I please have that ball?" Right?
Yeah.
From 6 seats away, you're gonna give it to him.
First
I'm
of
gonna
all,
say,
you want me to touch the ball that just like rolled onto the ground where everybody drops their drinks?
that's a
and, like,
baseball
everybody's just,
experience.
like, I'm not going to touch that. Just like kick it towards the kid and let him have a core memory.
No,
You
dude.
monster.
I'm gonna grab that ball, and this kid's gonna be like, "Please, can I have that ball, sir?"
Core memory unlocked for sure.
I'm like, "Here's the core memory, kid. This ball's coming home with me." Is this me?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Hello?
What was that?
Testing?
Is that the
That's-
evil villain? Is
That's
the
not me. That might
transition?
be Sisu.
I
Was
think
it Sisu?
Yeah, that's
Oh, it's Sisu.
That's
Oh,
Sisu.
Sisu, you gotta fix that.
Out and in, Sisu.
Nope.
Yeah.
Out and in.
It might be
Cece's
back to
trying to
you.
speak parcel tongue to us, guys.
Okay,
Just
okay,
take
okay.
it down. Take it down.
No,
There you
no,
go.
no. I'm kidding. I probably give the ball to the kid, but it'd
Let's see,
be
hold on.
nice to to
He
just.
muted himself. All right.
Uh-oh.
Well, before
Who's
Sisu gets
gonna
back and breaks it
basketball?
again, we got to give a shout out here.
Okay.
You guys ready? You ready? So our gentleman that won the playmats. Okay.
Mhm.
His name is Kid Kana on YouTube,
Oh, let's go.
and we're gonna go hit him up.
Aw.
So, all right, this kid came here, hanging out with us, won a playmat. We're gonna drop his link in there.
Aw.
He just started, new YouTuber. Got to give him a big shout out. So definitely go check him out. Hit that sub, give him some love. I gotta love this start before he's ready. You know, I'm a big
Let's go.
promoter. Big promoter. Start before you're ready. So
Hey, run a little bit of one of those videos real quick, just so we can get a taste test of what Kid Kana's cooking.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do a little watch together. See what Kid Kana. Look at the intro.
Little watch
Clean.
party.
Intro's a bit long. Let's shorten that up. We need that thing to be
Yeah.
2 or 3 seconds max. We're at 7 seconds and 8 seconds. We're still intro.
Boom. Here he is. This
Let's
is our
go.
winner. This is our winner.
Okay.
I like that.
I like the Tinkerell. I'm already in.
I like the Under Armour fit. I like the jacket.
Yeah.
Love it.
Straight to the point. I mean, intro's a bit long, but you hop in, you show the box, and you just start ripping. I'm liking what I'm seeing here.
Taking it. Taking
Yeah,
it.
I'm proud.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
This kid's video is better than mine. I mean, I'm just starting in the game. This kid's got it figured out.
Let's go.
Do you hear Sisu now?
And he's not cutting. He's
No,
not
hit it.
cutting.
Can you hear me?
He's not cut.
Oh, we can hear
There
you.
we go.
Can we hear me?
got you now.
Yep,
Okay.
you're good.
Got you.
Hit the Enchanted, Kid Canada. Hit the Enchanted. Hit the Enchanted. Let's go.
Oh, look
Oh,
at
I
that
like
editing.
it.
Look at that
Oh.
transition.
Oh snap! Cuts.
That was a 10 out of 10 transition right there.
I
I
like
wish I could
that.
transition like that.
I like that. And you got to
Round
read backwards
5
too.
is up.
Let's see if we can pull huge here. That's a lot of boxes.
Yeah.
Are we going to fast forward through the whole? I think that's a lot of boxes that you got to get through there.
Oh, yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot.
Lady
I like
Cluck.
it.
He's
Ooh,
crushing
Phantom
it.
Blot. We
He's
love
crushing
Phantom
it.
Blot.
We love it.
Let's go.
Mhm.
We love it.
What's a huge pull?
Okay.
We're gonna go support though. KidCon. I will send a nice subscription over there to KidCon.
Yep.
Let me get that. Where's that link one more time? Let me get
Yeah,
in there. Right.
it's in the chat. It's
I'll
in the
try
chat.
to
In the
I'll
chat.
try to get into that link
Put it
without
here.
cooking my
There
cooking
you
my
go. I'm
entire.
Be very careful.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm gonna be
yeah.
back. Make sure the table's set up. I'll be back.
Yeah,
All right,
Sisu, you missed out on a lot, buddy.
That's what it sounded like. I heard about like eating penguins and like
Yeah.
baseball core memories and everything.
JDZ
Yeah.
eats penguins.
Oof.
I don't
Yeah.
eat
Also,
penguins. All right, I said I would. I want to. I would.
want
I would eat a penguin. I would love
It is
to
a
eat a penguin.
dream. Are they
It's
not
a goal.
endangered? Like there has
They
to
might
be.
I don't.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
maybe
that's-
There has to be like
maybe
a
a certain
protected
penguin is.
species.
I don't know. Yeah, they're
It
probably
has to be.
protected. They are probably protected.
They probably are.
You
But
can't
I'm
just
saying
go
like
out there for sport.
I'm saying hypothetically though, if someone just gave you a nice penguin meat sandwich that was just you had no an ethically sourced penguin meat sandwich, it costs you won't go to jail, you're doing no time. This is just something that they're giving you this experience once in a lifetime. You and a couple other probably billionaires are on this private helicopter flying to some private island in the Galapagos somewhere.
Yeah,
Endangered
after
species
you've
over
gotten
here.
done
You
hunting
get on a
all the
submarine and you go down to the
species.
South America and you find this freaking penguin farm, and these guys are making ethically
Geography
sourced.
is not a strong.
Listen, I said you're on the Galapagos Islands and you get on a submarine. You can and then you sail.
And when you go to South,
Go to
I'll be
you
over
go
here.
to
You got
Antarctica.
this.
Go to Antarctica somewhere.
Oh man.
Would you consume? Would you eat? Would you eat the penguin meat sandwich, Sisu? This is just thoughts.
I'm
Would you?
kind of with you. I'm kind of with you, JDZ. Like
I
I'd
would-
try it. I'd
Of
try it.
course you would.
Sell you endangered penguin meat.
No. If it's ethically okay.
And ethically
I will.
sourced. Okay, maybe it just
Yeah.
like
It got hit by a car.
it
and-
succumbed to
like a
natural, like it
ice
just got
truck.
old and just kind of
Oh,
or
so
it
you
got
mean-
maybe
Ew.
not.
Yeah, go
Ugh.
eat some
That's
old
kinda gross.
penguin.
Yeah,
Not
now we're
old
eating
penguin.
roadkill
I'm no
penguins
longer
now.
sold. No
Okay,
longer
maybe not
sold,
old,
JDZ.
maybe not roadkill penguin, but there's like I don't know how you can ethically source our penguin.
Farm raised penguins.
What is it?
Farm
Like a-
to
like a,
table.
um,
Farm to table. Hi, here at
Oh,
Penguin Farms.
no.
Oh my god.
We
No.
bring you the highest
Excuse
quality
me, is this
penguin
ethically
meat.
sourced penguin?
Yeah.
Is this okay? Like,
It's got to be. Who's in the dojo right now?
I have no idea.
So it looks like we have Blue versus Colton.
I'm talking about. We asked Dan to give us the rotation. We don't know who's in or out.
Well, if Sisu's in, let's let Sisu get in here.
All right. I'll go out. I'll go out.
All right, Color. You're what? You're two in. Is it mean? Did you do two already?
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did the two. So
All right, so I'll hang out with Sisu. We'll talk a little bit about you said it was
is it-
Blue versus Rub.
Nice. Is it me and Gabe? Is it about to get real South Florida in here?
Yeah, so we gotta be careful not to get too nichey here. We gotta keep in mind the audience that we got here. Yeah, I mean I'm down to hang out with Sisu. Sisu's a good enough guy. I mean he's in Freedom Gaming, but other than that, he's pretty cool.
good
Awesome.
enough. All right,
Appreciate
I'll
it.
be back then.
Okay,
Bye.
awesome. So
See you later, Color.
So I actually was scoping out some of these lists here, and
Okay.
Colton is, I think, if I read that correctly, he is one of the few players on Amethyst Sapphire.
Okay, so we're looking at Colton versus Blue. Do we know who's on the left and who's on the right?
I think Dan said Blue is on the right. Let me see if I can try
Blue's
to find
on the right.
Blue's.
Okay.
So let me see if I can try to find Blue's list. Okay, so Blue
All right,
is
should we-
on. Ooh, this is not a fun matchup for
Oh,
our Blurple
call
hero.
Mikey in here. It's Blurple. Call Mikey in.
Yep. No,
Where's
you know,
Mikey at?
I actually told Mikey. Mike was like, "Where's the Blurple?" And I was like, "There's one there, bro." So yeah,
we're trying.
and then on the
okay.
right we do have Blue, aka Jonathan, and they are on Amber Steel. So I am pulling up the list now just so I can kind of have a better.
Spicy.
Yeah. So
Now
I did
this
not.
matchup, traditionally, like pre ban and all this stuff, like in a pre-Hiram world or during Hiram, I guess. Amber Steel, I feel it was just slightly favored above Blurple. I mean, I don't know what your vibes are on that. Or like, what's your sentiment
So
about this matchup without any knowledge?
The Steel Song matchup, the Steel Song version was, but the Diggy Hole version was not, and it looks like Colton, or sorry, not Colton, Blue is on more of a Diggy aggro variant. So I don't know how much practice or like prep work Colton has into this matchup. So we could see, but again, it just comes down to like if they start very strong and you just have really no answers to like the early pressure, it does end up being a little difficult. So we'll see.
Yeah.
And it looks
Oh,
like.
and note for production, we just need a lore counter if you can get one out there for us.
Oh, yep. If not, I'll load up one on my, again, just for myself, and I can keep everyone updated too until we get one.
What we see, look at the classic opener of a Cinderella, Ink and Cinderella. Now we do see that there's a bell in hand. I don't see a popsicle though. Do we see the popsicle? No, we don't. We don't see a popsicle.
Okay. There's our lore counter. Perfect.
Dan, the man on the job, the judge, everything, the production staff. Dan is a hero. If you don't know that, I should tell you this. Having met him in person, he is a fantastic dude and a hard worker.
Yep.
Now we see Chernobog's followers getting inked to play a Diablo.
Yep. So probably a safer play when you see the turn 1 Cindy, just because you're guaranteed to get the card. Like if you play the Chernobog, even though it does test it a little bit, it's as the Cindy, the classic opening.
Yep.
So you do guarantee yourself one card there. Also, can we talk about the sleeves? Like I can't tell what these sleeves are, but on the left, but they're kind of nice.
They are kind of nice. Yeah, the art I can't tell what they are, but they're pretty cool. They seem pretty cool.
I do like them.
Very artsy.
Yep.
Yeah, seems a little dark, a little brooding. This is like as I mentioned earlier, like an Eeyore vibe.
Yep, definitely. So there is the bell that we could not play for free. So we are going to see the Tipo. So getting the standard ramp going.
And so we're doing the thing, and what Blurple likes to do is Blurple likes to ramp. What's cool about Blurple's ramp though is it doesn't need to go super crazy. It just wants to be one step ahead. It wants to play Genie on 4 or on 3 when you're forced to play things on 4. Like it just needs to be one step ahead in order for it to be very, very well positioned in a match and give it just as much control of the tempo as it can, which I always found very cool about Blurple.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, like they're just trying to you're playing all the good, the 40 good Amethyst cards, and then you just do it just a little bit faster, just with the playing the Sapphire engine. As we finally,
and we've got our first lore on the table as we see Mr. Smee take that 1 damage. It is a bumbling mate after all, so Mr. Smee bumbled his way into a pile of furniture or something and took that 1 damage.
Yep. Which is funny because he did it because there's no captain to tell him where to go, so he was bumbling around, and then a captain was like, oh, "Hold on, Smee, just stop right there, and you don't take damage."
Just calm down. Yeah, just relax, dude. Stop moving. You'll be fine. You'll stop clicking your mouse, like your back button on your mouse there, JDZ. I mean Smee.
So I mean, this is obviously so no actions, but the actions don't really affect the Blurple too much. Oh, and that is a Kita.
Yes, it is. This Kita is really cool. I'm a big fan of this Kita, actually.
Yep.
Like an interesting inclusion. Like I find it interesting that it's made its way into a Blurple deck. Blurple really wasn't playing Hiram anyway, so I wonder how much we're learning from the Hiram being gone. That's really modifying, and it really shows you that like a band, it ripples through time and it ripples through all the decks in some degree. And so changes have been made even to Blurple where Hiram doesn't traditionally show up, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, it's also just really good into the discard matchup. So say so if you have it, you just turn sideways and then say all right, so you'll ink one thing and then you'll guarantee your fixture draw for the next turn. And so if it stays, if it doesn't get banished, then you keep doing it. So
and for those that don't know what it does, it is a 4-cost 3/3. It's got ward and it has the effect Key to the Puzzle. You can tap Kita, look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put one into your inkwell face down and exerted, and the other on top of your deck.
Yeah, so again, you're still ramping but then also again you're fixing your draw. So now this is a tricky spot for for Colton here on the left, just because the board is now starting to get a little out of control, and especially with that Rapunzel down too. So you can push lore Jonathan on the right can push lore very, very easily now. And I think he's
absolutely.
already at 5, I think, right?
That is the lore counter move, but I do believe that is either a 5 or 6 that is sticking up, but we can only see half the phone there for anybody who can hear us that is at the venue.
Is it Sven or is it Elsa? It is Elsa.
Oh my goodness, yeah. See, just a little bit earlier, just going a little bit earlier. I love how they keep pushing the phone out of the way.
Yep, exactly. Just pushing it even farther away. So
yes,
interesting choice to take out the Rapunzel. How do you feel about that? What do you think about that play?
So the thing about Steel Song is you're constantly like the goal is to deal with singers. If Blue or Jonathan over here were able to sing a whole new world, which you don't know, you're not sure if we're seeing a whole new world or not here yet.
Mhm.
If there's a whole new world coming, then you've got a bunch of singers that can play 3 cards from your hand of various costs with Cinderella, with Pete, and with Rapunzel. So Rapunzel being the highest cost represents a pretty dangerous threat. It can sing things like Zeus, and you don't know that. So you do have to prioritize the higher cost characters or the characters that just have a singer effect that exceeds that of any of the costs of the characters on the table.
Yeah, for sure.
So I don't disagree with the option of getting rid of Rapunzel here.
Okay, but then we do see a penny. So
Ooh,
that is
okay.
another
Yeah.
interesting one that we do see.
Okay.
Healing up the Smee.
Yeah, and a supercharged, a superpowered Strength of a Raging Fire, with also the destruction of Akita puts our player here, puts Colton in a very, very tough spot. You've got Blue sitting here with 5 lore worth of characters on the table. You've got a Cindy who can sing 3. This is not looking fantastic, especially that Blue has 7 lore right now. I mean,
the Smee the Smee doesn't take damage also from the penny.
Yes, correct, because it gives a character it chooses a character to give resist upon playing.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, so the Smee should not have taken the 1 damage there, but no, yeah, this is definitely a very scary position to be in for Colton here on the left.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see Colton right now is what I like to call is currently in the tank, just thinking about the options. Like, how do I get out of this? Can I get out of this? Is there any outs in my deck? Well, Colton's going through that math right now and trying to figure that out. And we see this isn't a bad thing to put down. I mean, Elsa is helpful.
Yep.
Choosing to get rid of Penny, I think that's a good play there.
Yeah, it's probably the. I guess it's just either side you want to get rid of, either the Singer 3 or the Penny at that point. So it's just either way. I'd probably lean personally towards the Singer 3, but the Penny, obviously the 2-lore threat, like, is getting to a point where you have to kind of work on the. Yeah, like, okay, you got to just lore off the board. So I do understand that thinking as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. I mean, the thing here's my thought process as well, is you don't know when the next time that Cindy is going to get turned around, and although we're just seeing it now. So is taking out the Cindy the right play? Penny being a 2-quester, there's a lot of desire and want to turn that thing sideways. Although, man, oh man, did the condition of this game just change? We've got a bodyguard. We've got just 2-quester on 2-questers on 2-questers. Holy smoke, Sisu! This changes the complexion of the game really quickly.
And not only a bodyguard, but a bodyguard that we haven't seen for many sets in the prints. 1/3 resist bodyguard with +1 resist. Oof, that is something I haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm curious if this has always been in Blue's deck or if this is a new inclusion. But yeah, love that, Prince.
Yeah. This is a tricky spot too, because the it doesn't even check it. The Elsa can't even check it.
No, yeah, it can't. I mean, effectively, you've got to throw 4 strength into it to deal with it, given the resist +1. And the thing that's wild about this bodyguard is look at what it's protecting. It's protecting a Daisy Duck. It's protecting a Smee. I mean, just if we don't deal with this quickly, and currently what Colton has on board, the most that each of those characters can do is 1. Not enough to deal with the threat. Although Crab can solve some problems for you, the Crab comes in and does the thing.
It does exactly what it had to do. That was a big character to get rid of right there. So they were lucky enough to find the Crab. 1 card in hand, so they had to ink something they probably didn't want to.
Yeah, and oh no, the Doc.
The
Doc does the thing. Oh, this is rough. This is
very, very rough.
All right, choosing to quest the 2-questers, the ones with. So we got Daisy Duck revealing a Diablo. All right, and then so that Smee also choosing the quests, putting Blue to 13, putting Blue into what we call Lorthal, into Lorthal range here.
Yes, this is a very scary spot to be in. So let's see how does Colton try to get out of this. So we're sailing.
On a boat. Escaping by way of boat.
Is this Elsa number 3?
Ooh, do we have answers? Let's see.
I did see a genie.
Yeah, but that's going to be too little too late. Let's see here. 4 plays the genie. Okay. So certainly we do have the ability of taking care of characters on the board. It'll allow blue not to win the game. However, still not a fantastic spot to be in, given how behind Colton is on the lore count right now. It's just too far behind. It's not great.
Yeah, I mean, you can take out both 2 questers pretty easily with because you got crab, and then you can do crab to pump probably the Elsa just to prevent any damage. But the draw also could be advantageous as well.
Yeah, certainly. We see the choice here apparently is to... Yeah, so we're looking at dealing a damage to the crab, and... All right, there you go. And then Elsa is taking out the Mr. Smee. So we have 3-3 in terms of character count, but the lore is very, very much not in the favor of Colton.
Yeah, this is a very rough spot here, unfortunately, for our blurple hero on the left.
Yeah. Somebody send Mikey over some tissues. This is going to be tough for him over in Freedom Gaming.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy with this.
No.
So taking out the rabbit there, so gaining 2 lore, taking 1 damage, or should be taking 1 damage.
Which I find funny too, because granted, I'm trying not to make this about a South Florida thing, but it's like Freddy versus Mikey right now is what I'm.
Yeah.
Or Wochuck even. Wochuck here
yeah.
too.
Oh man.
So yeah, we see, and look at blue is doing exactly what you need to do with this deck. Just keep throwing characters. If you throw only 1 character down per turn, you're doing it wrong. You got to just throw them out there. Colton having to respect it. Colton saying, yeah, fine, you got me. I give, surrender, uncle. And we're going to go into game number 2 as blue's got to be feeling pretty good about this.
Yeah, that was about as picturesque of a game 1 on the play as it could have been. So,
yeah. Now Colton knows what he's up against. Colton's going to get a chance to go first here. What is Colton looking for in order to not lose? Like, what does Colton need the mulligan for, or alter for, rather, going into the start of this game? What would you be looking for?
Now that you see that it's more of the aggro shell, I think kind of like that popsicle bell line will help out, and then you have to just respect this, like you were saying, respect the singers. So that turn. I think that turn when he had the chance to take out the Cinderella, he maybe should have instead of the Penny. But again, I understand like keeping like the high lore threats off the board, and then you have to just work on just like getting to your card draw, getting to your higher characters. Playing your Elsas, your Svens, your Hades, and then just making sure that you just control the board and just kind of keep them off their singers. So let's see what how Colton gets there, how they change their mulligan strategy.
All right, I see. Look! Did you see that? Did you see what I see?
Immediately.
The thing, and he's going to do the thing. Everybody, guys, gear up! It's going to happen. It's going to happen. We're going to see a popsicle into a bell.
Yep.
First time, I believe, in this tournament. At least that I've been on stream.
Yep. I didn't see if there was ramp, but I could be wrong. I saw the first 2 cards were exactly what we said. Popsicle bell.
Yeah, and then I did see a goat in there. I saw a couple of I don't recall seeing any ramp in there, but I guess we're about to find it. Ooh, can we find it? Oh, the world will never know, Sisu. The world will never know.
Unfortunate. I want to see. All right, and then I have not seen. I can't really see too much on the side of blue on the right.
Yeah, keeping the hands a little bit close to the chest there.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
And Dead Canna, I think everyone's waiting to see if we're running the Helga spice. We've been talking about Helga all stream. We're hoping to see some Helga. We saw some of the magic broom, that evasive magic broom.
Yep.
But I don't think we've seen. At least I haven't seen Helga yet. If it has, it was when I was not on stream.
Yeah, I don't know if we have. I mean, that was something that I talked about before. I did see there was a Peter Pan shadow that was played in one of the past games, and I was like. Exactly what I was talking about. I told you guys, that's a big winner.
Yep, I was stoked.
Oh, so we got a popsicle off the mulligan.
That is crazy. Okay.
Think a popsicle, play a popsicle, draw a card, banish, go. 3/3, baby.
That's a start. That's a turn one if I ever saw one. Holy moly! You got Belle down. Belle, of course, as we talked about earlier, dealing with just getting stuff thrown around, having to deal with Beast's emotions, and now she's finally alone. She's sitting here on the field with no one bothering her, and here comes Cinderella to try to mess everything up for her. Jeez, Louise, Cindy, read the room, Cinderella. Read the room.
Oh, but that's about as perfect of a start as you can get. You see it's a Cinderella, so you don't have to worry too much about like attacking it or like it coming into you. So drawing 2 cards immediately off of friends, and we hit a Tipo as well.
Yeah,
Blurple is doing the thing. This is the thing that Blurple wants to do.
Yep, it wants to get a 3-cost character down on 1. It wants to ramp a little bit. It wants to be able to play Genie earlier than it should. Play a Goat 1 turn earlier than it should. Just slight tempo increases. It's just 1% better every turn compared to a deck like Ruby Sapphire that wants to take 15-20% control turn by turn towards the end of the game, which I always think is interesting. Just 1% better every turn is the difference between Blurple and other decks.
Yep, absolutely. It's just like it's not. It's like almost like it's a death by 1,000 cuts, and then you're like, oh wow, I'm just dead. It just happens.
Yeah.
You don't even realize it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's like I only got 1 more cut this turn than I normally do. No big deal. Just no need to look over here. Don't look at me. I'm fine.
Yep.
We're not broken.
Ooh, a sneaky smash. Haven't seen that card played in a long time.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
You know what?
And there's multiple reasons here. So we have to respect that. So Amber Steel, really good at putting down multiple characters. It excels at playing 2 characters on 2, 3 characters on 3, and we just saw the reason why, because it's running cards like Strength of a Raging Fire, which are super powered, just like Nova Bombs in the hand of Blue as we're kind of just pushing along on our game plan.
Yep, exactly. Like you said, like a Nova Bomb, it's like a Spirit Bomb, just summon it, just gets bigger and bigger as your board gets bigger. And Amber Steel is one of the best at getting those bigger boards.
Oh,
very early.
It's a goat. It's an early goat.
Yeah, not the ETB you want to see at this time. But again, it's not nothing wrong with it though. I mean, still 4 health or a 4 willpower character, so it checks the Daisy perfectly.
Listen, Sisu, how do you win this game? What's the win condition of this game? How do you win?
Like I always tell you, you want to get to 20 lore faster than your opponent.
Right, and guess what? We did it one goat at a time, a little early, but we did it none the same.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see what Blue cooks up here. Looks like we're singing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and you have to, because the problem with that goat is that it checks that Daisy Duck. So you have to get rid of it. There's just no 2 ways about it.
Yep. So two strengths in the hand though. So our hand is running a little low for our Amber Steel player here. And we're playing 2. Well, this is gonna be. Oh, maybe not. Are we not playing 2? We're thinking about what we want to play for 2.
Okay.
And it's a bumbling mate.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And we see the Daisy Duck. What do we trigger for Daisy Duck? Let's find out. We see we're tied up at lore. The Daisy trigger reveals a Kita to the hand, another opportunity to ramp, assuming we can get it down and it survives. Mm-hmm. We also draw a Tipo for the start of our turn.
Yep. So we could see you can go like Kita. I think there's a 1-drop. I think I saw a Chernobog's Followers in hand as well. So we have a Bell. There's a couple.
Well, yeah.
There's a couple different things we can do here. Kind of want to save a Bell for like a bigger blowout play, probably. But,
yeah, that would make the most sense.
Yeah, but I think I saw a rabbit. I feel like I might have saw a rabbit, but I could be wrong though.
We've been working on vibes the whole broadcast, Sisu. So I appreciate that. Thank you for working on vibes.
I mean, so that's how you go, and we're talking about actual vibes, not the Penguin trading card game over here.
Although speaking of penguins, we know JDZ has a hunger, just a craving, just thirsty for penguin.
Thirsty for that penguin blood.
Yeah, ew. That's a little dark, but that works. Just a little dark.
A little dark.
Okay,
yeah.
So
yeah, I was just gonna say just 1 into the Cinderella. So how do you feel about that play?
That's a great question. How do I feel about that play? I'm curious as to what I think. Maybe the goal is to trigger the Bell. Maybe we're trying to get some damage around here to provoke that Bell use being at least a higher value than just playing it for nothing. But yeah, I mean, what we've got here is just song after song, and the empty. Oh, someone summoned her. You say her name, and she appeared. Helga has made it to the table. There's Helga Sinclair.
We were talking about it
crazy
earlier,
stuff.
and I didn't want to spoil it because again, like having the list, I didn't want to spoil it, but we do have a Helga sighting. And then Daisy
Yes.
Trigger into a Chernobog.
Wow, these Daisy Triggers are just giving up those characters. Is it too little, too late, Sisu? Like, what's your? I know it's a little early, but what's your vibe? Is this game over before it started?
It's about as close to being over as it probably can be, unfortunately. I mean, there's still some game left here. We need to see a large, like a Spirit of Winter, something along those lines. There's just a way to clear. We got to just clear some characters. Like we need to see like Crab into, so we can see like a Crab into a Fox, something along those lines.
Yeah.
That'll clear 2 characters. We can clear, if we see Crab Fox, that clears 3 characters.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we know we have the bell as well, so maybe we slam the rabbit into something, and then give that damage over. Try to reduce the number of characters that are currently on the table. So we see a rabbit slamming into a Cinderella. We turned maybe 3. Yep, it looks like 3 ink. So we are casting a Fox. Okay. So we're getting value from that rabbit by giving it one more chance to draw for us.
Yep. So we check the Daisy, which is good.
Yes, we do. So that does brings a little bit of pain down. The Fox does get to live, which is a huge deal in this matchup.
Yep, definitely. And then there is still that pesky Cinderella, though. Oh, I guess there's no hand on the side of blue, so we can overextend a little bit if we have to.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even call it an overextension. I think we're just extending at that point.
Exactly, we're just playing, and then the Crab. There it is. So we deal with the board.
Okay.
That was about as picturesque of a play as you could have expected to handle that board. And like we're pretty much back in the game at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a Crab, we've got a Fox that is going to take something out if blue decides to deal with it. Wow. Okay, interesting. And there are some targets for that bare necessity. Okay, so bare necessities. Yep. Gets rid of friends on the other side. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, it gets rid of the. I mean, I think that's the option there. Yeah, I mean the sale is good. It's still a cantrip.
Yeah.
But you don't want to you don't want to give your opponent 2
No.
cards.
No, you don't. Yeah, the bare necessities of life will come to you, as the song says. And what came to blue was removing some undead friends, some people who are, I guess, like that's the whole point of the song, right? That like you've got friends that are no longer alive.
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
I think the other side, I think, is where the characters go when they get banished.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, the glimmers. That's where the glimmers go.
That's where the glimmers go when they get banished.
So blue has a decision to make here. Like, do we deal with the board and then, or like, because you pretty much have to deal with this Fox, because if you don't, it takes out your Daisy.
Yeah.
But yeah,
let's see that Daisy Trigger, and we were this time it was not a character. Okay, so that maybe the take rate on that is at least not 100 anymore. It was giving up 100% characters up until that last trigger there.
Yep, definitely. And I mean the Blurple deck does have more hits now that you're playing like Popsicle, and some of them are playing locations now. But it used to only be like 4 to 8 hits, and now it's a little bit higher at least.
Absolutely, yeah, certainly, yeah. That's one of the cool things about deck building is that cards that exist that have been around for a little bit, they change in value. And Sploosh, thank you for noticing. Sploosh wants to know where all the handsome casters' faces are. We want you to pay attention to the match is the primary reason why we don't do that. We don't want you to be distracted by our beauty. So you're welcome for that. Don't
worry. You'll be see us looking all handsome and everything later. So so we have the genie into a bell. So again, just you're actually playing the bell for her cost, obviously just with good stats, a 3/3 for 3.
Yeah, that's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you certainly would rather get her for free, but if you have to play her for 3, it's not the worst value you've ever spent.
Yep, definitely. So this Daisy is gonna survive for one more turn.
That's
at least
crazy to me.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
And then actually, if the Daisy does stick around, depending on what we draw here, we can see a really interesting
Bro.
mix. I think that bell is still
Oh,
in
my.
hand. Oh,
Okay.
wait, oh, it's a happy. It's a happy.
Okay. So there was a couple of hits. I was thinking, what could have been drawn by blue that would have been the worst thing that Colton could have seen, and the answer, of course, is Rapunzel. But thankfully, did not see Rapunzel. And then, to your point, for like a half second, I'm like, "But what's the second worst thing?" Would have been a dock.
Doc,
And
yep.
I would have got a little. Yeah, so we're good. At least it's a happy.
Yep,
Although
just a
that happy, yeah. I mean, we say just a happy, but it's it's evasive on its turn, so it's not the
Yep.
worst thing in the world. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, no, it's not the worst. I mean, it doesn't like completely check the the genie, but again, it's still an option.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm pretty sure there's a bell in hand, like I don't even remember what it's called. Oh, I guess not. Maybe not.
Yeah, and
So-
we're yeah. I mean, this is certainly turning in the direction of for Colton here. Like we're in top deck mode. Blue's in top deck mode. Colton is not, and Colton is just continuing to present just a wider and wider board, and with characters with such high value. Rabbit draws another card. It's just crazy the value that Colton's
Yep.
getting right now.
Yeah, it's almost the opposite of how we were saying how to beat the Blurple deck, you have to go wide. At this point, it's the exact. There's the dock off the top. It's also the same thing too for their side. Like just go wide at this point.
Yeah.
But blue just being stuck on 3 ink as well. It's just blue just finds himself in a very very tricky spot.
Yeah.
Oh,
and,
but that-
and, yeah.
That was a strength, yeah. Not. That was
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But the
Yeah.
happy's gonna take it out though anyway.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, that was funny because I thought the same thing. I'm like, oh, is that a strength? No, it's not a strength. It's not a strength. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're still seeing. They're kind of like in a weird spot. Like it's still anybody's game. It's not. No one's like 100% locked in just yet. That's what I love about these kind of matchups. It's just such a fight. Like it's anybody can still win this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So like the biggest thing is gonna be like if we find a Rapunzel, like if blue finds a Rapunzel and that Daisy still stays with that 3. That's a huge turn.
Yes. Yeah, you're not wrong about that.
I do see a sideways
Daisy needs to
card,
go.
Yep. Yeah, the Daisy has to. And then but blue's playing very smart about that, like keeping it upright, not having to worry about it. So I mean, obviously, an Elsa will take it out, but I mean, making them have it.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that's what this game has to boil down to. We see Kita being used. Okay, and we see. Thank you, Colton, for letting us see the hand. I appreciate that.
Yep.
So we're choosing between.
I was about to say, I'd imagine the fox is going to be the one that goes back on top.
Yep.
Now, do we have a way to draw that fox right now? That'd be pretty cool. Oh wait, is the sail still in hand? If we still have the sail, we could sail and then fox and rabbit and do stuff like that, something like that.
Yes, it's called a rabbit.
Oh,
we see the rabbit. That Kita's pretty good. I gotta say. I mean, there's some people that are kind of torn on that Kita. They're a little. I kind of like that Kita.
Oh yeah, no, I was telling Joey about it, and he was like, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah, it's really good. Not only is it really good in the discard, but you get to just fix your draws if nothing else."
And we see the library. Okay, This is a pretty solid turn.
Yep. So you're probably gonna.
This might have locked it in.
Yeah, this is very tough to deal with. You got to just figure out what you're gonna move there. And then
all right,
and then just quest away.
I mean, yeah, like why not, right? Just you got to get to 20. Let's get to 20. Let's turn these things sideways.
Say answer me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Actually, taking out the Cinderella. Yep. If it's sideways, take it out. That makes sense.
Got to deal with singers. We don't want singers. Singers are bad.
Singers are bad. And now back over to blue here. So that Daisy is just hanging around with 3 damage. Did we find
Daisy's just sitting there like, Rapunzel, where are you, Rapunzel? Oh, thank you, Rapunzel.
All right, so
finally,
again, this board is still very tough to deal with, but if nothing else, we have card draw again.
Oh yeah, I mean, we are still in a not fantastic spot for blue. But to the point that we've been saying this entire game so far, not over yet. This is not over.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
You know, and so we know that blue. For those of you that are just joining us, blue, who's on the right side, won game 1. We're currently in game 2. And if blue can win this again, we'll take it 2-0. Colton, as we see in terms of lore count, is behind on the lore count, but the board presence and the control of the board right now indicates that Colton might be able to move into a good spot and take control of this game quicker than we might expect.
Yeah, and then you can deal with the board pretty easily now. Like Keto will check the Daisy, and then take out the dock, and then just a lone Rapunzel is not that scary.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it really isn't. I mean, we've got rabbits on the table. We've got the potential for Elsas to come down and just change the entire dynamic of this game. We've got the crab that can take something out, and take itself out if we can get the math right. Although it looks a little rough with the math currently on the board as it is. So Bell choosing to take out that was the happy.
Yep, definitely. And then it's just a matter of if. Oh, I think we're just going to just turn sideways.
Oh, okay, yeah. Listen, yeah, I think that's some. If you think that you can outrace, then just run the race.
Yep, definitely. So I go to 16, and then a Hades would be good right now. I did see a second library in the hand, so maybe honestly just throw the second library down. I think that presents lethal right at that point. Or Lorthal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, if you put the second one down, that puts it without even a goat. It presents it, so you have to make them answer.
Yeah. And the chat is noting potentially that the library did not gather the lore.
Oh, I think they might have marked it on. I think they might have marked it on the paper, maybe not on.
Oh, potentially.
That's what I think. Or okay. Fox.
All right, we draw cards,
Mm-hmm.
and we know. Yeah, there you go. Fox takes out Daisy Duck.
Mm-hmm.
Which is funny because that Daisy Duck is waiting to go on a date with Donald Duck, but the fox is the one that gets to take it out.
Hey. So still have a lot of ink to play with here as well.
We do, yeah. There's still a lot of. Yep. Oh, never mind. There's a second library on the table, and Blue is saying, you know what? Let's just go to game 3. Let's just go to game 3, and so we're gonna go to game 3, and we're gonna see how this turns out.
Thank you, Rachel.
We'll see you later, Rachel.
Yep. Thank you for your kind words as well. Hope you can catch back the rest of the VOD on another day for sure. So very exciting first 2 games. So we kind of saw both decks do what they wanted to do in each of their play games. So
yes,
and Blurple is by far, or Amethyst Sapphire is a deck that is significantly better on the play. So,
yeah, that's always been the case, though. I feel like that deck versus other decks, that's a very good descriptor, and I feel like that's more true of Blurple than anything else. You do not nothing beats it. I think on the play, very few things can beat it when it's on the plane, or rather, on the play. But when it's on the draw, there's the matchups is where it kind of kicks in.
Yeah, exactly. There's some lines that it takes. I know specifically Diablo stuff takes a while. They struggle to deal with that. Even some of the Amber Steel, they could just you can see one Cinderella double 1-drop strength to take out a Bell, something like that, or just Cinderella is just a very oppressive opener as well.
Yeah, certainly.
I did not see. Well, that was a big mulligan on the side of Colton. I didn't see how many blue took though.
Yeah, I unfortunately missed that.
But that was definitely a mulligan for 6, or an altar for 6.
Yeah. Let's see if he's punished for that. We always talk about the altar in this game being very, very forgiving. You can alter. This is probably one of the most forgiving altars of any game when it comes to card games, and that allows you to be. I don't want to say greedy, but it allows you to make more risks when it comes to what you decide to send away.
Yeah.
And oftentimes you can get rewarded for that too. And so we see that Blue has the so far as we can tell, the Goldilocks opener for Amber Steel.
And I think that's no 1-drops. That's a lot of uninkables. Okay, there's a 1-drop. Okay, good. There's a Diablo. I was about to say, there's a lot of uninkables in that hand. I saw a Hades, double Genie.
Yeah, I mean, this is
tough.
Crazy. Yeah. Okay, of course, as we'd expect, Cinderella does get to sing "Let the Storm Rage On," but of course, the whole reason why Colton put down that Diablo is because if it gets banished, Colton's allowed to draw for it. So at least it's somewhat of a fair trade. It's you're not really losing card advantage. You're kind of keeping
Mhm.
the same card advantage or
Yep.
maintaining it.
It's unfortunate that I think our only ramp at the moment is going to be a sail.
Oof. Okay. Yeah. And then now the question is, if you don't have a 1-drop, is it worth it to still ramp to add an additional ink here? That's always tough to justify, especially if all the cards are really good
Yeah.
and you might be
And
able to
because
use them later on.
yeah, because I saw there's a goat, which I think he's going to ink too. Yeah. So he inks the goat. I
Yeah.
think yeah. And then,
Oh, but
yeah.
wait, yeah, we did have a one. Okay, so we did. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. At least the ink was used, which is important here. You, in order to win these games, you have to have a very efficient use of your ink. Oftentimes, if you lose a game, you can tie it back to just like an inefficiency somewhere. Either you didn't manage your hand effectively, you didn't manage your ink effectively, and these are the kinds of things that cost you. So the more we can turn those inks sideways and actually use them all, generally speaking, we're better off.
Yep, definitely. And then as you can see, the Cinderella did take out the Churnabox followers, which is fine. I mean,
Yeah,
you have to make them have it, and they
correct.
did have it. But now at least we're where we want to be. 4 ink on turn 3. So like it's almost
Exactly.
like this is 90. I'm about like 95% sure this is going to be a genie. 2 libraries to
There's
the
gonna be a
ink roll
genie.
though
Yeah,
is
that's
not
rough.
something you
Yeah,
normally it's not something you normally want to see here, especially because that's such a great card to kind of like get backhand advantage, get back into a matchup, especially this matchup too.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, that library is ultimately what sealed the deal for Colton last game. So to see 2 of them get sent into your inkwell is kind of it's rough to send the thing back that you're like, man, this thing was really helpful last game.
Yeah, definitely. And then to put 2 in immediately, it's not something you like to see, unfortunately.
No, absolutely. But Calhoun here. Oh, we sing the strength of a raging fire. This is not a good spot for Colton. Colton has now gone 3 full turns without a character being able to survive it. Just every turn we blasted a character since the beginning of this game, and Colton is looking on the other side of the board and realizing I'm in danger.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of lore on the other side of the board right now, so we have to just kind of just pick stuff off as best we can. Unfortunately, I know there's an Elsa in hand, so I think that's what we're going to see here. Or that's the
Oh no,
Sven.
it's this new Sven.
The
Yeah, it's the
Sven.
dueling
Wow.
Sven. Oh,
Yep, which we are
you know,
looking at. Yeah,
even if
that's
Colton loses, Colton got to make Blue read the card, and that to me is a win.
that's
win's
always
a win.
that's a win in my book. So I love that Sven. I know our friend Mikey hates it, but I think
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's a great card, but I do like the card as a whole.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't know what it does, I'll let you know what it does. It is a 2 strength, 6 willpower character. It's also an ally, in case that matters to you. It has rush, and it says when you play this character, a chosen character gets -3 strength for the turn, and and it also has 1 lore on it. So it's a rusher that can shrink the person that it or the character that it is attacking to potentially keep it alive.
Yep.
I love Big Vin Diesel fan is like 2 colors on 1 card. What manner of sorcery is this? I love it.
Like, welcome to set 7.
Yeah.
Now I didn't see. I was looking up a card. Did the Rapunzel heal anything, or did they just play it down for the lore?
I didn't. I was reading Sven. I didn't get to see it. My apologies.
I think they just. Yeah, I think we just. Or did we?
I mean, judging by the hand
actually,
size,
no. It healed the Lawrence. That's what it
Okay.
was. Yep. Because I was like, wait a second, because like, how'd they take out the Sven? Because the Sven was Sven was undamaged. But yes. So good play there from Blue. Two cards in hand. Yeah, now we're getting into the scary hours part.
Yeah, this is there's too much lost value here. There's just too much lost value. I can if at this point I have to predict that Blue is going to win this one just because of the insane amount of just bleeding value that was lost on Colton's side. I mean, you lose that first card you play, you lose the second one you play, you lose the third one you play. I mean, there's just too much value lost here. How do you come back from this? How do you win in this situation? I don't think you do.
Yeah, Yeah, it's very, very difficult here, and it's just like all these options are rough options to swing into. If you swing into the Calhoun, you do take it out, yes, but he still leaves you open to a Storm or a Strength. You swing, and then you take out the Singer there, but then there's still 2 Singers on the other side. It's just like it's like rock in a hard place right now for sure for Colton.
Yeah, I mean, taking out the singer is only good if you don't have other characters of equal cost to sing the songs anyway.
And between Lawrence and Rapunzel, you can sing as well. But we're getting to the point that like you're not even really singing. You're just like, and then the Prince coming down too.
Yeah, this has to be game over at this point.
And the Prince, we had the strength in hand. Yeah, and even another thing too with the Prince or with the Prince is we just saw a crab get inked as well. So
yeah.
Well, this is almost curtains.
It's not Lorthal, even if the Calhoun gets a chance to attack something, which it's unlikely because the character has to dry. But we're going to go to 18 next turn with what's currently on the board. So yeah, this is a bad spot, and I just don't envision that the Blurple has anything that it can do. Blurple generally loses when the characters go wide. Although that is a great play, we do see the bodyguard just disappearing into the inkwell. So certainly a good target for that. I still think it's too little, too late at this point. But I guess Colton has to believe, and Colton has to have hope that that's not the case. Or else
we almost have to just chain Hades at this point, and just playing threat after threat after threat.
Yeah, and Lawrence is one heck of a threat.
Mm-hmm. That is,
and
true,
we're seeing this low to the ground build. Oh yeah. And Colton sees the writing on the walls. There's just nothing that can be done, and ultimately, Jonathan, aka Blue, has taken this and has went 2-1. Congratulations, Jonathan, and it's good to see Amber Steel still has a place here in this meta.
Yep, definitely. So I think Dan was saying, we have one more round left of Swiss. Dan was saying that David Nunes is 5-0 locked in, and then the other player, Poker Kid, I think Keith, is also 2-0. Oh, well, hello. Oh, she's like, I'm muted still. Yep, there we go.
Hey,
Welcome back.
We're back. We said all those nice things about Amber Steel, and look what they did.
Coming back with the passion, with some force there. Those are some very, very impressive games. The ones that they won, at least.
Oh, I'm also back. Well,
and JDZ.
Hey, JDZ, welcome back.
We're all back.
The gang is all back in town. That was pretty nice. Good match. But most importantly, that's Bell up to 2. Elsa's currently holding strong at 3.
Okay.
So we have one more round of Swiss.
The secret tournament that we have going on.
The actual real event, the real behind the music of what's happening here is this Elsa versus Bell.
Hashtag,
I thought we had something on there. Team Bell. Sisu's back. He's Team Bell. I'm Team Elsa. I think we're all Team Elsa. I think if you're Team Bell, I mean, you're probably, I don't know. Whatever the Bell people. Whatever the Bellanites might be. But I thought that was a great match. And I thought Blurple would have a good chance there against that more
it's canon now, so you can't get away from that.
I did have a little lunch break. I did have some refried, some dehydrated penguin in my freezer there.
Hopefully it was ethically sourced, because now we do know that it's illegal. That is a crime.
It is roadkill, though. It's roadkill penguin.
Did we look this up, that it is illegal?
It was confirmed from someone in the chat. I didn't research it myself, but they said if it is ethically sourced, or if it was euthanized, or if it was roadkill. I don't know how many roads there are in the Arctic. There can't be very many.
There can't be many. Yeah,
cannot be many. No,
not enough to have so much traffic that would require you to run over a penguin.
Surplus of penguin.
Yeah,
roadkill.
Yes.
And I have to give a quick shout out. I'm sorry. I just see my buddy, my casting partner, first to 20, Skinner is in the chat. I just have to do a quick shout out to Skinner. What's up, buddy? We love you. We're sorry you're not here. And yes, we are a beautiful cast. Thank you very much. We all look fantastic. We're all 10s. How dare you? Don't think otherwise.
Go after that piano in the background, he says.
Yeah.
Can you play that? I started walking towards it.
You go, we'll go towards it.
Yeah. Hey, Gabe, can you go over there and play a couple of songs on that piano real quick?
Yeah, just riff it out for us.
Let's hear some Beethoven.
Let's just crack it out.
The Mozart.
No, wait. Just stay here. Don't. Well, next time. We'll get us next time.
Exactly.
Yeah. How many square foot is that you're sitting in there? What are you working on there?
0.
Oh, this house. It's about 6,000 square feet.
6,000 square feet on the beach. I like that. I like the arch that you have there. I like that open floor plan you got as well.
Yep. I like the fireplace. I like the fireplace, honestly. Like, I didn't know you need a fireplace in Miami.
Yeah, you never know.
But you know what? They put fireplaces in the dumbest houses in Florida, and you know it.
Oh, that's
know
true,
it.
yeah.
You walk into
That's
somebody's house and you're like, "This is beautiful." Why? Like,
I-
why would you
Yeah.
set anything on fire in this living room? Like,
Yep.
it's the most wild feature,
I'm
and
jealous.
they're
Yeah, the
typically
only
in the
re-
way too.
I love
The only
Florida.
reason why you have a fireplace is because you need to burn up evidence of the crimes of corruption.
Florida man, yeah, it's
Yep.
from
Hey,
Florida
edit.
man. Yeah.
Edit. Edit. Cut it.
Oh no.
Edit. No. But I love Florida. I'm jealous you guys get to live there. Get to have that be your lived
Are you?
experience. Yeah, I like Florida a lot. I'm a big
What do you?
fan of
Okay,
Florida.
wait, hold on. What do you like about Florida?
I love the weather.
Weather.
I love
I knew
being
that's what you were gonna
sweaty. I love being so
Okay.
hot.
Oh,
I
you like the
I like-
humidity? Okay.
I love I remember last time I went to Florida was in August. And I took
Oh,
my
it's like the
family.
worst
It was
time to go.
August.
I know.
because I'm a cheapskate, so we go to Disney World in August because it's the cheapest time.
Smart.
Are you trying to kill your family?
Oh, we're building a Fort Tough over here. You gotta dig deep. You gotta have that heart of the
Oh my
underdog, the heart of a
God.
lion to be.
I
in
don't
this
even
family.
like to walk out of my car, like to my house from my car in August, let alone walking
I'm
around
telling you,
Disney
and
World.
and that's not even it. So I'm like, hey, we're in Florida. Let's go play some mini golf. And it's like
Oh.
110, 100% humidity, and we're out there mini golfing.
You know the crazy thing is about mini golf is sometimes it'll drizzle and it'll rain, and then somebody that like weird turf has like a heat coming up
yeah,
from
and
the bottom.
I'm
and
talking.
you're just like kind of like humidity sandwich.
Yeah,
You did that.
yeah. I'm talking. My entire body, head to toe, was completely drenched
Yeah.
in my own sweat. It was disgusting, but
Yeah.
it was so good. Woo wee! I love me some Florida. Splu says you
Man.
should have gone to 7th group up there in Destin. I love me some Destin too.
Oof.
A little
That's
bit of
crazy.
a little Southern Alabama, a little bit of Destin. Have you been up there? Have you been up that way? No.
I
I
have
Is
not.
that in
no.
Florida? No, okay.
In Destin. Destin, Florida is like in the
I
Panhandle.
have, yeah.
Is that
I
okay.
don't miss Florida much, but I miss my friends and my family. That's for sure. That's
Okay,
probably what I
okay,
miss.
okay. Thoughts on Destin? though? You've been there.
What is
Destin
that?
is quite nice.
Destin
that
is
like-
cool. It's like on the
It's
Panhandle. Like think,
north. It's
think
Oh,
of,
we don't-
Panhandle.
We
Panhandle.
don't go-
Oh.
think of basically Southern Alabama.
there you go.
Floribama, like Splu says in the chat.
Floribama.
Yeah. Well, maybe, yeah, we don't go over there. That's not
Okay,
Florida.
okay.
That's
okay.
Georgia. Georgia, Alabama.
Okay.
Anything above Orlando, that's Georgia.
South
Gotcha.
Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they can have it. They can
Yeah.
anything. Yeah, like
Anything
I
north of
mean, I don't
Orlando.
know.
North of Orlando, Tampa. It's like
Yeah.
that. That's South.
Yeah.
Yep. South
That's Georgia.
Keep it.
Ship
Okay.
it.
Okay. What about
Ship it.
Jacksonville? What about Jayville? Have we thoughts?
Jacksonville's
I
okay.
like Jayville.
Yeah,
I like Jayville.
I like St. Augustine a lot.
I like St. Augustine.
yeah,
Florida's
St.
great. How do you guys not love Florida? I love
Yeah.
Florida. I love me some
No,
Florida.
I do love Florida. I do love Florida. If you enjoy a good libation, Jacksonville has like a lot of breweries. If you're a big fan of that kind of a thing.
I like Jacksonville.
So-
I like me a nice dirty like hood rich beach as well. I like a
Those are
nice
so
dirty
gross.
beach.
Yeah.
Jacksonville
Yeah.
Beach is just like my favorite kind of beach because you're
Yeah.
gonna have a good time or you might get
The
stabbed.
toes
You
are
never
out.
know. It's a toss up.
All the
That's different
toes are out.
for
Your
a
Roulette
every
wheel.
toe.
You never know.
Yeah.
You never know what you're gonna see. It's gonna be fun. You're gonna have a good time. Either you're gonna get injured, you might end up in an emergency
What is
room.
it where they call like Daytona? You have like Daytona and Nighttona, and Nighttona scares the crap out of me.
Yes.
Daytona
Yeah,
scares
Daytona's
you too. though.
scary.
Yeah, like
Daytona-
Dirtona.
I see
Yeah.
that.
So scary. You're just
Yeah,
like,
don't go to Daytona.
yeah,
Daytona's bad. It's real
not
bad.
great.
Daytona. Now that I think about it, I've never been to Daytona at nighttime. I've never been.
Don't do
I've
it.
been to
Gotta
Daytona. I've
get
been
out
to Treasure. Was it Treasure Island?
Yeah.
Treasure,
Yeah.
Treasure Island is by Daytona. I've been there, and I never
No,
went out
Treasure
at
Island's by it's like Tampa-ish area.
night. Tampa.
Yes, yeah,
that-
close to Tampa.
No, I'm saying I'm also Tampa. Where did I go to Daytona? I went to Daytona a while ago as well. But yeah,
That's
I
the
love
other
Florida.
coast.
That's the other coast. Side. My bad. I'm on the other.
Yeah,
I'm on the other side.
they have an
Okay.
ocean. We have the Gulf, which is the
Oh,
whole.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my cousin went
We
to
don't go in that.
Bethune Cookman, and I went down to Daytona to visit her.
Okay, yeah. Yep.
There you go.
Bethune Cookman College down in the Daytona area.
Very
And
nice.
I think
Yeah,
we
cool.
went by the Speedway and everything. It's a nice little, but again, I didn't go out at night, so maybe Daytona might be
Yeah.
a different vibe.
Speedway. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, all
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
The Speedway,
Yeah.
I like it. Okay, I'm moving to Florida.
It's
there it is, settled.
Yeah.
There you
Settled.
go.
Come
I
on
mean,
down. We'll have you.
Go to Orlando. I might move to Miami. Come and kick it with Gabe. He's got enough room in his home there.
Exactly.
see.
Yeah.
yeah, there you go. He's got
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Hang out with the piano.
Play a little.
Yeah.
Man.
I'll put a cat bed next to the other
There you
cat's
go.
bed.
A
so you can sleep
cat
on
bed.
it.
There you go. The hospitality is unmatched. You get a cat
You
bed.
can't beat that. I don't deserve.
Yeah.
I don't deserve that. But anyway, back to the Lorcana. Okay, what's going on this round that we just saw? We saw that there was an Amber Steel. I believe that was Diggy Hole or maybe a Doc variant.
Yep.
Maybe there could have been some
Yeah.
Mufasa elements in there that we just didn't quite see. There was some Blurple there. Shout out to the Blurple player. Thoughts on
Blurple
those
gang.
two decks? Where do you think those decks fit? I think Blurple's good. Maybe not in the configuration. I think there's some cards there that could be dug upon. I know you guys got friends on Freedom Gaming that are big Blurple gang. What are they playing? What's the meta looking like for Blurple? Sisu?
Share your list. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, no secrets in the booth. You can't hold any secrets.
In the booth.
No secrets in the booth.
So obviously, my teammate Hayes is a very big Blurple player. So I get to see all the Blurple lists. Obviously, the Bell the Pop is what came out of this new set. Elsa, we're seeing a lot more stuff with like the Hades. Sometimes you can go into like Spirit of Winter towards the higher, as well as with I know Colton wasn't playing that. Colton was choosing to play like the Sven, and then some configuration of locations probably. So you're seeing like McDuck Manors, Library, stuff along that way. One thing that was seeing a little bit of play, but probably not really as much anymore, was the Queen, the 4-drop, the new 4-drop Queen. They just combat the Ruby Sapphire list with the items, or the Ruby, just any Sapphire list with items, I guess.
Yeah.
So
just items in general. Yeah.
Just items in general.
Any type of discard stuff, and also just to close the game too. I think it's a good.
Another good thing too about that the Queen is that between like Belle, Cinderella, so in like potentially like tough matchups, you gain 4 lore as opposed to 3 because you're burying your princess. So that is good.
I like it. I do stream every day on my Twitch, and I played some Blurple the other day, and it seemed like a very, very good deck in this meta. Shout out to JDRR. I know he posted another Blurple list. He had 4 copies of Finders Keepers in the list with 4 copies of Hades the Infernal Schemer, and I thought those cards were great. Well, maybe that could be where the deck kind of needs to go. I don't know. The Fox's Crab seems good right now. I'm still not sold on the Kita operation there, even though she looked great in that match in that game number 2, but it just it might just be a bit too weak to fit what the deck is trying to do.
Yeah, I don't know if that one. I don't know if that fits in like the Blurple shell, but I think I definitely see it in like the Ruby Sapphire shell personally. But no, it's a cool card though, just because like it combats discard because you're guaranteeing to ink, and then you're just fixing your draw for the next turn.
Yeah.
And so if you are on no hand, you just turn it sideways, and you know what you're drawing the next turn, and it's hopefully you're not drawing. And so unless you hit like double Hades on 6 ink, then you're like, well, can't play this anyway.
I'm cooked. Okay. I like it, man.
Yeah. What I did notice and what I liked about those 2 color combinations is that both of those color combinations seem to have just kind of disappeared because of the way the meta had shifted. And I think Color described it best earlier, right? Like it felt like these 2 players got to go back home. So we got 2 players coming back home to a place that felt good.
Yep.
Yeah. So I felt good about that. It was good to see those 2 color combinations here, like doing well enough to be on stream, performing at a capacity that's respectable. I'm sure they are enjoying it too, because it's kind of felt like that wasn't necessarily possible just about a week ago. So a week ago.
I'd definitely say that there's like a few players even like doing testing events today, and I'm like, they're like, I'm actually getting to play my favorite ink combinations. Like I'm getting to play my favorite ink combinations. I'm doing a thing. I'm having fun again. Like it's kind of like that's the overwhelming thing. Like now that we've all kind of gotten over the shock of like the first ban in Disney Lorcana history, now again, let's go home. Let's play our ink combinations, like stretch our legs and be like, oh my gosh, this game is so fun. And now that you get to sit back where you enjoy being, it got even more fun as opposed to being forced into kind of either play it or try to beat it, but you're still not going to beat it. So just play it, And
you got to sit there and slog out those Ruby Sapphire Mirror. Color, you said you loved it. I personally could not stand it. Or just being in a situation where you're playing Sapphire Steel, they're playing Ruby Sapphire. The match is going to take an hour and 60 years.
I got time.
And you're gonna go to time. You're gonna have all these things. It's just a mess. Okay, shout out, I know there are some people.
The set one Ruby Amethyst mirror is like, I think I was like conditioned for where like my first competitive experiences were that. So I was like, well, this must be the standard. Just an hour-long grind fest. Like, let's go.
Nah. That's not how it is. That's not how
the pocket watches and the brooms.
Yeah,
the brooms.
Aladdin's.
Knock it off.
You win the first game. We play for 2 more minutes. You won the match because now it's to time and we're done.
There you go.
1-0 and it's a best of 3. and you
Oh,
still won
man.
the game.
Oh, J Bomb's in the
Wow.
building. J Bomb agrees with you, Color. J Bomb says set 1 Ruby M Mirror is my favorite matchup in the history of the game. That
It's
sounds
so silly.
clinical.
It was
It's
so crazy.
It's
Admit
so
him.
fun.
Send
Right.
send,
It's-
send
I
the
love
send the
it.
Maurice, send the dude over there that got Maurice to go
Yeah.
grab you and J Bomb. How about that?
You
Put
know what
guys
else is
together.
clinical, JDZ? You know what else is clinical is a
What's that?
lobotomy, which is it's a lobotomy, and that's what it felt like playing that
Yeah.
match.
Nah,
It was
J
That's
Bomb,
what
I'm
I'm
with
saying.
you.
Oh,
I'm with
No,
you.
man.
Let's do
no,
it. Let's
no,
go.
no.
Those Ruby M mirrors were wild. Just being
Outta
on
here.
Pixelborn for
No.
like an hour.
Four
I think I
Maleficent
played like a
dragons
90
in
minute.
that list.
I played like a
Oh.
90-minute game on Pixelborn once. I was like, what am I doing with my life right now?
No
You're
way.
playing cards. You're gaming. You're gaming.
Yeah, I wasn't
Yeah.
around. Yeah,
Congratulations.
D-Mock's right. I wasn't around, and I'm gonna thank my lucky stars that I wasn't around because I don't want any
Oh.
part of that. I don't want no part of that, Ricky Bobby. Okay,
We used to draw
do
cards
we?
with the Queen's Mirror. Remember that? That's how we
Queen's
would draw
Mirror.
cards.
Remember the Queen,
Oh,
the 5-drop Queen,
the five. What?
the Queen
The
that just
purple one?
turns
The
sideways,
amethyst
draw a
one?
card. That's all it
The
did.
amethyst one.
Was she 5? Was she really cost? Oh, I was thinking about the 3-drop Maleficent where you play her to draw a
Oh
card.
no, yeah,
Yeah.
she
yeah,
was
yeah.
great
The
too.
5.
She was
Just
great.
exert, draw. We were. It
Yeah.
was hard out there.
And
Amethyst
it-
was the only one drawing colors or cards except for Rapunzel.
Yep.
And what about your boy Nick Wild? I thought you guys were Nick Wild gang over there.
That was-
oh,
that was
that was set 2. That was
So,
set
yeah,
2.
it was
Okay.
set 2, yeah.
Okay,
I played Blurple set 1 because it had a good matchup into Ruby Amethyst. That was the only reason why.
How are people not getting cooked
Well,
by a whole
Amber
new
Steel
world
was-
in those and getting
Okay, I was
decked
about
out?
to say. So that's what ended up happening. Is like,
Yeah.
we had the. You don't get decked out because you loop the broom.
Oh, that's right. Okay,
With
okay,
the,
okay.
So you're constantly
Yeah,
Saving
exactly.
yourself?
Sometimes you'd play Mickey,
Yeah.
Yep.
like the Sorcerer Mickey, so you'd have free, or the brooms would come back, and then you'd be looping. It was crazy.
It
There was
was amazing.
They're gonna do that. Like
Yeah.
I know in Yu-Gi-Oh, the retro
Beast
formats
Mirror.
are huge.
Oh.
Retro formats are huge. So it's just a matter of time before there's a retro format for Lorcana, and that could probably happen again. I think
You
that'd
know
be
what
neat.
format I want? I want the was it Toronto? That weird meta where it was like 20 seconds where half of the people that were going to Toronto couldn't even look at the new set. So they were
Mhm.
kind of in this like limbo area.
Yeah.
I want to play that meta for like a little bit, just like as a format because like the people that didn't go to the DLC, we were grinding with the new set. And then the
Mhm.
people that were going to the DLC, they couldn't even look at the new set. So they just
Wasn't like a weird like no Bucky.
It was
but
the no Bucky.
without-
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
no Bucky.
no Bucky for
Yeah.
like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And then the rest of
Yeah.
us were like, we're going to be over here. And
Yeah.
so, yeah.
Toronto was fun. I had a fun time in Toronto.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I really want to like dive into that format for like a second and
To
see,
see
what would
We'll
happen?
see,
Yeah, it was interesting. It was I'm trying to think. That was the one that Nunes left second in. So that was the Amber Emeralds.
Emerald
that won.
Under the Sea discard.
Yep,
won.
that's what won.
was
level
level?
9001.
Diego.
Diego.
Diego. Yep.
Yeah.
That
Very
was
cool
his.
deck.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
Saw
And
that.
I'm
coming.
surprised that deck's not
Oof.
played a bit more. I played that deck as well the other day. And that deck seems very powerful. I don't know why. The deck is miserable. I understand why
It's
people don't
so
play it. The deck
strong.
is very miserable to use. And it's miserable for
Use?
everyone involved, to include yourself and your opponent. Like, no one's having a good time with that one. But the deck does seem very strong and has a lot of good matchups as well. I don't understand why people don't play the Under the Sea deck anymore.
Pete.
Maybe Pete?
Pete.
Is Pete just that good?
Yep.
Well, yeah,
Pete.
Pete came out
Just-
at set 5, so
It just shuts
Yeah.
the entire deck down, and now your
Yeah.
whole deck doesn't do anything. So you're just like,
I mean, if you catch somebody lacking, though, and maybe you can weave it in there with no Pete or... I think you can beat Pete. You can beat the Pete, perhaps.
I don't think so. I
Deck
don't
seems
think-
good.
I mean, that's the same part with
can
the
be-
like the Sapphire Emerald. Just like
Here's
shuts
what
down
here's
the
what I'll
deck.
tell you. There's nothing strong. There's no stronger turn 3, turn 4 than Prince John on 3. You have forgotten me on 4. Okay.
Yeah.
You do
Oh.
that, you win most every time.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
Absolutely.
just bleh. Can't believe you said that out loud. If you
That's
say
a
it
good play.
again, it's gonna make it happen again. It's so rough.
And
It's
then-
so rough. It's so rough.
And then with the Ursula you played on 2, you sing Sudden Chill.
There you go.
It's
And you're
as if it wasn't enough.
no hand.
cooking. You're no
Hand
hand.
done.
I love that. I
so then
love
you
that.
go,
for
yeah,
real.
you
What
go
about
Prince
Pete?
John, and they
There you
go
go, Pete.
Pete, and then just like,
And then, yeah.
Oh shucks.
You
Yeah.
go Prince John, they go Pete, and then they just spam the whole board on you and just clap you up before they're at 20 by the time you even do that. You hate
Yeah.
to see it. You know that's how it's going to go most of the
Good.
time. I don't know, but I did play that deck, and I thought it was quite good. And I think that someone who is a better player than me can probably figure that thing out and have it being a tier 1 level threat. It's just
I played
proposal,
it. I played it for a little bit post Bucky ban before Toronto, before I just went back to Emerald Steel,
Mhm.
and it was fun. Like you're playing with like the Kita to
Yeah,
like
yeah.
like to neg everything, and then you go and you under the sea. It's a fun deck. Like, I don't think it's not bad by any means. And people were kind of playing like just the discard strategy, I guess, a little bit to combat the Ruby Sapphire. I think it's still good.
Absolutely.
As we see a lot more people probably playing the Churna dogs. So round 6 looks like it is up. So
yeah, who's got that dog in them? Speaking of which,
I think the Churna dogs might be cooked, man. I think they're done.
I was like, I don't know how well
I think the dogs are just cooked. I think now that Sapphire Steel is no longer a part of the game, basically, I think the dogs.
First we're eating penguins, now we're eating dogs. What's going on here, JDZ?
Little dog meat sandwich. I don't think I can eat a dog meat sandwich. I don't.
Oh, well, that's the line. That's the line, JD.
I could. I don't want to though, because I think they're just too accessible. I think you can.
Yeah.
Like
I just learned so much. All right, go ahead.
Yeah,
keep going.
I think they're just too accessible.
Keep going.
They're too accessible. They're too. It's like no like allure to it. I'd eat a flamingo before I eat a dog. That's a fact.
Oof, jeez. I think they're protected too, probably.
I was like,
but it adds.
They're like, I was like, there's like freaking 20 of them out there. Do you want one?
It adds a bit of appeal to me. Just the rarity of the.
So okay, so this is like you are like a fraction above like big game hunting at this point. Like
I'm not. I don't want to go out there and slay the animal. I just want to. So
you need this you need a bored millionaire to go out there and like slay.
That's what I'm saying. This is
like a penguin and a flamingo, so you can fry.
And you have a nice little I would love a nice little Olive Garden like situation, old country buffet, if you will. All you can eat of just medley of a variety of different rare exotic meats.
Birds.
Right.
Rare and exotic meats.
Yeah.
Rare and exotic meats.
It's surf and turf, except it's dogs and penguins.
Surf and turf. It's sky and just more sky, honestly.
But who's going to be in the dojo? We got to come up with a schedule. I'm going to be in this time.
It's you and I. No.
Okay.
Yep.
So me and Gabe are going to sign off shortly, but we will definitely be back.
All right, for sure. And do we have a schedule? Is there a schedule posted somewhere?
I think Dan's just kind of been updating us as we go.
All right. Well, that's cool.
No
all
splits
right.
today. Table 1 is playing for the 6-0.
Let's do it. 6-0. No split city.
No splits.
No draw in. I love this tenacity, huh? I love this tournament. People are like, no. We're not drawing anything.
No.
We're not drawing a thing.
Yes, they somebody did not get the memo on IDs, so we are playing this out.
I like it. I like the tenacity. Let's get loose. Let's get active. If we can get some names of these players in here. Do we have any information on the
Keith
players
versus Nunes?
Keith Nunes is back at it again. Okay.
Yeah, so Nunes on the right and then Keith on the left.
And their records, Nunes is undefeated, or is that
I think they are both undefeated. So this will be whoever wins this game will be the 6-0, just undefeated Swiss champion.
All right.
Top
all
seed.
right. And I like that. You can tell Nunes is an old school player. I think they had their backpack strapped around their legs. You don't see that too often anymore. That's someone.
I was wondering what was going on with that.
That's an old school technique. If you see someone doing that, they've been playing TCGs for a long time. Okay.
Is it just so your backpack doesn't
so
get
your
like
backpack
taken?
Does not get stolen? There you go.
Oh,
you put it on your legs underneath the table.
This is Disney Lorcana. Like we don't worry about those kind of things.
For sure, man. But people, old habits die hard.
Yu-Gi-Oh people, y'all be stealing backpacks.
It's a thing. Crime is a big part of Yu-Gi-Oh. A little element of crime.
Cards and crime.
It's a huge part of the game.
All right.
You got to defend yourself against crime. Have you seen that show? It's all about crime. It's all about, people breaking the law. Okay. It's all about that.
Honestly, I haven't seen the show, but I know that there's like one character that uses a gun and he's American.
That's
the thing. I'm like, is that all I need to know about that show? Like,
that's pretty much it. Just know that everyone's cheating and there's a lot of violence in there over a card game.
Violence,
they take
crime, and cards.
They take it to the 19th degree. It's very, very violent. All right, but it looks like we're going to get that dice roll underway.
7.
Nunes, we've seen
7.
playing
this has happened twice today. I live for this. Do it again. Roll it.
Let's go.
Roll it.
7. Oh, man, you need to go to Vegas there with those 7s you're tossing in. And we've seen Nunes today been playing this Amethyst Steel to a very high level, higher degree of Amethyst Steel activity. And on the left, it seems like we have more Amethyst Steel, I want to say. Or no, that's Amethyst Emerald.
Yep.
Let's go.
My favorite minigame of Lorcana is the dice roll. And then when you roll the same number as them, that's like I get more charged up about that than I will the actual game.
Winning the little. I think you
first of all, I never win. I never win the dice roll. So if I win, I'm really excited. But a lot of the times, I'll roll like a 12, and then I'll be like, "Yes, there's no way," and then they'll roll
match
12,
you,
and I'm like, "Okay, so that was it for me."
But the exhilaration though, because sometimes I'll come out and roll like a 3, and I'm like, oh, I'm cooked.
And
they'll
then
come
like
out
snake eyes.
and they'll get snake eyes, and I'm just like,
yes,
let's go. I know
Yes.
I'm winning this game.
That's what I
Now
said.
Brahms, I get 2-0 probably. I don't know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, winning the die roll like it does not matter for me, but I'm usually better because I lose the die roll. But favorite
Absolutely.
minigame in Lorcana, the die roll.
But it looks like
People are like,
Nunez
"Oh,
is
even
gonna be going down this time. It's gonna be an interesting matchup. Can the discard beat the draw? What is going to win? Both players will have access to the same amethyst cards to help contest this board, but one player will have access to discard, one player will have
Oh.
access to more removal.
So we did miss our 1-drop Diablo, even though there are 86 in the deck.
You hate that. Ah, man. And you did mull pretty hard, too, and you did not get there. I know this deck can traditionally mull super or alter super aggressively in order to get that shift line set up, but we're going to our second turn. Let's see if you can get that Torpedo Diablo to come on in as Fox is going to be inked and passed again. So no 2-cost play either.
Okay, so Bell might be taking this one. That is unfortunate. But now at least we see that the player, you know, Nunes doesn't have the big Diablo, but then Keith has the big. They just need to trade hands. Just trade hands.
So it looked now you're gonna see if you play a card on the third turn as you're thinking about putting this crab down to the inkwell. You do have the big Diablo in your hand, and we do call it big. It is quite small, petite, but we are going to bring out the Shadow Finder, and he's going to be able to clear the Diablo. You'll get a card in the process, but that seems not good to just take 2 full turns off. Let's see if this can be if you can bounce back from this. As you're going to your third turn, checking the hand, you got Pete that can come down. It looks like you got Smee and Broom if you wanted to keep that tempo high, but you'll elect to just go ahead and go Pete here to prevent any type of shenanigans.
It would actually be, I don't know, it'd be kind of advantageous to play the Peter Pan and then next turn play the Diablo and then challenge into the baby Diablo. That way your
Iago!
Diablo, no, you're good. That way your big Diablo is exerted on the turn that comes down. Kind of seems.
But we got another big Iago sighting who's able to come down and clear the huge Calhoun and actually survive that. And now Genie is going to hit the board as well. So you could sing here and just clear this big Iago, and you're going to be on your way. But you will elect not to do so. Just have Pete quest for a small little lore, serving him up for this Iago to clear. But now you have a decision to make.
Yeah, like, are you going to take advantage of the exerted Pete, or are you going to wait for the Genie on Genie violence?
Yeah, no need to do that. You're elected to just continue to spam more evasives to the board, kick the Torpedo Diablo down to the inkwell, and now you have this Iago. Decisions are to be made. I think you just clear while you can. Keep that board nice and tidy, and you'll take that advice and do just that. Clearing the Pete, passing it back on over. So the Genie Wars have re-engaged yet again.
Yeah, especially with the Pete. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's going to be Genie on Genie. So I would be very hesitant if I'm Nunes to exert this Genie. Maybe you can establish this library and post a Genie up in there now.
Well, play Elsa, exert their Genie. And
there you go.
Take out that Genie.
I didn't see the Elsa, but that is a great play. Able to clear this Genie. You're going to clear the Shadow Finder. Look at that.
Well, that one is more of a threat at this point, right? Like, that definitely turns on the deck and makes everything evasive into just a BB Maui, you know?
And here we go. So you do have the ability to engage with the Genie, but then Elsa can come back and clear your Genie as these Genie Wars are raging endlessly. Neither of them are questing. They're engaged in Mortal Kombat, which is exactly where you want your Genies to be in these Genie Wars. But we have another Iago who's going to be in the hand. Peter Pan Shadow Finder now gone.
Yeah. Iago just comes down as a giant. And now against Steel, I feel like Iago becomes a little bit worse because of that vanish mechanic. And if we have a song, as soon as Iago is targeted, the Iago is now down for the count, correct?
Absolutely. He will just be gone, but still no songs in hand as of yet for Nunes, who's got to be like, bro, I need the Storm. I need the Strength. I don't think they're playing Storm anymore, but they're for sure going to be maxed out on Strengths, as we'll go ahead and clear up the Genie. And leaving Elsa over there alone and unafraid as you have one more challenge and then the Iago can clear. So we just got a little back and forth situation here as you get into another dock. So check in hand. That library is still posted there. You could take some.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it might have been nice if he could have attached the Genie to the library and then attacked in and been able to get some value. But what are we gonna do? I mean, yeah, just get down to it and
perhaps
get that dock out.
And we'll go ahead and take this opportunity now to go ahead and clean up that
Mm.
genie quite nicely. Elsa goes up to 4. We can. I think if you have some bounce in your hand, you could bounce that Elsa back to hand and keep that as a tool that you can use later. But we'll just continue to flood the board with
wide. Yep.
more high strength characters as Smee and
Mhm.
Goat are now down. So you'd have a decision to make with this Iago. Are you going to take this plus on this Elsa here, or will you just chill? Those are your two decisions. Oh,
Well,
that's
then
your
he
own.
could suddenly chill. But apparently he's not going to.
I was hoping he would play the sudden chill so I could just look like a genius there, but
Aha.
he just didn't
No.
want to see your boy live, dude. He didn't
No.
want to see me shine out here. Hate to see it
No.
for me. As we have double duty Diablo is up and active on the field. Triple Diablo, in fact. But
It
now
is our unkindness of ravens. It is back. We are at it again. All right. Ink immediately. Inkwell, Elsa, take one of these Diablos. Doc.
And we do have a full value Doc is going to go ahead and hit the play, adding 2 more cards to the hand as Elsa exerts 1 Diablo to clear. But do you get to draw there? Did you activate that ability to draw? Did you trigger? I think that might have been a little bit of a misplay there as Elsa came out.
Did he draw the 2 from the Doc?
I don't think he
did.
He didn't. I think he did. I think he played his hand down.
He missed the Diablo trigger.
But that's a very easy trigger to miss, I think, because he could have just brought the Elsa down and cleared the Diablo before he drew. Right. But he did that a little backwards on the sequence.
But then we forgot the Diablo trigger, so it's all the same.
It did not matter in the end, as we do have another torpedo Diablo in hand. In the face of that Elsa, we'll play a little Raven. Oof. Library versus Pete. This library is about to go nutty next turn. Actually, no, it won't.
No,
we'll see.
I was about to say, not with all the birds in the air.
Look at all these birds. Oh my God. You're not kidding. Color.
Deck.
Oh my goodness. This board is very avian. Look at this thing.
Bird aesthetic for the win.
Complete. There are 1, 2, 3. There's so many birds over here. A whole bird cage.
Okay, I'd love to think that there's this unkindness of ravens hanging out, and then all of a sudden there's a giant parrot that is just trying to blend in, as if Iago belonged there in the first place with all these ravens. So that is where my mind is he decides what card. What are we doing?
Yeah,
because that Cobra is not evasive, and neither is Pete. So where are we?
I mean, at a certain point, you're going to have to. If he starts to exert, you can challenge in, but you can't challenge back. So it's like a one-sided board clear situation. So this is an interesting problem set for Nunes here, who's going to have to work hard to figure out a way to engage with this. As all the characters except for that small little Maleficent Tarot, Maleficent's pet, are going to be evasive. But they can challenge into you quite cleanly, and you're going to have to deal with that. So let's see how you break this board down. This might be a good time to also set up the library, perhaps, but then they can just bypass your board and clear the library. A lot of interesting dynamics here.
Because Diablo, Dive Bomb Diablo is Challenger 2, 3, 7?
Yeah, he's Challenger 2, so he can get up to 3.
Yeah, he should have 2 more cards in hand. Chat is right about that, so that's unfortunate. Is he just kind of straight? We're just... All right,
but honestly, that was just a small missequence by Nunes, and I think that that Keith probably didn't pick up on it, because he could have brought down the Elsa, challenge and banish the Diablo that was exerted, and then play the Doc, and would have been no problem. But he just did it a little cattywampus there, and then he offered a chance for the opponent to get a draw in that he just didn't pick up on. It does happen. I mean, people play a little fast. It is round number 6, so that's 6 hours of Lorcana at least. So you do get a little bit fatigued. A lot of people don't like to admit that, but we are all humans at the end of the day, as we are going to be 2 cards in. So you have to board fight here, as it looks as if Nunes is now in a compromised position, no hand. But as we stated before, Color, like this position at 13, 14, 15 ink, it's where you want to be.
Wait.
He quested Diago, and then he's going to bounce with a
No, I think he challenged into the Doc, no?
Did he? Oh, if he did, then Iago has 6, and he only had 4, so he'll just clear it with 1 remaining. He'll take back 1 damage.
Oh, it was only on 4. Okay,
I
saw the dice was on. Yeah, that's what I get for looking away for a sec.
Right, so we'll go ahead and use the Diablo to clear the Merlin Goat, and then we'll go ahead and clear the Smee. So we are trading quite favorably into this board, and then we'll bring out the Shadow Finder with a fully loaded Iago, just waiting to explore the reaches of your board. You're coming off the top. Let's see how if you're as powerful as Sam, and you can start top decking heavy here.
Maybe that's not it. I mean, he could. I know that is. If that is a, yep. So that's gonna be yep. There we go. Not a bad one. Not a bad one.
And did you not get your Diablo triggers in there? I think you did that time, right? Hopefully you got 2 more cards that you drew. I don't think you did. I can't recall if you're drawing off of this Diablo or not. I got to pay closer attention. But you really must do that if you're going to be playing this card. You got to get those Diablo triggers in, and you're forced to stun this board a bit and to stop your opponent from exerting. As we are going to get all the way up to 8 ink, and we're going to pass, and we will trigger the Diablo here.
Yeah, okay. Draw for turn.
Look at that doc.
We draw.
Sweetness.
Draw your cards. Draw your cards. I think, does he not know how the interaction between
you gotta trigger this Diablo. You gotta do it. You have to trigger it, and you're not doing it. And it's
and I'm wondering, like,
really setting you back a bit there.
Yeah.
As Doc triggers and you're not drawn with this Diablo, that is just something that you're gonna look back at and be like, I really am gonna kick myself for not drawing off of this Diablo, because that could give you the answers you need. Get to those Brunos, get to those other cards to help fight for this board. But you're just missing out on the opportunity by not triggering the effect of that.
And I'm wondering if maybe the Doc interaction, he's not paying attention to where, like, it specifically says draw 2 cards.
Right.
I know, like, a lot of cards say, like, put this in hand, and it bypasses Diablo's triggered ability. So maybe they don't know the exact wording on Doc, because it's definitely the second time it's happened. So
yeah. It does feel bad, because people miss Diablo triggers all the time, but in these critical moments, you're gonna really be like, oh, I wish I would have just.
He's like, I know, and he's drawing cards, and it's like, you could have had 4.
Yeah, that's 4 cards that you could have had here in this game. As Hypnotize is going to give you another, and you got to play just a raw Hypnotize.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
you're gonna have to scoop it up there. You're gonna get on into a game number 2. So if I'm Keith, I'm just gonna you got to take a deep breath at these moments like this. If you have realized what has happened, you got to just take a deep breath. I like to see a little bit of just recalibration. Yeah, get a little power shuffle in, and just kind of
think about
settle it in, settle into yourself. You're already pretty comfortably locked into the top 8. So you don't really need this win, but it would be nice to get some experience reps in against somebody who's been crushing it all day. I know a super strong player, and maybe this is your first time using this deck, and you probably don't play too much. Let's be real. Who's been playing Emerald like that? Not a lot of players have been rocking with Emerald this whole time.
I was like, an Emerald Amethyst has been, let's say, dormant, not dead. We'll just say dormant. For even last set was not in a great spot. So I know that this color combination might not be as second nature for some other people. And especially this discard strategy in this color combination hasn't been viable into this set. So, we're watching Amethyst cards hang out with Diablos, and that's sort of, it's been done, but it's not as mainstream. And so maybe a lot of people are picking it up for the first time.
Absolutely. And I have pretty severe brain damage myself, and I like, fun fact, my party fact about me is I have a significant amount of brain damage. And whenever I play Diablo, I always like to put it as close to my deck as possible. And then I look at my opponent's drawing hand, and whenever they put their hand on their deck, I'll put my hand on Diablo.
So like the physical
touch of my hand on the Diablo.
Judge, you're taking notes. JDZ takes notes.
Hey, I gotta do it. I take all kinds. Is that me cheating? I think I'm cheating. I guess I am cheating. Because I am taking like physical notes with my body. Like my hand is touching the Diablo. They touch their deck. I'm gonna touch Diablo, and I say okay, and I'll just remember to kind of do it. But that's it.
Note taking.
Mental notes. I used to do that. I got all kind of little notes that I do. Like I'll have a dice sometimes. I'm about to get banned. I'm about to get kicked out, because I guess that is. I'm about to get banned. And like sometimes I'll have like a dice. I'll have a dice on the left side, and I'll move the dice to the right side. I don't change the numbers or anything. I'll just move it from left to right. I'll move it from left to right. You never know. You'll never know.
Don't do that.
Catch me, Judge. You'll never catch me in the act. I'm never admitting to anything. Okay. Fun fact. Okay.
For legal reasons, this was all of a bit, and we all like to be just joking. We're just joking around here.
I'm not cheating. That's not cheating. I can touch my cards. I can't put my own hand on my own cards.
Okay, I will say I made ice block bracelets because I thought that, they were really, really pretty and I love them. And I was told, somebody was like, oh, you can move the ice block to the bottom of your wrist and say for ice block trigger, right?
Yeah.
Like make sure that you've exerted it. And a judge said, do not do that. Take the bracelet off. You will get in trouble. And I
That's
was
cheating.
like,
That's
whoop,
crazy. Come on, we gotta lock in on the
no, take it.
on that.
Well,
We gotta
it's just
fix
more
that.
of it's a gray area. So
Listen, Color.
just
We
don't get
have
caught.
so many
Don't get
other
caught.
loopholes in our rule books that are being exploited vigorously. If me touching my card to remind myself to draw off Diablo is cheating, and me moving a dice to let me know that you've inked is cheating, then I'm a cheater. Then how about that? Let's wake up, dude. Let's lock in.
It's like,
As
I'm
we get
not
shift
cheating.
Diablo.
I'm
Look at
old
that.
and my brain hurts. My bones hurt.
There
I
you go.
can't do this anymore. Just
Oh,
let me. Ooh, that's what you want. Okay.
look at
All
that.
right.
That's
Now
that's
we're
a
gaming.
turn, huh? Talk
Those.
about that.
Now,
We-
so you basically you pitch a card, you sing, you get 2 cards, and then on their turn you get, so you're like you're netting cards by doing this play, and that is so bananas. Like,
You got to do it. You have to do it. And then, look, we get another drawing from the Diablo. So you're looking good. This is pretty much a super solid opening, as this Diablo is going to be around for a little while. And the beauty thing about this Diablo is the fact that you played the devoted herald, so you get to see like what, or the other Diablo, you got to see what was in hand if they had an answer for it, and you feel pretty confident that they didn't have it, as you're going to be able to come on in and punish this Chernobog immediately. I think the days of just leaving those Chernobogs up are over with this Peter Pan Shadow Find.
Well,
He is
and
back
even
in
then
a
we
major way.
saw with the goof, you got the super goof, you got this. I mean, I played Queen of Hearts Rush in set champs and got somebody on turn 2 with their exerted. So the bogs are not safe anymore.
Yeah, just pop them, but you're gonna give that Diablo a draw. But just questing them, might as well just play some better card that can tank a Peter Pan at that point. If that's what you want to do, put Olaf back in. If that's what you want to do, if that's what we're out here doing, bring him back. Bring back the Snowman. If that's what we're gonna do.
Well, I will say the Peter Pan does have the 2 damage. So if there's anything that can be done, which we're about to find out. That's a negative.
Oh, but we're getting close to that Elsa turn. Who's
going
to
play
be
Pain? Oh yeah.
Who's gonna be a pretty good turn when you get Elsa established. Unless you can get some serious discards rolling, you can put Elsa in and clear this Diablo. But it's gonna be doing incredible damage until you can get to that 5 ink turn. As you're still what is that? 2 ink away? 1 ink away? 2 ink away. You got 2 turns away. So Diablo's gonna get a couple more cards as you get a draw in there. Let's see what we're going to do now. I don't know how you engage with this position, but having these evasive cards and no strength feels pretty miserable. Fire to cannons would be nice.
You can put that Iago in there maybe just to kind of threaten the... Well, I was wrong.
no. You don't have to be right, Color. Just let it...
I don't know. These are cards.
But we're electing not to exert at all. You have to respect Iago so much. You can't even exert your guys. And it's just trying to build this nice bulky
Iago doesn't
board.
do anything.
Iago would come in and if he exerted, it would come in and get maximum plusage. As we're bringing out this Elsa, you're able to exert probably this broom, take it down quite clean, unless you're thinking about going after somebody else. Who's the target here? Elsa must exert. That is a mandatory effect, and the magic broom will fall almost instantly to the Elsa's whimsical ways, as we'll quest in for another free 2 Peter Pan Quest for 1, and as well as Diablo. So getting another draw in.
It's
Diablo
another broom. Stop.
doing his thing, and finally you have the ability to clear this Diablo, get that menace on off the board, but the damage may have already been done, as the Calhoun can come on in and clear the Ursula as well. So that's a nice little exchange for you. And do you have another way to engage this? This board is actually getting quite robust.
It's wide, yeah. I was going to say, I kind of, that makes sense to me. Like, play the broom. If it gets dealt with, that's fine. But now at least there's quite a bit of board presence. Not as much, the deck is able to draw cards at will. So being able to just have things on board in colors that are very challenge based for the Emerald Amethyst players. So they have to be able to challenge in at least, and there's quite a few singers on board too, because we haven't seen any songs yet.
Not yet. So no strength. They have a max bouquet of Strength of Raging Fire for sure in this color group, as we will charge up the Elsa. Elsa can go ahead and clear the Elsa. I think that's a nice plus value there. And then you clear the evasive threat, so you can start to quest freely again. You don't have that Iago in hand, but I think I'm setting up that Torpedo Bird as well to get him into the play. I think he's a 2-cost character. You still have the ability to ink as well. a lot of decisions. Do you ink, and you will put the sudden chill down into the inkwell and bring out that demon bird. I think I'm keeping that sudden chill. I'm probably gonna sing it, rip that last card from hand, and it does not have. Did it have rush?
It has rush because of the Peter Pan.
Oh, that's
because it is
right.
evasive.
That's right. That's
Yep.
right.
Yep.
That is right. That is absolutely correct. Inking that sudden chill is going to.
Big ol'
Let's see if it
bird.
comes up.
I think.
And-
I mean. Well, the Peter Pan in his other hand is uninkable, so we're not able to ink that. So I don't see the other two cards, but apparently they were deemed as more valuable. So and especially, I don't know if this is much of a discard game anymore because
Right.
Nunes seems very content to play to the board. So this is a trade back and forth and go wide. And I think sudden chill helps that, doesn't help that. I mean, maybe you hope you spike a dock out of their hand, but
And this could, I don't know, this could be an interesting turn here. You got this crab that can go in and start crashing, but is it worth it? You're going to lose more of your boards. You got a secondary crab. So now crab can empower this genie to clear the, oh, look at that. And now that crab can power up that genie to take out the Peter, and that'll kind of start
just
clearing the board.
Yeah.
Okay. You're electing to take out the Pete instead of the because you could have kept that Elsa around for another turn, but maybe you're just afraid of a small removal to clear that. Just trading the Elsa, keeping Genie healthy might be the way to go as you bring out your own Genie.
Yeah, I agree. I because now 7 to 7 is still, he doesn't have a specific thing. But keeping the Genie around for the lore makes more sense to me. That Elsa was kind of on her way out.
Right. And now in the Genie Wars, you would be a little bit compromised there with a heavily damaged Genie, but now you have a full value Genie, and you can go Elsa and Genie into Genie.
But yeah,
that card is so good. Elsa, the Spirit of Winter, Fifth Spirit, is one of the best cards in this game. It is absolutely a travesty that that card kind of fell out of playability due to its
interesting.
due to where the meta was. But this is a great turn here for Keith, who's going to be able to quest up this Genie. And now a lot of the evasive threats have been reduced from Nunes' side, and he's going to be kind of in a pretty good spot. You can clear this crab quite freely.
And he got a Genie.
Look at that. Just like you drew it
He's
up.
evasive threat and into a dock. All right, we're going to ink. Crab's not doing anything for us. Now, do you get rid of the second? No, I think you need to keep.
Yeah, I think you got to keep it.
Turn, yeah.
Yep. Next turn, so you can crab up and clear the Genie. I think is just too valuable.
Yep.
So we get to another Genie. So never mind. Forget everything we thought we knew as the Genie Wars continue to rage on, and you have a Peter Pan as well. So that's just actually insane. As you will take a little tour from the other side, friends from the other side, to be more specific. And if you felt so inclined, you want to bounce past this Elsa.
Yeah, you could. You absolutely could.
Or a Genie, whichever one you feel would be best.
Not the Genie.
And we will box the Elsa back to hand and go ahead and clear.
Yep.
This is just a straight up dogfight. These players are going at it for this board. I love this kind of tenacity. These are my favorite kind of games. They are going after this board, man. Just
oh my god, and another Genie. Stop drawing the Genie.
I love it. Let's
Look at
keep
this board
it
right now.
going. The dilly-dallying. No dilly-dallying. Okay, we're fighting for this freaking board. I'm loving this.
This is Lorcana as
as this intended. We're getting it into the no dilly-dallying. This game is great, but sometimes there's a little bit too much dilly-dally. Okay, let's keep it real. Let's get into the ring. Let's get into the octagon and put the gloves on. Let's start boxing, huh? And that's what they're doing.
Genie Wars of 2025.
I love this. I love this. These Amethyst fight it out mirrors are my favorite, dude.
Okay, now we do have the sudden chill. Are we valuing the discard at this point?
I would go Elsa and chill. We're freeze framing this thing.
I don't know, man. If he's sudden chills, you can do that. But if you sudden chill, he's got one card in hand, and it's a dock.
It's always dock.
No,
it's never not dock. It's always dock. You're chilling that. I'm chilling. Oh, and we're gonna go ahead and take out the Genie as the Genie Wars continue.
We are playing fair Lorcana. We don't need discard. That's fine.
I'm chilling there. We're gonna chill. We're chilling, and it's definitely the dock. It's always a dock. We got Calhoun coming in. We got Doc coming in.
But you know what? He'll never know. He'll be like, oh, maybe he ripped the dock off the top.
You'll never know. And I keep spamming. You keep collecting here as the broom can come on in as well.
You could bounce the dock back to your hand with the fox and then replay the dock next turn to continue to refill your hand. Even though the fox can't hit anything, at least you're generating card advantage.
That is very true. And you definitely might be out of evasive threats. You've gone through a significant amount of genies, and this board is massive, but drawing more cards might be super important because you need to get to Strength of a Raging Fire.
Right.
Like
And he's gonna draw
yesterday.
it. He's gonna draw it. There's no way.
For
right?
sure. You can dock here. Just do it. You could dock up right now, go to
Yep.
Space Dock Town, and let's see if you can get to it. I don't think you have enough ink. Do you have enough ink to
No, you don't. 'cause
You gotta
already
wait till next turn.
inked it, so
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you
Yeah,
will have to
absolutely
wait.
don't.
But
Now
just
sudden
imagine
chill.
now
Oh,
you
no.
gotta chill.
Please,
No.
please give
Now
us
you
the
gotta chill.
satisfaction. You know you. Okay.
Oh, that's a chill.
Okay.
And that does
okay.
hurt. And that might be the end of this game here.
Yeah.
As
Well,
I think Nunez did everything he could to kind of
Yeah.
get out of this spot as lethal damage is in play. Unless you can go dock into a double strength and
see the
check in the
card?
discard.
Did he just like get the dock? Are there songs in Nunes's deck? Because that I think is the important part. We have not seen one
Maybe
song.
Nunez is not playing. So I'm sure we saw him early on stream. He was
Yeah.
in fact playing at least Strength of Raging
Strength,
Fire.
right, yeah.
How many copies unknown to us at this time, but for sure there is some number of Strength of Raging Fires in the deck right now, and
Well,
that
that's
is
the
going to be a
first
loss.
game that Nunes has dropped all day.
Really, that is insane.
Yeah.
Insane on the consistency there, and maybe that's what it
Chills
takes.
all day.
Maybe evasive is the way to go to accost this Amethyst Steel deck. Discard could also be the way. Who
No,
knows?
we
Stay tuned
saw
to find out.
It was genies in this game. I think it was 8.
Yeah, we saw 8 genies. Oh yeah,
18 genies.
I love it. I like an 8 genie game. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more genies. I like that. I love that. This kind of game, maybe this kind of gameplay just speaks to my spirit core the most.
Get in there and start playing in with this, though. You know,
I do. I like getting in the octagon. I like
on
people
the
in the
board.
dojo.
Yes.
Hey, listen,
Play
we're
to the
gonna
board. Fight
we're
it
gonna
out.
punch each other in the face until one of us cannot get up anymore. That's my kind of lore con. That's what I want to see.
Yes.
I want to see. I love rush. I love the idea of just put them down and just send it. Someone's going to run out of steam, and who's going to withstand? And Nunez couldn't withstand on that one. He had too much firepower on the other side. He played it well, but now you're going to have the opportunity to go first, which we know is going to be mission critical. As Keith just had a very fantastic open. That Diablo went unchecked for several turns.
Yes, it did. And then he had the other Diablo, of course. So, you know, usually it's like, oh yeah, like he had Diablo turn 2, and it's like, well, yes, but also the second and third Diablo also had an impact on the game as well. So that can't be understated. But at the same time, it's a
halt.
Well,
hey, we do see this, and we're back. Okay, very cool. All right,
thank you.
Yeah,
curious about the meta share.
If you like meta shares, there you go. There it is. It exists for you all.
Yeah.
So, all right. So Nunez will be going first, and it's so dangerous. You can't even afford to really keep too many removals in your hand, especially in the form of songs. You're gonna have to either ink them early or gamble, and that is just unfortunate because Ursula Deceiver is just such a problematic thing on 2.
Oops, all purple.
And you have to play around it. So it looks like we have a bunch of Diablos in hand. I don't see a shift line available. You do have a Hypnotize, but I don't see a big Diablo, which is mucho unfortunate there for Keith.
Oops, all purple. I mean, no kidding. But yeah, we're gonna ink a Diablo to a play. You guessed it, a Diablo.
Let's go. Bird on bird on bird. I'm with it. 2 little weaklings right now, just staring each other down until they get bolstered by an invigorating crab.
That was one of my favorite interactions when you're like, okay, you know, play Diablo, and they're like, cool, and like play Merfolk, and you're like, crap. You just stared at these little 0-1 little dummies, like, you know?
Like until they get boosted up by a crab. Maybe they can play that. Maybe they can play. Maybe this Amethyst Steel deck can also work that Jafar card in. He does only have 2 in the willpower, 3 strength, quest for 2. He
comes down, and yes, he gives +3. He's just like, we have crab at home. Yeah.
Maybe that could be a part of this. We're going to be doing these really board fighty kind of situations as we will chill on 2. A hard casted chill. I haven't seen that in a good long while. And this actually might sting the nostrils a little bit as you're going to have to send that library on to the discard pile, electing not to quest this Diablo, being stun locked by a very rambunctious Calhoun standing alone and unafraid on the other side of the field. And now you'll be able to bring out the Cobra, who's not going to discard here, doing your opponent no favors.
Do you just quest the Diablo to get the card? I mean, you get the lore and they get 2 lore, but at this point, I mean, I guess you're waiting for a crab. That makes sense.
Yeah,
It would
crab hair
be
would be the punish, but they just have to have it. Maybe just keep
yeah.
chilling, I guess.
Yeah,
Prince
just
John would be
kill him
nice.
again. I mean, yeah, I guess you develop because it's not like you're playing against. There we go.
hmm
It's not like you're playing against Ruby and throwing that Peter Pan out just to watch it get brawled. So that's a
For sure.
safe turn 3 play.
And this Peter Pan Shadow Finder is absolutely growing on me as a card that I'm going to be looking at heavily. It's been rocking and rolling all day long. Amethyst, Rush helps
Oh, I
your
love it. Yeah, no,
helps your colors a lot. As
there it
you
is. Yeah, the answer to it.
do have the strength and the ability
Mhm.
to sing it,
And the dock.
and then a full value dockening will happen yet again, adding 2 more cards to the hand. So this is looking great. Can
Yep.
you get to a
Yep.
crab? Are you good enough to play crab if you're a Keith? Let's find
Oof.
out. Stay
What's
tuned.
up? Woo. Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of the strength of this is just continue to refill your hand, and then go wide. And like green, purple, or amethyst,
hmm
emerald has always kind of struggled with the go wide strategy. So
And it's looking like you might be kind of cooked here as you're
mhm,
trying to
mhm.
discard. You're trying to do this
Oh,
discard play.
oh,
You're going to
oh,
hypnotize here, and that is just. It still seems super insanely low
and you're still
tempo.
gonna ink the thing that you
Yeah,
can't
it's
take that back. It's fine.
it's not gonna be
Uh-uh.
much because you got nothing on the board. If you gaze to your opponent's side of the field and he's trying to meet you in the dojo and you're dilly dallying with these discard cards, and it is backfiring tremendously, as
Oof.
now Nunez
Yeah.
is in a comfy, cozy position, will be able to quest and pop,
I
adding another
wanted him to
card.
exert that, just for the effect of it.
Just to put it down, just to do it,
Just
yeah.
exert it and then put it in the discard.
I agree with you. I fully concur with that. Fully.
Don't just throw it in
Yeah.
the discard.
I'm calling the judge. How about that? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I won't call the judge. But I do agree. I agree. Let's just go through the motions, huh?
Just turn him.
Let's finish
Just
the
exert
drill.
him. Yeah.
Okay, let's just finish the drill.
We got
I mean,
time in the round. It's fine.
Yeah. It takes a second. It takes less than a second. Probably
What?
1/10 of a second to just
Oh,
finish
what's
the drill.
happening? What's happening? So we are at 9. We are not at 10 lore. Okay. See? That's what you get for shortcutting. We can't do that.
Questing heavy.
Do
Did
it
they
out.
take the lore away? No, they can't because he has to quest to pop that effect.
Oh, no. I just meant I think he miscounted.
Oh, it just went going too fast. So
Yeah.
to save a little time to exert, slow down on the count. We're on our way, and your board is just looking very, very poor. We have not
That
established
sudden chill looks
anything
real bad.
on your side.
Is it a
I mean, you can-
fox? Yeah.
I think
we
we're foxing
fox
here, but
in
who are
it.
we going after? I think you can fox into
The dock probably.
the
so you
dock
can
for
keep it
sure, just to
around.
clear. But then you
no,
can
the
lose that
Diablo.
fox quite easily. And we'll ink the Diablo. We got 2 more. We're gonna take another chill pill, and that's just who cares, says Nunez as he tosses
Right,
the
he's like,
crab
"Look
on
at my
out to
board."
the discard pile. And it looks like you got to send this fox into somebody. You're probably gonna lose the fox as well. I think you got to clear the dock. I think that's a free plus value. Take your pluses when you can, but we'll take a huge
Oh.
trade here instead.
Hmm.
Electing to leave both of those Calgoons up and pass it on over.
Not the Calgoons.
Calgoon.
No.
Quest hard for 4. Calhoun stay gooning.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
we'll bring out the
Oof,
fox
oof.
to
Oh,
bounce
it was
the
the
dock.
dock. Oh, I hate it here. Oh,
You
not
gotta
like
clear.
this.
It's always the dock, man.
Yeah,
You can't leave them
yeah.
around. If you're gonna do
Yeah.
it, you gotta. I guess bouncing the Cobra would also be quite terrible. So you're in a rock and a hard place.
That's
And
true.
this
That's true.
seems unwinnable from this position. This emerald amethyst deck, when it loses the board, it pretty much loses the game harder than any other deck I've seen so far. Because you're top decking sudden chills and hypnotizes, and I'm just like, bro, who actually cares, dude? No one. Let me just quest for a Jillian real quick while you're doing that. Like,
Yeah.
don't care. Long hair, don't care. And it is just going to be
Diablo down. Yeah. I mean,
Mhm.
and the thing is like, yeah, of course that Diablo replaces itself. Is that another dock? Wait, no, he
It-
bounced the dock. My short-term memory is getting me today. Let me tell you. So we're gonna play the Calhoun because
No, he got it. Oh, we got another dock.
Yep.
Here he is. Back at it again.
Another
as
dock. It's the same dock. It's the same dock.
Crab and Smee, and we're just continuing to plug away, and we're questing for another 3 while you're
Oof.
just hanging
Oof.
out in the muck. And this game is absolutely cooked unless you can get that. Be prepared. Don't have it. Can't play it.
Couldn't
Can't
cast
do
it.
it.
Well, now you could. No, what are we
Yeah.
looking for? No.
Just trying to just see what you can get, test your
Yeah.
deck, and maybe you can just start blaming your deck for what happened there, because it did not do what you needed to do.
Yeah, that
As
was
we
rough.
extend the handshake, and Nunez will even the tides here, and it seems like Bell has caught up to Elsa, which is a little unfortunate for me. There.
Yeah, it definitely it seems it seems like having Diablo early with the Amethyst Emerald deck is probably a really important part
Yeah.
of being able to keep that engine running and let it go.
Mhm.
So
I would almost double down on that color. I would say it's vital. Like if they don't get the Diablo, I think they're kind of losing. I
yeah,
think
because we didn't see a Prince John, right?
They didn't.
No, there was no
Yeah.
Prince John, so there was no like secondary engine other than friends to kind of like keep your card advantage up. And Doc is just strong. Like Doc,
Turns
Doc,
out
and then bouncing Doc. It turns out, yeah.
it turns out Doc is actually a quite good card. Who would
Yeah.
have thought? Who would have thought? I
Not
think
one.
it
It's
came
not
up
like
at.
Luke thought that. Luke didn't call that at all.
It's actually quite good now,
Yeah.
especially. But I think
Yeah.
there's some plays. I know that I know that you're gonna have to look back on some of those plays, especially in that game number 1. You did miss a few Diablo triggers there.
Yeah, that was
You're
rough.
gonna have to engage with that again, and maybe some of the clearing operations that you did. I don't know. I'm not gonna say who's missed. I haven't played that deck enough. I don't know what it's like to be in the dojo in your position, but I'm sure there's some things you can analyze from that and look back on, and maybe take that within your travels.
Unfortunately, like Diablo is a May trigger, so in that instance, it's once everything's kind of moved on, it was a May trigger, so that's gone, and it's unfortunate.
And this is tournament play. Your opponent doesn't have to tell you that is something that you are able to do. So no one's cheating. You just got to do it. And
That's a rough one.
I think we got a request in there from Judge Fields for your mask. That's
I did. I saw. I was like, yeah.
Is that an actual mask there?
Yes.
Wearable?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Nice.
It is, and it even has like a little thing, and it talks. And
is there a story behind that?
It's my daughter's.
It's yours. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's your. Okay. It's
no,
your
yeah. I was about to say no.
My daughter's. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, it's not. No. It was kind of crazy. I took her to Disney Springs, and we went to the giant World of Disney store there.
I love that place.
For her birthday, and I was like, and my lapse of judgment said you can pick out anything. And then I look over and I make eye contact with a $300 Elsa's Ice Castle dollhouse. And I was like, oh no. And so there's the whole princess section. That's like the entire thing. We're walking through there and she just like looks at it and then goes this way and starts messing with all of like the Spidey and Friends stuff. Yes.
We're fist pumping there. Oh yeah.
And she asked I said you can get one thing, and I was so relieved. She was like, "Oh, I want the Spider-Gwen mask, but I need the gloves." And so
awesome, man.
Whatever, it doesn't care. Yeah, I got the gloves and these little web shooter things with like the little Nerf dart things. And she's like, "I got 2 gifts." I was like, "Girl, I don't even care. You didn't ask for that." And that is
winning.
like,
you're winning. You're winning.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. A throw. That's a throw. I learned that one the hard way. You can't just go in and say anything you want. It's got to be, hey, within this parameter. Okay, let's be realistic.
No, I lost my mind when I said it. Yeah, okay, I looked over and I was like, I have learned a valuable lesson, but I didn't get burned.
That was almost a misplay. And those are the best lessons to learn. You didn't have to learn through trial, and you didn't have to learn through pain and repetition. So you just learned it once, got in and got out. I love that. But we have some debate. Snake Chips is saying they know that you have, in fact, worn that mask at least once. I don't know if that's fact or can you confirm it or not?
Actually, it does not fit me. It does not fit me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It does not
Probably.
fit. All right. I would love to get a mask like that, but I always had a very large head. Like my head
I was about to say, I'm literally sitting here thinking, I'm like, it might not fit me.
You gotta, I mean, now
I wear it to locals. Yeah, I wear it to locals. And so the eyes glow red. So anytime somebody plays a Diablo, I just push the button.
There you go. Note taking. Now you're banned. Now you're cheating as well. Welcome to the other side.
That is public information. I can see that there's a Diablo on board. I don't need the reminder, but I need you to know I'm upset.
Now you're welcome to the cheating club.
Can't confirm. What? The club.
Welcome to the cheating club, Color.
I'm not. It's public information.
Join me here on the cheating side because apparently we're both vicious cheaters. As I am also gonna be taking that time.
I got Eric and Canio in here. Like,
yo, let's go.
Like coming after me.
Yeah, band Color. Everyone.
Behind her on this. Oh, is that the? That's my Ghost Spider mask.
I guarantee that's going to be a part of the new rule update. We're going to get Phil to come back by the program. Like, hey guys, when you're at tournaments, hey, I know you're tempted, but if you're wearing a Spider-Man mask with glowing eyeballs and you turn the lights on when your opponent does something, hey, guess what, guys? That's considered cheating. So I wouldn't do that. Just keep that in mind. Really? Yeah. Don't
color goes to locals and note takes, intimidates, Oh, can I get a rule made after me? It would would that be like a legendary thing to do? Is like you do something and now it becomes an
So
official
bad.
legendary like a rule. Yes.
The,
Yes.
and here it is. Here it is. This is a layup. They'll call it the color is law.
Yeah. Oh, we figured it out. Yes.
Boom, boom, boom.
It all makes sense. I was
Right on the
playing the
backboard.
long game. Oh, come on. I
Man,
was
thumbs
playing the
down.
long
That was
game.
10 out of
Oh,
10, dude.
no.
Man, that was
That was a
10
slam
out of
dunk,
10.
brother. Slam dunk.
Dude, that was off the backboard. I'm rattling
My
the
name
backboard on that
finally
one.
made sense. I was good. I was playing the long game. That's what it was. I
That
named.
worked, dude. That was a 10 out of 10, Dan. Come on. We're shaking the backboard on that one, dude. Come on, baby.
Too funny. Too funny.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Too funny.
So Dan, I got a question for you, buddy. How stressed
What's up,
out are
bro?
you right now? How are you feeling right now? Talk to me about how you're feeling.
I'm good. We're chilling. You know, we got coming in the top 8 here. There is some games that are undetermined, so I'm not 100% sure of what the top 8 looks like yet. But I think I'm pretty confident to say there's 3 Amethyst Steels.
So say there's probably Amethyst.
At least
in
1
the
Ruby
top 8.
Sapphire, and I think at least 1 Emerald Steel. So I
Emerald
think that's
Steel.
currently
Okay.
where we're at.
Okay.
It's been a very
Okay.
quiet run from Emerald Steel today.
I like
Yeah.
it. I like a little bit of. I like a little lack of sapphire. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Maybe too much green for me, but I
There's a
do
Ruby
like
Sapphire deck in there.
I do like a little lack of
There is
sapphire.
no splitting this tournament. You can't rip an Elsa in half, guys. Like you just you
Not
can't
with
do
that
it. Like,
attitude.
you literally
Not with
can't
that
do it.
Yeah.
Unless they do like some kind of weird buyback or like sell off kind of thing. Like I'll buy.
I'm
half
not sure
and
the
do this.
store is offering that on
Okay.
the Elsa today.
Okay.
I
Or they got
also
like some
don't-
kind of degenerate like third party guy like, hey, no matter who wins, I'm going to buy it anyway.
Sure.
So
But
I'll
that's
buy
like
it,
not
and then
really
you guys.
that's like not legal in the store though, right? You know,
Okay,
you can't just
yeah.
like say that. Like
JDZ,
Okay.
that is
That's not a
another
thing.
mark.
Am I
keeping a
cooked?
tab.
I'm
keeping
I'm
a
being
tab.
real.
you're
I'm so
negative
cooked.
Nancy right now.
I'm
You're
not
like,
negative
you're-
Nancy. I'm
No,
just
he's
saying
not.
like
Listen, bro.
okay.
If you don't want to be here, you know, like you can.
Hey, listen. I am having the time of my life, dude.
Villainy
We've learned
gets
a
you
lot.
paid.
Okay, we've learned a
We've
lot
learned a lot.
about a lot of
Wow.
things.
A
We've
lot of
covered
things.
a lot of ground today.
A lot
Okay?
of animal facts.
A
Mainly
lot of
bird
animal facts. I learned so much about Allentown. I've learned so much about the legality of penguin
Yeah.
harvesting.
You guys
I've
can see
learned.
it. But off screen, I saw Gabe. He was playing the piano off screen. So like he already.
Yeah.
Oh,
he
is that
got
what you've been doing?
practice
You've been
in,
practicing this
Yeah.
entire time.
and you know,
Where are
just-
you
we could see
playing?
it from behind the scenes. We saw it, but that
Oh,
was it. You know,
I love it.
Hopefully, he was practicing the theme song to Kingdom Hearts because that's the only thing you play on the piano. Is what I've
Okay.
heard.
Okay.
So, dearly beloved, you know.
that's fair. That's fair.
Which one? The Kingdom Hearts. Which one?
Wait,
Is that
what?
when
It's the-
you walk away, you won't hear me say, please, oh baby, don't go.
This is why we wait till the 5th hour.
Oh, we're hour number 5 in, baby. This is
Yeah.
it. Now it's time to
Okay.
party,
we're
dude.
18. We're
Yeah.
Listen,
we're way above.
We're
Well,
good.
I'm
You
not.
said the jams
I'm
start
not
at hour
surprised.
5. So
Yeah, the delusions kick in at this time. Listen, me and Skinner are used to getting off the rails, and it's around this time that the rails are off. There's no train, there's no rails. It's just dirt road now, and we're going to go until we
You're
get
just, hey, now we're blasting this thing at about 35,000 feet now. We're cruising.
Yeah.
We're at cruising altitude.
we got.
Let's go.
Yeah.
It gets wild.
Let's go.
Mm.
And I will
Oh.
tell you, GDZ, so as a
Yep.
member of the Illuminati, I will tell you that villainy gets you paid, as you can see by my beautiful home here. So
Okay.
you're doing the right thing. If you're looking for that quick dollar, shout out to evil and villainy and eating penguins and dogs. We're all in this spirit.
Yeah,
Stealing baseballs from children. That was another one. Leaving your friend at a tournament because they beat you. Okay, that was
all
another.
right.
Deserved.
This is gonna be great. So at the end of this, we're just gonna go back and we're gonna clip all of these moments, and then we're just gonna
Yeah.
make the reel for JD. It's just
I have the memory of a goldfish, but I'll never forget any of this.
I'm trying to tell you.
we're gonna make the reel.
Listen. I am not a villain. Okay, I am. My whole
Oh
thing
yeah,
is
you
saying
defended
I'm
Gaston for
You're
like
not
30
our villain.
minutes.
Real.
You're the
We're-
villain. You're
we're-
the villain.
We're
Oh.
keeping it real over here. Okay. A lot of times people are faking the funk. We're keeping it a full buck nasty. Okay.
Ew,
100%
no.
real across the board.
Okay,
That's
some
all
real
I'm saying.
PTSD there.
I'm walking. You're walking. If you beat me, you're walking. That's fair. That's real. Okay. We're real,
You're
fair, and
walking.
balanced. You beat me, you're walking. Period.
Yeah. If the Diablo comes down, you're walking back to town. Period.
Bye. Okay.
That's it.
Bye. I hope you got your cross trainers on, big dog, because you're walking.
Yeah.
Snake chips.
God.
No, this is real. Okay, I'm not a villain.
Wow.
I'm a realist.
I
This is
mean,
my
it
own
does
life.
happen.
It's my own life.
Dang. Oh, thank you, Kylie. Kylie, much
Wow.
love to Kylie.
We found the real villain. It's Kylie. This is
I
great.
met Kylie online. Okay, we
Gotcha.
spoke. Okay, we gotta get Kylie in here. Let's get Kylie in the building. Dude.
Kylie in the booth.
Let's go.
Yeah, get Kylie. Is she in the venue right now? Get her into the booth.
No, she's not here.
No, he's like, I'm just going
No.
away.
She's not here. She didn't come today.
You see,
It's okay.
Oh
Stay at
man.
home.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm telling you, it's all about perspective. Everybody's a villain until you understand what the villain's going through. Then suddenly they're not a villain. All right.
Absolutely.
He gave us
JDZ.
a
Let's
TED
keep it
talk on why Gaston was like fine.
He's fine.
That part was a little twisted.
Not
That part was a
fine.
little twisted.
I'm not a villain. I'm a
Fine.
realist. Takes a bite of a penguin sandwich.
Oh, Zen, I love you, bro. It's so too funny, bro.
What's wrong with him?
That's
Okay.
great.
Now you gotta take me out of
literally
context. Okay.
illegal. It's illegal to eat penguins.
You guys are taking me out of context. I'm saying hypothetically, okay, if it weren't illegal,
Mhm.
like ethically sourced, would you do it?
No.
You wouldn't do
No.
it if it's completely
No.
legal. Okay, legal.
Listen,
It's legal.
The only penguins that I don't like are the ones from Pittsburgh. Okay, like aside from that,
I'm talking. I'm talking. Not.
You can't
Not.
sell.
Not. You're not
You
slaying the
can't
penguin
sell.
yourself. It's a
No.
legally, ethically
Exactly.
sourced penguin sandwich. That's it. That's all. Just one
I'm
sandwich.
like half and half on this comment. All right, I'm like
Okay.
half and half.
Let's
Go
go.
bird for Eagles is good. Go
And
Diablo.
Diablo. And
And
Where's Ryan
You're
Miles
either-
at? Shout out to
Why
Ryan
do
Miles.
you-
You're either in for all birds or you're not, buddy. In for all birds. If you had to
No.
choose, if you had to choose one, no more. You get to
I
get
have
rid
no
of
choice. I
Diablo, but
go
you have to
with
get
the
rid of
Super
the
Bowl
Eagles.
champions.
Okay,
Eagles,
so
you
double
can't.
stick.
He's from Philly. You can't get rid of the Eagles, dude.
Yeah,
Philly
yeah.
and Eagles are just like that's.
Okay.
I think that's bread and butter. They can't. They're like I don't know. I think you got to keep the Eagles.
Yeah.
If-
It's not
But
really fair.
if it's ban Diablo and ban the Eagles, Eagles are gone. I'm sorry, Super Bowl champs, whatever, out of here. You're
Dad,
gone.
can I-
Peace.
Oh,
Okay.
This is how I feel about that, JDZ. All right, this is how I feel about that. All right, JDZ is gone.
You just got
All right, we
blipped.
brought it back.
Get me back in here, man.
And just did this.
the power. Okay, that's fine.
Oh man, I go evil one day, dude. I'm getting snapped out of here, dude. That's a shame.
It just
That's a
snaps
shame.
you out.
That is
Oh.
absolutely a shame, dude.
You have 1 week moment and they throw you to the side, JDZ. Can you believe it? Just 1 week moment.
I'm actually
All right.
7
sad.
times
We got
over
1
the
minute
course of
left
6
and then we'll be
hours.
back, guys.
82 times of the course
I
of
just
6
try to
hours.
keep I just try to keep it real. Okay, I try to keep it.
How is it real?
Because it's like
How is it
okay,
real?
okay,
A real craving for penguin.
okay.
You went to the aquarium or the zoo and was like, I'm gonna eat one of those.
Because
That-
same thing. Okay, look.
that.
Okay, you walk around the farm. Okay, or you go to your local grocery store. You
I
see
was
the
like, what farm? I live in Florida. Come on.
they got farms in
We
Florida.
got like I
You
don't
go
know,
to
we
like
got, palm tree
you go to like the
farms
grocery
and-
store. You see like the chicken cutlets in
strawberries.
there, and that doesn't look like appetizing when you look at
No.
the chicken cutlets. You're like, I don't want to. But
But
you take it.
when you make eye contact with a chicken is when you're like,
Nah,
that's-
I look at a chicken. I'm like, I have no chance I'm eating that. Have you seen a cow? I will never look at a cow and eat a cow. Okay? Because
okay.
it just look not like something I want to eat. But if I
Okay.
go to the burger restaurant and they have a Red Robin's or something, they got a double royale with cheese. Okay,
Or like an emu burger on the menu, and you're just
An
like,
emu
right.
burger.
It's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. But I'm saying, like, if you go to a
get it.
restaurant and they're like, "Hey guys, we got a new thing, penguin meat sandwiches. We have them
Penguin
here,
meat.
ethically
can't even
sourced,
say it. Like, I'm
ethically
gonna die. I'm
sourced.
gonna die.
Okay, hey, we got reviews are in. Everyone loves them. They're
That's
delicious.
it.
Yeah.
So that skit from what was it, Portlandia, where they're like, "Is this like is this
Yeah.
farm to table?"
What's his,
like, is
what's
this-"
his
and they're
name?
like, yeah.
Can we go see the farm?
But they have a dissertation on the penguin, and you're like,
Yeah,
okay,
like a whole
this
profile.
was
on it.
fine. Yeah, this was
Yeah.
fine.
They've
I
done all
guess-
the research. They've done
yes.
all the legwork.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's on the
Okay.
menu.
This
Reviews are
penguin consented to become a burger.
raving reviews. I'm talking
Yes.
raving reviews. Everyone who's had one, they wrote a whole
need it.
Yelp 5-star talking about how good
no
it was,
way.
how it
There's
changed their lives.
Chicken's not even that good. There's no way penguin
I'm
is
saying
better.
we don't know. We could be missing out on a whole delectable meat that we haven't even tried.
I'm
And
sure
then here's
people have
delicious.
tried it and decided that it's not
Yeah.
worth.
So
No
Like,
one has
not worth-
tried. Who has tried
here's
it?
what I'll tell you.
I
Here's
don't
what
know.
I'll tell you.
I don't know.
So penguins are very, very fatty, and that's part of what makes cows taste so good. So I would imagine it's like a very, very juicy cut of bird.
I know. I've had duck. Have you had duck before?
A juicy cut of bird.
Okay. So we're fine just out here eating duck. No problem. That's fine.
Ducks are the worst. Ducks are like a step above pigeon. Like they really.
So
just,
you're
like,
fine. People,
Wow.
I've
would
eaten
actually-
duck before. Have you eaten duck before?
Yeah,
It's fine.
it's fine.
It's fine. But people are eating duck, and that's no issue.
Because like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine.
Why is that fine?
Geese
Why?
in a tre-
Where's the
three
line?
geese in a trench coat. Okay, stop this.
Where-
Chad,
where-
Chad.
where-
Actually, geese are terrifying. They are part velociraptor, and I will go nowhere near them. So
where
you're safe.
is?
Yeah.
I'm saying, okay. Where's the line? What bird do we have to stop?
Oh yeah, no,
okay.
he said he would eat a flamingo before he ate a dog.
I'd for
Yeah.
sure eat
Actually,
I'd for sure eat a
what he
flamingo
said.
without question. I'd
Yeah,
lunch-
flamingos
I'd-
eat a lot of shrimp, so they
No,
gotta be real tasty.
You said flamingo is here and like dog is here.
Dog is
Actually,
my
no,
line.
absolutely
Dog,
not.
cat, that's a line. That's where I'm stopping.
So, okay. So domesticated animal is a hard no.
How about this? I'll throw some animals out
Nice.
there. You guys tell me if you would or would not eat it. How's that?
Okay.
Oh wow,
Thoughts?
this should be
Right,
good.
yeah,
All right, let's
absolutely.
do
All right.
it.
If you're with
Yeah.
PETA, turn the stream off. Anybody vegans out there?
Yeah,
Any
PETA,
PETA agents?
PETA,
Turn it off. Okay, we're gonna get some stuff happening here. Okay.
This is
All right.
hypothetical.
All right.
It's
Animal
hypothetical.
number one. We're talking rabbit. Anybody? Rabbit. Is that
Oh,
line?
I'm in.
Bunny rabbit.
I'm in it.
Seems like
I'd eat
fine,
thumper.
I
I'd eat thumper.
Maybe
all
yes.
day.
Color.
I'd eat thumper.
Rabbit sandwich.
Thumper's done.
I mean, I would try it. I guess.
Okay. Rabbit's clean. Rabbit's. I have eaten a rabbit and I would do it again.
I've eaten rabbit.
I have eaten a rabbit and I would do it again. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Next. Squirrel.
Anything.
Okay. Squirrel meat. Squirrel meat sandwiches.
I grew up in the mountains of North Carolina. I have had squirrel jerky.
Okay.
Is it good? I've never had it. Is it good?
It's just jerky. You put enough spice on anything and it's fine.
Yeah. I have also eaten squirrel and it is not bad.
Fine. It's fine.
I'll try it.
Fine.
I'm eating
I'll try
squirrel. Gabe's
Yeah.
eating squirrel. So we're 2 for 2. We're seeing.
That's where all the Bucky's. That's where all the Bucky's went.
Fine.
Let's start ramping it up a little bit, huh? Let's
Okay.
go. Let's
Let's
start.
go ahead.
No,
All right,
no,
let's ramp it up, okay? Badger. Are we eating badger meat? Badger meat sandwiches.
Oh.
Thoughts? Crazy.
Like a honey badger?
Like a,
Or
no,
like
maybe like a small
yeah.
little gopher
I
like
was gonna say
creature.
because I heard they don't care. They don't give stuff.
Yeah. So
honey
maybe
badgers
badgers are.
don't.
They don't
I mean,
care.
Yeah.
you guys got to
honey
get out of the
badgers
mind.
don't
You're not actively going out sourcing this meat yourself.
That's
It's
fair.
being
So
prepared
you're just like,
for
okay, so
you.
you're just walking up to a buffet and it has like, and there's just like some
Yeah,
like,
like a little
let's say it's a
tray.
bunch of thing and then just like little signs and they're like,
Like a
like
orange
duck,
chicken,
orange
teriyaki
chicken.
badger, flamingo.
Teriyaki badger.
we got sweet and sour freaking penguin. You
Yeah.
got like the whole array of meats there.
Shrimp dents.
Yeah,
I
get some
don't know.
General So.
Yeah, General
I'm
So,
in.
General So rabbit meat sandwiches, whatever you want. It's just there. Are you gonna
Okay.
take a little nibble of everything? Where are you cutting it off at?
If anything looks like it did in life, I'm out.
Okay, no, it's all just
Yeah.
carefully curtailed meats that have been preserved,
Hold on a
jellied,
second.
sauteed,
Cured,
fricasseed.
just cured.
Yeah, it's
Just-
cooked, it's prepared, clean.
Okay.
Okay. I think I'm eating all of it. I'm gonna have a
I
nice
eat
little.
all of it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've got no qualms with. I've got no as long. You know what it is. So I'll eat duck. I've eaten duck, but I feel bad eating duck. I feel guilty eating a duck because ducks are so cute animals.
Yeah.
And if you
Penguins
in a lot of
are
restaurants, ducks are cooked like whole, and you see the duck.
Yeah, the
which is
whole
cooked.
body and the head and everything.
And that kind of freaks me out a little
Where-
bit. But
where-
Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna
like the
try it.
Peking duck, like the duck's actually like hanging there when you
Right.
walk by, and they're like,
Yeah.
you're like that one, or it's like when you go to like the
Just that
restaurant.
one.
Yeah, well, no, you go to like the restaurant and they're like getting the lobster, and the lobster's like no, and you're like,
Please
oh,
don't.
We are-
Don't
we
do
are-
this.
We are about to all become vegans, and everyone in the chat is going to go.
I
This is how we become vegans here. Talking
Yeah.
about the,
You know what this conversation? Yeah, we had too much time in between rounds. All these amethyst steel decks go too fast, and
Yeah.
now we've been here. This is what happens when you guys get rid of Sapphire. The
this is what you
games
get.
don't go to
Yeah.
time, and now we have all this dead space to talk about what exotic animals we would eat.
Yeah, and for all you Amethyst players,
Yeah.
watch out. If you play Madam Mim or if you play Merlin, JDZ's going to eat your card.
I was
Oh,
saying
He's gonna eat it.
everything that Madame Mim and Merlin turned into is fair game to JDZ, even the purple dragon. And
Absolutely. I'm
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure. I for sure would eat a crab. I would for sure eat a goat. I'd
yeah.
eat a squirrel.
Oh, goat is
whatever
good, though.
Merlin's
Goat
turning
actually-
into, I will munch Merlin. No problem.
like a
He'd be gone.
goat curry is
What
like
about
Yeah.
llama? How about Cusco? Would you eat Cusco? What about llama?
I think I'd oh yeah, I'd smoke a llama, dude. A nice
I'd smoke a llama.
Smoke the llama with some rice, dude. Come on, we're on our way.
No.
Let's go.
Turtle. Oh my god, I've had turtle. Gator is
I've
like
had
another
turtle.
thing that we've eaten here. I've had like gator
Yeah.
tacos here in Florida.
Me too.
Yeah,
Like not great.
Gator tail's really good. I like gator tail. I like, you know.
yeah.
Oh
I-
yeah, I've had frog legs, which is like
Yeah.
that was like it's like oily and like
I've had frog legs before. I've had frog legs. I've had.
It's good, though.
I think I'm pretty. It's pretty much like no animal. Well, and I do have a list. I do have a list. I don't think I can. I don't think I can
list.
eat.
You mean you're on a list?
I have a list. I have a
You
list.
mean that you're on a
I have a list. I do have a list of animals that I would not eat. I think dog. I think dog is the only one. Any animal
because
that
they're not
like,
good enough for you. That's
I
what
don't-
you're saying. You're like
I
it's
don't
not.
think-
It's
no,
too
because they're like.
accessible.
I feel like they're like they have like a personality. I think I don't know if I have a
Birds
pet
are
dog.
very intelligent.
Are
like
they?
yes,
Yeah,
birds
you
are
might be right.
very intelligent.
They're extremely intelligent.
You might
Yes.
be right.
Yeah,
You might be
bird,
right.
yeah. Like you can teach them to speak back. Like you can teach this thing to talk to you, bro.
Like I don't think I can eat a dolphin. I really don't. I think I can eat a dolphin.
You can't eat that? You can't eat that?
Oh no,
can't?
no.
Is that too much?
Oh no. Yeah, crows absolutely not. No, they hold grudges. No.
I'm part
Oh.
dolphin. You can do that. Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
part dolphin.
gosh, dude! Holy, dude!
Is
Gabe, I
T-Bow
wasn't ready
on
for
your
that.
list?
All right, I wanted to come in real quick. Hold on. Right?
Yeah, yeah. Somebody needs to control this conversation. I'm glad
We're
you're
back.
here.
We're done. We're done.
We got Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Amethyst on screen starting, but the
Right.
wonderful and lovely color here has to get going.
I do.
Oh,
We want
I
to give
have
her a
to
chance, give her
go.
the opportunity, give her the shout outs, tell her, give her goodbyes and stuff like that.
Yeah, so thank you guys for letting me hang out and cast these games and talk about the most unhinged things possible. If you want to check out some more of the unhinged things that I typically have no problem saying, I am on Instagram now and on Twitter as
Cool.
Colorislaw1. So just Colorislaw1,
it,
and yeah, come hang out and give me a bulleted list on why JDZ is actually the villain.
Oh, come on, let's cut that. Cut it. Okay.
I
gotta
need it.
change
I
it
need
up.
it. Print it out. I want it. I need it.
Change it
Save the
up.
receipts. Let's go.
We'll change it up. But color,
right,
thank you
thank you,
thank you for dropping in. It's always nice to do this and hang out with you. I do have a good time with you, and you should broadcast more, and you should have more opportunities to do this.
I will absolutely work on that. So if you hear this, let me on your podcast. I like talking. Okay, bye.
Bye, color. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. And Dan, do we have names? Do we have names of the players? I like to know who I'm looking at. If we can get some names out here, it looks like we have a little bit of that amethyst. Is this top 8?
This is top 8. Yes, it is. That is
Okay.
correct. Now I know their names. I just don't know who's sitting where. So I know if it's table 3, then I believe it's Keith and Devin are the names. But what we need to confirm is which side they are on. That's what we need to know.
So if we know that that's Keith, then we saw Keith last time. I think Keith is still going to be on the Elsa mat, and if that's Devin, you say Devin is going to be on the bail mat there. If that is in fact Keith versus Devin, because we saw Keith in the previous round before, and that is what their attire looked like and their hands and everything like that. I get to know people's hands when I do this.
So Keith is on the left. Then is what we're saying. All right, perfect.
Yes.
Sweet. And so okay.
But that's not Keith. That's not Keith because that's Ruby Am on the. We haven't seen Ruby Am yet.
Yeah, we haven't
That
seen
might not
Ruby
be
M
Keith.
yet. So maybe it's not the right table. We'll get confirmation from Dan in a moment. But yes, in the meantime, it's going to be Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Amethyst, which of course, as we know, has been somewhat popular. Not as popular as an Amethyst Steel or even a Ruby Sapphire in this tournament. However, it's been doing pretty well. It's got some good showings. JDZ.
Absolutely, and it's not just a traditional Amethyst Emerald that you're used to. I like. What do you think about this deck as an Emerald Amethyst OG player? I know you like this color combination a lot. I want to ask you, what do you think about this new version with the Diablos and all the birds and all the aviation type stuff? Is that your new bag? Are you playing that, or are you still on the tempo version?
No, I'm on this version right now. Like I'm testing this out, and I have to say it feels really, really good. The Diablo shift feels way more consistent to happen than in anything, including like Emerald Steel. Not only that, but I've seen some of these versions rocking that Peter Pan and that Iago. that is a power move. You know, like people are expecting red to drop a Maui on you when that spectral parrot shows up and just takes out something and it still survives. It takes out a Sisu and survives the Sisu. It's insane. There's nothing like it.
That is an absolute tank of a play, and it comes out at 4, so it's clearing most threats at that timeline. And also, it's got that 6, so it's going to resist, and maybe it can take out another thing and still survive again. It is that vanish, so it can't get cleared quite easily. As you did show the hand, so it looks like the Ruby Amethyst player. We're going to get those names to you guys here shortly, but the Ruby Amethyst player is on Pegasus technology. We saw that there were 2 Pegasi in the deck, so that is going to be a good way to engage with these Diablos. As we are going to go ahead and shift anyway. Brawl, don't care. Pegasus, don't care, as you're going to be able to set up that Pegasus, but you will get a card. Did you trigger the Diablo? I don't think you did. You got to make sure that you trigger that Diablo to draw. I don't think they did on that turn.
I don't believe so. Now, what I will say about this color pairing as well is that a lot of people are preparing to check Diablo with steel technology and things like Pegasus here. What they don't, and the situation is that there's way more evasives that exist in this color pairing, including what we're seeing on table right now, which is that dual ink Diablo. It's like saying, okay, if you take out my Diablo and you survive, I'm taking you out. And so there's like so many checks and balances in this new Emerald Amethyst build. I love it. I think it's a great time. It's very strong, very, very strong deck.
Absolutely, and they did draw with the Diablo. I must have missed it, but I thought the hand would be a little bit bigger. As you're going to play another Diablo, we'll go ahead and quest for 2 in the face of that Pegasus, as you will get another plus value from your Diablo trigger. And if they do engage with this Pegasus, you're going to trade in anyway.
JDZ, did you see what was in the hand of the Emerald Amethyst player? Did you see that card that they just flashed for a moment?
I didn't. What was it?
It's another green bird. It's another Diablo just waiting in the wings.
So maybe your Diablos can out Diablo these Pegasi, as you got Pegasus after Pegasus. We're going to keep slamming. This is hilarious, dude. I love this. Carnage. These are my favorite. Again, I'm so lucky because these are the games that I miss the most. As you're just playing cards to the board. We're not removing. It's all combat all the time are my favorite kind of matches. And it looks like you can continue to spam Diablos if you felt so inclined. Or you can show some restraint and just kind of let these characters stand ready, as it looks like we're going to have Amethyst Emerald has some decisions to be made. Again, we're still working on those names. If we can get the I'm going to ask if we can get the names of the players.
And so the thing about the Emerald Amethyst player is, if we can get, so they can choose to not turn that character sideways. So if they choose, because they have an answer in Elsa on turn 5, you can also just say, you know what, as long as I outvalue you just one more. Okay, so it's Keith on the right and Axe on the left. All right, so Keith on the right and Axe is on the left.
Axe?
Her Axe, AX. Max.
Okay. Max is on the right. Okay, Keith is on the left.
No, sorry. Max is on the left. Keith is on the right.
Max is on Elsa. Keith is on Belle. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Max is the one you want to win.
Yes. I am rooting for Team Max now. Sorry, Keith, but you got to go down here big time. I really need this one. As we got Genie is up, able to contest this Diablo, as we're going to continue to spam.
Oh, is that an Elsa?
Diablo threat after Diablo threat after Diablo threat.
So the Elsa is sitting in hand right now, and we see the Elsa come down, turn that Genie sideways, and do. So we've got the evasive dual link Diablo that can handle it. We've then got the Elsa that can finish the job, and that means that the Diablo gets to stay. And the more that you draw from that Diablo, the higher your percentage of winning goes.
Absolutely, but now you're going to be resisted. Maybe they can get to a brawl here. I don't know what the ink count looks like. I think you might be going up to your 5th ink turn, so you could take some time off to go for a brawl here to clear this Diablo. But now you have that Elsa to worry about, as you have this little baby bird kind of standing alone and unafraid. You are going to your 5th ink turn here, so you could deploy your own Elsa if you felt so inclined. Let's see how Max is going to break this thing down. Is you got to get this, like you said, you got to clear this bird at the earliest opportunity. Brawl or Elsa here would be phenomenal. You're thinking long and hard, so maybe you don't have it.
Yeah, I mean, here's the other thing too, is to dedicate, unless it's Elsa. Elsa at least presents a character that gets to stay on the board if it takes out the Diablo. But if it's a brawl, then Max has to then have a 2-cost character just to continue to keep up with
Mhm.
word presence. And so brawling, it certainly deals with problems. It deals with Diablo. Diablo's a huge problem, but it's not an ideal thing to do. You play brawl because you have to, not because you want to, if that makes sense.
It is a super down tempo play a lot of times. If we're just going to elect to go ahead and quest up here, maybe we're about to initiate some little bounce technology as we will play 3. Fox is down, and Fox will be able to clear this Diablo here, taking a little bit of lore away from you, but you are going to feed your opponent another card. And
Yeah.
Diablo's going to come back into the play. I think you got to continue to ink so you can get to this this Madame Medusa. I think will be a great card to kind of help break up this Diablo.
It certainly can, yeah. I mean, any the closer we can get to those 5s for a Maui, 6 for a Medusa, 7 for a potential Be Prepared if they exist. Like with Ruby Amethyst, you need to keep climbing. There's really no like taking a break on inking when it comes to Ruby Amethyst. It's
Absolutely.
already too fair. It's a very fair deck. It doesn't ramp. So it needs to stay on pace if it wants to get to those high marks that it usually tries to do, those 6 and 7s.
Absolutely, but you really don't have now. You can take a little bit of time off to take some, and you will be able to get that Japanese friends on the other side, Japanese or Chinese. Adding 2 more cards, Diablo singing friends should be illegal. It is just so strong when that can happen. Very annoying. And then you can go ahead and what can you do with this Elsa? You can almost, I guess, you can Bruno with this Elsa if you felt so inclined.
You can sing Bruno. It's better than taking out the Elsa itself. You can also play Crab.
Okay.
As we're seeing done here, that's also a thing. That is a card you can do. I always find it interesting because Crab, when you think about Emerald Amethyst, there's not many removal options in there. Crab is in effect a removal option. It surprises your opponent. They have to anticipate it, and sometimes you just have to say, hey, you either got the Crab or you don't. So when you use it, you're kind of saying, hey, I'm going to deal with something. That's okay. I like that.
And now you can go ahead and reset your Elsa and trade in with the Foxes here on your 6 ink play. I love that maneuver a lot. And you're going to have another opportunity to engage your opposition's ready board. And you have this Crab now that is set up. So you can kind of deduce that there's probably going to be a Medusa coming in on this turn to clear this Diablo. Now you'll have the opportunity to engage with that Medusa if you wanted to. So let's see if that's what happens here. As Medusa comes in, banishes Diablo, and now you're going to pass here. So if you want it, you could Elsa into this Medusa now, or do you want to save that for something else? This is another interesting thought decision here. What would you do?
So I'm seeing what's in Keith's hand right now, and Keith has some bangers in the hand, right? We see we see Iago. I mean, there's answers for days, things to be done, including that Elsa, which is going to bring our Medusa sideways. Now we can certainly take it out. The Crab would go away, but Elsa would not. So it'll be interesting to see what else we choose. But I mean, if you're looking at that hand, I'm seeing what looks like 2 Iagos. I'm seeing a couple. That's a Peter Pan in hand. So we're a turn away from slamming Peter Pan, Iago all in the same turn. There's just so much that is coming from the Emerald Amethyst player, and Ruby Amethyst right now, like it's just trying to just put something on the board. And Emerald Amethyst, or I should say Keith. Now that we know their names, Keith is like, we're good. You can go ahead.
But now, is Rubiam also on Peter Pan technology? I think they could also play this card. Peter Pan would be quite huge here, able to tank this Elsa and keep it moving and keep this evasive strategy going. I love how the format's going to this evasive game plan. As you're going up to this 7 ink turn, you'll bring out the GOAT just to have some stats on the board. And then you'll bring out the Sisu old school, and you'll leave the Elsa back on the board alone and unafraid. Checking in, you can bounce this thing back to hand yet again if you felt so inclined.
Yeah. Now, seeing this, which with the Sisu, we generally call this the hand Sisu, and we call it that because its strength depends on the number of cards in your opponent's hand. This indicates to me that this player is on Flynn, trying to get the highest attack value character down so that Flynn is effective. If you're playing Flynn and hand Sisu and Pegasus, I just can't see there being a whole lot of room for Peter Pan. And so if it was me on Keith's side, I'd be less afraid of a Peter Pan, and I would just keep slamming these things down.
Absolutely.
Just keep on bringing back those things that are going to make me a threat to you. And there he is, folks. The man looking for the shadow. Well, he will find it. And that shadow is Iago.
And Judge Phil did indicate there was a missed GOAT trigger there. So there should be at 3. I don't know if it's too late to rewind the clock, but I think that is something that you can't you can't take back. I know if
Yeah.
you miss that trigger, you gotta call it out. I'll confirm as Dan is out there doing the job. Shout out to Dan as head judge, head production, head everything of this tournament. We got that Sisu up and active. Maybe this would be a good time to go ahead and sing some friends and not prep this board. I don't know what you do here as you just quest for 2.
Just quest.
Yeah. And do you have more Medusas? I think you need more of those ladies to come on through here to kind of start cleaning up this board a bit. As you know, you have Elsa coming back in.
Yeah, all those ladies in red. Got to get them down. Let's go.
But they also are quite vulnerable as well to this board because Elsa is going to be able to exert another character. You'll bring the goat back in to gain additional lore.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we're seeing just this stabilization period. We have 1 card in Max's hand. Keith with significantly more than that. So we're kind of in a soft area here now. We see
there he is. There he is. That's
Iago.
your play.
That's my boy. That's my boy Iago. We love you, Iago. Doing those crazy things you do.
And he comes on in and absolutely just tanks this Sisu just like he drew it up. And then we're going to get a nice little hardy quest in for 2, staring down this goat. Goat can trade into the fox, but that's really not that great of an exchange. You have 1 card in hand. You need to start trying to figure out a way to generate some pluses. Rabbit would be okay adjacent, but still you are losing this board in a major way. And sending goat into fox just never feels good. That is one of the low trades there.
Yeah, and it looks like Max agrees with you. Max is saying, no. If you want this goat, you need to come get this goat because I'm not giving it to you. And in fact, not only are you not going to get this goat, I'm going to get this goat because I'm going to play Be Prepared. That's what you're going to get.
Yeah, he is evasive. So Peter Pan will give evasive characters rush on their entry, which I think is a little wombo combo, as we will have no cards in hand, ink the Maui just to pass. So now your top decks need to start happening as the big vanishing bird is back at it again, up and active, doing his thing.
So crazy, this bird. Iago is so strong. You know, I've heard people say, "Yeah, but I can play Storm on it." Okay, you just wasted a Storm. Good job.
You can play Storm on anything.
Oh,
okay.
I stand corrected. JDZ, you were right. I was wrong. Peter Pan is, in fact, in Max's deck.
Look at that. And it worked out. He could have worked out, but that Elsa is still going to be evasive, doing her thing. And maybe there is no Flynn. I think Flynn's time is over. I don't think Flynn is going to be a part of it. Maybe you put those Pegasi in there to replace the Flynn back on Peter Pan as a good way. This format is just so evasive right now. You got to have answers to it. And I think that is a good call to make. But are you cutting Rabbit here, though? Because I haven't seen a Rabbit. If you're cutting Rabbit and Snake, then you might as well play another deck at this point, I think, because you're just not doing it. You're not doing it right, in my opinion.
It's tough. I mean, Rabbit is a tough. Wow, that was
off the tizzy
of the century.
Off the tizzy. Be prepared. You love that. And now this game is actually stabilized here as Ursula Deceiver is going to hit the board. We're in this top deck moment. Now you need this lady in the chair. Sisu off the top.
Sisu.
Look at this deck. Delivering. These top decks are ripping.
Keith is about to, look at this, back and forth.
What do you got here?
Crazy.
What's the next trick up your sleeve? Do you have it? Whatever it is, you got enough ink, you got to slam it. And we're slamming that was not the most aggressive slam.
No, but that was okay. You know, it's a little bird. Okay, Peter Pan into the crab. Okay, so we're just laying characters down. And now we have to imagine that the number of Be Prepareds in this deck are low. We've already seen 2 of them. We see the hand Sisu come down, but that means that Sisu has 1 strength, and that's about it.
And he's not doing too much. It still can quest for 2, which is quasi-important. It's still something to take note of, as these top decks have been vicious for both players, as we're bringing out another crucial top deck. Bring out that Diablo. He's also evasive. You can quest pretty freely here, as now Sisu is now holding on to 1 in the strength, which is Misery Incarnate. You would love to get to some juice here. I think if you inked several Mauis, Maui would be okay, as you're just going to plug the crab for 1.
That would be correct. It would be 1. It would be for 1 damage.
Are about to set a Rapunzel trap? I mean, what are we doing here? I don't know what that's all about.
You initiated my trap card, Yugi. Let's see what happens.
Okay. Maybe some
interesting.
Maybe
a bell.
Rush.
Maybe who knows? There's so many. Okay, we're looking at the card. We're deciding.
Bell would be huge. Okay. It could be Bell.
Oh no, it's for 3. It's for 3.
Oh, okay.
No,
We're
it's for
thinking
2.
it's the
Okay,
snake.
snake. Okay.
Gotcha. A little
All
snake
right.
bounce, and probably going to be a redeployment here, unless you think
Yeah.
about just putting into the inkwell. I think even a little baby quest there might be better bang for your buck. It's just going to pass it back on over to Keith, who is going to be feeling quite good with these evasive
Oh,
characters on the
yes.
play. A nice full value friends on the other side, followed by 2 more characters onto the play. A lot of birds, a Peter Pan, and a crab. Who's going to win as we quest for 2?
A lot of lunch right there on the table right there for you, bud. Holy
and it
smokes.
and it looks like we have lethal damage in play, as we will go ahead and quest the crab up as well. So now you need to get to another copy of Be Prepared off the Tizzy. You did it once? Can you do it again?
Oh,
Are
I mean,
are you skilled enough?
oh, show it to us. Show us
Let's
that.
see it.
Show it. Oh. Well, so here's the thing. He's going through his turn as if there's something to be had. I'm curious. Let's see what we get.
Sisu, another Sisu, a shift Sisu here is actually quite good, or a regular Sisu.
Yeah, that would be dirty.
Be nice. You clear this whole board if you wanted this turn, and you can just challenge the snake into the crab to finish it. And it is Genie. That is not what you need.
No.
You still have Ink Shift Sisu of line available to you, and you just don't got it. And we're going to pack it up and get out of there. So wow.
So Team Bell gets 1 more victory. Sorry about that, JD. I'm on your side. I want Elsa to do it, but just because you wanted Bell.
We got a lot of tournament left, and my confidence is being shaken here at my core. I'm trying to see these Elsas come through. We came out strong, and the Bells just took over here towards the end of this tournament as we are in the top 8. Again, huge shout out to Encounter Cards and Game out in Allentown, Philadelphia area for hosting this event in that Northeast region. Here is the top 8 breakdown we have on your screen before you. Amethyst Steel taking up the lion's share, followed by Amethyst Emerald coming in at second place. Then we have Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald Steel, and 1 Amber. Amethyst Ruby is going to round out the rest of the top 8. I like that. I like this. This looks way better. This looks good.
I mean, the take rate of the Amethyst Steel converting into top 8 is huge. I mean, there was a lot of Amethyst Steel, so I'd have to do the math to specifically say like what percentages are here. But I mean, the percentages seem to line up, generally speaking, with the numbers of the decks that appeared. I got to take a look at those. We'll take a look at that graph after this game, but it'd be interesting to see what the actual math is on like conversion rate.
Absolutely. I think that's a good. I think that's a. I still think it looks better instead of just all Sapphire Ruby, all Sapphire Steel, and that's it. I think this looks a lot cleaner. Looks a bit more diverse. Maybe a bit more Emerald than I want to see. I would love to see some Amber representation in the top echelons of these tournaments. I know that there has to be some Amber strategy that is viable enough to have success in this Sisu proof metagame, but maybe I'm wrong. As
there is
song did not convert.
I know. To be fair, there was also like a limited number of Amber Steel that came to play today, so that's a factor as well. Like the number of people that are deciding to play it, there being so few of them. I do think that it has to morph a little bit. So like if we're going to live in a world where there's going to be a lot of Steel and there's going to be a lot of Emerald as well. I do think that it needs to do similar things. Like there may be a consideration for an increase in things like bare necessities to look at triple in his hand to take things out. So it's not. I don't think. I think what we're seeing is just like day one, or I guess technically it's half. Right? We're in the 7.5 meta as we've been calling it. And so I think it's just like the growing pains of this new meta. And I do anticipate that Amber Steel will be there in the top ranks with what we're seeing there.
100%. I can concur. I think those cards are too good. I think that deck is too good. I think the Singer mechanic is too broken for someone not to figure out a way to make that a tier 0.5, tier 1 at least level threat to be securing most positions in the top portion of these events. As we are going to go ahead and start Diablo again, I don't think you have the shift line available to you, and you're going to reveal more Pegasi and Brawl and Maui. So you're really ready to engage with this board, checking your hand. No songs to be nabbed, and we're going to just pass it back on over here. So it looks like we'll have a nice little fair game happening. If you can go ahead and put this Pegasus, I think I still just deploy the Pegasus here as a nice little way to contend the position.
I would agree. Yeah,
before it gets out of hand,
just like a preemptive, hey, don't mess with me. I know what you got, and I got it too.
A deterrent, a nice little deterrent.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
Just just put it out there and see what you're going to do to just force your opponent not to engage with this Diablo. As you know, that this is what this deck wants to do. And we have noticed here, even throughout this tournament, like if this deck isn't shifting Diablo and having it stick around for a while, it's not as dynamic as you think it would be in a normal way. Or if you can clear the Diablo relatively early, it's not as good. It's still a very capable deck, but it's not as good. So just something to consider, as this Pegasus might be the meta breaking card needed to keep this evasive format at bay.
I mean, the other thing that you can, so when you're playing Emerald Amethyst, the other consideration is whether or not you're also kind of bought into the discard part of it. Like if you're playing all the sudden chills, you could go the different route. You could play the Prince John instead of focusing on the Diablo, so that you still have another way out in terms of getting that card draw and controlling the game as you enter the mid and late game. The question is, do you have those pieces to do it, and how many of those pieces, like how many Prince Johns are you playing in order to capitalize on that? So I think that Emerald Amethyst is also kind of in a growing pains status. I've seen builds that have all 4 Prince Johns included in what we're seeing here, and I've seen builds that do other things and go down to like 2 Prince Johns or 1, and in some cases even none. And so, are you giving yourself that off ramp in case the Diablo thing can't happen? And that's kind of coming into play here too.
Another way to draw some cards. I know this deck also plays Friends on the other side. That's another little draw thing. You do have, I don't know if it plays Genies as well, which can kind of help replace and help facilitate a little bit of draw. It does have some bounce elements in there too. So they have ways to replenish their hand, but sometimes when they just don't get the Diablo to go for 4 or 5 turns, they can stifle and it can run out of steam, as you have triple Diablo Maleficent Pet on board right now. I think that's its code name, just hanging out there tough. And now you can't even exert anymore. You're going to get plus heavy on this by this Sisu now, who's able to contest this board. Sisu being a great 3-cost character. So the tough spot. Let's see how you break it down. You got to make something happen here as you go into the third ink.
And you see what's being decided on. It looks like Keith is trying to decide whether we shift or play something for 3. Potentially that Diablo, because we did see flickering with that big Diablo that is sitting in hand. Opting, though, to grab the Peter Pan instead. So it looks like Keith is playing very, very carefully. Keith does not want to give up that Diablo too soon. He has to know that he was extremely lucky in just the back-to-back Diablos that he was able to pick to get throughout the last game, and that may not be the case this game. You can't trust that luck twice.
So now I think you're trying to set some type of bait for this Sisu to engage with these Diablos here. So you can set up another giant parrot play to counteract the Sisu to clear that threat off the board and have another beefy anti-evasive threat of your own. So these are some gamesmanships. Let's see if Max is going to take the bait and send this Sisu in on a challenge or exert at all, or we just allow this 3 lore to continue to pile up on from Keith's side. So for a fact, putting that Peter Pan out there on this turn, ink, and then go big parrot next turn, it's got to be something that you really have to look out for. So tough play, and it looks like you are engaging. You are going to take the bait. Maybe you have some bounce to follow it up.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. We're entering into turn 4 for these players as we see the ink come down to signify that for Max with a rabbit. Rabbit, of course, very high value as as a bounce target. Not only that, but if we are forced into a board wipe situation, it nets you 1 more card. It makes that be prepared hurt a little bit less for the player playing it. And so we're kind of seeing that establishment of that board.
Yeah, so we are going into the 4 ink turn, and let's see if we got the punish from the big bird coming down, being able to clear this Sisu now, as you gave him a target to hit into to set up this play. Do you have it? Were you able to draw into it? You got the Hypnotize in hand. Maybe you're thinking about slamming down the Hypnotize or trying to clear your hand a bit. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, we think about, okay, so we're choosing to ink that, and yes, there he is. It's my boy.
The Spectral Parrot is out, and you're able to reduce your hand to keep Sisu's stat line only at a 3. So this this big bird can bash into the Sisu, and then maybe you can engage with the Pegasus to clear this Pegasus, and then you can have your shift Diablo go free and clear. But you know your adversary may get to a brawl here at this point. Maybe they're hanging on to a brawl. Their hand is also quite healthy. I think you're still holding 5 cards while you're holding 2. They have lost the board a bit, but still 5 cards in hand seems quite nice for you. If you are max, you got to be in a very comfortable position with this.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we know that this is a fair game from the Ruby Amethyst side in terms of ramping, but there's still a lot of resources available, as some people noting in the chat, a number of brawls in hand. So like options are available to Max. Max is by no means locked in, and we're going to see that as this game kind of develops as we enter into turn 5 here.
Right. So if there are a multitude of brawls, I guess there is a world where you can go ahead and send the Pegasus into the Spectral Parrot, and then send the Rabbit into. No, he can't. The Rabbit cannot clear the You can clear the Diablo, brawl the Peter Pan, and just kind of have a nice calm board, and you'll have a ton of cards in hand. So we will take this play, as it looks like Rabbit will clear one of the Diablos. We are going to bring out the Madam Mim Snake just to bounce.
I like that. Continuing to keep those resources in hand, showing that Max is not afraid of this board state right now. We're just, granted, Keith has 7 lore right now, but that's not the end of the world. We can still recover from this as long as we can keep the resources coming in that will allow me to get to those mid and late game kind of markers that I need to get to make sure that I can get to the board wipe and eventually turn the page and win this game.
Absolutely. I think I'm clearing this bird. I think I'm clearing the bird. I'm clearing both of these evasive threats now. I'll brawl and I'll crash this Pegasus, and I'll clear both of these things right here, because a bounce on that parrot might just be the tempo gain that you just don't want to deal with either if you keep both of those characters available. So now you're in a very comfortable spot. You just have 1 character on board, 2 cards in hand. Your hand is pretty much discard proof at this point because of its volume, and you have this nice reliable 3-cost character on the play. So you don't really have to worry about getting Elsa too hard, as you are going to be in a pretty okay position. So now it's going to be on Keith to put some plays together to see what you can do. And without a nice, reliable draw engine set up now, I mean, maybe you just gamble and shift this Diablo if you had it. I don't think you even have Diablo to shift. Yes, you do, actually.
Yes, we do. Now, I mean, you can either shift it, you can play it outright to keep the board presence. There's a few ways you can go about it. You kind of have to look at your hand though to see, like, because you're giving up a hand resource to shift. And you're trying to get 1 more card for it, so you're losing 2 cards to draw 1 extra card. That could be bad. Now, we know that there is another brawl sitting in Max's hand. Keith does not know that, but at the same time, there has to be some assumptions made at the 5th turn. Going into next turn, if you don't have brawl, we're in Medusa range next turn too.
Right.
So you have to just know, as Keith, like, okay, I'm in danger, and I need to figure something out. Do I play this? The Diablo and potentially get 1 more card that could save my life, or do I keep hanging out? And pointing it out, Keith actually does know about that second roll because
of the Diablo that he played, because they would keep the hand.
Correct.
Yeah, so shifting Diablo here is just not even what you want to do. I mean, I guess at some point you got to get it out of the way. Maybe you can continue to draw discard actions until you can clear that thing from hand, or maybe you can force your opposition to ink it. But there's a rabbit in hand now. They're going to start looping these rabbits. You're going to have a jillion cards in hand here quite soon, and you'll never get that brawl out of the way. So it seems very confident that you're probably never going to shift this Diablo, and I think that's a game that you just can't win, like we talked about early on. When the Diablo is not a part of it, I think you're going to have a very, very hard time getting along, especially no Prince John either. You really got nothing. Just the only characters you put on the board so far is just been that parrot, the Peter Pan, and these baby birds, and it's just not enough.
No, it's not. And Max has done a fantastic job of dealing with the board as it's come up, having the answers, but not just having the answers, but playing intelligently, making sure that we're using the rabbits to get more resources. So very well played by Max, setting himself up for the game as we're seeing it laid out as it is now. It all got to this point because of the number, knowing that this is a discard deck, knowing that you might potentially face these problems, being very, very careful of that and choosing the right targets for bouncing to bring back the rabbit, to keep drawing and to keep moving that option, to give the options available. As far as I'm concerned, JDZ, and if you want to put some boosty wagers on it, I'm willing to take it. But I think this game is going to be I think Max is going to take this game and go to game 3.
Yeah.
That's my bet right now, even though the numbers don't necessarily say that.
I can see it. I think this Ruby Sapphire deck, or excuse me, this Ruby Amethyst deck, when it starts to cook, it can cook hard. But the only I think what Max or what Keith has going for him is that you do have that lore advantage. And this deck, while this deck can't reach, maybe you can just start putting characters down and then just keep questing piece by piece. I know this deck can play Go-Go sometimes. I'm not sure if this version is playing Go-Go, but maybe you can have like a nice Go-Go walk-off. It would kind of fit the identity of this deck okay. It's evasive. It can reach out for some additional lore. It can kind of just stay high, stay above the board and quest a little bit. Potentially that's a way that you can win, but now you got this Genie up, you have these Pegasus, you have these Brawls as you put Brawl down into the Inkwell. So maybe that's your sign right there to get this Diablo set up. But I think it might be a bit too late for even for Diablo at this point.
Yeah. The value, like every turn that Diablo sits in hand, you can't even ink it. Like that's the problem.
Yeah.
You can't even ink the card to use it for other value. It just sits there, and so Keith has to decide whether it's time to lay this thing down and let it go, or to let this whole thing go and just kind of hope for the best.
Or just let it go to game number 3. I think is probably another option that you could have. But you don't want to quit. You always want to play it out to see what you can do. And also these deck lists are not open for what I understand. So you have an idea of what your opponent's playing, but it's very important to kind of just see it all the way through and just see maybe you can get some of their hidden text. Maybe they have to play more cards. So I think that's something that Max might be considering as well. Like how much of my information am I giving up for this all important game number 3 coming in off of the draw? Like how many Genies are you playing? How many rabbits are you playing? How many Peter Pans are you playing? And that's just information that you can take with you into this all-important game number 3. So there's always something to be gained by playing.
100%. Yeah, that is so true. And a lot of people, they there's always an argument like, well, just scoop it up. Like you'll see a lot of people say, well, you already know it's over, just scoop it up. But you are 100% right. Mm-hmm. The name of the game is information. You get information. You can use that information later. And so for those of you that are saying scoop it up, you're missing information that can make your game 3 harder.
Absolutely. And also I don't know if the top cut is timed as well. In the Swiss portion, it might be beneficial to scoop up a lost game so you can have more time to play your game number 3. So, but I don't know if the top cut is timed. And even if it is, I still would like to probably play it out to give yourself the most opportunity to know what exactly going to happen. And you never know, maybe your opponent could stumble and it could get to the point where you could maybe crawl back into this thing. Very unlikely, but still possible.
Yeah, and we're being told that it's extended, so that it's still a time limit, but it's longer than what is traditionally put for Swiss.
Okay.
And we're halfway through that time. We're at 35 minutes left in the round, exactly halfway through the time.
That's a perfect amount. So you will have enough, and we're like halfway through the match. It seems like we're 0.5 through a game number 2, potentially going into a game number 3. So everything in the player, and shout out to all these players today. Everyone has been playing at a pretty nice clip. I don't think we've gone to time once on stream, which is the first time I can say that in actual weeks. We haven't had a game go to time, which is super impressive. Maybe that's just because the meta is so much Amethyst now instead of all the Sapphire that we had. But still, I love that. And the players are playing with a bit of vigor and tempo, playing quickly. Yeah. I enjoy that. It shows a little bit of confidence.
Now, Keith over here is taking a little bit of time, but it's understandable because we're, again, very pivotal moment here, deciding what to take off the board. Because Max is at the point now where the corner is getting turned. Mm-hmm. The board state is shifting in Max's favor. We see as we see that Keith is actually impacting his own board by keeping a fox down there, trying to maintain this board, and doing exactly what you expect, which is to get rid of the rabbit to prevent additional draw. Absolutely. And additional bouncing. You kind of have to just deal with that, unfortunately.
That is one lesson I learned from some very skilled players during my time, and I'm still accepting all information. But hey, if you have an opportunity, clear a rabbit, clear the rabbit. Just get rid of it early. A lot of times you might be reluctant to give your adversary a little bit of that additional card draw, but get it out of there because all they're going to do is just keep bouncing the thing up and down, up and down, up and down. Just keep drawing cards forever. Clear the rabbit if you can, especially if you can take a little bit of a favorable exchange, like the fox can clear the rabbit and not be banished instead. So you will probably lose the fox. There's another rabbit comes on in.
Oh goodness gracious!
This is rough.
It just doesn't end. They just keep spawning. That's what rabbits are they're so good at spreading around everywhere, and we may have to eat them to help reduce the population a little bit here. So we'll see.
And it'd be interesting to see if you're going to engage with this fox, or will you just continue to quest heavy with your evasive board and just continue to go about the cabin. I think that there might be a Peter Pan in hand, so that could be interesting. if you elect to do that. But I think I do it anyway. I think you're feeling quite
Yeah.
comfortable here in
I
this
was going to
spot.
say, I mean, let's say he does that. You know, you take it out with one character. You still have 4 characters left plus 4 ink that plays. I mean, there's just, this game is over. There's just no way that Keith can. Yeah, no, there's just no way.
Not without some massive board wipe. I think once you've lost way too much position here, as you're going to quest, leaving up the Pegasus as your deterrent.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. Now, interestingly enough, the Pegasus it's evasive always, right? It's not just on its turn.
Oh yeah, Pegasus is always evasive. But
Yeah,
it's only 3-1.
Yeah, you know, so you wonder, like, why not quest it? You might be worried about the Peter Pan here, to your point. So,
but
I mean,
even if your Peter Pan came down, it would trade out together, which you would love to do that. And going 1 for 1 is basically a plus at this point because Keith has such few resources left, and you have so many cards in your hand that are gaining more resources each time. So we're going to go ahead and bring out the Peter Pan, who really can't favorably exchange with anything. I guess you got to just toss that Diablo in here now. He's been hanging out for too long in the hand. Just get him onto the field. And
Yep, there you go. For no other reason but to make that Sisu just one attack.
Wait, did we shift that Diablo? Oh, he's got rush. He's got rush. Never mind. I'm bad.
Yeah. Peter Pan makes things crazy in this world.
It's such a wild thing seeing Diablo coming out, which is cool. That's another little hidden synergy that we didn't even talk about, is that Diablo coming out rushing is automatic. It's kind of like shifting because now he's exerted and you can get that draw immediately. So that's actually another little hidden tech coming in from the Peter Pan Shadow Finder that a lot of people haven't been talking about. Pretty neat.
Yeah, certainly. And that's a good point. I mean, generally speaking, it doesn't happen often because with such low health, with 2 health, most things can pluck it. And so, you know, being able to do that and controlling the board to do that, it was a very heads up play. Very good job there. I mean, but still, we're looking at, there comes the brawl as we expected. But so on this turn, Max is going to get to go to 17. There's 5 lore worth. I'm sorry, I lied to you. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore worth of characters. So that's 18. And then we don't forget that there's a goat on the table. So essentially, that's basically 19. I mean, this game is wraps. It's got
we are still singing though instead of questing. I think I'm just getting exerted with it. As we bring out the Elsa, we'll clear the Peter Pan, and then we can quest all glimmers. And I think Keith is saw enough and says, you know what, let's go ahead and get on into a healthy little game number 3, and hope for the best this time. As it seems as if Max has came to play. You got a lot of answers to Diablo, and I'm pretty sure that's what you thought the meta would be. As did a lot of other people, felt that this meta would become very Diablo focused in the wake of a Hiram ban with the reduction of Ruby Sapphire, and you protect your deck according to that.
Hey guys,
heavily.
I messed up.
What's up, Dan?
So we have a new bracket because I messed the first one up. There was a dogs in top 8.
There was a dogs. Okay. Yeah. Any spice in the dog build, or was it just standard
I didn't
dogs?
look at it yet. But it did. The 3 Amethyst Steel decks all won in top 8.
Oh wow!
So we have 3 Amethyst Steel in top 4. And then the winner of the match that we were watching.
You're lying.
But I wanted to just come in between rounds and just be
hey,
like,
on your can I make a suggestion on your thumbnail? Can you put like a Diablo or something, like a Diablo joke? Can you for me?
Like for future references?
No, like just for this one when you cover this.
I gotta fix it. I can't do it like right now.
Not right now. I mean, like for the tournament. Hey, for the coverage of the thing, like a Diablo. Are we all green or something? Like something like that. It's a green. It's a green. You need. I don't know.
Well, not if Ruby Amethyst wins, right? Then we have like all non-Emerald decks in top 4. I'm just saying.
Okay. But if Keith can win though, it'll be a Diablo fest that we have going on.
It could be all Amethyst decks. We just put a genie on there, bro.
We gotta sell the Diablo. I think people are buying Diablo. Maybe.
Yeah, it's like $45, man. You got to ride that stock wave.
Maybe. All right, but looking at the hand, it looks like you do not have access to a shift play again. I think you got to just send it. You got to mull or alter hard for it. I don't know if the alters have already went in, but I'd send it. It looks like you're going to keep what you got.
It certainly looks that way. Yeah, I mean, there is an argument to be made about if it's a good enough hand, then just play it good enough, and then you just hope to draw and get there. I actually appreciate that too, because you can send something away and then get back something way more expensive, or just get more inkables. Yeah. And so I think there is such a thing as over altering, and we don't want to do that either.
I agree. That's another lesson that I had to learn through trial, error, pain, and repetition. Is that sometimes it's good enough. Hold what you got, big dog, and just ride it, man. Because you try to get greedy and you get cooked, and that happens to me more often than I care to admit. So
Yeah, greed.
I,
Greed
I
is a dirty, dirty thing.
sometimes you fly too close to the sun and get
Yeah,
absolutely scorched on the way back down. As we're going to the all important game 3, I like a little bit of sportsmanship
I
as we
love
got
it.
the fist bumps are in, and we're going to start by inking the Elsa, playing the Maleficent Spy, showing the hand again. You have your anti-Diablo measures are in abundance there.
Holy
As
smokes!
so much. That
So
bird is
many
not
answers.
flying. Look at
No.
that.
Yeah, that is not going
Holy.
to happen. No flying birds for you. I mean, which good on Max for that proper alter, like altering. You can tell that was a very hard alter for those items.
Mhm.
We saw 2 brawls. We saw what else did we see? There was the Peter Pan that could deal with
Yeah.
it if it needed to.
Yeah, Peter
There's
Pan,
the
2
Pegasus as well.
brawls, and there was also the Pegasus. Yeah, Pegasus, 2
Pegasus.
brawls, Peter Pan, et cetera, et cetera. You have everything you need. But do you have a 1-cost character that you can put to the play right
Listen,
now
we don't
to
have
start
time
the
for
thing off?
that, JDZ. That we
You're
were
right.
so busy trying to find an answer for the Diablo. Okay, you can't have
Nah.
me. I can't do everything, dude. Like, come
And
on.
you do have them.
Oh,
You have 2.
but I
One
have
of
it.
Diablo and one of the
I have
Chernobog
it.
followers. So you're going to favor the Chernobog over the Diablo. I like to see that as you find the crab down into the inkwell. Let's
Yeah.
see what you do on this turn 2 play. I think you got to keep it rocking with 2
Yep.
more
Rocking
Diablo.
birds. Just hey, what's better than 1 character on 2 is 2 characters on 2. So let's keep laying them down. If you're gonna stop me from shifting Diablos, I'm gonna force you into a position where you need to just answer all these little tiny problems, and then maybe I can draw into a situation later on, and then deal with it later.
And now we have that Pegasus on 2, standing alone and unafraid. So great against non-steel decks because there's really not a lot of ways to engage cleanly. I guess you could send that Elsa in on 5, but that's so far away. You can quest and bounce, or you can bring out the Shadow Finder, who is going to be up and
Yes.
active, cannot be exerted. We're going to quest for 1, which I think is a pretty safe quest, if I don't say so
Yeah.
myself. As you
I
try
do
to
too.
engage with these 1-cost characters, they're going to be banished themselves. So clean quest from this Diablo as you pass back on over. Probably trying to fish
Yeah,
out this brawl here.
that's exactly what's happened. That's exactly what it is. I think what Keith is trying to convey here is either I don't have Diablo or I have Diablo, but I'm not willing to play it. So you may as well blow all the things that you mulligan for, all the things you alter for. If you may as well use them, you may as well put them down. And so there's one of those things. It's a Peter Pan. That Peter Pan is one of the things that are there that kind of help stop the Diablo. We're saying 1 item. Can we get the rest of that stuff out of hand and then potentially create a world where in the mid to late game I can get some Diablos down and let them rock?
But for me, if I got spectral parried once, I feel like it's going to happen to me every time. And you kind of played into it again inadvertently, as you will be able to ink. And if you have that bird again, you can clear this Peter Pan for a nice little plussing value. But you have to
Guess
ink
what,
to do that. I see it
guess
too.
what?
He's
Guess
hanging.
what?
There he
Guess
is.
what?
He's back at it again.
He's back.
He's back. Oh my goodness. And he is back. As we are going to continue to quest pretty cleanly now with these Diablos, because you have a little bit of defense in the name of this evasive Iago, who can then check into the Pegasus and survive again. Talk about a tank. Look at this guy. Look at this dude.
This guy is built thick.
Hey,
He's thick with 2 C's.
Hey, we might need to start buying this freaking Iago is looking great, dude. He's looking quite good.
Yeah. I want to get me some shiny ones. These are beautiful giant birds. I mean, it's a little scary. He's just stomping on all the buildings, looking like a giant Godzilla bird. But hey, it's okay. It's perfectly fine. Just let Iago shower you with his feathers and love. Okay,
And,
that's all.
and
That's all you
honestly,
need.
there is like with no steel. This is a non-steel match. There's really not a lot of ways that this Ruby Amethyst deck can engage with this dude. Unless it's through combat, you're gonna have to either get rid of it through a timeless remain, or that's it.
Yeah.
I think you're done, and we're gonna go ahead and brawl out the Peter Pan here finally.
What makes it even worse? So like the Pegasus needs help from a crab in order to get rid of this Iago. So even the Pegasus right now with its 3 attack is not enough to deal with Iago. It's insane.
Oh man, as no, I'm not. It's in the building. World class cards, finest. Is in the building today. Can someone send me some Diablos Please, I'm driving. Okay, we got you, big dog. They're only about $50 each. Okay, they're only about $50. They're going up in price, man. You got to get them while you can. As this Spectral Parrot is hanging out completely freeze drying this entire board. You can send that Pegasus on a quest if you want to. You will lose it, as you just ran the numbers.
Yeah, it'll get eaten up by that Iago if you even think so. If it even breathes wrong, it's going to get eaten by that Iago. As we see, just do I quest this thing and draw a card for it? Do I not? And shout out to Artifacts, another. I love seeing it. So Kendall's in the chat and Artifacts is in the chat, we've got both of their colors on screen. Go. I love it. Let's do this.
They got to be so happy that their colors are back. I'd be so stoked if I'm a top player who made a lot of fame and fortune off of my colorway, and seeing that news has to make me ecstatically happy. Shout out to all of those players, but also a whoa goes out to the Ruby Sapphire community. They have been stunned. They are absolutely perplexed, as their colors have been reduced to rubble here. As
we are at 2 for 1. 2 for 1 for that Iago. That Iago has cleared 2 characters and is still alive.
That Iago is going absolutely insane. If just imagine if he go Fox here, bounces this Iago back, and he does it. Oh my goodness!
Let's go!
Oh my goodness! That was humongous. Oh my! And now the bird is back, dude. Holy!
That thing got 5 damage on it and came back, and it's gonna that one card will effectively have had 11 health this entire game. That is
goes
crazy.
Down into the inkwell. Just probably because you don't have another Peter Pan Shadow Finder to support it again. But that thing got tremendous value in this game so far. As we are heavily contesting this board, going up to that 5th ink turn, Maui would be quite clean on this Fox. You like a little Maui clear Fox vibration, and let's see if you can pull the play off, and you cannot. It seems like you might be deprived of a little bit of incuration, as you're just going to have to play this rabbit out a little down tempo. Hate to see it. But you still do need to keep making, though.
Exactly. You hit it. You hit the nail on the head there, JDZ. I mean, if you have nothing to do but play a rabbit, it's not really the worst thing to do. It gives you you can be more better situated moving into the late game. It gives you one more resource. So if this is the worst thing that we can do, it's still a pretty good thing, to be fair.
Yeah, but seeing that friends go down to the inkwell might tell a tale of what that hand is looking like. It might not be as cash money clear as you would like it to be. As that turn felt very anemic in this type of situation. You do have this genie up now. You have this Fox who's going to try to get another plus value on something. We'll see it. And you did have the Maui. Maybe you drew it. And you have a Brawl and the Peter Pan.
Yeah, speaking of cash money, I am from Miami, so money is a major issue, and apparently it's a major issue for Max as well, as we're trying to keep those resources flowing. We see a Maui, we see that Brawl, we see that Peter Pan in hand from the Diablo trigger that allows them to see the hand. So, I mean, we've got answers to things, but we've got 3 cards. We see a Sudden Chill sitting in Keith's hand, so we do know that one of those things can disappear if need be.
And we are going to chill here.
Yeah, and we will
take
be chilling.
What are we kicking here?
Yeah,
Tell Spot.
Goodness gracious!
I don't know if is it the Maui. I would love to have that Maui come in and hammer this Fox, and then potentially hammer this, get hammered by this Diablo.
So tough. What a tough choice.
And we will kick the Shadow Finder, but now you're in a very, very compromised position. You do have that rabbit. A little snaky poo here could be good, but I still think I'm sending it. We'll quest.
Yep. We'll see what we can do.
Your own Fox isn't that bad either. Just get a little bit more draw in, and you got to the Fox. Look at that top deck central.
Yeah, we need answers. We need answers, and so the way we find the answers is we draw more cards. That's what we do. So. As I mentioned, Ruby Amethyst, very fair, just slowly chugging along on its ink counts. It needs to build up resources so that its mid to late game is solid. And you do that drawing 1 card at a time. Just plain and simple.
Chugging along, singing our song. We will ink that Sisu that we drew off the hand, really favoring that Maui, really favoring that Brawl. Yep. And now the rabbit is going to remain in hand. You could Brawl out this genie if you wanted, just to keep that lore off the board, but this Shift Diablo will clap you up. So I guess you are all in on protecting yourself from this Diablo.
I mean, you can protect yourself until the number 20 shows up on that phone, though, and that might not be the right place either. However, Keith is opting to potentially slow down to sing friends on the other side, and deciding whether we pay for this or And so we're deciding that rather than getting the value of playing it for free, we'd rather quest. We want to get to 20 before Max draws to a point where he's got all the answers. And I kind of have to respect that, but I also understand that being kind of a difficult decision to be had as well.
Oh, 100%. I think I'm questing hard. I don't know if I'm going to commit more cards to the board because I know that my opponent can get into this Be Prepared next turn. They don't have it now, but I've been smoked off a top deck more times than I care to admit. And it looks like you're thinking about inking this friend. So the decisions are tough, and you are going to shift here. You will shift into the top deck Be Prepared. You know they're going to get it. They always get it, as you will get another card here on the Diablo trigger. They might not have gotten it. So it looks like you will be living to fight another day. However, you do have that brawl that you've been hanging on to quite vigorously, and it will now be deployed to clear that Diablo after one draw. And you're fine with that. You get a draw. You take a bunch of your opponent's tempo in the process. You don't hate that, but you will go ahead and redeploy that rabbit to gain another card.
This rabbit is such a problem. I mean, we're looking at I think it's how many are we at? Like three cards drawn from that rabbit at this point. I mean, just the value of that rabbit, and we don't even know if it's the only one at this point because of the draw that happens. But man, rabbit is such a problem. Okay.
So the Ursula is there, and you have another snake. So that's another draw that's going to come back in from this rabbit. You hate to see it. Oh my goodness, this rabbit's about to get at least 2 more cards before it's all said and done, and another quest in the process. So this might be the time. We got a lot of meat left on this bone, man. This game is far from over.
Here we go. Okay, second genie. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: the Elsa cannot take out either of those. So you may as well just take advantage, get that lore generation going before we draw into a Be Prepared. Get as much value from these cards before the problem presents itself.
And keep in mind, and also keep in mind, Max is also playing Big Sisu as well. That card is in the deck, and if you can get up to that 8, which you just slammed down to 8 by inking that snake, he's coming.
He got it. He got it. No, top deck.
Sisu off the tizzy. Hate to see it. You lost a tremendous amount of value from that rough. Sisu coming on in off the tippity tizzy.
That was so tough.
I hate to see it if you are Keith. Loving it if you're Max. We'll chill here. Clear out the Elsa. And what do you do in the face of this 3 questing minutes on the other side? You thought Sisu was done. Well, guess what? Sisu's back again. And that is just how it's going to be.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they're both on running unlimited resources here. You've got 2 cards, one of which is likely going to become, so we're playing that. Do we ink this last card? Do we hold on to it?
Is that last card Bruno? I think is that Bruno in the hand? Oh, no, that's Ursula.
Ursula.
Okay.
So deciding whether we ink or and so we're saying we're going to hold on to it.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I think you gotta just play. I think now we're in deep water though. So now I think at this point the corner has been turned, and this is where you get to that point. Just like we saw in game number 2, I just don't think you can come back from this now. It's just kind of going to continue to get out of reach because that Ruby Amethyst top deck power is stronger than your top decks are cheeks. Their top decks are cash, mega millionaire money off the top. As you saw, that Sisu is huge. You got Maui's coming in, are huge. Elsers are coming in. Rabbits and all kinds of cool cards are coming in. And you're top decking and hypnotized. Like, who cares? But that Bruno off the tizzy is actually quite great.
Did you see that second card in Max's hand? Did you see it?
It is.
It's a Be Prepared. Let's see which one. Oh, which one did you get? Are you going to show it? Be prepared.
You got to be prepared. So that was a gamble. And now, if you could have waited to hit Ursula and Bruno in the same turn, you would have been cash money moving. Yeah. But now you just get mega punished by a double Sisuing, and you're about to lose this Peter Pan Shadow Finder, and that is not going to feel good. And this game just might be too much.
Yeah, that was not the way you have to. Yeah, you wanted that Be Prepared to stick around, and not the Sisu that is now back and wet, so it cannot even tap it. But it also means it can't be attacked. And we're just throwing cards down the table.
keep spamming characters to the board and continuing to vibrate magnificently. You can't quest this Sisu if you want. Top deck Crab could be cool. You can send your Ursula and your Diablo into this Sisu. You have to clear the Sisu. As Medusa says, never mind. We'll just go ahead and just banish your Ursula off the top. Send out the saddest, most feeble Diablo I think I've ever seen. Yeah, I hate to see that guy in this spot.
Yeah,
this is a little too little too late.
Yeah, the cooking is almost complete. The baking is almost done, as the cake is about to get called here, and this cake was full of Sisu and rabbits and a Medusa.
And that is how it goes. And I thought by that early game, when that Iago was doing the thing, getting loose and active, I thought that you're going to be on your way, but apparently it took just too long. These top decks are just so fierce. You just cannot handle what is happening off the top of this deck as you've climbed all the way up to a nice Hardy 16, and Ruby Amethyst will move on to the top 4 and try to engage with all of the Emerald Steel that will be waiting in the wings to see who's going to be the winner of this Enchanted Elsa. This game is over as the handshake is extended. This sportsmanship all around, and that is going to be a GG. Let's go. So,
wow, what a match!
What a match!
You know, you're not wrong when you said earlier that, you know, like these other matchups, they just create these scenarios where they're just kind of, it's like just two giants just battling each other. You know, it's just watching these fight. That was the vibe I got just there. It was just like this hard fought battle between both of them. They both, granted, only one could win, but they both should be very proud of themselves about how they played that out. It was down to the wire. You know, many people pointing out that it was essentially a coin flip on that Bruno. Had we plucked the Sisu rather than the Be Prepared, that might have been an entirely different game.
Absolutely,
because they both would have had to have started over at just like the ground zero situation, no characters, nothing on board. But that is not what we got. That is not the. Why are you throwing things?
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. No. It's my chair. I just rolled over. A little bit of debris I have on my floor there. But I think it was great. I love. Maybe I'm biased. I'm a fan of this Amethyst metagame that we find ourselves, because it's just they're just slugging it out. Yeah. I love a little top deck battle. I do like the position that you put yourselves in with your deck building creativity. We saw, and I did mention that Max just so happened to have all the right cards, all the right tools of the trade. That comes in the deck editor. You put those cards in your deck, and they came through for you because you diagnosed the metagame. You understood what your threat was going to be. You understood what decks you're going to possibly face off against, and having that work out for you is great. Yeah. You could have been playing against Diggy Hole all day, and you're out of there 0-2, 0-3, whatever. You're cooked, because your deck is not going to be well suited to play against those. But you got to roll the dice. You got to gamble a little bit, and it worked out for you, and it's going to put you into the Final Four. So, according to Dan, Final Four is going to be 3 copies of Emerald Steel and 1 copy of Amethyst Ruby. As who saw that coming? We're back in set 4 over here. Where's
Zan? Are you at this tournament? Where's Zan at? Is Zan at this tournament? What's going on right now?
What's happening here? Oh man, as I love to see it. Solo Falcon PSN says, meanwhile in Germany, the top 2 was Ruby Sapphire. You just never know. You never know.
It's like the more things change, the more things stay the same, huh?
All right. I'm back.
Oh, Daniel's on.
So we are going to get the Illumination podcast, the
nice
girlfriend.
No.
Or playing each other.
You're lying.
No. We got a team kill coming in.
Wait, say that. You said boyfriend and girlfriend playing each other in the top 4?
Yep.
Oh, you're definitely sleeping on the couch. Or you're walking home.
No. So I think it's good because it means they get the content for it. So
okay.
You know?
Yeah, but one of them's got to lose. And if you ask JDZ, they got to walk home.
You? Okay. All right. So it's Ruby Amethyst versus Amethyst Steel here on stream, and then Amethyst Steel versus Amethyst Steel off camera.
Oh, I thought you said Emerald Steel. You said
no. I messed up. Probably no. Emerald Steel lost to Amethyst Steel. Sorry. Okay. All 3 Amethyst Steels won.
Okay, so it's Amethyst Steel, Amethyst Steel, Ruby Amethyst.
Ruby Amethyst, right?
I thought you said Emerald Steel. I'm over here talking Emerald Steel this whole time.
I'm sorry.
Dan, I'm scratching my notes off over here.
Make
me sound like an idiot in front of all these people out here.
You sounded like a magician, okay? Right?
All right.
Just, you know?
Dan, before you go, though, so it's Sam on the left, correct? We got Sam on the left?
Sam moved. She literally made Max move because she said she was Team Elsa.
She's Team Elsa. Okay, let's go. And we had another team Elsa win, by the way. We're up to 4.
True.
So, Sam, let's go. Please bring it home, Sam. Let's go. We need you to cook, Sam. Please. That's 4 right there.
Max will be solving 4.
I got to be quiet because the other game's right next to me.
Okay. All right, Dan, thank you.
Sam and Max. We got Sam and Max.
Sam and Max. Okay.
Which, by the way, a woman of culture, Team Elsa, we love to see it.
Yes, all the Team Elsa stand up and make some noise as we're moving along. This is the top 4. All gas, no brakes. I like that. I like how they just started. Let's play, huh? Let's play. I like how they get this thing moving. We need more encounter tournaments because a lot of times there's a lot of dilly-dallying between top 8 and top 4. A lot of jaw-jacking, a lot of let's go take some pictures and go eat some bonbons. No, put that crap down and let's get our freaking game on. Not all the dilly-dallying and all the this and that.
Yeah, pick up your sticks, shuffle up, and let's go. I ain't got time for this. Nobody got time for this.
Hey, no, let's keep it moving. What are we talking about?
Goodness gracious.
I love that tenacity. Let's play. Let's ball out.
Yeah.
This tournament is moving on without delay. All tournaments should be ran like encounter tournaments. Shout out to Encounter Games and Comic up there in Allentown. No dilly-dallying. Oh, we're going to take a lunch break and we're going to have these pictures. Everyone, let's gather around for a speech. Shut up and let's lock in.
Let's go, loser. We don't got time for this.
Grab your box and let's shuffle up and deal. But I need to drink some water and use the bathroom. No.
Get a bucket. Grab a bucket and let's go.
I love it. Get your game on. Shut up. But I'm tired. I need to make a phone call. Cut it out. Get your game on. As we got Chernobog is up and active on the turn 1 play.
Right.
In the Chernobog mirror, we got bog on bog violence.
Bog on bog action. Here we go.
I love that. As Helga is going to be the card. Let's see if we can get this Helga on 2. In a brawl world, I don't know if Helga on 2 is the play, but we will spam 2 more 1-cost characters. And that's going to be what it is.
Let's go. Oh my gosh.
Chat is killing me, dude. They're so funny, dude. Oh my goodness. It's some hilarious people out here in the world. I tell you that. As a hand is looking quite bulky over there, looking good. But you do have to engage with these 2-cost characters. Do you go trade these on the Chernas? And you will.
I think you do, and you have to because Sam's running low on resources because Max was the player on the draw. So you are at an advantage by taking out these characters because you still have more resources in total. When we talk about card advantage, which is a combination of what you have in your hand plus what's on the table plus what's on, what's there. So I mean, you got to, I think, in order to put more pressure on Sam. And putting Max in the most uncomfortable position of having to be the one to sleep on the couch. And so as we take a look here.
This is we cannot confirm or deny, but we're pretty sure that this is a couch battle. Loser sleeps on the couch.
Loser sleeps on the couch. Yeah,
for sure. This is a couch war. I like a little stakes in my Lorcana. No gambling, just a friendly wager. Get on the couch.
Yeah.
You gotta that's it. I think that's fair. And we are going to go ahead and send the Diablo on a quest. We're trying to call out this Pegasus on a challenge, and that Helga can come in and clear this Pegasus. I like a little bit of gamesmanship, a little bit of bait and response. Do you take the bait? Let's see.
That's a tough one.
Or what Max is going to do.
Yep. That's a tough one. I mean, we're at a point now where, we want to start establishing the board. When it comes to Sam's plan, Sam wants to get characters down and start doing all that crazy burn stuff that she does, all that Cobra and things like that. But she can't do Cobra unless she's got cards in her hand to throw away for Cobra. So, you got that White Rose strategy, and you want to be able to get more characters on the table. Peter Pan, of course, a fan favorite. We've seen Peter Pan so many times today, coming in and clearing that one drop, leaving Sam with just a lone Helga on the table.
But Helga can clear this Peter Pan, no issue. So you're not getting this spectral situation off on me. It's just not going to happen. As you are going to be able to clear. But now I think it might be important to bounce this Helga back to your hand because Pegasus can clear this thing, as Helga will have 0 stats on the snapback. But it seems like you are not going to favor that plan. You're going to just put out a Cal Goon, double Goon up, and leave the Helga there vulnerable.
Yeah. I mean, you give up the Helga to have 2 characters on board. I mean, if we could bring back that Helga, the Helga would certainly be useful. This is not the first and only evasive that we're going to see, and it's not the first, and it won't be the last. And so we know that Helga has a lot of high value here. So letting that Helga go might be a problem. We may come to the end of this game and we may be talking to Sam, and Sam might say to us, you know what, I probably shouldn't have let that Helga go. I probably should have held on to
you
it.
do have. I know this Ruby Am deck can play genies a lot. There's a lot of evasive threats in there. Helga can carry a lot of water in that matchup. And speaking of, Genie does hit the board.
Say his name and he appears. Good job for you, JDZ.
But also, you got to keep in mind this deck can play Brawl quite well, and Helga having that 0 can just get you brawled up out of there. So this board is quite evasive and pervasive as well. So you have to consider that. You can maybe quest these Calhouns if you felt so inclined. You can send a Pegasus into a Calhoun. They will trade. And is that worth it? Or you can crab up this Genie and send Genie into a Calhoun as well. So options for days. Let's see what the decisions that, or just keep questing. You are kind of losing the race right now. A lot of decisions coming in for Max.
If you don't have answers to evasives, there is actually an answer, and that's to say, hey, I'm going to turn this thing sideways. I'm going to make you attack me instead. And so, you know, it's not a horrible idea if you're in the position that Sam's in. Sam is in the lead with the lore count. Sam is she's currently with 2 cards in hand, not where she wants to be there in comparison to where Max is at. So you know what? Heck, you want to send a Pegasus in and take out my Calhoun? Okay. You want to attack me with a Genie? The Genie won't even take out my Calhoun. And so knowing that, Max is like, you know what? Fine, you're right. I can't take it out. But you know what Genie can do is Genie's got pipes, and Genie can sing "Friends on the Other Side." That's what Genie can do.
Absolutely. Not having any evasive answers on your opposition side of the field, especially nothing with Rush. You're feeling confident with these 2 characters just kind of existing here. You can continue to advance your game state, getting up to a 7. You can always be prepared your way out of it, as Maui is going to come in. He's a cleaner up too. He can clean up a Calhoun. You'll eat the 3, no problem. Calhoun can trade back in. I think I'm clearing that Calhoun right there just to keep that Maui around for a little bit longer.
I would have too. Now it's funny because Maui is the hero to all. That's like the subtext. But there's one person that Maui's not a hero to, and that's Calhoun. Calhoun is really mad about what just happened. So much so that it took 2 of them to deal with the Maui itself. So,
but you were able to get a little bit of value out of that because you were able to establish that library. Library is able to put the Calhoun in there, gain some lore and an additional card. I don't hate that play at all. As we'll go ahead and attach this goat on into the library as well.
Yeah, you have to respect it, and so this is going to put Max in the awkward position of having to deal with that library before you deal with the goat. Because if you keep giving card draw to Sam, that's exactly what Sam needs to stay in this game. That's what Sam is aiming for. So, but conversely, on the other side of it, I've got a Genie who's got 2 lore on it. I've got 2 lore pips on this Genie, so I'm going to go ahead and give up 3 lore every time I turn these characters sideways, unless I can get into another Maui situation, which clearly is not the case. And so, so it looks like either Max says, you know what, I'm going to run faster than you and start turning these characters sideways, or he needs to deal with the library, period.
100%. And I think a crab play would have been really nice there if you had access to a crab, but apparently you do not, as you're going to go ahead and send 3 into the library, but then you're just going to continue to sing here, just trying to find your next threat. Maybe you could have, if you're going to do that, I don't know, maybe do that first. Maybe you can find a fox or something to clear this library off. Because like you said, as long as this library is going to stay here, that's more characters that they can get to the library and to the discard pile to continue to draw more cards. So putting 3 in there, I guess you feel confident with the 3. You can come back in next turn. You need to get to some songs. I don't know if you're playing a Fire to Cannon style list or anything like that, but you need something to start clearing these boards off, as Helga is going to be number 2 in the secondary library.
We're living in a library world. It is Lorcana Cribs right now, JDZ, and we are rocking these libraries. And
I love it.
An interesting note here. So we chose to sing that Friends on the Other Side with a Genie, but the math here is interesting. Unless we draw a rusher, so if Max has a rusher, then what I'm saying here is a moot point. But the number. So if we look at the amount of strength between those 3 characters, had Max not had he not sung that song, would have had enough to clear that one library, because they sing rather than attack with that Genie last turn. That is 1 less than what is needed in order for this thing to survive it. And so the problem here is we're going to give Sam the opportunity to potentially draw from it if it survives 1 turn. We're hoping for something that can boost. Okay. This is good. This is good.
Huge. That's huge.
Yes, that's huge. This is needed. So we're going to see.
I think, or a crab also would have been a very, very nice, clean answer to this position. But
yes,
exerting Helga, exploiting her main weakness of having that 0 in the strength, I think it's very, very huge. You're able to Pegasus and Rabbit into the library, clearing that one. And
yes.
Helga is not posted up in the library at all, so we can go ahead and clear the Helga as well. And this looks like a fantastic spot for Max now, as you have this nice, strong, stable, evasive board. You do have one library. You'll gain one lore. You are going up to 13. I don't know if they gained the lore already. I'm not sure. I have to check the tape, but I'm not sure if Sam gained that lore. But we will bring out a little crab in here. Crab can hit the goat if you want it, or the fox if you want, or the rabbit. I'm saying all the animals. It did. Okay, so there was a gain there. We'll just gang everybody up in the library. So
there you go. Yeah, it's a last stand at the library over here as we watch a lot of characters about to come with their pitchforks and their fire to burn this library to the ground in order to not give Sam way too much draw. So if Max does this right, this is basically Frankenstein era library getting taken down here. We do see Peter Pan, which inherently has rush, and yeah, Pegasus, which because it's evasive now also has rush, and we're gonna see a lot of problems for Sam now.
Library is gone. I think you can go ahead and take this opportunity, maybe potentially even clear the goat if you felt so inclined, just so you can stop any type of questing or goat bounce shenanigans. Just go ugly early, get that questing power off the board, clear the library, potentially clear the goat. You got one card in hand for Sam, and you're kind of crushing here if you want to take that maneuver. I think you should just go ahead and take the opportunity to completely reduce this board to rubble. You will leave a crab alone and unafraid there, and you could maybe do some type of, I don't know, Elsa thing or something, boost this crab. But I think your board is just so expansive here, and it looks like you want to draw.
Interesting choice, because we want to draw. Yeah, absolutely. Which makes sense to see what other answers we could potentially have. I mean, we did use some ink already. We're sitting with a limited amount of ink left, but it's you always want to sequence that in a way where you can see the cards first.
Mm-hmm.
So if for those of you who if you ever wanted to be coached by anybody, that's the first thing they'll tell you. So there, I just saved you some money. The first thing they're going to tell you in coaching is you gotta sequence correctly and see all the things before you make the ultimate decision.
And look at that. You have 5 evasive characters on the board right now. And that has to just be devastating for Sam. I don't think Sam can do anything right now. I don't think there's a card you can draw to help you in this situation. There's not a Helga that you can play that can help get you out of this, as you're just going to continue to just try to just run this race and quest as you go up to 17.
Yeah.
So the answers do sort of present themselves.
Here's the thing, JDZ. 17 is the new 19. Okay, this is Amethyst Steel. What we can do, assuming that there's not an Elsa to tap the characters, what we can do is draw things. They're called goats. They're called white roses. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, Sam is without a hand, and what that means is if she does top deck a giant cobra, she's going to have to either play it out as it is or wait a turn to draw another card to use it for the 2 lore. Ideally, we're looking at like a dock situation that lets her draw into the cobra and something else, and potentially squeeze in a questing at some point with that giant cobra that's currently sitting on the table. So in this color combination, this game is extremely close. This game can be over in just a card flip. And we saw her do it in her last game.
A top deck dock is just absolutely repulsive if that happens here. I kind of want to see it just for the vibes, a little bit of top deck dockery into some shenanigans. Quest into a top deck dock into a Cobra would be hilarious. I think that would be a GG. It could happen. Crazier things have happened, as we are going to continue to play more rabbits to the board, drawing another card, and Sam has outs. This game, you got a long way to go. You have at least a few more turns. I think maybe 2 more turns total to make something happen. And I know this deck, Strength of Rage and Fire off the top would just be, I'd tear the card in half. I confetti that card across the menu right now.
I would eat it right in front of everybody. I'd eat it.
Please, just not strength. Anything but strength here. I would love. I take the strength. Maybe you can strength the Elsa. You can strength the Pegasus. You can strength some of these evasive characters, and maybe you might start board fighting. But top deck dock into the Cobra here is crucial
Let's see, Sam. What did you get? Show me. 18. Show me what you got. 19.
Oh,
19.
oh,
Oh
not like this. Not like
no,
this. Not like
no,
this.
Sam. You're gonna wind up on the couch. What are you doing?
Oh my goodness, I am devastated. Oh my goodness, she's gonna win.
Wow, she
Oh,
got
just
it.
like that. You thought you had a bed, but you're going to the couch. Unless you got some goat bouncery yourself, it's not over. Let's see if
It's
you
not.
can
It's
pull it
not.
off. You got 1,
It's not.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can get up to 17. A goat bounce goat can get you out of here and
Yeah,
get you
Max,
back
don't
into
play
your
with my heart.
bed.
Max, my heart can't take this. Do you have the bounce? Show it to us. Show us the bounce. You just need to be able to bounce it once and play it again. You quest out, bounce, and play it again, and that's a win for you. 2,
Yeah,
3,
that'd be
4, 5, 6, 7,
Yeah, we need it bounced. We need it.
8.
Hello, we got it. No, we need it
Oh no, I'm
bounced.
sorry. Even
We
my
need 2 bounces.
yeah, not even.
I don't think you have
Yeah,
enough
bounce
ink
it
to do
twice.
that. I think you're cooked.
No, you don't.
Unless
Yeah,
you
no.
got like a quest out. Oh man, yeah, I think you
No.
might be pan fried here. You
Yeah.
might be a bit stir
Sizzled
fried.
clean.
Oh man, not
Sizzled
like
clean. The only thing more deep fried than Max right now is penguins. That's it. That's the only thing more deep fried right now.
Oh, you just got put into the blender off the tizzy goat. And just when I
Wow,
thought Sam was
Sam.
finished, Sam said, "Ain't heard no bell. I got
Right.
sciatica. I got
That's
scoliosis.
right.
I can't be on the couch, big dog. You're
No,
going to the
yeah.
couch."
Yeah. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, JDZ.
Woo! And
wow.
I don't know. Just looking at that match, I can't say Max didn't do this right or that right. I just don't think that's my position. But I think you got to get a bit
not at
more
all.
aggressive. You got to come after this deck and just get loose. I think there's a lot of times you were singing songs and trying to advance your position. You gave Sam some opportunities, and she had her outs. You got to play to your outs.
Yeah. Or,
Yeah.
I mean, conversely, Max knows better and doesn't want to sleep on the couch. That's the other option too. But I think, from what I understand, Max really wants this Elsa so bad that he is willing to take a week on the couch if it means winning this Elsa.
Okay.
I think they both. I would be too. I'd be like, honey, I got the couch. Don't worry. But this Elsa's sweet and this Elsa's mine. It is not yours. You
Okay.
can have everything else in this marriage and in this relationship. It ain't this Elsa though. This Elsa's me. That's my Elsa.
I mean, some people in the chat are saying, "Oh, if she didn't get the goat, I mean, you can't do that. I think that's unhealthy to yourself. Ifs and what's for candy and nuts, we'd all have a happy Christmas or whatever the saying is.
Yeah, you're
I
that's
mean,
pretty close.
if I were a I don't know the saying. There's some sayings out there about things
There's a lot of
not
them.
being what they are. If I were a horse, I'd eat some hay. Or I don't know. Okay, some Google it. Okay, but we can't talk about what could have happened. You have to talk about what actually did happen. And she did get to the goat, and that's going to happen.
And
a portion.
And I want to challenge people who say that the literal point of her deck is to do that.
Yeah.
If it's not a goat, it's a white rose. If it's not a white rose, it's a giant cobra. If there's something on the board, it's like that's literally what she did is by design. She did that's what she brought it to do. So yes, was it a top deck goat? Yeah, that's the point.
It could have been. There are 4 goats. There are 4 roses. There's 4 cobras. You got docs in there. You got rabbits to get to those things more consistently. That's what it do, Yugs. That's just how it is. If you don't like that, you need to play a different game because if you haven't lost, if you haven't lost to a top deck goat, first I'm jealous of you, and it's gonna happen. Good luck. It's just a matter of time before that does happen to you. So just stay tuned, keep it locked, and goat will clap you up eventually. And that's just how it is, man. You hate to see
that is the way it be. That is the way it is, and that is the way it is. And so now we get to go into a game 2, which we knew that was going to happen. But can Sam clear this thing all the way through? Can Sam make this a 2-0 and really upset Max and make that couch extra rough?
Yeah,
we'll find out as we go into this, and we'll see if goat is still at the top of that deck every single turn.
I think maybe if you get 2-0, you don't get to eat dinner either. You just got couch and no dinner. Or maybe you got to sleep outside in the tent in the backyard if you get 2-0'd. At least
you got to make your own spaghetti. You got to make your own spaghetti and get some sauce with that spaghetti.
At least put up a fight if that's how you're going to do it. As we are continuing to ink, you got to turn 2. We'll bring out the Pegasi one more time as we will draw into the giant cobra now. So if you want it, you can go and deploy that Helga if you felt so inclined, and it looks like you will do that. Going into brawl turn seems a bit low tempo and slightly dangerous, but you don't care. You're just like, I'm here to make it happen. If you got it, you got it. And maybe they don't have it. Sometimes they have it. They always have it.
And look, we're seeing a goat going into the inkwell. You know, certainly that must bring some trauma to Max. Max is probably saying, like, I don't want to look you in the face anymore, Merlin Goat.
You
You hurt
betrayed.
me. I need to talk to a therapist about this goat. And instead, we're going to go ahead and bring out a library and see if we can get some lore from this library.
Look at that. Just a nice, timely library, which you could get punished here if you go Helga and, I think that's not enough. I think Helga only goes up to 3, right? So
That's
library is
correct.
at 8. So you don't have enough to go Helga and Fox into the library. So it will get some attachment here unless you can clear this Pegasus. But I don't think you have cards in your, you have strength. And you
Yeah,
have,
I see a fox in there as well. I mean, fox might be able to do it. We've got things that
Mhm.
can come out that'll immediately put some pressure on that library. But using fox and leaving it exposed for the Pegasus is kind of a feels bad moment.
Absolutely. So it's a tough, but I think that's a great, nice on curve library. It's very, it's one of those things you just don't know when you have to do it. As we'll go and deploy that strength just to clear this Pegasus, you will serve up this Helga, but there is no Peter Pan's not strong enough to clear the Helga, and Helga can clap back and clear the Peter Pan as you gain your
No.
one lore from having that library established. Both players using the libraries, I believe, will ink the magic broom. Hate to see it. I love to see Magic Broom with library, but you're going to go 4-cost Genie on curve, able to add another card to your hand and staring down this Helga, who is ready to munch on some Genie as well. Look at Helga. I like this card a lot. Card seems cool.
Helga's pretty sweet, I got to tell you. I mean, I'm looking at building an Amethyst Steel deck, and Helga was not on my radar.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you that after watching this tournament here at the Encounter, which again, thank you Encounter for allowing us the honor of casting it and showing it to the world. Helga is definitely on my radar, and I got to seriously consider her for my build. So
Right.
Thank you for giving me that nugget.
Absolutely. And it's just like right now, it just seems like everything is so heavily centered around evasive cards now that Sisu has been kind of curtailed a bit, taken down a little bit. I think just having a lot of evasive characters in your deck just sometimes might be just good enough on its own. Having a nice Helga in there, 4 in this toughness or 4 in the willpower, I think might be a slam dunk, as Maui's not going to care about any of that. And it's going to munch Helga. No problem. Get her on up out of here cleanly, says the hero to all, as we just bash Helga with the fish hook, send her on to the discard pile. Hate to see it if you're Helga, as Maui gets plus value in the process.
Absolutely, and that's the name of the game here. You know, we talked about this game being a little bit like chess. It's all about getting the most value for each of the bits and pieces that you have available to you. So can you make a character? Can you get 2 for 1? So like that's why Maui is such a fantastic card, because it's practically a 2 for 1 on a body. It comes into play, it attacks something, it survives, it does it again, it takes out 2 for the cost of the 1 character. That's why I love Iago so much. As well, so that's the goal here. Can we get the maximum value? Can I draw 1 more card from it? Can I get 1 more lore? Can I take out 1 more character?
Absolutely. And Maui is so good at plussing, man. It feels so good. And now you're going to get some more tremendous value as you're going to take down the Madam M Fox as well. So that is a 2 for 1. And you got a little bit of tempo from the crab going back to hand. And we'll find a crab down onto the inkwell as we quest for 1 on the Diablo. Looking at Sam's hand, she's holding on to 4 cards still. And we got Max here, who's also holding on to 4 cards. We got a game. That's a brickolation on that Sisu. It's not tied for him yet, as we will get a nice little hardy quest for 2. Inking continues. Oh, nice Medusa there, as we'll go ahead and clear the Diablo, getting another card on into Sam's hand. So this is kind of going back and forth. They're swinging on each other. We're getting into deep water, 2 cards in hand. I think one of them is that big Sisu. So you're going to need to continue to ink before you can get that bad girl online. Or maybe you can top deck the Sisu Emboldened Warrior potentially and put that into the play and just shift on it, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see that the card that Sam drew for the turn is just a very, very, like it's that dock, as we see. And what's cool about it, you've got to feel good when you have a dock in your hand, especially if you're not playing against a discard character. What you essentially are looking at is like, okay, I've got 2 more cards in my hand than what this dock is actually. And so, you know, even though her opponent, even though Max is seeing 3 cards in hand, it's technically 4 cards in hand. And that's a big deal. That's just a little bit more fuel that Max isn't aware of. Operating as though your opponent has a certain number of cards when in fact they've got more coming on the way guaranteed is a big advantage. Because I might make a decision that I wouldn't have made because I thought you were about to run out of resources.
And we will go ahead and engage with the Fox just to continue to bounce this Medusa back to hand. That was your ink. Do you have more ink, though, so you can continue to deploy these major threats you have in hand? And it looks like we're thinking about bringing the Genie back to kind of run away from this Helga, potentially. Or we'll bring back the Medusa to kind of engage with the Helga later. But it looks like we'll go ahead and bring the Genie back just to protect him. I like that, playing a little bit of Helga games, but do you have ink? And you do not. There is no ink in hand, as now Fox is alone and unafraid, accompanied by, check that, by the Madame Medusa, who's exerted. White Rose enters a play. You'll gain one there. Another Helga. You thought one was bad. Here is another.
Right. Yeah, how dare you? How dare you bring out evasive characters? Helga will end this for you. We see on board, we've got two Helgas. We've got that White Rose. We've got that Pete. Pete, of course, had its chance in the sun, so now it gets to turn sideways, lay down a little bit, and gain some lore, go on a quest. We're looking at a pretty even game right now if we're looking at the numbers, but the board state tells us that Sam is a little bit ahead. But if we look at the hand resources, of course, Max can certainly come back from behind and take the difference.
100%. And you did get to the friends on the other side. I think this might be a good opportunity to start singing as friends because you need to get some ink. You got to ink up to get this Sisu online, to get your Be Prepared online, to get these cards online, just in case this board gets away from you. As you learned from last game, hanging out and messing around, you will find out, as he found out pretty exclusively last turn. So these Helgas getting hit by a massive Sisu off the top, or off if you can get some ink off the top, would be a nice way to kind of close this game out, because you know for a fact that Sam has to quest this White Rose. You can engage with the Rose, and you got the strength.
There it is. There's the strength. Yep, we messed around and we found out the mess around find out ratio is really high right now as we play that dock.
And you will go ahead and play the dock, add two more, and now Helga can clear. I think you got to take it. If you know your opponent's deck, which you should, you know what could potentially happen next turn, and that Sisu is going to be massive. So get some value on this trade out of this Helga is probably worth it, and getting a quest in with the other is not bad. But this Sisu, it's still not going to be that strong. You can trade this Fox in to the White Rose and then play the Sisu and have a nice beefy threat on the board, or you could take another turn off and just slam this Maui in and just put another ridiculous threat and have the Fox clear the Helga. No, we're questing here. Interesting. And we're prepping here.
Okay.
All right. I mean, I don't hate that either. That's a way to go.
And here's there's a thought process here, and I think I know the thought process here, okay? Because we know that Pete is in play for Sam. If I choose not to play the Be Prepared, I'm putting myself in a position where a Pete comes down and messes me up when I don't want it. So if you're telling me that I can play a Pete, or that I can play a Be Prepared, I might do that over doing the Sisu just because there's not a Pete in play right now. I can play it now. And I need to consider that as I go through it. And
Sisu here though, and Sisu here is going to give you some value from this library. You do have that Maui in hand, so you can't go Sisu and Maui into the library next turn, but you have double library, and we'll put the magical broom on into the library as well. I think it might be important to take a turn off to clear one of those libraries now before you got to keep your opponent at 12. I think anything beyond 12 is when you need to start sweating.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. So we see the Maui in hand for Max. So there you go. So that clears one. Now I would argue that questing is fine here. If you don't have to always beat out the library. You just need to be faster than the library. If you can get to 20 before, that might be the way too.
I'm telling you, Gabe, I'm not trying to run that race. I'm trying to clip you up, and I'm trying to take those things out before I even have to worry about it. And now you have a nice, clean, empty board, no hand. You're not at a high lore total. I'm way more comfortable with this board state than trying to leave a library up and do this whole little race game, because I've been burned too many times. Just like Max got burned in the previous round with the top deck goat. I don't want to take no chances as something like this, or the dock comes in and now you got another road into another dock. Look at this. Stuff like this happens all the time, and I'm trying to tell you, I'm not here for it.
That's totally fair. That's totally fair.
But now but to your point though, we can start legging it here and just not engage with these characters anymore and just start continuing to quest aggressively. And that is going to be 6. Yeah, 6 more coming in. 3, 4, 5, 6, putting Sam in a pretty critical position. You have to engage.
You absolutely do. Yeah, it's at this point. I mean, we're just around the corner of victory. We see that Chernobog getting turned into a card for draw. Oh yeah, and I think I saw a library there too. So that's just going to be real rough.
Mm-hmm.
We are questing. We've got that Maui who can do nothing but sing and look pretty, and right now it's choosing to look pretty.
And we got our own goal. So you show checkmate, and we'll just pack it in there.
Deserves another, Sam. You get what you get. You get what you deserve, and what you got was a goat.
Yeah, that is a you get what you give too. You goat.
Yeah.
You goat me, and I'll goat you. Amethyst. Something like that. We'll work on it. It's work in progress.
Yeah. We're
shopping around. I can't.
Panned out.
Something like that. Well. My people call your people. Please don't. Hey, if you guys are going to sue, make sure you sue the Forbidden Mountain. Okay, this is
this is a product of the Forbidden Mountain. It isn't. They hired us. This is entirely their fault.
This is what Forbidden Mountain. Okay, his name is Dan. Okay, get him into the course of law.
Dick Burns. I can give you the whole. I know everybody on the team. I can give you Melissa. I can name them all. Nunes.
Get him to it. Everybody. They all can pay. They all can pay, as that is not a DMCA approved song there, but it is what it is. As we are in the all important game 3, winner is going to get the bed. Loser is going to be on the couch. No blanket either, or dinner. I think they put dinner on the line. There's no dinner either.
Wow. Dang. No, you get dinner, but you got to eat it out of a dog bowl. That's
dinner out of the dog bowl on the floor. Yeah. No blanket on the couch. Yeah, hate to see it. What a match.
Hate to see it. Yeah.
I think I'd rather I don't know. It's tough. It's tough out here in these city streets.
Yeah. Winner gets an Elsa, but also sleeps on the couch. So, we'll see. Although, technically, it's not even a guarantee they're going to win the Elsa.
You're still going to play it around. This is only the final 4. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. I love that.
That's awesome. That's good to see.
That's really cool. I always enjoy that. A little bit of sportsmanship, but more than sportsmanship. You guys are just tuning in. These 2 players are in a relationship with each other. They are spouses. They are partnered up. So, and they are meeting each other in the final 4, which is really, really cool. I love to see that.
Yeah, and a huge shout. Yeah, they are also, not only are they, a couple, but even cooler than that, they actually have a podcast. They're currently on Facebook, Illumination Podcast. So check them out, and yeah, please give them all the love. Great people. We've had a chance to talk to Sam earlier on. She won her last match on stream, and she's just so funny and just swell people. I think everybody here has been really nice. And I'm from Miami, so I'm used to dealing with mean people. So that's it's definitely refreshing.
I love that. I love that. But again, whoever loses got to sleep on the couch. Okay, they're losing bed privileges, and they gotta cook dinner that they also cannot eat. And if they do get to eat, it's got to be out of a dog bowl on the floor. So this match is high stakes, I think, and bragging rights too. I mean, I clapped up my boyfriend or my husband there in the tournament, and it's on stream live. So this is going to be there forever in all of eternity, that you can always rewind the tape. Hey, remember that time? Hey, grandchildren, step in here. Hey, I played your grandmother in the final 4, and she clapped me up badly. Oh, and I had these Pegasus. What was I thinking? I can't believe I misplayed. Yeah, Max, that was 80 years ago. Oh, something.
Yeah. The only thing I remember was these 2 absolute stunner of commentators talking about it too. That was the best part.
That was the best part. They were both balding, and it was so good. I enjoyed that a lot. Whatever happened to that JDZ guy? I heard he got arrested for eating penguin meat in Antarctica. What a strange turn of events. What a wild circumstance. Oh, 2025. I missed thee. Time for my Amazon Walmart V-chip to come in so I can watch TV for 35 seconds. Anyway, no, we're off. We're getting dark. Okay.
Yeah. About to plug in our Metamucil software updates.
Yeah. As we're going to go ahead and bring out the Gooner. Calgoon is back at it again, as Diablo is going to be exerted, setting a little bit of bait for the Chernobog. to go into the Diablo? I don't think you will. Maybe we'll get some poppage out of here to cash this thing in early.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a situation here where still early times, considering the different play lines that we have. We're going to go ahead and quest, but are you writing it down? And yep, we're choosing to pop that to draw a card.
I think that's correct. Whenever I see Calhoun around, I just got to get my guys out of the way because I do not want to get tanked by this house of a card that is Calhoun,
Absolutely.
the Space Marine captain. I forget what's her code name. I got to look it up again. I think is it Space Marine Calhoun?
That's a great question.
I'll have to look it up.
You think I'd be prepared as a good caster?
I'm learning. I'm trying to be a good caster. I'm trying to learn these sub names because it makes me feel much more prepared.
It is Marine Sergeant, by the way.
Marine Sergeant. Okay.
Yes.
They probably couldn't put Marine Captain in there because that would just throw things off and make her a captain.
Oh,
Calhoun being a captain would be money, dude. I think that would have been so nice.
Oh, her next to a Smee? Are you kidding me? That'd be nuts.
Sign me up. Sign me up. Oh, yeah. Yeah. As we're going to send the evasive Wonder Peter Pan going on into the Diablo. And now you have this threat that could just quest freely unless you can get that Helga set up. Let's see if you found the Helga and will you establish it here to engage with this Peter Pan.
Yeah,
keep in mind, questing these Calhouns is I don't know if you can do it. You're going to do it. We just have not learned from this Iago play. It's been happening all day, and that is your spouse. You know what they're going to do. You got to watch out for it. And Iago is inbound. I can hear him warming up. I can hear the engines. Caw-caw, caw-caw, caw-caw. He's saying, feed me as we're singing the Friends. You're about to feed the bird. Don't feed the animals. And
Absolutely
it looks
not.
like we're going to ink. It'll be surprising if you didn't get to it.
You know what would be a fantastic card here that I haven't seen played a lot, actually, just to call back cards that.
Oh, you don't have Iago. It was Keith that had the Iagos. Maybe you don't play the Iago. There's no way you can fit Iago on your deck as well.
No, certainly. Now, in Sam's side, a card that I would love to have seen here, I'd have to look at the build, is Imperial Bow. For those of you that don't know what it does, it's a 2-cost bow. It's an item. You can tap the bow, pay 1. You choose a hero, which Calgoon is a hero. To call that out. You would choose a hero. It would gain Challenger 2 and Evasive. So that Peter Pan that thought it was all nice and cute and safe would have actually not been safe. Because with 3 ink, you could have put down that bow and tapped it. That might be something to consider in this meta as we see how many evasives there are. So it'd be interesting to see how that changes. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
I love that. A nice bow as we got triple powered Calhoun on the board. Look at go.
Yeah.
Feeling good, looking strong. 1 card in hand. It's always Doc, by the way. Whenever these players come out and they put the 1 card to the side and they put the dice on top of it, every time it's Doc. It's never not Doc.
Yeah. We can't misplace this card because if I misplace it, this is 2 cards actually. You think it's 1 card. It's not 1 card. It's actually 2.
Every single time it's Doc. I've never not seen it be a Doc. Okay, I'd be so shocked and surprised if it's not a Doc. But looking at the hand of Max, that thing is bulky, beefy, out of control. But this board, you are losing it at an exponential rate, and the lore is piling. So you have to figure out something to do to engage here. Maybe even on this 5 turns, send in the Maui and just hope. But you're removing 2 ink to put out this Pegasus, and you're like, who actually cares? Probably nobody, as he is evasive and he has rush, and he's going to be able to clear the white rose going 1 for 1. Not elected to go after one of those Calhouns. Very interesting. Maybe playing around some potential bounce. I don't hate that.
Yeah, and I mean, look at just the massive grip that Max is currently wielding here. We're using it for ink. We're getting cards down. We see the crab for the Peter Pan. Interesting. Okay. There you go. So Peter Pan does go away as a result of that. I guess for a second Max thought that had a little bit more health than expected. But that Peter Pan going away, depending on how many evasives are left in hand, might have been a mistake. I guess we'll learn in due time whether it was or wasn't. And we see just continuing to get close and climb.
Mighty quest, and there wasn't a Doc. Maybe I was wrong. I guess we were off, and it looks like we are going to think if we're going to check pass here, and I maybe you got to ink or maybe got to play something or put more characters to the board, and it will be.
Ooh, Pete is an interesting decision here. When we talk about the things that could happen on this turn, going into a turn of 6 on Ruby Amethyst, is not necessarily as strong as going into 7, for example.
Mhm.
So, we have to wonder if Pete was the right play now, or if it was better to hold on to it. Or, I mean, granted, again, as we mentioned, Sam is running with a smaller hand size. Maybe we just don't have a choice. Maybe that we just had to do that.
Right, or maybe that is that dock you just didn't want. Man, it can't be the dock now because for sure you ink that Pete and just dock off if you could. But going in, interesting point, going into that 7 ink play with your Pete now now used, and now it seems like Max is starting to crawl back in. You are at 12, but you've kind of lost this board. As you're gonna go goat here, go up to 13, Quest go
Ooh,
up to
just
15,
running.
and here we
Yeah,
go.
Sam is off to the races now. Sam is just saying, okay, I'm going to run. I'm going to run as fast as I can. And yeah, we're going to see if we have answers. Does Max have the ability to stop this? Now, of note, all of these characters are outside of Sisu range. So Sisu right now,
Yeah.
not very. I mean, granted, we're still 2 ink shy of that, but Sisu's right now not of value. A Be Prepared right now though would be pretty powerful.
It would be
Although
it'd
a
be
Be
all right. How
Prepared,
good would that really be though? Because you're gaining another
exactly,
additional lore, and you're blowing your entire turn. You're losing your Elsa as
exactly,
well. It's not even. I don't think it'd be prepared as that good because these Calhouns have already
yeah,
done a significant amount of damage to you. It
yeah.
seems like we might be taking that play either way. Ink prep here as we'll go 3 bounce. Trade feels bad,
Yeah,
man.
bounce
Feels
with me.
bad, dude.
Bounce with me. There you go.
Oh,
Bounce with me. Let's see.
oh
As
man, you
Calhoun
don't
goes
like
away.
that. And we will ink. Do you got some more pressure coming in? Anything that can rush in your
Oh,
own
a
goat
goat.
is good, but
It's
that's at
not
least 2
great.
more lower. You're getting up to 17. Goat is for sure 18. If you got
And
some bounce here,
I just saw something that if I can see Sam's face, I know she'd be stoked about.
oh, we're
There
keeping.
you go.
Look at
That
that. Go
is what we
19. The
call
game is over.
GG.
Look
It is
at that.
exactly,
And
yes.
oh,
Oh, Sam, I hope you enjoy a good couch sleeping, and I hope you like drinking from bowls of water. But
GG.
granted, congratulations as you move on to top 2. Well fought, just awesome matches. As we see that Amethyst Steel is here to do the thing, and we're seeing, as Dan points out in the chat, we are about to watch ourselves a little Amethyst mirror in the finals.
I'm down for it. I am down for it. Who is the other opposition? Is it a rematch? I think Sam and didn't Sam and Nunes play? Who are the other potential matches? It's
That's a
also
great
mirror.
question.
So Amethyst Steel is back and in a major way. I think I love it. I'm here for it personally. If I don't say so myself, man, I thought that was some incredible series of matches that we saw in the top 8 and also in the top 4. I thought that the Amethyst Steel versus Ruby Amethyst Mirror kind of went a little differently than I anticipated. I don't know if there was this thing with the build or what you could have done to help that matchup a little bit, but it seemed like Amethyst Steel was in a pretty good spot there. You lost resources, but it didn't matter because the reach was too strong.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a slog in that second game. It was a very much back and forth game, but game 1 and game 3 just went exactly the way that Sam needed it to go. There was a couple of spots that Max was slowly climbing up. There was some points where Max was sitting on 6 cards in hand, and just like gaining what I like to call potential energy, potential board, but it wasn't enough. I mean, Sam was just too quick, was just too fast.
Absolutely.
And just was able to draw those banger of those cards. Just drew that giant cobra off the top. Drew that the goat when was needed. Which again, that was by design. The deck is designed to do that. To increase your chances of drawing burn cards. That's literally the point of the deck. So, just fantastic job, Sam. As you smacked the brakes off of Max with that. Appreciate you on that one.
Got him on the couch in the doghouse, drinking out the dog bowl. You hate to see it. Absolutely going 360 off the backboard, double hand tomahawk slam on your spouse there. You cannot. Yeah. Hate to see it. Absolutely. Wow, I can't believe it's still daytime at Gabe's house. Yeah, Gabe is like he's in a time vortex there. This house is beautiful. I love those arches. I love those open windows. Floor plan is great. House is looking wonderful, man. I'm so jealous. It's still daytime out there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful house. Villainy pays. Being a member of a secret society pays a lot of money. I'm telling you, I don't get the pay. I can't pay for all the pants, as you can tell just by looking down the shorts here. However, but let me tell you what. Yeah, villainy pays. You got to be a bad guy. You got to eat penguins. I'm telling you, JDZ, this whole time you've been missing out. You should be living like me. Like the stonks just rise when
You're right.
when you talk about the great things that Gaston does, and when you eat things like penguins. It's just
Okay.
this whole time you've been missing out. I got you, buddy.
Now I know.
Yeah.
Now I know. Villainy pay. Maybe I should join the dark side, Gabe.
I've been telling you, dude.
Okay. Let me hop on in there with you guys. Let me hop on in there with you guys as I am joining the dark side with Gabe, and I'm going to explore my villainy. But in the meantime, in between time, man, what about this event? Oh my goodness, it's been great. This has been the first event that I have personally participated in or covered that has this new ban list, this new no Hiram world, this new nerfed Ruby Sapphire world that we live in, and I think I want to go on a limb and say I think I enjoy it. I think I like it. I know a lot of people were hesitant, and there are a lot of people who are severely hurt by this. But so far, this tournament has seemed like it's been zooming by. We're 8 hours in. We've done 6 rounds of Swiss, and we're going into the finals of a 6-round Swiss top 8 cut. And we're all like, that's usually like a 12-hour day, and this is only an 8-hour day, and we're almost out of here, man. I don't know. I think this might be something that needs to stay.
You know what? I'm not mad at it. I mean, I when we were talking about this the ban earlier. I mean, it's interesting because we at the way that we started this cast, we saw 2 amethyst steel mirrors back to back.
Yeah,
and both of them refreshing games to watch. A lot of fun to watch. If you saw the end of the SSG stream, we were thankfully Skinner and I and the production team did a masterful job of keeping it fresh and purposely choosing things. But as we neared the end, it got tough. It got really tough to watch and to stay engaged. So, I just, even watching that Amethyst Steel match, these two, very refreshing to see. And because of what you were pointing out, they are really designed as just like this battle. It's like this battle of wills, this battle of skills. Just, I sit here, you sit there, I swing this way, you block, you duck. And it's not just like board wipe, I put a character. Board wipe, I put a character. It's not that. It's very thoughtful. And we're seeing that in all these matches, including with Ruby Sapphire. As we saw Ruby Sapphire play today, having to be way more creative. We saw the use of Maurice's workshop. We saw the Queen being used to great effect to bring out Maurice's workshop to draw. So even watching Ruby Sapphire today was very refreshing. I enjoyed watching that match. It was a great match.
100%.
And watching that deck was just so good. So if I can watch a Ruby Sapphire match and feel good about that match and enjoy it, and that Ruby Sapphire deck won that match, okay, so it was great. He
had to grind it out, and he had to play. And I gotta say though, while I got you here, Gabe, huge shout out to you. Huge shout out to whole Southside Gaming. You guys are really crushing it down there. When you and Skinner are together in the booth, you guys bring Liam in. It's just such a amazing experience to sit down and watch you guys do that. And I couldn't tell because I am someone who also is a huge I love the broadcasting craft. I love being in the booth. I love commentating. I love telling these stories and meeting these players. And just being here with you right now, it's really, really cool. And I respect you guys so much. And you guys make it look like effortless. You're calling Ruby Sapphire for 8 hours. And you guys make it seem like, oh, this is just every single time you tune in, you're getting new calls, you're making new lines. And the thing about the Ruby Sapphire mirror that I really didn't enjoy, that I also do enjoy about the Amethyst Steel mirror, and you kind of alluded to that, is that even in Amethyst Steel mirror, the decks can be built so differently. There's some new cards that you can add, the new text. You can put your own unique spin on it. Whereas in the Ruby Sapphire mirror, I'm playing 4 Sisus instead of 3. Like, who cares, right? I'm playing 3 dragons instead of 2. I got 2 Vitality Spheres instead of 1. Come on, man. Yeah. All the cards are for the most part the exact same. But now you guys, they're playing Helgas, they're on Rabbits, they're on Dogs, they're playing Zeus, they're playing Strength, they're playing Fire to Cannon. This person's got, I don't know, Smash is in the deck. This person's got just different things, and I love a bit of variety as a broadcaster and also as a player and as a fan, as an observer, man. So I am also quite a fan of what I'm seeing here on the displayed in this tournament, and hopefully more tournaments to come here in the future are going to display very similar meta games. And once this meta game gets defined, if it is an Amethyst Steel meta, there's counterplay there. You can figure out ways to engage with this deck and make it still super viable. So very cool stuff. I love to see it.
Yeah, and I think another thing, just to point out again, I know Dan is working tirelessly in the back. Dan brought up a great graph. If at some point we're able to show it again of earlier on, like of what the total meta share was. there was a lot of concern online about this being a bird meta, and we did see some birds. We saw Emerald Amethyst, which has 12 birds in the deck. Even
Yeah.
there's just birds on birds. But if you look at the meta share, at least for this event, the first time that we see Emerald, it's like 4th or 5th highest in the meta share. It's not even among the top. What we're seeing a lot of is, interestingly enough, that Steel. Like, we're seeing a lot of Steel kind of pierce through. But the second most prevalent deck is the deck that we all thought was going to die as a result of this, and that was Ruby Sapphire. So for being dead, it sure is very much alive in this meta still. Although conversely, as we saw as well, that Sapphire Steel deck, however, that one did fall off, at least in this kind of study, this kind of case situation of numbers. We've got it was like 7th, or it was the 8th most represented deck, putting it kind of low. So certainly it looks like Sapphire Steel is kind of going back to the drawing board, maybe relearning what needs to happen. I will tell you, I've been watching some cooking sessions, and I'll tell you that I don't think it's dead. I think it's very much alive. I just think it got wounded. Okay, it got wounded and went back to its cave, and it said, "I'll be back. Listen, you wait here. You all have your fun. You birds and all you ducks. Okay, all you knights, you want to mess around? You give me about a week or two. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna get you."
And that's the beauty of it. And I think when Color was here, she made it very clear. Like, people return home. People have been playing Ruby Sapphire for a really, really long time, and people are dedicated to that color group. So I'm not surprised to see it come out and have such a high representation, because also it does have 2 forms that deck can be played in. You have that the DKP style Shark Burn deck, or Shark Influence style decks, and you have the more traditional items version. I don't know if that mid-range, that not mid-range, but the mixed approach, I think that deck is just cooked. I think you got to either be all in on items or all in on the Shark version. And again, we're watching the German tournament, and there were 2 Ruby Sapphire players in the top. DKP and Moyen both had outstanding performances. They're making day 2. It's going to be back in tomorrow playing Ruby Sapphire, and it was the more of a Shark Burn version. So there's opportunities there, and now it's getting to that point in the meta where you have to craft, you have to cook. You got to show your skills in the deck editor. You have to get these teams and get these testing matches in, and that is just an important part of the game. You gotta do it. There's no more just net deck city taking on in, and everyone shows up with the same 55 out of 60 cards. Those days are gone. You got to craft. You got to, and one more point is that it's going to be a regional thing too. Like, maybe up here in my area, people are playing certain cards. Maybe down in Florida, everyone's playing Churna Dogs or something like that, and you have to just know what's happening in your area. So get out there and get to these game stores and figure something out. I love it.
Yeah,
absolutely. All right, so it looks like we're still standing by. We're waiting on production to see what is happening. I believe we still have games outstanding, but I might have to take a quick break, Skinner. I got to go check my pipes in my plumbing area. I feel like I hear something creaking in there, so I have to go repair that real quick, do a quick operation on that, and I'll be right back. If you could just hold it down for just a brief moment, I'll let you know if there's any type of trouble.
All right, sounds good. Yeah. And at some point, I might need a little bit of a break as well to check. I have a little boy in the house who's wandering around. I got to make sure he's doing okay. But hey, friends, how's it going? It's me. It's your boy Gabe. Illogic's here with the Illuminati, hanging out with Dan. So talk to me. Let's see. Let's talk to the chat. Let's do that. That's the thing people do. Here. So Hiram is hiding right now, crawling around the pipes. I would think so as well. I mean, if it's going to be banished somewhere, it might be there. You may as well hang out there if no one wants to play with you anymore. That's one way to go. So let me know, what are you all currently cooking? Talk to me in the chat. What are you all currently cooking? What are we playing right now? What are we testing in this post-Hiram world? What are we playing in this post-Hiram world? Let me know. We're cooking penguin. Skinner. We should have got you. We could have gotten you on here as well, man. Oh, okay. So I see Ruby Steel. Yeah, we're seeing that. All right. Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Steel. All right. Green Steel. We love it. Blue, green, crushing, Beline, Gru, whatever we're calling it these days. All right. Have we figured out Ink Geyser yet, or what's up with that? Like, do we know? Can we make that work, or are we here? We were here pretending. Come to SSG May 3rd on my wife's birthday or not? I mean, if you come down here, there's tons to do with your wife. So if you bring your wife with you, maybe you say, hey, look, today is the day I do something, but I'll take you to South Beach. I'll take you to the Hard Rock Casino. Maybe we, you can go to just about 1,000 different restaurants. So, I mean, if you bring your wife with you, there's plenty to be done while you're there. Just, that one day going into that, because it's potentially 2 days. If you do well on day one, it's a 2-day event. So, I mean, just saying, if you stay long enough or if you come early enough, you could. It's South Florida. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to do for a young couple. Hey, welcome back, JDZ.
I'm here. I am here. So I got some Twizzlers there. I just snatched up and threw in there. Plumbing is fine.
Good. It sounds good. That's good. It's good to hear. It's good to hear the pipes still work. All right. We got some friends who thought that maybe Hiram was hiding in your pipes. By the way, they're saying Hiram. That's where Hiram's banned. He's not dead, but he is banished, permanently banished. And so it sounds like they may have banished him in your pipes. Is what everybody's saying.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
He's down there working, trying to get some stuff, trying to figure some stuff out, I think. And he got caught up in there, and that's what happened to him. Yeah. Solve the mystery.
Actually, I was going to say, if you give me them, I've got pipes as well that I got to go check. So if you give me a minute, let me go check this out.
Hey, make sure they're good. Hey, check underneath the sink. Get underneath the toilet as well. I'll check both of those, and it's all right.
Hang tight. I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right, cool. All right, so he's going to check his pipes, and while he's checking the pipes, let's check the comment section. Okay, what are you guys out there talking about? What's happening? How are you guys feeling about this new meta that we're in? A lot of people were severely butthurt badly about this thing. Some people liked it. Some people didn't like it. JDZ on Twizzlers and a Dream. Let me tell you something. If I can get me a nice bag of Twizzlers, that's all I need. That's all the sustenance I need. I don't need all the major food groups. I just need a bag of licorice, and I'm on my way. No penguins. Okay, no steaks, no anything. No potatoes, no starches, no rice, no fruits or veggies. Give me a bag of Twiz, and I'm telling you right there, we're gonna be on our way. Teeth are gonna fall out of my skull, but I'll eat Twiz until I pass out. I'll sit there and chew Twiz until my freaking jaws lock up. Can't get enough Twiz, okay? Can't get enough Twiz. This guy Doll in OA says if Hiram is banned because it's a pain to get rid of one, ban Daisy. Okay, people have been talking about banning Daisy for a long time. I don't like that take. I think Daisy is a necessary evil, okay? I personally cannot stand Daisy. Because what happens, my opponent's like, oh man, I got a bad hand. Every single time my opponent says, oh man, I got a bad hand, they go Daisy, turn. They go Daisy on 1, Daisy on 2, and cook me, dude. And cook. I hate that for me when that happens. Let's not normalize that. Just stop the conversation completely. How about that? Let's keep the table quiet. No talking when we're sitting down. I don't want to hear about the contents of your hand, especially if you're saying it's bad, before you clap me up with all these daisies. How about that? Okay. Daisy is such a fair card. I don't mind Daisy. I hate Daisy, but I think it's okay. Okay. Because that makes you have your deck curtailed in a certain way that you need to encounter with Daisy. I'm not trying to victim blame anybody. I know if you go Daisy, whatever, you're probably going to lose, but that doesn't happen that often. It doesn't happen that often. How often does that happen? As No I'm Not says, Twizzlers taste like crayons. Don't ask me how I know. They don't. Twizzlers are delectable. Okay, that is the nectar of the gods, dude. I have such a warm place in my heart for the Twiz. I can't tell you guys how or why I'm connected to Twizzlers so much, but I absolutely love me a good Twiz. I got a whole bag of Twizzlers in my kitchen right now. I kind of want to go eat another one. I love it. Not fair at all. Yo, and we're back. Yo, damn.
I found some Twizzlers under the toilet. Is it safe to eat them?
Yes. Please consume.
Okay, I did.
Twizzlers are disgusting. JDZ, lock in, bro. Man, you guys are some haters, dude. I can't eat penguin. Now I can't eat Twiz. Come on now. Come on now. I love a good Twiz. Twizzlers. You don't like Twizzlers?
Twizzlers. Oh, okay.
Twizzlers. Yeah,
I didn't know what Twiz was for a second there. I love Twizzlers.
They're like the licorice. Yeah, you just chew them and get your jaw. That's how you get the nice strong jawline from eating Twizzlers. Dude. There you go. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Dude.
So you don't have to mew? No mewing? You just eat Twizzlers
just chew some Twizzlers. What you want to do, you leave them on the counter for a couple of days, let them get a little bit stale, and then you just get them nice and chewy. Boom, pop them in there, On your way. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. I'm a big Twiz supporter. But Dan, do you have some atmospherics? What is happening in this tourney?
Are you the pull apart Twizzler?
Oh
kind
no,
of guy, the string one?
no.
I'm with you. All right, good.
I'm
good.
not
good.
strawberry gang. Okay, I'm not cherry gang. I'm strawberry gang all the way. Okay, the cherry is pull apart. I'll eat them if I'm in a
What
pinch.
about
if I'm
what
in a
about
pinch,
like the different flavored ones, like the
like
you ever get like the Starburst Twizzlers or whatever?
We're not doing
Like,
it. Come on, Dan. Let's be real. We're not
no?
doing it. We're
All
talking
right,
straight up regular Twiz. Get it in. Enchanted Dro, give this man some MRE skill. Now you know what I'm talking about. Enchanted Dro, if you know what I'm talking about, if you've been sitting in a fighting position all night long, you crack that MRE and it's got that bag of Twiz in there. Let me tell you something. Your day is made, okay? You're cooking with grease, dude. You're cooking with oil, bro. If you got them Skittles, them sour skits in there, and them Twiz. I'll fight somebody over some peanut M&Ms in that MRE. Are you kidding? People, let's go. Sorry. Back to the action. We got Dan. What's the atmosphere, Dan? What's happening on the ground? We lost Dan.
Dan is currently mute.
Dan, we lost him. We're lost him. Yeah. Dan is lost.
This is what we call the last round Delulus. You get Delulu in the last round. You go a little bit wild.
We lost Dan.
We lose our voice. His voice.
Oh, the Rode mic is down. The Rode mic is down.
Ursula came by. He signed a contract. Sorry, Kylie. He won't be talking anymore.
Dang. Oh, R.I.P.
Yeah. The other one. We're good. We're all right.
Yep, we're good to hear you.
Looks like that one died though.
I love that.
Wait, that one lasted 8 hours. That one running the whole time, or were you charging in between spots? Because
I was not really charging it in between now. So
So that is a 10 out of 10 review for that road.
Yeah, no. They're expensive, but they're like the best.
You should bring those to.
I will bring those.
Let's go. Bring those to the Lucky Llama out here on April the 26th. Dan and I will be in the flesh together, holding it down, dude.
I can't wait to see that. That's gonna be so much fun.
You guys can go whenever you're ready.
Side by side.
Hang on, Ryan. There's one in the front too, though.
Let's go. As the Mr. Chip says, I stopped eating Twizzlers when I learned that licorice negatively impacts your T levels. True, unfortunately. Weird, but true. Is that true? I don't care, man. My T is through the roof, dude. I don't care.
I was going to say, this man's yoked. Like, what do you mean? His T levels needed to be cut down a little bit. He was getting too strong.
I need more. If that's what it takes, I'm eating the Twiz, dude.
Are there T levels in penguin sandwiches? Is that
I bet you eat a nice penguin sandwich and you will be like straight Ronnie Coleman status.
Oh, that's funny.
I think you're going to be in powerlifting, fueled on penguin meat.
Yeah,
let's go.
Looking like 1980s Arnold Schwarzenegger for sure.
That's funny.
I bet that's what the secrets are to staying fit. Hey, a nice diet of lean penguin meat, and you're on your way.
Yeah,
let's go. Penguin meat sandwiches. Lock it in.
Department of Health approved the penguin meat. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's rock it out.
Penguin meat.
But what is the situation? What's happening here at the final stand? Can we build
Team Elsa?
Let's go.
We got Sam versus Nunes in the finals.
Oh, Nunes made it to the finals?
He did.
Let's go.
Tight game 3 for the mirror match. I think the finale would have been like pretty much a rose off the top won the game. It was like a genie peaked, so I have 3 lore and I'm on 16. And then I have a rose in my hand to guarantee 20. So basically only Elsa would have changed the math and wasn't there.
How are you feeling though, Dan? You look a bit fatigued. You look a bit cooked.
No, I'm good. I am hungry.
You gotta lock in. Find a Twiz.
Take a knee. Find your Twiz.
Grab that first strike bar. Grab that ranger bar. Lock in. Pull a bit of security. Take a knee. Drink some water. How much water do you drink today? In mils.
I've been drinking water all day. We're all right.
That's not enough. Is that one bottle? Is that the same entire bottle you've been having since this morning?
I had some at breakfast too. Does that count?
Unacceptable, dude. You're dehydrated. Okay, you look fatigued. Get you some sustenance in there. Get them calories. How many calories have you eaten today?
I had a really good breakfast.
Unacceptable.
I had an eggs Benny with avocado. Oh, it was delicious.
Eggs Benny sounds good. That sounds
fire.
Hash browns. Yeah. It was a good breakfast.
Well, I'm pretty sure you're doing a good job this tournament today, but you need to be grazing. You need to be hydrated.
What's the weirdest thing about the end of a tournament?
What's that?
How quiet the room is.
I love that. Oh yeah.
It's so quiet now.
Now you're in the dojo. It's kind of sad
Yeah.
though, a little bit.
It's so quiet.
Everyone leaves. I like it when people stick around and kind of hang out and gather around the top tables and like cheer everyone
Well,
on.
it was a bit weird. We had a bit of a mix up on how like the top 8 was getting prizing.
hmm
So they were like trying to make everyone stay in top 8 until it was all done to pick like the Enchanteds from 5 through 6.
Unacceptable.
I'm like, no. I was like, no, like they can go based off seating. They'll be okay.
Unacceptable. Yeah, I'd be livid, especially if I got cooked and I got to drive home a long way. You can forget.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Let's
Especially if
settle
it's with the guy who cooked me. Like if I gotta
Yeah.
so on top of that, the store's making me wait for this.
Oh.
Oh, you are done. You are done.
I'm I'm getting Radigan's party, and this guy's getting a freaking Daisy.
No,
Stop it, dude.
The top 8s were Aurora, Mickey. So Sorcerer Mickeys and Auroras from
That's
Chapter
cool.
1.
Okay.
And then I believe 3rd and 4th each got a Bell Strange but not special.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's a good card.
Strange
Those are
but
cool.
not special, or strange but special?
Strange
Is
but
it what? I don't know. Whatever one.
I would hope they would. I would hope that I don't hope they call that. I would hope they would call her not strange. Strange but not special is like
That would actually be kind of
Yeah,
funny.
wild
right?
insult.
That's a flood. That's the Floodborn. That's a Floodborn version of Bell for sure.
Yeah.
Strange,
But not
strange.
special.
Calling somebody strange is already kind of a burn, and then you're saying you're not special either. You're just a strange
Yeah.
weirdo. Might as well put
Yeah.
strange weirdo in there as the card.
True story.
Yeah.
Strange.
You
but
know what that Bell would be
special?
doing on the art? We should be eating penguin sandwiches. Strange but not special for sure.
Yeah. I love that. I think I was talking to Katie, and she was saying
Yeah,
that
I'm
would be a
with the
nice
feel
little.
here.
How we have the Floodborn Gaston. He's the intellectual powerhouse, which is kind of
Yeah.
like a counter to his actual self. They should do a
Yeah.
Floodborn Belle, and she's just dumb. Like Belle, illiterate mongoloid.
I don't.
Dude.
I mean, you gotta think about that. So if you think
illiterate
about it-
caveman Belle, dude. That'd be
If you
sick.
think about it in terms of Disney IP, would they really want a dumb Belle like out there? They probably wouldn't, right?
I mean, they got a smart Gaston.
Yeah,
Switch
but
it up.
that's okay, right? That's still like a
You know what
Gaston
would
with good
be?
light. You
It
know,
would be
like it's
Belle,
not like
Gaston's
making
wife.
fun of the character.
Oh, Belle
It'd be
Gaston's
Belle
wife.
Gaston's wife.
I like it. I like it.
I could see that existing.
Or just Belle, just
Yeah.
like Belle, dummy. It's just DUMMY as the
Idiot.
Belle idiot. I love it.
Wow, I don't think
And-
so. I don't think we're gonna get that.
No, it probably won't happen.
I don't think
But
we're gonna
still,
get that.
we're here. We're here as it looks like we are on our way. We have, and just like that, Elsa has 5. Belle only has 3. So,
So that
it
means
looks like
Nunes-
Elsa's do
Well, we
clear.
already knew that Sam was Team Elsa, so she wasn't moving. You know.
Mhm.
So
Too
and
funny.
again, Sam now undefeated on stream. I think that's like 4 or 5 rounds over the course of the last few tournaments.
Yeah.
She feels comfortable here, which is great. Both players. Nunes is also, I think, 3-0 on camera today or 2-0 on camera today. So both these players have not lost on camera. Someone has to today.
It's about to go down. It's about to
Yeah.
go down as a purple steel mirror is underway. I think their builds are built very, very similar as well. It seems like they're both going to be on docks. They both have the reach. They both have the ability to engage with the board. So it's going to be a true to life classic steel amethyst mirror.
So the notable thing here is that Nunes has the play because he was the undefeated. He went 6-0 in Swiss. So he does get to have the play throughout the finals here. And on top of that, I think the key difference here is that Sam has Helga and Snakes.
Mhm.
Nunes does not have Helga or Snakes.
Okay. So that's a little bit of, and we did mention that in the preamble of this game. It's just even though they are in the mirror, the text that you add, are they going to help? Will they hurt if you're taking other things?
I gotta
Let's see.
shout this out real quick. Nunes would play on camera literally every round of every tournament if he was allowed to. 100%.
Diva?
He would do it all day, every day.
Yeah.
Thoughts? Did you call your own teammate a diva?
No, I'm saying he likes the research. He likes to be able to go back and study. He likes to talk through the footage, man. He's Tom Brady.
Nice save. Nice save. I like that. I tried to set you up and you blocked.
I've 100%
Yeah,
blocked
no.
him. 100%.
Didn't
like
fall
it.
for it.
Nunes is-
poor man.
Nunes is the OG. He's great.
Even in this advanced stage of delusion, from the lack of water and the no sleep and the working hard, you still were able to deflect that. I'm very proud of you.
Oh yeah, he ain't gonna get me.
As JDZ
right?
lobbed one
He
at
ain't
you
sleep
from
here.
the comfort of his own home.
Yeah, I tried to put you in the corner. You just
We
you
don't
backed right out of
we
there.
don't eat penguins here, okay?
Hey.
You know.
There's nothing wrong with eating penguin. Like, can we just clear that for a second? You're not going to sit here and sell me that penguins are bad, okay? Because you never had one.
Penguins
I've never
are
had
cute
one.
and adorable. All right, we're not eating them.
Hey, a lot of animals are adorable. Have
Yeah.
have you eaten veal? Have you eaten veal before? Guess what that is, Dan?
Hey, I plead the fifth.
Guess what veal is, Dan? It's probably the cutest thing you could ever think about ever.
You
Ever.
could tell me.
100%.
All right.
Have
I
you
know
have
what
you
it is.
eaten have you eaten a little bit of bacon there? Guess where they
Yeah,
get
bacon's
the
delicious,
bacon
but
from?
pigs aren't cute.
I mean, baby pigs are pretty damn cute, Dan.
No,
They are very cute.
And they
Very
smell.
cute.
People look at people in the chat. I love veal. I love
Yeah,
veal.
come on
Veal's
now.
blowing up.
Yeah.
I
Well,
think
okay,
eating
yeah.
veal
but-
is probably on par with eating penguin. There it is.
All right. The match started, but penguins are illegal.
Okay. I love how you highlight things that that support your side, but not mine. Okay. Hey, everybody
Yeah,
in the
that's
chat
great.
that supports Penguin Eatery, let's go ahead and make some noise out here. I'm kidding. Oh, we got action as we did freeze frame a bit.
I think we did. Yeah. Hold on.
And we're still in the early turns. That looks like a magic room about to come down. So we've got a pretty standard one drop situation. Both players not locked on that, so that's good. That means that we'll at least have a game here. Whether they'll be able to capitalize on that game and where they turn this into as we stare deeply into space.
I like that.
All things will be foretold in the universe.
It's
as
kind
we
of like
do
a
this.
face that's like staring back at me. It's kind of like I'm seeing. Is this moving? It almost feels
Yeah,
like the image was moving a bit.
It was moving a little bit. They look like biblically accurate angels. So that was interesting.
We got it back.
Cool. And we are back, and you're right, Gabe. It looks like we got Broom and Calhoun, as we got pretty much a good little mirror here as two Calhouns are staring each other down, two one-cost characters staring each other down. White Rose is also going to be incorporated into the field of play, and it looks like we got this nice little battle of the bowls established. I love these kind of games. It's going to be a good game. I can already sense it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're seeing and looking at both players' hands. There's still a lot more gas to go. We're seeing Strength of a Raging Fire as a defensive measure. There's just so many outs for both players at this point. This is going to be a battle. We see Pete over on Nunes' side of the board as well, or of his hand rather. And yeah, we're slowly creeping up. That's what's interesting about this mirror. It's just slow creep ups. How do we get one in this turn? How do we get one more the next turn? How do we deflect their board? So if you wanted a very thinky, a very just hard fought battle, well, guess what? You're about to get it as these 3 games, or potentially 3 games, maybe 2 games, kind of take form here.
And I think we mentioned that earlier rounds as well, how important it is to figure out how to generate a plus value. And I think trying to set up characters that can clear and remain on the play is going to be extremely difficult in this mirror, as both players are electing not to exert anything. Everyone's staying ready, not trying to quest, not trying to feed some type of Diablo crab situation. You have that Helga up there who can sometimes plus and be another threat on the board. Let's see if we get Helga into the field to kind of prepare for potential genie coming on in. That'd be interesting. So just seeing who's going to get a plus first, as both characters are just trying to bend and not break. We need genies, we need rabbits, we need those things to start getting bounced. As we will continue to flood the board with 2 more 2-cost uninkable characters.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice here to go with the 2 drops going into this 4th turn. You know, we talk about managing your resources, and when you do this, certainly what's on the board is important. That things in your hand do nothing but sit there. The things on the board is what matters, but it also does put a strain on your hand. So you have to imagine that if you don't, you're more inclined to do this and enjoy doing this if you have what Nunes has in hand and just played, which is exactly
the docketing is happening.
Yeah. That's a different language for doc. That noise that you just made. That's exactly what you have to. That thing.
That's my doc sound. Woo, woo. That's how I feel when I play doc.
Yeah, it's so exciting. It feels so good.
Internally, maybe I need to stop doing that before I start actively doing that while the game is happening. As we're going to go ahead and get the doc up, so you are the first person to get a plus value, as doc is able to do that in bunches coming to the play, getting a full value, 2 cards to your hand. So that's +2 in that type of scenario.
One of which is a Cobra, it looks like. So we do see the Cobra and a Genie. So, you know, when you think about what you'd rather play and lose compared to what you would draw, I guess we'll have to see what Nunes draws to decide if maybe the Cobra's the right play here, if he's okay with throwing away what he draws. But I cannot imagine he's okay with chucking a Genie in place of that giant Cobra.
No chance. As we will go ahead and take a little bit of exchange, and you're fine with that because you are the one who got plussed already. So going 1 for 1 after you got plus value from that doc has to feel okay. Will you neg yourself here on this Cobra on your next turn? Potentially, probably not. Maybe you can go Genie here on the next turn and then save that Cobra for another day. As you're going to continue to go 1-for-1, Calhoun going into the White Rose, you'll gain some more lore, but your board is starting to collapse as that dock just shows how strong it is by getting that plus. As Genie comes in and gets another plus value as well, is able to replace itself by putting itself to the field.
Yeah, it's so important. It's clear and it's pretty obvious that the more that a card lets you draw, the better off you are. But something like Genie, it's special because not only does it replace itself, but what it presents on the board is like a clock. It's just without the proper answer, it is truly just a clock. Right now, for example, Sam doesn't have an answer to that clock. Not one that I see in hand, at least, nor one that is on the board. And so what we have here is a true clock, and that's very, very scary for Sam to be dealing with. As you know, we start seeing more of these characters come out, and it looks like what she's opting to do is she's opting to run the race. But the problem here is that Nunes is wearing much nicer shoes and is more likely to win that race if he were to go running with her.
Absolutely. You got Usain Bolt versus me out here. Yeah, you could try to run, but you're probably going to get caught and pass if that is going to be your strategy. You need to get to your own dock, and you need to get a nice effective dock here very soon as this board is starting to expand quite cleanly. Nunes does have the opportunity to deploy this broom as well, get a broom quest pop draw scenario. I think this could be a good time to do that before we get into these Elsa turns. And let's see if Nunes is going to take that opportunity. You are looking at this giant Cobra. You are looking at these one-cost characters. I think you could just play them both, perhaps just keep the flood train rolling. But you're also going to think about that Elsa. Maybe you're concerned with the Elsa. You can leave the Diablo out there, and that's kind of an Elsa-proof type scenario. As we will go ahead and broom up. Broom is going to be popped, gaining another draw in.
Oh, it's a goat.
Oof.
Yeah, I think Nunes has this. So what Nunes has on board represents about 15 lore in total, like that he'll go to. So wait, did he discard a card for the Cobra?
No, he just brought out.
Okay,
Cobra.
so never mind. All right. Which is not bad. I mean, given the fact that Nunes is more than doubled up on board resources, has the goat in hand. I wouldn't either. I don't blame him for that. But certainly this is not good. I mean, we're looking at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 resources plus the goat. I'm sorry, 8 lore rather. Plus the goat equals the 20 that he needs to win this game.
He also got that Calgoon up there sitting there too. So Cal can also trade back in if you exert, and if you continue to board fight, you'll go 1-for-1, and that's just playing right into Nunes's plan as well. As we'll go ahead and shrink the Genie going 1-for-1 there. That's not the worst exchange. 2 lore coming off the board. I think you got to go ahead and clear up this Calhoun here, and you'll go 1-for-1 there as well. So still taking these exchanges in Nunes's favor, as he's already plus multiple times. You have not plus at all. It's just the way the game goes sometimes. As Elsa is going to be drawn. Is that Elsa or Goat? I can't quite tell.
We'll see when we flip the cards around in a moment. But we do see. Yep, that was an Elsa. It looks like. Yep, Elsa, a Chernobog's followers, and the goat that was just played. Putting Nunes up to 13. Scary number here because that actually is technically 14. Given that goat when it goes away gives you one more.
So this is looking quite comfortable. You're just going to go ahead and continue to quest all Glimmer, putting a Lorthal range in play.
There's just no way. This game's over.
This game is done. As Nunes came out, got to the plussing cards, and it seemed like Sam just didn't. And you're going to have to go force a game number 2 as the Amethyst Steel Mirror. Once it starts going, if you can't find a way to throw a leg out there and trip them up, they're going to just storm all the way to the finish line. And it seemed like that's what happened. It seemed like Nunes grabbed all that tempo and just never relinquished it until the game came to a screeching halt, which is exactly what you want to do in this mirror, I would only assume. As we're still running the numbers, never giving up, as you're going to go ahead and strength the Cobra, clear a couple of characters, take some pluses here, but this game still is done. And I think you kind of have to play it all the way through, but that's going to be able to go and start packing up those cards. And GG1 as Nunes takes a quick game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about these 2 decks is that they're built pretty similar. They're both aiming to do the similar things. They're looking to reach those higher numbers of 20 by using things like what we call burn cards or cards that give you lore value without having to tap the characters. And the difficulty is, and this is true of most mirrors, if not all mirrors, is that Essentially, the person who goes first starts with the advantage. Both decks are built similarly the same, and so therefore it's primarily a 50-50 matchup. And what that means is that whoever got to go first will usually win. So Sam is going to have to either get really lucky, or will have to figure out a new way to deal with the cards that are dealt to her in order to garner that advantage. Maybe be lucky or grab a dock where Nunes doesn't grab a dock, and that's going to help to potentially overcome that gap and get Sam into a position where she can still win the next 2 games, which would give her the entire series and the entire tournament. And so that could be tough, but it's not impossible.
Oh, for sure. And we got Bobby McWho out in the chat saying restoring the crown would be a nice tech to play in these decks. I don't know personally. It's a 6 cost. It is uninkable. If this card is inkable, I think it would be very, very playable. But that uninkable at 6 is insane for this deck. You can get there. If they had it there, that's another way to kind of just take over and win these games. It's an Amethyst Steel card that says exert all opposing characters. Whenever one of your characters is banished, banishes another character in the challenge, gain 2 lore. So that's a good way to just it could blow someone out, as potentially that could be something that people can start experimenting with. I don't know.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about that card? I don't think we're there yet. But again, what do I know?
I mean, I think, listen, everything is worth testing. Everything needs to be tested. I wouldn't immediately rush to a tournament with it. I wouldn't come to a 2K with an Elsa on the line with it, at least not without testing it first. But listen, I'm of the camp that you try everything.
Yep.
You try everything, you test it out, if and it might work. I put a couple of Peter Pans and an Iago in a deck, and it's been working fine for me. So that's me.
Try everything.
That's right.
That's what Gazelle taught me anyway. Was that pretty good?
Gazelle, yeah. You nailed it. That was beautiful. Yeah, you couldn't have done it better.
Try everything. I'm nailing it. I think I'm feeling my inner gazelle coming. I'd eat a gazelle too, by the way. If we're talking about meats that I'd eat, I'd definitely munch a gazelle.
Oh.
I think that's clean.
No, I've had that. That's actually good. I've had like jerky of that.
Okay.
It's really good. I'm a big jerky fan, so I like to go to farmers markets and pick up just a bunch of jerky.
I try some gazelle jerky for sure. And also that card, I mean, you play the cobras, you can discard it if it's bricking in your hand, you can get rid of it. But when it hits, that's a game winning card. You're gaining 2. So if you have this nice established board, your opponent's not exerting to play around your challenging characters, you jam a Hex restoring the crown in there, and booyah, you can just go ahead and win. I don't know.
Yeah. And a good call out in the chat. I'm seeing, like, after watching DLC Atlanta, I believe in everything. I agree. Josh Paltry winning with a fairy godmother deck. Okay, something that we didn't even know was we didn't even realize was something that was a thing. So you know what? I'm fully in that camp. I try everything. I test everything, because you never know what the next big thing will be.
100%. And it could be your idea. It could be your thing. You think you know a guy, and then boom, you could have the best deck in the room and actually make an impact. That is very possible in this game. Right. As we're going to ink Elsa, go Broom, Broom versus Chernobog, tell as old as time. 2 cards engaged in combat. Will we see the patent pending quest bounce, or we are trying to absorb as much tempo as possible? Let's see it. Tough decision here.
Super tough decisions. I mean, we've seen how game 1 went, so Sam has to kind of react in kind to that, and we're seeing trying to net value, using the followers intelligently by questing with it, sending it away, banishing it to draw a card. We now have the Calgoon down on play, and do we? Oh, okay, interesting. So that's an interesting thing to do here. So we play a dock when we have way too full of a hand and can only use it otherwise. I mean, that means that we don't have Smees of our own. That means that we don't have Calhoun's of our own. Because why in the heck would you put down a dock unless you're forced to in that manner?
It's telling me your hand might be bricked and unplayable. You might be you might be ink deprived there, as it looks like you have that genie. You have 3 docks in your hand. It looks like you have multiple docks there, and you might have to pop this Broom now just to continue to advance your position. It seems so. When someone plays dock here on 2, it just lets me know their hand is just ruined. Okay, there's some bad stuff happening there, and we are going to play another dock. A very, very low IQ doc there. I hate that doc. That's a dumb doc. Yeah, that's when docs at his worst.
The value of both of those docs back to back, just not great. But you got to do what you got to do. I mean, there is something to be said about playing the uninkable character in order to And no, not says activate the dock, you coward. But there's something to be said about using your resources that are available to you intelligently, and if you've got to play a dock to stay on tempo, to make sure that your opponent doesn't get ahead of you in those resources, then you play the dock. I mean, you just do it. And if you have Spindle, you don't be a coward and you activate it. So there's that too.
And Genie is out, so you are able to get your curve going, and you're able to deploy a lot of these uninkable cards onto the field of play, and your board is still bulky. So you're negotiating through a little bit of brickolation there, leaving this Chernobog up and active. Putting a Chernobog into the library and questing is one of the most satisfying feelings I've had as a Lorcana player. It feels so good when you can pull that off.
Yeah.
And we see Sam is hanging on to another installment of library. You can play it if you want it. Maybe next turn, perhaps, as you're going to go ahead and ink the crab. One cost, we're putting it going in.
The library, like playing that, assume of course, anything can happen as we say go and as we pass to Nunes. But as of right now, the board state that's presented, you've got a bunch of characters that have 2 or less strength, and just another 2 strength character. A second library would be exceedingly annoying for Nunes to have to deal with, because it would require so much of an investment to take them out. And of course, again, this is that question that we had in the first game. Do we race or do we deal with locations? And I mean, there's a time where you race and there's a time where you deal with locations, but given that Sam is currently sitting at 10 lore and Nunes is at 1, you have to kind of respect that. You have to respect the locations, because Sam can just as easily, after dropping that location, go, okay, here's a bunch of 1-drops and 2-drops.
Yep.
You'll deal with me.
And we are going to spam a 1-drop here. It's the Magic Broom. You can get Broom on into the library as well, but you do have enough strength there to gang up onto this. Actually, do you? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can't. All those guys, if all those dudes went into the library right now, they still can't clear it. That is absolutely insane. Those cards are way too weak. You got to get a crab involved, or maybe a fox, which is very possible. A nice top deck fox, put the dock back into your hand, is a vibrational frequency that a lot of people have not experienced either. That's another great feeling that you can have in this game. As you get to another dock, you have got to be kidding me.
Nunes is giggling.
Nunes just giggled. Can we chill with the docks, please?
Yeah. Ease up, my brother. Ease up.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
And we are going to take the docking here. As Doc discard, get into another uninkable card. The Calgoon is now in hand, but your board is massive. You are bulky out. I can slam it. You have the ink to deploy if you feel so inclined. Your characters are weak, but you can start board fighting here if you feel so inclined.
Yeah, and I mean, choosing to quest with that Chernobog's followers. Oh my! What? Well, okay. This is how we do it here, guys. This is just what we do. We just throw our hand on the table. Okay, cool. We just play everything. Why not?
Yeah, that is a lot of characters on the board, and if you can take control, if you can seize this board here, if you're Nunes, you're going to be on your way, as you have a tremendous amount of characters, tremendous amount of tempo, but you just don't have the way to clear this library and to clear some of this lore off. As Sam is continuing to chug along, you can also quest for 2. No Pete. I think you might be on your way to winning this thing or putting yourself in a pretty advantageous position. Checking the hand. Is there some instant lore there? I can't quite see.
It's hard to tell. I mean, so we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're looking at 11 lore on Nunes' side. We're up to 17 with a library that is still live, but likely not to be going into the next turn. And we drop a Pete. So if there is any actions incoming, any potential Strength of a Raging Fires, they will not be seeing the light of day, at least not for next turn. Is this enough to end the game? Can Nunes stop what's about to happen? Let's see.
Let's see it. And you can almost guarantee that Strength of Raging Fire is 1,000% coming off top of the deck every single time. I swear to you, that Strength of Raging Fire. I don't even have to look. I can tell you right now that there is no chance that that's not Strength of Raging Fire. Absolutely not. The way this game has gone, this has been a cursed match for old Nunes, and I'm certain you're going to look back on this film like, bro, what did I do to deserve it? As we'll crash Diablo, and that's a good card to draw here, as the Rabbit is going to be able to at least engage with something. You need Elsa here, and it is Strength of Raging Fire. I can see it right there. Hate to see it.
Hate to see it.
Reincarnate.
Can't use it, and that you're going to have to wait till next turn in order to use that thing. But the problem is Nunes will not have a next turn unless you're talking about game 3 here.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're thinking about what we do.
You can probably send the Fox in on 3. Fox can bounce one of the docks, I guess, and then get the dock back to hand as we're going to quest here and pop the broom. That's give you 2 more cards, and maybe you can get to Elsa. You can somehow survive. I want to say perhaps legally.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's that could be a line of play. I think you have enough ink to deploy the Elsa here. Crab is also quite good, and we will bounce the dock back to hand. You've already inked the Strength of Radiant Fire. You can go, but I still think that's not enough. Because you got
no, I don't think so either.
Yeah. Let's see what
the math ain't mathing for Nunes over here. The math is not mathing.
You only have to clear. You have to clear at least if you leave the Pete and the Chernobog followers up. So you can go. So you can go 3 here. Clear the library. We're going to clear the Calhoun instead of the library. So we'll give up another draw. I think you got to clear that library before you go into that Calhoun just for the vibes alone, as Nunes is probably going to hold that one over their own head there, as you really wanted to not give your opponent another draw in that circumstance, because you're going to have to clear that library regardless. And
you are. This is I think we're kind of in the tank here. There's a lot of things on the table right now, a lot of characters on the table, so a lot of battle math to be had, and that can certainly be very confusing. So we want to make sure that we do it right, of course. And so you'll notice that Nunes kind of is organizing the characters by strength and by type to see what makes the most sense, and is trying to figure it out. We see a clearing of the board, but there we go. So we clear it. So we are now beneath Lorthal, but by 1. And again, as we know, Sam is out here just reaching for the skies, reaching for the stars, and burning the night light with cards like Goat and White Rose and drawing. And we're gonna see. Looking at the hand here, it was hard to see what was in there. But if we quest with that Pete and we have a Goat or a White Rose, which we don't. We see Magic Broom. Okay, so we're digging.
We're digging.
That indicates that we don't have it. We're digging. We are digging for it, and
that's
we see
a good sign.
Again.
If I'm Nunes, I'm loving that. That's a good sign. That's a sign of life. So you're telling
know what
me,
I'm doing here?
If I'm Sam, here's a chance.
Here's what if I'm Sam. This is what I'd be doing. I don't think she's inked yet. I would ink. I would play that dock. I would dump my hand and draw 2 fresh cards.
And
that's what I would do.
It.
And go, because if I can draw a Goat or a White Rose in there, I can turn that Pete sideways and win the game.
I know if you play that dock, you lose your. I don't think you have enough ink to play it out. You're gonna.
I'm sorry.
So dock will cost 2. So I mean, I think you'd be fine. You have another turn at least. I'll try to quest here.
Yeah.
And hope for no Elsa. I think Elsa, and you're on your way. As I think you need to use the rest of this ink and put some more threats into the play just to prevent Elsa and a strengthening. Your opponent's got Doc coming back in next turn, so they're going to have a pretty dynamic turn coming back. You can ink that library and go Doc, get 2 more cards, hope for the best. It's Helga. It's going to be out here. So Helga's pretty good with that 4. You're going to need to go runner Elsa strength here to survive as Fox bounce Pete. And I like that play a lot too. To keep your characters ready. This looks pretty good for Sam, who has 3 ready characters. You got to the Elsa. That's one part of the puzzle that you needed. I don't know how good that is now that you got 2 more ready characters to roll with.
Too little too late, I think, at this point. I mean, what needs to happen, and I believe we saw the dock in Sam's hand. Sam just needs to dig as much as you can. I think at this point, you just need to get rid of that. If I'm Nunes, I know she's digging. I need to get rid of that Magic Broom. I don't want you to dig any more than you have to. That's what I'd be targeting to prevent it, and then whatever else I can to stop it. But the problem here is you've got too many upright characters. There's just no way that this is going to. Yeah. Oh no.
And then you got a dock here.
You have a dock,
and we'll get to it. You need runner strength. If you go back to back strength, you're him. And you just can't do it as that's going
and you are not him. Yes, you are not him.
You are.
Sorry,
not.
Nunes. You are not him.
Straight would have been crazy, but you inked one earlier. So I mean, you got to go for it. You had an out. You always got to play to your outs, and you just didn't. You had to get out of that game. As we are going to the all important game number 3, as both players seize the tempo. Maintain the tempo, bang the drum all the way to the finish line, start to finish, as Nunes actually had a super awkward situation there. As you drew
Yeah,
all four
no.
docks, you like them things spread out a little bit more. You don't like those things on top of each other
Yeah.
like that.
You do. Now, here's the thing. If there's a game to have a hand like that, it was game 2. Nunes was on the draw in that game. If you were already not favored to win that game, so if I was going to have a hand that didn't let me do just the maximum potential of my deck, I'd rather be the one that I should probably lose anyway. If this happens again? If Nunes has a hand that just does not perform, going into game 3, that will be back breaking. It will not only is it back breaking, it will literally justify Sam sleeping on the couch, because Sam will leave with the prize and with the Elsa. Okay.
Oh no, Sam's got the bed. Max is going to be on the couch and in the doghouse. Okay.
That's right.
But maybe Nunez might have to jump on the couch as well if he can't seal the deal here after having a very stellar day, winning undefeated through the Swiss portion of the tournament, getting over all the way to the finals, and then dropping here because your docs decide to change up their entire code over here that we had. We had a nice little code of homies, and you're going to backfire on me like that. You hate to see those docs performing that way. So that's after the altar as well. So checking the hand here. Hand is looking like you got no one cause. You're going to have to send hard here. I'm sending the farm.
You're not wrong. We do see docks on both sides of the table here. We see a white rose for Sam, of course. So Sam is all about that reach. We know that Sam is reaching hard with those cards. Conversely, on Nunes' side, we're seeing a spread of cards. We're seeing like all the way up to Elsa's. We're seeing Mr. Smee's. We do see that song in there, Strength of a Raging Fire. So I'd say a pretty average hand for this deck. I don't think it's the best hand, but it's also not a bad hand. I think it's a good hand in general. So we're sending away 3, just trying to freshen it up a little bit.
Absolutely. I would have liked to see some more one cost characters in that starting hand. Maybe that's just my weakness. I just love to alter my hand very aggressively, and I think that Nunez likes to play it a little safer. It seems not having anything to put on the board in the first couple turns. I'm always going to dig hard for that, but you just got cooked last time by doing that. So maybe that's what you're having a little bit of trepidation before sending all those cards back in. You end up with a ton of unequal cards, a lot of genies, a lot of docs, and you're just pan fried. So now it's going to be on Nunez to start this thing off with a little bit of speed and vigor. Can Sam take the tempo? That's the name of this game. Will you be able to slow Nunez down a little bit in order to, and that's a great way to take the tempo right away by not getting a one-cost character to start the game off. That's a good way to just
rough.
Hate to see it. His broom is going to come on in, and the tempo has now been kicked on over to Sam. What can you do on 2? It's a Smee. Is he that good? I don't know. Coming in on 2. Let's see Helga come on in on 2 to challenge this Smee, and the tempo will be in your favor as we'll quest up the broom for 1.
Yeah, and a shout out to Lizard Kitty, who has joined us, another member of Forbidden Mountain. How's it going, Lizard Kitty? We're happy to see you here.
I'm sure Lizard Kitty. I'm sure Lizard Kitty's loving seeing all this Amethyst Steel around. I know she's an Amethyst Steel enjoyer herself. Seeing this color combination back in prominence has to make the Lizard Kitty a bit happy, as you are able to regain some of that tempo. You have the 2 characters on the board. We're both sitting at 3. That snake did kind of slow you down a little bit. Let's see if we get that Cobra in and start checking some of these characters from Quest.
Yeah, which is very interesting here. So the snake, I would argue the snake put her behind a little bit on the board resources. Yeah. We do see the white rose. You have to kind of know that your characters that are coming in over the course of the next few turns are going to be higher value than what's currently sitting in Nunes' hand. And right now we're seeing a genie. It's what we expect on 4. At this point moving forward, I think Nunes' game is kind of restabilized and can keep up with where we're at. Can Sam figure this out? Because I think that snake might have put her behind and not ahead like she thought it would.
Absolutely. I like in this mirror. I'm not a fan. Maybe I don't play this mirror enough, but I am not a fan of snake bounce 1 cost on 1 because I think the tempo loss is just very critical, as we are going to bring out the crab, get enough strength to clear that genie. Look at that.
That's a big turn. That's a big turn.
Talk about tempo, as we got that giant cobra sitting over there in the inkwell. I would like to see that giant cobra get used a little bit more, but maybe you're trying to play around a potential storm coming in from your opponent, or excuse me, your potential strength coming in from your opponent. And there is a strength in hand as well. both players inking those giant cobras will establish a library, put 2 units into the library, and trade in. Look at that. As
Oh,
you'll
there
be
you
able
go.
to
Okay.
get some plus value. I'm sure that Nunes loves that. That is a huge blow to Sam's
Yeah.
wills. And let's see if she can bounce back after that dynamic maneuver. Library showing why it's one of the best cards in this deck, as Broom is going to quest. You're already sitting at 6.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, we've got enough damage on the table to clear that library in a shot, which of course again is in attack mode. Just to point that out, and so we see the goat plus crab plus the magic broom, that is 8 strength. So that library is not long for this world, but this cobra is pretty good value too. We did lose a dock in order to get the 2. It looks like that's what's on top of the discard pile. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Nunes got value by getting those cards to draw, but Nunes also had to go 0 on board to do that. So will that have hurt him? Will it not? I guess we'll figure that out as we move through.
Yeah, you did go 1 for 1 on board with a plus, so you got plus value from it. But like you said, you did lose a little bit of that board presence. But I think at that exchange, you're taking that trade every single day of the week, and maybe even twice on Sunday. As we're going to go ahead and bring the Magic Broom in for a quest, and you need to start engaging with this library, because the same thing that just happened to you is going to happen again, as that library is going to continue to gain plus value. Maybe you have another Madame Elsa.
Or it could be a fox. It could be an Elsa, maybe. There's certainly ways to do it. We see another snake. Oh, you could also. Okay, so you could. That's an option. Okay, so popping that. Bouncing the crab. So the crab will give plus damage. So there you go. That's it. Yeah. All right. That'll do it. That'll clear it.
I mean, but if that's your play, I think it might be a bit better just to. No, it's not enough, because that's only 7. Never mind. So that won't be enough to clear the library. I keep getting confused with castle, but great play. You still have a nice wide board with beefy characters on there, as we're going to send another Cobra in. We are not going to pay his costs. We are just going to allow his body to remain, and we can sing a nice up-tempo strength into a nice dock. So the combinations are coming together for Nunes, who is going to ink quickly and play the Diablo, and then continue to board trade.
So I would say, interestingly, we've got 4 cards in hand on Sam's side with 1 character on the board. Conversely, we've got 4 characters on Nunes' side with 1 character on the board. So there's kind of like an inverse situation happening right now.
Whose side would you prefer to have? Who would you rather be?
So looking at so we've got 2 4/4s. We've got in hand. What is it? I'm trying to look up, see what Nunes has in hand. So I think like character to character, it's a rose. Yeah. So character to character. Ooh, okay. We're playing Doc, not the last card. That's interesting. But character for character. Right now, I think it's Nunes that has the ability to make some differences here, given what they're both about to put down. And of course, we at JDZ, we have the benefit of seeing the whole thing. To be fair.
Absolutely. I think that and we're going to quest here, which is basically a neg value, as you're going to try to set up a trap for your opposition to get on into this Cobra. And let's see if they take it. I think I'm taking it. If you're going to give me a free plus, I think I will be glad to clean it up in exchange for 2 lore. I don't mind, but I think that was a very dangerous play coming in from Sam's side, because a little bouncy bounce there, I think you're going to regret that one for a long time, as Cobra can clear and bounce, as we will take the favorable exchange. And then let's see if you can have a nice dynamic turn with these docks. You're going to need it to hit hard right now in order to maintain this game, or you will lose this position, as we're going to go ahead and bring out 3. Oh, 3 is can't be the crab.
It's a Krabby Patty. It's a Krabby Patty. And we're sending it to this. Okay, so we're going to use the dock so that dock that's dry is currently sitting with 4 strength, which can take out just about anything on the board, including a fresh giant cobra.
And now you have the ability to go Calhoun trade into these characters. You get a plus value here. Actually go 1 for, or just 1 for 1 with 2 lore. You take that, but now your Calhoun is also quite vulnerable with 2 cards in hand, and the board is amassed for Nunes, who is now questing up to 9. Still a tight game. A lot of meat left on this bone. It is not over. I ain't heard no bell. You can spam your hand. I think you do it. You slam everything here, and you say, do your worst. Let's see if that's what happens. If we go Smee, we'll go Bird, and we'll go Broom. Look at this massive expanse that you have here. And now the onus is going to be on Sam to clap back if you can be so bold. I think you got to clear this Calgoon, and you will take that favorable exchange. Cards are running at a premium here for Sam. How do you get out of this now?
You know what? That's a fantastic question. It's hard to see Sam's hand right now, but this is rough. So again, we've got 5 characters on board on Nunez's side, 2 in the board, 3 in hand. So can Sam turn this around? They're sitting at both equal lore. So it's not even that like Nunes is coming from behind or anything like that. They're tied up. And even with what just happened, even with the board action that just occurred, we're looking at 3 characters that get to remain on Nunez's side, barring any funny business from things like Elsa, which, as we know, because we're tapping 2 for Mr. Smee, is not possible. We're back to even on the board, though.
And you definitely did enough to clear. I think if you got those snakes, this would be that would have been a great opportunity to get that snake going to bounce this dock. But you're not even worried about the board. You're just running this race. Snake is going to possibly bounce the Smee after getting this draw, and the goat is humongous here. So you can put the Smee back out, and this could be a GG type scenario. You're thinking if you want to go ahead and deploy this goat now, or you want to just save it for this Smee. I think you just put the Smee out and just say, do your worst here in this position as you get another plus value from the Fox.
Yeah, I mean that is certainly an option. That's the way I would go. I would bring out the Smee and knowing that there's no discard waiting for me, I'd just say, hey, do something. Because right now, like if none of these characters get touched, if Sam feels safe enough to just leave these characters alone, that's a win. Now, Sam is not a silly girl. Sam knows that these with this color combination, she runs it. She knows a thing or two about a thing or two. She's not stupid. She knows there's a white rose, or there's a goat, or there's a cobra, or some other.
She is going to race, though. I think he could have taken that Fox there, but she's like, okay, the 2 lore is important as both players are knotted up at 15. So you can go to 16, 17, 18. Goat is going to be 19, and the game ends there because Goat is going to be that guarantee unless you can get to your own advantageous, almost about to wrap it up type position, which you could technically present as the Madam Mim Fox is going to be added. We'll bounce the Smee. Fox into Fox maneuver here. I think you could do that.
Interesting choices. Fox on Fox action, which reduces the danger zone of that goat. It's not great because you're still talking about having a goat on at 18. Like that's certainly a frightening prospect. As we watch with the quickness a draw, we see a dock, which is interesting. We see a goat, so we go to 16.
Okay. Dock is out. Okay, so this is super.
This is
high temp or high dock. Oh, and you got another genie and another goat, another Fox as well. So you can bounce the dock next turn if it works out. We'll go and get a nice timely trade in. And now, you could change some docks here and kind of walk off. You got 17. Are you good enough to do it? Do you have the skills to be number 1? Because goat bounces in hand but I don't think you have enough ink to do both. Yeah, you do. Yeah, so this game might be over.
So 16, 17, 18, Fox, 19, play the goat again would be 20. Yeah, so next turn is the last turn of this game. Now, does Sam realize it, and can Sam do something about it? I think we see Helga come down. We say go, and I think that this will present the final portion of this match, this final portion of this game, and frankly, JDZ, the very last part of this tournament in its entirety.
As Nunez came out, showed that skill still is a thing, and you have to get out and play your cards. But the game might not be over. We got 18. Maybe it's not. I ain't heard no bell. It's definitely might not be over then. I thought that because we got quest the dock, go to 17. Quest the goat, go to 18. Bounce the goat,
19.
Why
play it again, 20.
Again? Am I missing something? Why is that not happening? Are we BM? And we play the genie. Are we BM right now? What's happening there?
Potentially.
I think we might be BM in here a little bit, as we got a little bit of mathematical situation there. As dock quest, goat quest, bounce, play goat, walk out of here. So we're leaving a little avenue of approach open there for the opposition to get in there and probably get to the Lewinsky. as we're
Does he? I
looking
mean, it's
long and
also
hard.
entirely possible that it's just not. Maybe we just don't see it, you know, and maybe it's not BM. Maybe legitimately. I mean, this is look. I mean, it's been a 9-hour day. Like Nunes has been in the tank. Has been. We've been talking about being in the dojo. Nunes has been in the dojo the entire time.
Absolutely.
It's entirely possible that Nunes is just so brain ridden, so brain rotten that is not. They're just not seeing it. I mean, let's see if that's the case here.
And we do.
Yeah, that's it.
Now to bring up to 18. Yeah, you have to quest the dock. Go to 19.
Interesting.
I think you still can win. Go to 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have put the goat back out there. That genie did not need to be in this field. If you draw Doc Cobra here, you're going to be enthusiastic. You go to 18 to the library, goat off the top, White Rose off the top, quest Helga, you're out of here.
Yeah. And it doesn't look that way because I cannot imagine that Sam wouldn't have just slammed the card if that was the case. Doing the math, so I think she's figuring out that she may not have drawn what she needed.
Yeah.
So requesting the 19, and we play. We play a Diablo.
And that
just doesn't do it.
Hopefully she flips a few to see if we can get that Rose coming in.
Oh no, I think she did. I think it was a Rose. Yes, I think it was.
Man.
It was a goat.
It was a goat. You hate to see it. Oh my
goodness. If we had drawn one more card, if we had sent one more away for the library at some point during the game, we would have gotten it. Wow. And with that said, Nunes played that last sequence was an interesting sequence. Certainly, likely just missed it, and that game should have been won a turn earlier. Nunes will never make that mistake again. I can promise you that. He's going to hear about it.
For sure. And like you said, fatigue is a thing. Fatigue
is.
People in the chat and people out here in TV land and all the people who watch this game, people like to pretend like they're infallible, like they don't make mistakes. Okay. Everyone is going to mess up every now and then. Okay. No one's perfect, especially when you're locked in, engaged in the dojo all day long. Cut some people some slack and let's give people a break, though. But Nunes comes on in and gets to the absolute Dublinsky and will take home the Enchanted Elsa. Damn.
That was a tough one.
Yeah.
I guarantee
you talk to Nunes about that play?
No one will punish themselves harder than he will.
Okay.
I'm sure.
Guaranteed.
Okay. Did he figure it out almost immediately, or did he?
I think he's talking about it right now. So yeah,
okay.
I think he definitely did figure it out.
Okay. Big Durns in the chat says I never misplay. Okay. That's a fact. I can
speak from I will confirm because Dick Burns is right. He never misplays. Dick Burns is the best player of all time.
No, Big Durns.
I'm sorry, Big Durns. My apologies. Well, I mean the person's name. Then this is somebody else. Then because the name in the chat,
it's actually another person.
It's a totally different person.
There it is. He just loses naturally. Hold on. There you go. All right.
He just loses through attrition. Yeah, Nick just loses through attrition.
Lose with perfect play. But if she gets that goat off the top and wins the tournament like that, you're gonna kick yourself so hard there. It was the next card. It was Diablo, and then it was goat that next card.
Yeah, we figured it out.
Oh, that's fun.
It would have been.
Before we do anything, I definitely want to say thank you guys. You guys just crushed the whole top 8. No breaks. Nothing. Right? It's getting late. We got to eat dinner. Gabe's been crushing it. It's 9:00 where he is. You got a whole night ahead of you, JDZ.
I'm good. I gotta get off here. I gotta go. kick it with the fam. I'm good. Exactly. It's only 6 p.m. over here. This is nothing. I know. Man.
You got a whole night. We got like an hour and 10-minute drive home, but it's fine. You want to come defend yourself and your punt? No defense. He threw it. He threw it, guys.
No excuses.
He got lucky. Let's just call a spade a spade.
No justice. He deserves to lose.
He deserves to lose.
You should have drawn the goat. You should have had it.
Yeah. 100%.
Oh no.
Oh, I see. Kylie, Kylie, what's up? You called for me. What's up, Kylie?
Can we at least see the Elsa? I mean, does it?
Oh yeah, can you guys go get it? Yeah,
can we hold it up?
Go get your prizing for sure.
And are we going to meet the champion? Or is the champion going to do a closeout interview, or he doesn't want to meet the
PSA 10 Cinderella too?
Yeah, PSA 10.
Yeah, no. So it's a PSA 10. Oh, I'm sorry, that's next week. What is the next prize?
Oh, I was going to say.
Okay, I would say next week. I'm sorry, that in Arkansas.
Arkansas. I was about to
It's
say.
PSA 10 Elsa.
Is that
PSA
next
10
week? That's
Cinderella.
not next week. Is it 2 weeks?
It's 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I'm just
You're
saying, like,
killing me,
in my,
dude.
listen,
Hey, you got to lock in for the next 30 minutes, dude, because
all
you're
right,
giving me
9 hours, 9.5 hours on the night. Okay,
that's nothing. Okay, lock in, get you a power bar. Okay, and let's. You
No, we
can't.
gotta
You
get
almost
some
gave me a
dinner.
startle there in 1 week. This is a 2-week thing.
Yeah,
Okay,
we got a week. We get a week off. It's gonna be great.
Okay.
We get a week off.
no weeks off.
You deserve
Back
it.
in the
With all
dojo
the work
again,
that you did
okay?
today, Dan, you deserve a break.
You guys
Good job.
crushed. Seriously though, thank you for hanging out with us today. You guys were awesome.
Thank you,
Shout
Dan.
out to Sisu. Shout out to Color. Shout out to I call her Ashley. I don't like every time I look at her name, I literally read it differently every time. It's bad for me. Yeah, there's an Elsa playmat, brah.
Let's go.
It's right here. You get both.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been hiding right here.
Let's
Been
go.
hiding.
Congrats.
Boom.
Congrats.
It was
Is he not
hanging
going to
out.
come and talk to the adoring fans and answer these questions?
Yeah, what the heck?
He's just
Do
gone?
you want to sit
Answer-
down? Listen,
No,
I'll let
he's
him
fine.
sit down for a minute.
No, he's fine. If he doesn't want
Actually,
to.
all right. I tell you what. We're quickly. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna take a photo of top two. Okay,
Okay.
we're gonna
Good
do
call.
that, and then I'll
Good
let
call.
him do while I'm cleaning up the front.
Okay.
Oh no,
Okay.
we're gone. We died.
All right,
I
cool.
think that's fair.
Yeah, we got it. We want to hear. We want to hear from the friends.
All right, we'll be right back. So,
All right, don't touch that towel. Keep it locked. Okay. We're gonna see what he has to say. I just want to. I mean, it's his fatigue. I just want to hear. Maybe it's dehydration. Maybe they just didn't see it. Maybe. But that's a line. I think you picked that one up on your sleep. If you're playing this deck all day, you're probably looking to goat out of some. You're probably looking to bounce a goat to win. You're looking to do it.
I mean, you know what would be interesting to know? Like, and this is not a beat. I want to be clear on this. This is not a beatdown session.
No.
For Nunes at all. Nunes, what I find interesting when I ask these questions, it's not about beating the person up, but I think it's important to hear what comes into play, because a lot of people tend to oversimplify when these kind of things happen. That's number one. Number two, if Nunes was not properly hydrated, was not properly fed, I want to hear him say that, because I want other people to know these things are important. You have to go out. You need to eat those power bars. You gotta take a scoop of your protein shake and just mouth that thing if you have to. Whatever it takes to make sure that you got the calories, the caloric intake to continue through this day, because it happens.
I'm telling you, if he had, I guarantee you, if he had a nice little pocket twist that he could have pulled out there, a little bit of twist that he could just pull out of that backpack, got it right into the gullet before this round started, that never happens. A little bit of twist that gets you out of here.
Yeah.
So twist and penguin fat. That's all we need. That's all we need to sustain ourselves out here. We're changing the game. Digital Arcana. There you go.
We are.
There we go.
JDZ, you and I did that. We did that. We should be proud of ourselves.
I'm very proud. I know you're proud, and I couldn't be prouder. I've embraced my villainy for today, and it's going to be.
I'm so glad.
It's going to be good. But seriously, Gabe, man, this was a blast. I love doing this broadcast stuff, and I really, really, really love doing broadcasting with people who know their craft, who know how to do some broadcasting, man, who enjoy this thing a lot. It makes it so much easier and so much more fun. And hopefully we can both continue this journey, man, and maybe to some official capacity, perhaps. I would like to see that, as Dan is back at it again.
Back to Nunes for a minute, so Nunes can chat.
Nunes. Air horns. Let's go. Nunes in the building.
Hello.
Yo.
The way we started is how we ended. You won the first game we saw you on stream. You came back to tell us how well you did, and you won the damn thing. Nunes, congratulations first and foremost. Just a huge shout out to you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Getting to the dub. Can we see the Elsa? Can you hold it up and flex on us all? Can we get?
Sorry, I was here rolling up the playmat, but I should show Twitch chat the playmat that I won.
Okay.
Let's see. The camera's there.
That is so nice.
Very sweet 2 of 2 playmat. There was one as a giveaway, and then the other one was for the winner. So 1 of 2 playmats by Matified. And then the Elsa, let's see if we can show the webcam. Is the Elsa.
Very nice. Very clean. Are you going to play it? Are you going to put it in a deck? Are you going to sell it? What are you going to do with the Elsa?
No, I will hopefully sell it or trade it.
Okay. You're not going to keep it? You're not sentimental at all? You're all about business?
So I frequently say that the cards I win represent like flights and Airbnbs and tournament entry fees and food.
Gotcha.
Can get kind of expensive.
Okay.
You know, I'm actually from Rhode Island, so it was like a 260-ish mile drive to be here.
Absolutely.
So it's gas money and tolls.
For sure. But congratulations on your
No,
victory. It was
Kendall,
really
Kendall,
nice.
I just played like a
Hey,
absolute jamook.
hey, we're not gonna get there. Okay, we got to build you up first, tear you
Yeah,
down
relax.
a little bit,
Hey,
and
hey,
then build you back up
calm
again.
down.
Okay.
Hey,
So
Nunes,
we want to
Nunes,
say, hey,
relax.
the way you executed that last round, game number 1. I mean, you came out there, you really demonstrated the effectiveness of tempo strategy, how you maintain the board, and you drove it all to the finish line. Can you just talk about tempo and how important that is, and what are some tips you use to maintain that tempo throughout the game in this matchup?
Yeah, so at some point I need to like write an article and do a better job of articulating my thoughts about. I have this concept that's kind of like surfing,
Mm-hmm.
where games of Lorcana are kind of like dances of what's important. Like, is card advantage the thing that's important? Is the board the things that's important? Is lore the thing that's important? Is it like having enough ink the thing that's important? So, at like every point in the game, like a different resource is more valuable relative to the other resources, and so you're sort of like doing this dance of like, okay, I need to play to the board. Okay, I need to spend this turn using my ink to get cards. Like, on the first turns of the game, I'm basically always inking, and then I need to figure out when's the time to stop. So that's why Lorcana is so fun. Is sometimes there isn't a clean and clear answer of this way is definitely correct, or there's a way that is correct, but you don't know yet because you don't have the repetitions with a given deck or given matchup to know, like, generally, if I'm going to win this game, this is what needs to happen.
For sure. And we saw some of that in game number 1. I thought you demonstrated the tempo. You hit the gas pedal, you accelerated. Game number 2, there was some unfortunate circumstances that took place there. We saw a little glimpse of the hand. Do you remember what the contents of that hand was? And it seemed almost bricked unplayable. And then talk about top decking that Strength and Raging Fire after that peak. I thought it was just absolutely poetic there. Can you just talk about the whole game too?
I might have made a mistake in that game because I inked the Strength. I think I could have drawn a card and then inked something else as opposed to the Strength and had the Strength on the turn after the Pete effect would have worn off. But yeah, my 7-card hand, I kept 5 and altered 2 away, and those 2 cards were both dock. And then I think my first draw, if not my first, my second draw of the game was another dock. So like very quickly, it was like, oh, I have 3 docks. This is really bad. And I drew the 4th one very quickly as well. So the first 3 docks I played, I believe, were all 1/3s with no text. Playing dock on turn 2 as your 2-drop when you ink a Smee is like not really what you want to be doing, but I didn't really have a choice if I was going to have the card economy to keep inking throughout the game. So yeah, it's not how you draw up the matchup. It's not really the plan, but I tried to do what I could to stay in the game and give myself a chance to win it. It's interesting where part of the reason that the Amethyst 1-cost characters are so good is they all have the ability to draw a card in a different way. So you're not as punished for playing a bunch of them because you're not going to draw a 1-cost card and have it be not good later in the game. You can basically always get the card back out of it. So the balance of like what 1-cost character you play, are you challenging with it? Like, especially going second, you really want to have a 1-cost character, 2-cost character where Calhoun is the best. The 3-cost character doesn't matter as much. I mean, you don't really want a Fox, but like any 3-cost character that continues to apply pressure to the board so that you can sing Strength of a Raging Fire profitably on your turn 4 is like mostly it's sort of the plan on the going on the play, but going second, it's like massively important to try to like steal back the board with a potent Strength on turn 4.
100%. Yeah. Absolutely, and we'll just address what happened in game number 3. That was a very good game, super grindy, back and forth contest all the way into the bitter end. You guys were running that race, and it looked like you were throwing your hands up, crossing the finish line there. We're like, hey, he's got this. It's over. You just quest, bounce, go, pop it in, and you're done. But you decided to throw a little curveball there and bring the genie on into the fray. Can you just talk about that decision? Were you just hyper focused? What is your hydration level? What is your fatigue level? Can you just talk about that entire enduring experience and what happened at that critical moment?
It's like not defensible. I had the win and I just didn't take the win. It was clearly a mistake. I played all 9 rounds today. I intentionally, so my opponent was Sam in round 5, and she asked for an ID and I said no, because I wanted to play round 5 for seed. there was the green purple player that I ultimately played in round 6. I just don't like playing against Diablo. I call it flashbacks to Toronto or whatever. I just don't like doing it. So when I was paired into Sam and not a Diablo player in round 5, I was like, okay, I'll play for seed now rather than intentionally drawing round 5 and risking getting paired into the green purple player in round 6 and having that be the matchup that I would play for seed. So Sam and I played in round 5. And then in round 6, the green purple player had actually played their 4-0 match and won. And then I offered the intentional draw and he did not take it. So I played like all 6 Swiss rounds and then like all 3 rounds of top 8. So there were a lot of 2-0 victories in there. I think I played 21 games today. But 18-3, according to Dan. I believe that's correct. So, it was a reasonably long day. We went to breakfast around 10 a.m. this morning and it was like an hour drive to breakfast. So, I did hydrate, did eat, but while playing perfect is a reasonable goal, as Dan always says, perfect is the enemy of good enough. So I'm not going to beat myself up too much. I did end up winning the tournament, but there are clearly always opportunities to improve.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's such a good point. I mean, it's so well said. And, a lot of time it's funny because like Twitch, it's not just Twitch. It's just the anonymity does this to people. Anonymity makes it where it's
I've been guilty of those pod chants, like 5 head, what a play, like this person's won a Mickey, what a fool, like I've made a bunch of mistakes and I'm going to try to learn from them. Like, luckily I didn't get punished today. I think I deserved to get punished. So I love the Princess Bride. I love a good revenge story. Like having to play, like making Sam play round 5 and winning, and then seeing Sam again in the finals. It was like, yeah, I have a vested interest in winning this Elsa, but like it's a good story if you win. Like,
and she was very close. She showed the Diablo, and then the next card off top would have been that goat, and that goat would have been strong enough to win.
I gave her the window, and her deck didn't supply, but she could have had it there. Like,
absolutely,
yeah. But listen, fantastic games. I mean, there was just no question. I mean, just the caliber of play. Listen, barring the one error. Okay, people make mistakes. I don't know. So don't worry about that. And Dan said you'd likely beat yourself up more than anybody else, and I'm the same way. So I totally understand that. I'm that way too. I'm my own worst critic. Nothing you're going to say is going to make me feel bad because I've said it worse to myself. However, having seen your game 1, or having seen the round that we saw, having seen all the games that we saw here. The pure value of the record that you maintained through the course of this event, I mean, you need to be extremely proud of yourself. You did a fantastic job. You worked extremely hard. In the turnaround of a 3 or 4 days after the change, a huge change in the meta, and you were able to bring a deck that not only did what it needed to do, but you were the player that did what needed to be done in order to be successful. So regardless of what you may be feeling about that one little tiny instance, the run that you had is commendable and deserves just applause, just the greatest of applause. You did a fantastic job.
Kudos, and thanks for the show, man, and thanks for being there. I know it's getting late over there. You probably got to get off because you got a huge drive back home to your home. But before we let you go again, any new shout outs you want to give? I know you shout out to Forbidden Mountain. Go ahead. You want to shout out the store? You want to shout out anyone else? Anyone at home that might be watching still?
Shout out to the Encounter. Shout out to Forbidden Mountain, especially Melissa, aka Lizard Kitty, because it's basically her list that Orion and I both played today. So for anybody who says that you don't need a team, you gain a lot by having a team. So shout out to the Forbidden Mountain.
Nice. And we'll let you go. But again, congratulations, man, and enjoy your Elsa. Hopefully you get great value from that sale when you indefinitely make it. All right. And you're selling it to Dan?
It's going to go to me. It's literally just, I'm just going to buy it. Like
you're going to buy it from Dan. This might be hey, we need to check this whole thing. This seems like throw up the triangles there. This seems like a conspiracy here. I'm watching this little, I'm looking at this little concoction here. I don't know. We might have to see. We might have to see what's happening there. As you're going to win the card, run the tournament, sell it. I don't know.
Oh, love you, Nunes. Congrats from Melissa.
Nice.
All right, so we got to do the thing. We got to go raid somebody.
Absolutely.
But before I do that, please start your, thank you guys for being here all day. So shout out to you guys, of course. Thank you guys so much. Again, Ashley, Sisu. Matified Customs, he is excited, loves the playmat. Because it has the logo on it, he's going to keep it, I think, which is really funny.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. I like it.
But yeah, so go ahead, take a spiel. hit yourselves up with
Absolutely.
where we can
Hey.
find you guys.
You guys know me. I'm all over this thing. JDZ Quest. I'm on Twitch. I stream almost every day, especially Monday through Friday. I'm also on YouTube. JDZ Quest on YouTube. Please throw me a like and subscribe over there. I make YouTube videos, a lot of interviews, a lot of informational stuff. We're going to change it up a little bit, start doing some fun stuff as well. I'm on Twitch. Anything can happen on Twitch. New deck every single day on JDZ Quest on Twitch. So if you like what you see, please don't turn off the TV. Just switch it over and check it out, JDZ Quest, and we're going to keep it rocking and rolling. But Dan, thank you for this opportunity. I had a blast kicking it here with Gabe, kicking it here with Colorislaw and Sisu. A lot of people who enjoy this broadcasting thing as much as I do, I feel like I found my flock, and it's always going to be a vibe. So this is a great tournament. Thank you for letting me be involved with it, and I'm looking forward to meeting you out in Arkansas in about 2 weeks. We'll be with the Lucky Llama out there in Fort Smith, Arkansas. If you guys are in that area, North Texas, Mississippi, Memphis, Oklahoma, wherever you're at, if you can make that drive, come on through, hang out with your boys out there in Arkansas, and we can make that thing pippity pop out there. But Dan, it's been great. It's been real. I'm having a blast.
The voice of Southside Gaming.
Yeah, so for that'd be awesome if we could see you at Southside Gaming. That'd be sick. Oh my goodness, if we can get in the booth. Oh yeah, no, you're listen, I'm there. You're gonna find me. I am the voice. Yeah, I'm the voice of SSG. So, where can you find me? About every month, until we get word about something more official, you can find me at SSG. I'm the voice of SSG for the Lorcana events. You can follow me on X at @ill_logics, just how it says in the green bar next to my name. And we are trying to start this content thing with the Illuminati, me and my team. So you can follow us on Twitch, Illuminati TCG. I plan on playing some Pixelborn Connect on there as well. So maybe JDZ, maybe I'll catch you on there as well. You can find us on Twitch there, and you can also find us on YouTube under Illuminati TCG. And it's been a blast. Thank you all.
All this content, all of your guys' socials will be in every video. So we'll make sure you guys get every tag and everyone can find you where they are. So
thank you. Thank you
so much, guys. You guys were awesome. Chat was phenomenal today. You guys were rocking it all day. There were parts of the day we almost had 600 viewers across Twitch and YouTube. So
let's go.
Seriously, thank you guys so much. But we are gonna raid. We're gonna knock on that door, and then we're gonna end this stream because I gotta pack up and get out of here and let the shopkeeper pack up.
All right. All right. Well, folks, thank you guys for watching. As always, I'm JDZ. I quest. I'm on I forgot the tag. My tag, I forgot. Shout out to the real ones. Salute to the OGs. I used to say that. I'm JDZ and I play goats. I used to say that. That was my old tag when I played a lot of goats. Shout out to the goat world out there.
So much. We're going to hit this end stream button.
Boom.
Wave bye.
We're waving.